I think the answer is yes, but it's sort of like something that
expertise that have been involved in this tournament to make it happen are insane. We are working with people from all over the world and all walks of life. We've accumulated an absolutely absurd prize pool of over $10,000 in cash to give away, stickers for anyone who runs into one of my festival leads, a cruise around Spain and Italy, custom Joy-Cons, and more. Here's Charlie Merriman to explain the structure of the event.
Will receive $500. Top 4 will receive $1,000. Second place will receive $1,800 and a bonus prize to be revealed on stream. And finally, our grand champion will receive $3,000, our one-of-a-kind Joy-Cons, a ticket to the Battle Cruise, and one final surprise to be revealed on stream. So whether you're here
Now, Charlie has talked about a special prize for first and second. Something I haven't talked about at all so far, and I wanted to show it off here, but it's being custom made, so it's not here just yet, so I'll just have to tell you about it. First place is going to receive a 6-pound genuine championship belt from Trophy Smack, and second place will receive a 2-pound belt. Thank you so much to Trophy Smack for providing such an awesome extra. But for now, I think it's time for us to start getting into what you're all here for, super intense Pokemon Champions battles. Let's pass it over to two of our casters, Chup Across the Fourth and Joshua Lorsey, to talk a little bit about the metagame before we get into round one in just a few more minutes.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. We are coming to you from Long Island with the Grand Champions Festival. I am Chup Across the Fourth, and I'm joined by my good friend, Josh Lorsey.
Welcome, guys. This is the Grand Champion Festival. All of you came out today to compete to win some crazy amount of money. I'm hearing a ship. There's a ship. They're going sailing somewhere, and belts. This is crazy. This is insane.
I know these are some prizes that we've never really seen given away, but like I can't even think of a tournament that's given away a belt, much less a cruise on the SSN.
Yeah, that's just I don't know. This tournament alone just. It feels like a dream come true. Been playing VGC for so long, and that with the arrival of champions and getting this tournament just to start everything off, it just feels like so unreal, Chuppa. I'm loving everything about this so far. Having all the new competitors coming into VGC, this might be some people's first tournament.
And I can really think of like no better way to bring the game in. I think this is going to be a tournament that's amazing for both new players and longtime competitors alike. New players, you're going to have a great chance to like show what you've learned about Champions so far, see how far into this tournament you can go. And for the really seasoned competitors or new players that have learned their stuff right away, you're competing for all these amazing prizes, things that have never been given away in a live tournament before.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like everybody's winning in this situation, and we love VGC and the prize money just alone $3,000 for first place, second place $1,800 I believe. Wow.
Yeah. And it just like for getting to top 8, that's already $500 for you. This is just like not only the winner is walking away happy. I'd hope everyone that's playing has a chance to walk away happy, whether that's with a prize, with prizing, with a sticker, with the experience from this tournament, and especially that experience is going to be so valuable with Champions being our official like live tournament format starting about 1 month from now at the Indianapolis Regionals.
Yes, so this is not the first big tournament. We had a tournament prior to this. I think it was a Victory Road tournament. So we got to see some Pokemon that we could believe to be very good within the format. The League Champion's been out for like maybe 2 weeks or so, but competitors have been competing already. And the metagame is shaping. And we do have a couple Pokemon here that are picking back up in usage from Reg H. Maybe we could highlight them.
Yeah, let's see. So I think some of the absolute like strongest Pokemon in this format are probably like no surprise, no secret to people that like played Reg Age or have been watching Champions like Sneasler, Incineroar, King Gambit. But then there's a couple others that are sort of like coming up or appearing for the first time, like the Garchomps, the Aerodactyls that we haven't really seen see widespread VGC success for like quite as recently.
Yeah, being an Unk in VGC, I do love to see old Pokemon returning. Pokemon such as Aegislash, Garchomp as well. I mean, Garchomp's always been when Garchomp's good, it's good, right? Rotom Wash. Just seeing like my old friends come back and compete at a very high level. This is just amazing, no?
Josh, if you're an Unk, I'm a grandpa. No, but it's like we were talking about earlier. We've both been playing VGC for more than a decade, and it's so fun to see some of these Pokemon that have, like, I don't know, Rotom Wash. It's been a little bit since Rotom Wash was, like, really a top meta pick, and I love to see it back. It's just, like, seeing these Pokemon again in a more restricted format like this, where there's only, like, around 200 or 250 Pokemon legal compared to, like, Regulation I. That's going on, like, 1,000 Pokemon you can choose from, right? I think it's good to have some restrictions on, like, the Pokemon you can use.
And also having restrictions on some Pokemon, there's also restriction on items. We have
oh
never.
My gosh, yes.
I don't think that in VGC history we have never played a metagame where items were restricted, right? We have a very limited pool of items to use, and I think that also helps with team building as well. It makes team building a little bit interesting because you have Pokemon where you have items now like Charty Berry, Rosalie Berry, Yachi Berry that are probably going to see more use than ever now because of the limited item choices.
Yeah, I think, like, I don't know. At first, it's like, oh my gosh, we don't have Life Orb, we don't have Choice Band, etc. I think in the long run, it's interesting to have to say things like, I'm thinking about items like, let's say, like Leftovers is a generic bulk item a little bit more on Pokemon that wouldn't have it normally, or like Citrus Berry on a Garchomp. That's not something you would have like run for a long time. But just being able to think about some of these like unusual items, or at the very least unusual item and Pokemon combinations, has been really fun. You don't get to go with maybe some of the more obvious choices you would have been enjoying during something like Regulation H as much. You have to rethink things, and that's fun.
Yes, and and for team building purposes, that makes it more fun and interesting. We're seeing a lot of different concepts. We're seeing similar Pokemon, but with different approaches, right? You mentioned the Citrus Berry on Garchomp. Even Sneasler's running Citrus Berry. There's a lot of crazy item choices, but players are thinking, and I think that makes VGC good, and it allows you express yourself more when it comes to team building. So I think team building will be a very important tool heading into this event. Although, like, yes, we have very strong Pokemon. We already kind of know like what sort of teams are really, really good. But the item choices could differ on the teams. You could have the same 6, but definitely have different item choices for the same 6. And I do definitely appreciate that when it comes to battling. I do like to see like just a different variants or different approaches when it comes to certain teams.
I think something that's really interesting is like for a lot of people, this might be one of their first like best of 3 tournaments period, or even like for some of the more seasoned players, like you said, we've only had like maybe 1 or 2 really big champions tournaments so far. This is going to be some people's like first introduction to the best of 3 open team sheet format on champions, which is going to be somewhat different from that best of 1 experience. Like, let's say best of 1, you think of King Gambit as black glasses, you go for close combat, oops, it's Choppleberry, it lives the hit, and you're out of the game. In best of 3, that's not going to be the case. You and your opponent both get to see exactly like what items and moves each other are rocking, and I think it's going to lead to a very different story in terms of like how the players are interacting with each other.
Yeah, so with the addition of champions and just VGC alone, just playing online, we've never had like an open teach concept, right? It's only been like in person and or these limitless tours that have been going on, or VR tours. And with that, for the new competitors, this is just a whole different. If you have not practiced best of 3, this is a whole different way of approaching and playing Pokemon from how we would traditionally play on an online, just in the online ranked battles. And having the information is very, very good for newer players, in my opinion. I think that knowing what's in front of you, and so having that information is going to be really good for the to the newer players, and for players like you and me that have been playing for a while. This is just another day in the office, you know. So having people being able to approach the game in a different setting than normally is going to be a lot harder. But I think in the long run, it will benefit them more than not. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like really nice to be able to, like, I don't know, let's say you don't have like all of your learn sets memorized, and it's like, oh, does this Pokemon have Fake Out? Does this Pokemon have Trick Room? You just get to see it on the team sheet. You don't have to like kind of have this list of Pokemon that can learn Trick Room memorized in your head like you might have had to in the old days.
Yeah, no surprises here. But one question for you, Chuppa. What's your thoughts on Sneasler this format?
So, on one hand, I don't think I expected Sneasler to be, like, #1 Pokemon at the start. I thought, like, okay, it's going to be Ensign, that's going to be our #1 guy. But for this tournament, I think in some of the other tournaments that have been played, it's actually Sneasler, the one on top. I think Sneasler is an interesting Pokemon. It's, you know, one that I personally have fun using. I like those, like, fast Fake Out, fast, like, Sash Pokemon that, like, really, you have to think about your damage traits carefully, but if you're being smart with them, you have the tools to win them. So Sneasler is a Pokemon that can be fun to use. And on top of that, I think Dark Claw is a little bit of an infamous move, like, truly, through those iterations of Rig H and even peering over into other formats like that Dark Claw with that 50% status was something so infamous for Sneasler. But in Champions, that has been lowered to 30%. I think that's really, like, helped rein in Sneasler a little bit, keep it a little more fair and fun.
So we do have our first battle of the Grand Champion Festival, and we have one of our festival leads, Necra, using a Tyranitar, Hydreigon, Corviknight, Rotom Wash, Excadrill, and Mega Meganium? Mega Meganium!
Yeah, Mega Meganium is something that's really been popping up on some of these sand teams just because, like, you know, your Mega Meganium can be under the sand. It doesn't care because of Mega Salt. It's still sunlight in Mega Meganium's head. And let's take a quick look at Necra's opponent's team. I guess it's another very similar sand team, actually, with Excadrill, Tyranitar, Corviknight, Hydreigon, Rotom, and Mimikyu. And in this case, I have to wonder if that Tyranitar might actually be the Mega Evolution on that team. Don't see anything else, and I know Tyranitar has been really popular as, like, kind of its own Mega Evolution. Even if it just keeps that Sandstream ability, that's one of those abilities that's really nice to be able to activate a second time if your opponent is trying to fight you for the weather.
And we're going to get into the battles. This is the first battle of the Grand Champion Festival. Necra, our festival lead, is going to bring 2 of her Grand Champion Festival Pokemon of Corviknight and Excadrill. So, starting off, I really do like the leads of Corviknight and Excadrill, definitely into Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu is a very interesting Pokemon. I know Joe Ugarte have had great success with Mimikyu on the Sand variant team. And we do also see the Rotom Wash on the end of Catch 122. So what's your thoughts so far going
You know,
into this?
I don't think we saw Mold Breaker activate on that Excadrill, did we? That's an ability that you'd really love to have when you're fighting a levitating Pokemon like Rotom and something like Mimikyu that has that disguise to guarantee its first hit. I think because this is the Sandrush Excadrill, those 2 Pokemon are going to feel so much more comfortable fighting it, to the point that Excadrill is forced to go for a Protect in front of them.
So Excadrill's going to go for the Protect, but Catch 122 goes for the Will-O-Wisp into that Corviknight to deter its attack stat in half. And that's going to be really detrimental to that Corviknight. And then we're going to see the Tailwind on the end of Corviknight. At the Trick Room, into Catch 122's Tailwind. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, I think that's, oh my god, such a good play from Catch-22, just completely calling out what Necra had wanted to go for there and really taking control of the game. Now this Rotom is just really going to be capable of, like, running the game in terms of speed and threatening both of the Pokemon on Necra's side.
Yeah, so I think that Catch 122 is in the driver's seat, having that Will-O-Wisp, detering the damage onto that Corviknight, Excadrill protecting the turn, the first turn. So utilizing that turn 1 to the best of their capabilities. And now you're in the offensive end. Rotom Wash being able to hit the Corviknight with super effective damage. And also the Excadrill. And Mimikyu sitting pretty comfortably as well. And also there's a play that Catch 122 could go for. It could maybe go for Shadow Sneak and Hydro Pump into the Excadrill to get rid of it. Because Corviknight is not doing much on the field.
I completely agree. I think Excadrill helping Gone for Protector is a really big opportunity that Catch 22 could have taken advantage of. However, we're just going to see a Thunderbolt into the Corviknight. You know, a little bit of more of a damage split here and sort of deactivate that Focus Sash, chip down the Corviknight. I don't think either of these is a knockout that you need to get right away. I think it's completely reasonable to just split your damage both ways.
Yeah, so splitting the damage both ways is very fair on Catch 122s, and you're already ahead of the game. No need to make any drastic plays. You've gotten the Excadrill down basically to have Corviknight has taken plentiful of damage from that Thunderbolt, bringing it to about 91 hit points, right? And with that burn, bringing it back down to about 79, about under half. So I'm loving what I'm seeing on the end of Catch 122. But Necra, what does Necra need to do to get back into this game?
Let's see. I mean, one Pokemon that Necra might have in the back that could really turn things around. Really, I think either of the Meganium or the Tyranitar could be the Pokemon that she needs here. Meganium with, like, threatening coverage for both the Pokemon and Catch 22 side, and Tyranitar, again, that Rock Slide to hit both these Pokemon, and maybe even fish for a flinch after that Tailwind goes down, and, you know, it suddenly becomes one of the slower Pokemon on the field again.
Yes, I would have to agree with you there, Chuppa. I think Necro's going to have maybe that Meganium in the back to bring that damage output. But we're going to just see Mimikyu retreat here and bring out the Tyranitar on the field. Catch 122 saying Mimikyu's already done its job. Tyranitar needs to come out and get on the board. Rotom's going to go for the Hydro Pump, and it's going to miss the Excadrill. Excadrill's going to be able to stay on the field. Ooh. And Corviknight saying, I'm going to get my health back, and I need it now, and gets its health back to full. Excadrill going for the Iron Head into the Tyranitar slot, doing almost nearly three-fourths of damage to that Tyranitar.
Yeah, really consequential play for Catch 22. You know, I can see why you'd want to go for Hydro Pump on the Excadrill. It's really the most threatening Pokemon here. I'm sure Catch 22 even expected that Iron Head, and maybe that's why they'd wanted to stop the Excadrill from attacking, but that being able to go into the Tyranitar is just so consequential here. Corviknight being able to get that health back up. However, I think if you're a Rotom Wash here, you're still pretty comfortable with how things are going. You know, you can maybe afford to miss one Hydro Pump because neither of these are Pokemon that are threatening you yet. However, the consequence is that Tyranitar is probably on much lower health now than Catch 22 was hoping it would be.
Yes, Excadrill staying on the field, getting that damage trade onto Tyranitar, it kind of hurts Catch 122's pacing that he had. Well, the pacing was amazing, by the way. But now it kind of slowly bringing Necra back in the game. Being able to get your health back. Rotom Wash now has to probably target the Corviknight and or Excadrill, but we'll see what these trainers decide to do. Tyranitar is going to Mega Evolve and bring out the Mega Tyranitar on the field. Look how big and strong this Pokemon looks. Tyranitar is just going to go for a Rock Slide. Tyranitar is just going to go for a Rock Slide here into both opposing Pokemon, and Thunderbolt into the Corviknight, and Corviknight does live with 6 HP.
I think Mega Tyranitar is going to need to land some flinches here to really be happy about the turn. Not seeing one on Corviknight as it's able to go for another Roost and keep that HP stat above half.
And Iron Head goes out into the Tyranitar, getting rid of the Mega, just only being alive for one turn. Tyranitar is going to retreat here, and Catch 122 has to think what to bring in now. Although the leads, I mean, from the beginning of the turns, we saw that, you know, Necra was a little bit behind, but she ended up picking up the first knockout of the game.
Yep. I think Corviknight, you know, the Tailwind on Necra's side ending is really significant here because it means this Corviknight is actually probably going to be, like, I think it's very possible it's the fastest Pokemon on the field again, and it can do things like fish for something like an Iron Head on one of these Pokemon. It's not like Rotom Wash's Thunderbolt is very likely to be able to stop this Corviknight from moving now, which is going to mean a big opportunity for this Corviknight to do something like connect an Iron Head into the Mimikyu.
Yeah, with the disguise being down, I believe Mimikyu would be taking, although being burned, it will still take a lot of damage from the stab Iron Head. On the end of the Excadrill, Excadrill still has capabilities of protecting. I believe we have 2 more turns of Trick Room left, and having this Corviknight being able to either heal or threaten damage into this Mimikyu slot is really good on the end of Necra. And Necra, well, for what it looked like was a bad position at the start of turn 1, redeeming herself and bringing her 2 Pokemon back into the game against Catch 122's team.
And something that's so nice here is if Corviknight's able to move at the start of the turn, this is, okay, it could have potentially been a Roost before Rotom Wash even went for Thunderbolt. Going to be a Tailwind instead to kind of ensure that Necra's the one with the speed advantage after this Trick Room ends at the end of this turn. I think that's really smart as well, especially if there's something like Meganium in the back. However, Corviknight being knocked out by a Thunderbolt in exchange for the Tailwind.
And the Mimikyu's going to go into the Shadow Claw, into the Protective Excadrill, and we're going to see at the end of the turn, there should be the Dimensions twist. We're in Tailwind, Necra piloting and bringing Tailwind in at the end of the Trick Room turn, sacking the Corviknight, and now maybe being able to bring in a potential sweeper such as Meganium to the field to better advance her board state here.
Yeah, you know, if this is just something like a Meganium coming in like next Excadrill, I think that's exactly the position that Necra needs here because that's just super effective coverage point at both of these Pokemon. I'm not sure if that Mimikyu would be tanky enough to take an Iron Head. Maybe, like, it looks like its HP stat is really high. Maybe there's a chance. Rotom Wash and Solar Beam, on the other hand, cannot say that I have very much hope for Rotom being able to take one of those. So I think this is a really, really commanding turn for Necra now.
Yeah, very demanding, commanding position from Necra here, having that Mega Meganium and having so much damage output. Rotom not being able to take a Solar Beam here is going to be really detrimental for Catch 122. And Iron Head, like you said, looking at the numbers, it has a potential chance of picking a knockout onto the Mimikyu slot too. But we're going to see the Mimikyu retreat here for the Excadrill. And Mega Meganium here is going to a Mega Ball. Necra activates her Omni Ring, and Mega Meganium is now on the field. Look at this Pokemon, guys.
I do think Excadrill is the kind of switch you'd want to have here. Like, it's going to be able to take this Iron Head reasonably well. However, let's see how this Mega Meganium is following things up. It's the Solar Beam. I don't think there's any surprises here. Able to fully charge this up, even though the sand is up. Because of that Mega Sol ability, this is going right into Rotom Wash for an easy knockout.
This Pokemon is ridiculous. His ability is just ridiculous. Being able to just go off for these Solar Beams without using the Sun and just getting it off turn one, being able to position yourself now in a 3v2 situation, I think that Necra is in a very demanding position to win this game.
Yeah, and it's not like that Rotom Wash is the only Pokemon here that's afraid of Mega Meganium. That Excadrill, even though the sand is up, has to worry about a Fire-type Weather Ball because, again, Mega Meganium, it is always a Sun to it.
Yes.
I think something like maybe a combination of a Weather Ball and Iron Head for the Mimikyu seems just very, very commanding for Necra here.
Yeah, I don't see how Catch 122 could bring themselves back into this game, seeing that the Mimikyu's disguise is down and a potential sash on the Excadrill being gone, and Necra still having one Pokemon still in use in the back. We're just going to see Meganium Protector just playing it safe, trying to scout out.
Right, because of the Sand Rush on the enemy Excadrill, and because Excadrill's a little bit faster. Yeah, I think something like the Earthquake and Protect seems like a really safe way for Necra to try and lock this up. You don't really want to take a chance against that enemy Excadrill if you can help it.
Yeah, and we're going to see that Earthquake knock out the opposing Excadrill and do immense amount of damage to that Mimikyu, bring it down to about 20-30 hit points. And Mimikyu's just going to go for the Trick Room here as a parting gift for game one. Wow, what a game.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so impressed by Necra's ability to like kind of claw this game back after like, you know, what looked like a tough start against that Rotom Wash, but I think it really like reflects well on her patience. Just like kind of wait for your Corviknight to go down, wait for Mega Meganium to come in and really turn the tides of the game. I think like with the double steel types against Mimikyu, she was able to like trade damage really well. Even if it looked a little bit slow at first, things worked out just fine for her in the end.
Yeah, I think that Necra, like the first couple turns did look a little bit difficult, but was able to stall out the turns of Trick Room well with the Corviknight, right? Although Corviknight was burned, the focusing damage point that Catch 122 had on the Corviknight, being able to roost on Necra's end was really good for her. Just being able to stall out that damage, stall out the turns of Trick Room, and as you saw, she had positioned herself in a way that it allowed her to take this game. And yeah, Tailwind, I think there was a lot of the MVP, in my opinion, of this game was definitely the Corviknight.
I know, and it's sort of like unassuming. Corviknight like didn't I don't know if Corviknight went for an attacking move that game, or if it did, it was like maybe an Iron Head on like a switch. It took the burn really early on, but like you said, Corviknight kind of just like tanked and set up Tailwind, and I think that's about what it needed to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes like the star of the game isn't always going to be the flashiest, and Corviknight kind of had to like take that damage and waste that time to enable partners like Mega Meganium and Excadrill.
Yeah, and Mega Meganium came in at the perfect timing, right at the end of Trick Room, and having the Tailwind up, making sure that it outpaces, maybe not the Excadrill, but definitely the Rotomosh.
I wonder how Catch 122 is going to adjust for this next game. Do you have any ideas of like other Pokemon that you think you'd like to see from their side to like maybe turn the tides here?
So if I'm Catch 122 here, I'm not feeling too bad because the first couple turns went the way that you wanted to go. I think that focusing the damage onto the Corviknight wasn't the best. I mean, we did see the Hydro Pump miss the extra drill. That was pretty costly, right? On the end of Catch 122, it could have definitely warped the game into it.
I completely agree. Yeah.
It could have warped the game into a whole different game one. But if I'm Catch 122, I'm not feeling bad about my leads. I think that you led really well into Necra's extra drill and Corviknight. I think that's fine. I think we just have to hit those Hydro Pumps, and make sure that they land. But I don't really see any crazy adjustments. I think Mimikyu's maybe a little bit out of place here, seeing as though Corviknight resists hits and resists the hits from Mimikyu if they go for Play Rough. And Excadrill also. I think they have Shadow Claw.
Yeah, the Shadow Claw wasn't even getting a 2-shot on X here. That's just like not exactly the Pokemon you want to have against a double steel lead. And even a Pokemon like, Mega Meganium or Tyranitar in the back aren't incredible matchups for Mimikyu either. Like, I guess Play Rough against Tyranitar is a little more appealing, but still. I wonder if we could see them drop the Mimikyu and just like kind of forego the Trick Room approach here.
Yeah, let's see what these trainers decide to do here in Game 2 of the Grand Champions Festival, Round 1. Tyranitar and Excadrill on the end of Necra.
We did see the side swap, yeah.
Yeah, on the end of Necra with a Hydreigon and Mimikyu lead on the end of Catch 122.
Ooh, this really feels like Necra staying just one step ahead. I feel like having the Tyranitar and Exeter to sort of like run the game in terms of speed control. If I am Catch 122 here, I am terrified of just things like Rock Slide and Iron Head spam right now. I think they're going to have to fight through so many potential flinches for their Pokemon to be able to accomplish much. And even if they do, are Hydreigon and Mimikyu actually that scary for Tyranitar and Exeter? I'm not so sure.
Maybe Excadrill, right? Maybe if, depending on the moveset on the Hydreigon, you can see maybe an Earth Power, maybe Shadow Sneak into that extra shot, getting rid of it. But we're just going to see straight up Iron Head into the Mimikyu, breaking the disguise of this Mimikyu. And let's see what's the turn order next. Who's going to move next on the field? We're going to see that Hydreigon just go straight up for the Heat Wave, and it's going to land into the Excadrill, doing some good damage, and Tyranitar taking that well due to that special defense boost into the sand and being a rock type. And we're going to see a knockoff, or then knock off the White Herb on that Mimikyu, and Mimikyu goes for Trick Room once again.
Yeah, Mimikyu really like displaying, this looks like a set that's been trained in its HP stat, just showing off how tanky it can be. That's a pretty like strong combination of attacks that Mimikyu is able to hang on to because of the way it's trained and also because of that disguise ability. I think being able to have Trick Room against like an Excadrill that has Sand Rush activated is really appealing, and I think in this game, maybe the wisest thing to do at this point is just going to be do something like Sacrifice Mimikyu, let it go down to Sand so that your Tyranitar can actually get the safe swap in this time instead of eating something like an Iron Head or an Earthquake on the switch in.
I would have to agree with you, Chubba, here, but I do have to say, like, although that Catch 122 sets up this Trick Room here, I think it also benefits the Tyranitar here. The Tyranitar not being known for its speed, just being put in that Trick Room allows it to, get these Rock Slides off, and for Catch 122, I wouldn't like that position. That's why we see the Hydreigon here switch out into the Tyranitar. Yeah,
coming into Tyranitar here is really risky. However, I do think Catch 122 did a really good job kind of forcing that enemy Excadrill to consider. It's a low kick on the swap! Tyranitar going down in one hit! This Mega Tyranitar and Catch 122 side just not seeing any good luck this set.
This is why Necra is one of our festival leads, everybody. She's displaying the immense power that a lead carries. Low kick into the Hydreigon, which was going to do a lot of damage, right? But Tyranitar switching in, being 4 times weak to that fighting move, getting it off the field, and that is the Mega on Catch 122. And so losing your Mega, Mimikyu down basically to a Mimikyu gone. Now you're down to your last 2 Pokemon, a Excadrill and a Hydreigon in Trick Room, where the Tyranitar on the end of Necra is actually the fastest Pokemon on the field currently.
It's like you were talking about when Trick Room got set up. Like, I understand why you'd want to go for it. You want to enable, like, your Tyranitar and maybe your Mimikyu, some of potentially the slower Pokemon, but Necra has this Tyranitar as well, which is just, like, now seems like it really has some of the tools to run the game. And that low kick, like, wasn't just for the Tyranitar. It's for Hydreigon. It can be for Excadrill. It's not like there's really anything that wants to take it. Being down, like, 2 to 4 in this position is so scary, and I wonder, like, what do you think Catch 122 can be doing here to get themselves back into the game?
It's going to be really tough with a Mega Tyranitar on the end of Necra's side. being able to just maybe just go for Rock Slide, not having to make any predictions on what's going to protect here. I think Rock Slide is just the safest damage point, but we're just going to know. We're just going to see straight up low kick. It's going to one-hit knock out that Hydreigon. This Tyranitar on the end of Necra's field has been taking over the game, picking up 2 knockouts in the last 2 turns. And the Iron Head into the Excadrill, breaking that sash. Let's see what Excadrill tries to go. We just go for the Earthquake. It's going to do some good damage. KO the Excadrill here and bring Tyranitar down to about 60 points of health left.
That Earthquake would look a lot more appealing if Catch 122 had any other Pokemon left to work with. Like, I think at that point you'd be pretty happy with this amount of damage. Like, things might look kind of scary. The problem is that you can't, like, even a good damage trade like that, this is just a little bit too little too late. This is an Excadrill with its Sand Rush activated with 2 more turns of Trick Room to stall out, and a non-Mega Meganium. So this is, I think it makes it so interesting that Necra is willing to activate that Mega on Tyranitar the last turn, because she said, I need my Tyranitar's extra damage now, I need Low Kick to get rid of Hydreigon, even if it means my Meganium isn't going to have access to it.
Yes, I agree. Very smart utilization of the Mega Stone here on the end of Necra, right? Being able to low kick the opposing Hydreigon slot, catching Tyrannosaur, and then Mega Evolving to get that extra damage that you mentioned into the Hydreigon to get the 1-hit knockout. We're just going to see low kick on the end of Necra's Tyranitar here, going for the low kick and Dazzling Gleam. At this point, this game is pretty much over, right? I think the falling part for Catch 122's end was maybe setting up the Trick Room.
I wonder if this is all the way over yet. So if Excadrill was able to get 1 more Protect, I think we'd be able to stall out Trick Room. This Meganium is very out of place without access to its Mega. That is going to be the double Protect. So here's like, this is sort of the first domino.
Okay, so Catch 122 showing that he has some life left into this game. Let's see what they decide to go for at the end of Trick Room. Sandstorm does subside here, but that's not going to matter too much, and Trick Room does end. So,
you know, I feel like we might have needed to see Meganium start to do something like charge up a Solar Beam on the last turn. Like, going for Dazzling Gleam into Protect isn't quite good enough, because this Meganium does not have a way to knock out Excadrill this turn without, like, any damage boost on Dazzling Gleam, access to 1-turn Solar Beam. Excadrill can just do something like go after the Tyranitar slot and be safe from the Meganium for a turn.
Yeah, I think Earthquake is pretty safe on the end of Catch 122. Like, if they decide to go for Solar Beam here, you could just protect the following turn just to nullify that. And yeah, but it all depends on what Necra here has in the back. So we're just going to see the Earthquake into the Tyranitar and Meganium. It's going to KO this Tyranitar on the end of Necra. Meganium's just going to take that a little bit, and we'll see what Meganium on the end of Necra decides to go for. Is it going to be that Solar Beam? No, it's just going to be that Dazzling Gleam. It's going to chip this Excadrill down.
Ooh, Excadrill's healthier than I realized.
Yeah, you know, having that Steel typing and having that that non-stab move attack into the Excadrill. We're going to see the Corviknight.
I don't think that's the Pokemon you want to see as an Excadrill here, who like is famously, you know, strong Steel type coverage, strong Ground type coverage. I think without access to something like Rock Slide, this is not looking very hot for Excadrill.
But if there's a Rock Slide, there's a way. That's all we can say for that. Let's see what these trainers decide to do. If I'm Necra, I'm feeling really good about my Corviknight here being put in this position, not being able to get hit by Earthquakes. And if Rock Slide is the only damaging point, Corviknight, known for its pretty decent defensive stats, will be able to take a lot of Rock Slides. We will need a lot of Rock Slides here to connect and hit and flinch for Catch 122 to steal this game away.
Yeah, I really like this decision on Rosemary's part to have like the Corviknight in the back. It's like it doesn't need to be leading the game. It can stay in the back and be used to close out the game like this. Here's Mega Meganium dodging that flinch, able to go for a Dazzling Gleam. Let's see how Corviknight is able to follow this up. Can Corviknight win the game this turn? It's going to be a Tailwind. Probably makes a little bit more sense because both of these Pokemon should be able to outrun Excadrill when they have that Tailwind on their side.
Yes, with Sand ending, Excadrill no longer taking use of that speed boost that it does get in the Sand. Corviknight and Meganium on the end of Necra should both be outpacing Excadrill, and just a double up of damage here should give Necra this game. Her winning probably this set 2-0.
Yeah, let's see. That's going to be Dazzling Gleam coming out. I think Corviknight is just about ready to finish the job.
And Corviknight does go for the Brave Bird into the Excadrill, taking it out. Our festival lead, Necra, winning 2-0, round 1 of the Grand Champion Festival.
And such a clean win, too. I feel like Rosemary, like, piloted these games super well. Like, besides, I don't know, I think, like, finding her way at the start of the game, figuring out, like, oh, is this going to be a Tailwind game or a Trick Room game? After that, it was just, like, such a clean win. Felt like Rosemary really knew how to use all the resources at her disposal exactly how they had to be used.
Yes, Necra is also our caster for a lot of our live events on the Pokemon side of things, and seeing her displaying her power as a trainer as well was really remarkable to see. I think that she played that game 1 really well. Even like the first 2 turns, like we mentioned, it didn't really go the way that she wanted to. I thought it was almost gone, but she positioned and crawled it back, and then game 2 with that amazing performance, displaying the power of Mega Tyranitar when needed to pick up that knockout into the into the Hydreigon slot, and also low kicking the slot of Hydreigon that switched into Tyranitar were really, really good turns for her, and utilizing the Trick Room on the end of Catch 122 perfectly.
Yeah, and that second game is really interesting because I wonder if, like, at Team Preview, like, if you're Necra, you're probably thinking, like, oh, I'm going to activate my Mega Meganium late in the game, and then seeing that opening to just, like, go for it with the Tyranitar instead and say, hey, Mega Meganium doesn't need this. I think it's, like, important to be so flexible like that when you're using a dual Mega team and figure out, like, creative ways to, like, I don't know, maybe leave one of your Pokemon at 50% power if the other one is going to be at 150% power, if it's, like, going for exactly the move that you need it to win the game.
It's funny that in the scenario of Necra's team, right? Usually you would want to, if you brought both Tyranitar and Meganium, you probably want to Mega Evolve your Meganium, right? Usually, but so it was interesting to see that approach, but it made sense. Like, it made sense, and that's what these strong trainers that have been playing for a while, have been exposed to the game for a while. They know how to maneuver and know when to capitalize off of turns, and I think Necra fully displayed that here in the set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think maybe another like feature of Necra's team there is just like, I don't know, the combination of like her own Corviknight and then like relatively like strong, well-rounded Pokemon, like let's say Meganium, Tyranitar, both Pokemon with pretty well-rounded stats. I think being able to be comfortable at like any level of speed control is what I'm trying to get at here. Enemy Astrodil has Sand Rush, you can deal with that. Yep. Enemy has Trick Room, you have a Corviknight for that. Mm-hmm. I think just really displaying like how flexible these sand teams can be. It's also pretty interesting was like a Sand Mirror, like I think, I don't know, something like that, you might be worried about it coming down to something like Extra Drill Speed Tide, so I'm glad we saw something more interesting than that.
Yeah, the approach of Catch 122 always bringing that Mimikyu made the matchup just a little bit different, right? If you swap out the Mimikyu and bring something else, I think it would have been a lot more, I think it would be a lot harder to display like who could maneuver their pieces more effectively. I think the Mimikyu there on the end of Catch 122 was a bit hard to do anything to the opposing Necra's team.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and kind of a reminder, like even when you have a Trick Room mode like that, like you have a form of speed control your team is based on, you can't go for it every single game. There's going to be games where like for one reason or another, it just might not be the key to victory.
So we do have another game coming up. I'm excited to see what trainers are using in this tournament. We already saw double sand teams, one with Meganium and just one with solo Tyranitar. What are you expecting to see next, or what do you want to see next?
What do I want to see next? Let's see. I don't know. I feel like over the course of this tournament, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of like more standard teams with some of those Pokemon that we kind of hinted at the start, like some of our mainstays from Regulation H that continue to be really strong in another like kind of format ruled by non-restricted Pokemon like this, the Insins, the Sneaslers. So maybe, I don't know, seeing some of those could be fun. Just seeing how like different people are really going to pilot those top Pokemon so differently. Like even if a lot of teams are using them, their Pokemon like Incin, I think is, at least in my mind, one of like the most skill expressive Pokemon of VGC. Different people are going to be able to use it so differently, find creative things to do with it. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of Incineroar.
To just piggyback on the Incineroar, you said that Incineroar is probably one of the most skill-expressive Pokemon seen, and now I think it's in a format where it's being tested. Its limits are being tested, and by Kingambit and Milotic, right? Mm-hmm. We've been seeing a surgence amount of Milotic after the last VR. Milotic getting finals and finals and finalists, right? Yeah. But two different sets, right? Mm-hmm. Two different sets. But Kingambit, I mean, it's always been a thing. When it's good, it's good. And being able to have that Defiant ability, and Incin doesn't want to see that. So, with that being said, Incin not being number one, and the usage of Milo and Kingambit, do you think that there might not be as much Incin as we usually normally see it?
I think we're already starting to see that, right? Like its usage is just a little bit lower than we would have expected. However, I think we'll have to touch back on that later, because we are not seeing any Incineroar here. We're actually seeing a very different fire type, our friend Scovillain, who's like so much stronger now that he has access to that Mega Evolution. I believe that's going to be on Pangi's side, and then on the other side we've got a team of Tyranitar, Excadrill, Talonflame, Milotic, Hydreigon, and Serena on Dante's side.
So if I'm Pangi, I'm feeling very good about my Mega here of Mega Scovillain, because there's a lot of physical type attacking Pokemon on the opposing end with Dante having the Tyranitar, the Excadrill. The Talonflame is actually pretty good into the Mega Scovillain, right? Hitting it for super effective Brave Birds and or Acrobatics, it has it. But we're going to get right into the battle here. We're going to see Pangi versus Dante.
And if I'm seeing that right, I think this is a score of 1-1. Like, I think this might be the third game in the set.
Yes. So this is going to be a game 3, potentially.
Ooh, so this actually looks like a pretty commanding lead for DT36 against the Scovillain, with Hydreigon, who doesn't mind a burn too much, and Talonflame, who's going to be immune to it based on that fire typing, and also has flying type coverage to hit it.
Yes, so Dante has the Talonflame that could go for the priority Tailwind, and also the Hydreigon, which resists both the attacks. Oh, actually, all the attacks on the opposing end of the field. Being able to risk Last Respects, Wave Crash, and Aqua Jet on the opposing end of Basculegion. Hydreigon eats that up. And Scovillain going for fire moves and grass moves. Hydreigon takes that well. So Hydreigon having a very good typing here. And Talonflame with the priority Brave Bird and Tailwind makes it pretty good, but it's just going to switch it out.
Yeah, I think getting Talonflame out of here makes sense. Yeah, Melodic probably a little bit more comfortable on the field here, as long as they can dodge something like a Grass-type move from this Scovillain, who's forced to just go for a Protect.
So yeah, we're going to see Protect and Dark Pulse straight into the Basculegion, bring it down to the red here. Basculegion, is it going to be able to move? We know that Dark Pulse can flinch, but no, the flip turn straight into the Milotic. Milotic's going to take that really relatively well and switch out, and Pangi has to make a decision here to bring in to the opposing Milotic and the Hydreigon.
Oh, there's our friend Sneasler. Sneasler seems like actually a really good Pokemon to turn the tides here. Oh, and Scovillain showing off that Moody ability that it gets to use in its base form. Maybe one of the reasons why Pangi had wanted to go for Protect for a turn, just to, like, you know, fish for a nice boost. I don't think the special defense drop is exactly the kind of boost that you'd want to see, though. That makes Scovillain so much less comfortable fighting both of these special attackers on Dante's side right now. However, I do like Sneasler's position on the field a lot. I think that either of these are, like, potentially good fake-out or close combat targets right now.
So we could potentially see a fake out close combat into either or slot, and also the Scovillain might be able to get a Leech Seed off here. We don't know the moveset yet. Might have a Leaf Storm to definitely deter that Milotic here. So we're just going to have to wait and see what these trainers decide to do on this turn. If I'm Pangi, I am feeling pretty okay being able to hit the Hydreigon for super effective damage and or knocking it out in this turn. But Mega Scovillain's going to take the field here. Even with that special defense drop, it should be able to get off some decent damage here. Look at that Mega. Look at the size of Mega Scovillain. It's pretty small, actually. Dark Pulse goes straight into Scovillain. It's going to do over half. Spicy Spray is going to burn that Hydreigon. Not going to matter too much because Hydreigon is a special attacking Pokemon. And close combat is going to go straight into the Hydreigon and knock it out. So Pangi picking up the first knockout of the game.
Yeah, and let's see what this Melodic is able to respond to, like Melodic and Scovillain both. Because if this is Scovillain, ooh, it's going to be Icy Wind first and foremost. So I guess we see that Melodic is outrunning that Scovillain. This is a really important drop on the Sneasler, kind of a Pokemon that relies on that speed stat a lot. Melodic also eating a burn for its troubles. Ooh, just a Leech Seed from Scovillain, so choosing to play it a little bit slower. No Leaf Storm coming out right away.
So we did see the Icy Wind drop onto the Sneasler and no White Herb activated, meaning that potentially it could be a Focus Sash.
Yeah, Broken Focus Sash is not good here, and it also means if this is something like the Unburdened Sneasler, you're not going to be able to activate that double speed at this point, which could be really nice for something like Talonflame. Now I think, you know, Talon is a very tempting Pokemon to put back onto the field, and that is exactly what we see on Dante's side.
Yeah, so we do see that shiny Talonflame here in a very, very good position. I mean, Pangi can go for the Rage Powder here to get that flying type attack away from that Sneasler and potentially go for maybe a Dire Claw into the opposing Talonflame or maybe a CC into Milo, but I still think it's a little uncomfortable position if I'm Pangi.
I think something we saw in the first turn of the game that's interesting is like the Scovillain isn't actually a huge offensive threat here, and it has to kind of go for something like Rage Powder if it wants to support its partners. That's why that Basculegion ended up taking so much from the Dark Pulse, because the Scovillain just didn't want to go for anything like a Rage Powder that turn. I think this is kind of the same way where Talonflame just has a very telegraphed flying type move into the Sneasler, and Pangi is going to have to do something about it. He's going to have to either go for a swamp or go for a Rage Powder, and it's not a Rage Powder.
It's going to be Protect on the end of Scovillain, not wanting to get attacked by the Brave Bird, but Brave Bird is going to go straight into the Sneasler here. DT36 picking the right slot to attack. Never the Rage Powdering Mon and into the attacking Mon, and Sneasler is gone.
that is a really, really consequential knockout for Pangi to take, especially because you have to remember the Scovillain is only on around half health. The Basculegion in the back is already on very low HP. Like, it might even go down to something like a Melodic Scald at this point. If you're Pangi, you have to be very careful about how you're trading damage, even if, like, he's probably pretty happy about that High Dragon knockout. I think that's a, if you have a Basculegion and a Scovillain, you are happy about that. But Pangi's going to have to really think about what this last unrevealed Pokemon can do to turn the tides of the battle.
Yeah, and if it's the Dragonite and or Garchomp, and Milotic sits pretty comfortably into that with that Icy Wind, but Basculegion is going to come out here. And yeah, if I'm Pangi, I don't know. This is, I guess let's talk about the good things, right?
Yeah.
Talonflame.
No more Gale Wings.
No more Gale.
So this isn't going to be a priority Brave Bird. It's going to be regular priority. If I'm Talonflame, I think I'm pretty worried about an Aqua Jet right now. I think, with boosted up by something like Adaptability, that might just be enough to knock out. However, I'm not sure if that's enough for Pangi to be very happy about this position. He's still going to have to do things like potentially redirect a Scald from the Basculegion if he wants to keep it safe and really not just go for an Aqua Jet, but go for last respects in the coming turns.
Yes, and with that being said, if on the end of DT36 they decide to go for the Icy Wind just to ignore the Rage Powder, it will bring the Basculegion down to a little bit less healthier, but we're going to just see Scovillain switch out into the Garchomp. This is very, and we're going to see the Protect on the end of DT36, playing it very safe, trying to see what Pangi decides to go for.
Okay.
But okay, Pangi not going for the Aqua Jet here, predicting the Talonflame maybe to protect here and switching out their Basculegion, get some chip damage onto the Milotic, and the Milotic being burned and able to take the Citrus last turn. It kind of helps his position out a bit, but we're going to have to see what this Milotic decides to go to. Is it going to be the Icy Wind? And it's going to be the Icy Wind, going to drop the stats of speed on the opposing Scovillain and the Garchomp, but not too much mattering on the Scovillain, but definitely on the Garchomp. But Garchomp here is going to be able to take some Leech Seed recovery.
Yeah, Garchomp activating that Leech Seed and healing from it, not something you see very often, but one of the more supportive aspects of Scovillain, kind of on highlight, being able to activate that Leech Seed, then swap into another Pokemon like Garchomp. However, I don't know, that Talonflame, like, even if Pangi got that last turn right in terms of the, not attacking the protecting Talonflame, we still really have to worry about something like a Brave Bird or a Tailwind coming out from it.
And we see that the way that DT36 is approaching this, he's picking his knockouts carefully. He's threatened by Rock Slide this turn, but at the end of the day, Milotic did go for the Icy Wind, so the speed stat did drop. A play that I can see that Pangi go for is maybe Protect on the end of Scovillain and maybe a Rock Slide. I think that Garchomp could probably withstand an Icy Wind and a
that last Icy Wind really did not do very much.
Yeah, so we could potentially see, just Protect on Garchomp, actually. Let's see.
Is this going to be... Oh, it's Protect
Rage Powder.
Interesting. I wonder... So Protect Rage Powder isn't a play you see very often. It's something you go for when you want one of your Pokemon to get knocked out and just, create opportunities for what you have in the back. Let's see. Oh, Ice Beam. So not just Icy Wind, but Ice Beam from this Melodic. Not enough to do anything about Scovillain, but because that was a Protect Rage Powder, Pangi also not really making forward progress on that turn, besides Garchomp being able to heal a little bit.
Yeah, Pangi not advancing the board state in their favor too much, but the Ice Beam, it makes sense, right? Rage Powder, you don't want your Garchomp here to just take an Ice Beam, so the Rage Powder makes definite sense. Could have probably capitalized with that Garchomp and maybe like a Rock Slide that turn.
Yeah, especially because this Melodic's health is really being worn down between the Burn and the Leech Seed. Melodic really below the 1/4 mark at this point to have to worry about things like Rock Slide or Dragon Claw at this point. And now Melodic is going to have the speed advantage. If you're Dante, this feels like a really telegraph something like Brave Bird, the Scovillain, Ice Beam, the Garchomp slot, and just win 2 knockouts at the same time. That is something that Pangi is going to have to respect by going for a Protect on the Scovillain.
Yeah, the Protect on the end of Scovillain. Brave Bird's going to go in the end of Scovillain slot and protect itself. Ice Beam goes straight into the Garchomp. Is this going to knock it out? It's going to one hit, knock out this Garchomp. We only have a Scovillain at pretty low health with a Basculegion with pretty much the same health. So I think that, having this Milotic being a resist to water type attacks and also having that Tailwind up, I think that DT36 might take this game here.
Yeah, another nice thing for the Melodic about getting the knockout that turn, didn't have to take Leech Seed damage because there's nothing active on the field for, to benefit from Leech Seed. I think Basculegion coming in would be able to benefit from the Leech Seed right now. It's going to happen until the Melodic gets swapped out. Don't remember my mechanics exactly there, but yeah, I don't know. Your opponent's side having Tailwind and having both your Pokemon, well below 1/4 health at this point, this is a very scary position for Pangi. He's going to have to figure out something to do quickly at this point.
The margins are very low on the Pangis, and you can't get any turns wrong here if you want to win this game, but definitely looks good on the end of DT36 here, being able to threaten immense amount of damage, also having Tailwind up. you know that you're going to be moving first this turn, and we're just going to see the Rage Powder here on the end of Pangi.
Yeah, is this going to be Basque Legion? Okay, so Aqua Jet, I think this is comfortable knockout on the Talonflame at this point. Let's see what Melodic is going for into this Go-Villain. Like, I have to imagine this might be something like a Skull, but is it going to be enough to knock out at this point?
Let's see, it's a neutral type attack.
Not quite!
Skullvillian lives on 3 hit points, and Basque Legion does get the Leftovers recovery here.
Oh, so between Leftovers and Burn.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a 2v2 situation. No, I lied. It's going to be a
1v2.
A 1v2.
Yeah, because we've seen Hydreigon went down early, then Talonflame and Melodic going down there. What is this? Ooh, Tyranitar is probably one of the Pokemon that you're going to be more happy to see here, but I don't know. Aren't we working with, is it 1 or 2 more turns of Tailwind right now?
It's one or two more turns of Tailwind, I believe. I believe it's 2. No, actually.
Because it was Tailwind, and then I think this is just 1.
It should be just 1. Skullvillian does go down here due to sand. If I'm... you're in a weird position if you're DT36 because you can't attack the Skullvillian because then
oh, exactly. Yeah. So Skullvillian doesn't just want to like protect or anything. It is going to force Tyranitar to take it down this turn. Yeah. So yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. If you're Tyranitar, you have your own tier 1. You might as well just need to protect.
Yes.
To avoid that burn.
Yes. So we're going to see Mega Tyranitar on the field. Is it going to be a protect on the end of DT36? It's going to be Aqua Jet.
This is really consequential because by going for this Aqua Jet, I think this might be an opening for Tyranitar to respond.
And it's just going to be a Rock Slide, but it's going to miss 1. It's going to miss the Skullvillian. Skullvillian's going to be able to attack.
The double
miss! The double miss! And Overheat into the end of the Tyranitar. Tyranitar should eat this up pretty well. But I think Tailwind ends this turn.
And with Tailwind ending, Basque Legion is very often going to be trained to outrun a Tyranitar. Not all the time, but very often. This does not look like a Basque Legion that's invested in its bulk stat, which is making me think that speed stat is going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Chopper, here. What an unfortunate double miss here. I believe if it would have landed on the Basque Legion, it would have probably picked up a double knockout.
The miss on the Skullvillian didn't matter too much. I don't think Overheat is Tyranitar's biggest problem here. Let's see how this plays out, though. Like, we still don't actually know the speed interaction between these two. However, so it's another Aqua Jet. It's not enough to knock out. This is this Basque Legion choice locked, or does it just think Tyranitar is faster?
Wow. Well.
Is it another turn of Tailwind?
No, Tailwind had petered.
So it did expire.
Tailwind had petered. I would have to assume the way that they're playing, they had flip turn, so I want to assume that it's choice card.
Oh, you know what? And what might be throwing me off is because we saw Basque Legion be slower than the Hydreigon. I think they might have both been choice scarf sets.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I believe that's going to be DT36 game here. We do see the 1-1 on the end.
Yeah, that is one of the funny features of like we're very lucky to be able to watch more games in Champions just by like kind of hopping into someone else's game like this. This was not exactly possible back in the last generation of Scarlet and Violet to be able to show you sets like kind of in the middle like this. You don't need a capture card or anything for us to be able to tune into your games, and that's really fun.
And for the viewers' experience, that's amazing because it's more Pokemon for you guys. That's just what we've always wanted, right? Being able to showcase more matches, showcase high level content of players, and I'm looking forward to seeing that throughout this tournament and future tournaments coming and the official streams as well.
Yeah, even if we can't show you the whole story of the set, I think being able to show you how it wraps up is really important, especially like in a Game 3 scenario like that. Both players have been battle tested. They've found a strategy that won them a game and a strategy that lost them a game, and can choose what they think is going to work out the best for them in that Game 3. However, it's Pangi taking the loss and Dante taking the win in that set. Yeah,
Dante, the double rock slide miss, we definitely reacted a bit, but Dante's Tyranitar showing that, that defense stat is able to withstand some hits, right? Taking that overheat. I think it was Aqua Jet crit into overheat.
Aqua Jet crit, overheat crit, Aqua Jet again. Mega Tyranitar are a very tanky Pokemon, though. Just getting such like a strong boost in its attack and both of its defense, and then a smaller boost in its speed stat just to be an extremely well-rounded Pokemon. I think like Mega Tyranitar are really not one of the flashiest Megas like Floette, Gengar, Charizard that have these like really overpowering abilities that are unique to the Mega form. Not how Tyranitar works, and that's okay.
And we're gonna jump in.
Oh, another game that might. Oh, replay.
Okay, so we see that Mega Evolve. This is going to be a replay for you guys. That Mega Tyranitar here. We're going to see that Aqua Jet on the end of Basque Legion crit this Tyranitar, bringing it not even down to half health, which is kind of crazy. But they rock slide here. The double miss. which was if I saw this and if I was playing this game, I would tremble. But the overheat, going into Tyranitar basically eating that up, right, with that special defense stat in the sand, you can't break that down.
Because
man.
as soon as you see the miss on Basque Legion and the one on Scoville, and it's like, oh my god, at this point now I have to worry about living another turn. When it's like, okay, if I just hit that on the Basque Legion the first time, I'm happy. It's suddenly like a game that Dan might have thought is like, okay, this is in my favor. I'm winning this, 99% of the time. Suddenly, I'm gonna have to survive another Aqua Jet. Tyranitar really showing one of the reasons why someone would use it, though. It just really has such a high physical defense stat that even those really strong hits like an adaptability Aqua Jet, Tyranitar kind of eating it up like it's no problem.
Yeah, man. And Tyranitar was definitely eating a full course meal there with all those attacks on it. But that being said, that's 3 Mega T-Tars that we've seen so far. Just in round 1, just showcasing a little bit of the 2 matches. Like, Mega T-Tar, I didn't expect to see that much so early. I do think it's a very, very good Pokemon, though. I've seen a lot of double Mega teams with Tyranitar. Tyranitar is also good solely just by itself, not even needing the Mega item. So, yeah, what's your thoughts on Mega T-Tar?
Really strong. I think, like, initially, kind of like you said, it's not something that I would have expected to be, like, top of meta, but then seeing, like, how it's used on some of these sand teams that don't necessarily need a second Mega, or as a Pokemon that, like, you can bring it and not Mega and feel fine, like we saw Necra doing. I think it really is actually, like, probably maybe on the lower end of the top 5 Megas. Like, be hard to think, like, right offhand exactly what those are, but yeah, I think Tyranitar is really, really strong in something. This is not the last you're going to see of it.
Okay. Speaking about top 5 Megas, I'm going to put you on the spot. I know that you said you couldn't think of it. All right, give me your top 3.
Top 3. I think it's Floette and Charizard have to be up there. I think, if you don't think those are in your top 3, like, what are you saying? What are you smoking?
I've been seeing a lot of discourse about people like talking about the usage, the top 8 stats from the VR from the last event, and I believe there was no Mega Floette in the top 8, and a lot of Floette counters, and I'm like, that's how good Mega Floette is. It enables other players to try to build outside of it to counter it, right? And
you don't have to be the top 8 in usage like every week to be a Pokemon that's strong. Like,
100%.
sure, maybe like on a week-to-week basis, it's going to look a little bit weaker. I'm sure you're going to have other tournaments where, like, let's say half of top 8 could be Mega Floette, and I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest, even after that showing.
100%. But I do like the pacing of the metagame. I think that it's cool to have like Pokemon like Mega Caesar see some usage. We saw that a little bit. Other Mega
Caesar reminds me a little bit of Tyranitar, where it's sort of like, it's not the flashiest, it just gets like well-rounded stats all around. It keeps its same ability, but because base Caesar is a pretty strong Pokemon, like you said, one of the absolute strongest things about hunting for that Floette, you do not want to have to take a bullet punch from a Pokemon with priority and this incredible attack stat to be throwing it out.
And just to highlight a little bit on Mega Caesar, it has a really great move pool for this this format. Bug Bite is very interesting. We seeing a lot of Pokemon using berry items, right? Having that Bug Bite, being able to eat up the berries of opposing Pokemon on the other side of the field, I think is really good. Close Combat is also really good move to hit on the Kingambits, the Tyranitars. Just having that as coverage is really good. And then there's the Swords Dance sense, right? Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, and yeah, I think that Scizor has a place in the meta for sure.
Yeah, definitely a Pokemon that we'll be seeing some more of. All right, guys, we are going to head to a break in a second. We hope to see you back soon for round 2.
Peace.
to talk a little bit here. We had over 2,970 matches going in that round 1. That is more matches than there have been people registered for a real-life VGC tournament ever, by almost double. We have 3,000 Sneaslers playing in our tournament, and whether or not you're happy about that or not, that's a pretty big deal. And I think this is probably the first time we have featured a husband and wife duo both playing their matches in an official event, at least in the same round. I am so thankful for all of you watching right now. We had over 3,000 people watching on YouTube, almost 900 watching on Twitch, and we have our Italian and Spanish co-streaming partners, Alex Gomez and Francesco Pardini, going as well. So, next thing I want to talk to you guys about is one of the people that makes this event possible at all, Boot.dev. Boot.dev has partnered with me in the past, and there's a reason I want to work with them again. Anyone who's ever asked me how to improve at VGC will tell you. I always say the best way to learn how to do something is to dive in, try it yourself, and make mistakes. Boot.dev shares that philosophy. Instead of sitting in boring lectures for hours at a time like a traditional course, Boot teaches you how to code using in-demand languages like Python through a hands-on, RPG-inspired system. As you learn, you're getting XP, completing quests, and fighting bosses, keeping the experience fresh and fun. If you struggle on one of your quests, you can ask for help from Boots the Wizard Bear. But he's not just gonna give you the answer. Instead, he's going to ask you follow-up questions to nudge you along into figuring it out all by yourself. Now, all of this might sound like you're just playing a game, but the whole time you're developing real-life skills that can help you land a job as a data analyst or a back-end developer, both of which make more than an average of $100,000 a year. After the tournament, give Boot.dev a try and use my code Skraw for 25% off their annual plan at checkout. And if you're still on the fence, don't forget, they're a big part of why we were able to bring this tournament to life. Thanks again to Boot.dev. Now, here's Chuppa and Lorcy to talk about the metagame of our tournament.
Welcome back, guys. This is the metagame breakdown. I'm here with the great Chuppa Cross, 2-time regional champion. You know a lot about Pokemon. I know a lot about Pokemon. We're going to sit down here and break down one of the biggest Pokemon tournaments of all time and what Pokemon are being used currently. So, Chuppa, number one, what's the strongest Pokemon heading into this tournament?
It is that Sneasler. Like Jacob was talking about, Sneasler, there are more than 3,000 of them in this tournament, making up just barely more than half of the players in this tournament are using a Sneasler, and that's, like, pretty remarkable. I think when a Pokemon hits that 50% share in a metagame, that's a sign that's, like, really one of the players that you have to be looking out for in every game. You cannot play a game of the regulation MA format without thinking about enemy Sneasler.
Yeah, Sneasler, top dog heading into this tournament. I mean, this was written in the walls, right? We kind of saw this coming into this format. Sneasler and Incineroar fighting for that number one spot. Sneasler overtakes that Incineroar spot in the last tournament, I believe, and also now in this tournament. So Sneasler being number one, I'm actually really happy about that. I'm a Sneasler lover. I've gotten, I think, second and top 8 with this Pokemon, so I'm okay with Sneasler being a number one. Different vibe, though, in this format. Regulation MA, Sneasler is being used as like a white herb kind of Pokemon, where if it gets intimidated, it gets double its speed, and being able to get that speed, it's like basically like a free tailwind for your one Pokemon. So,
and it's not just off of the Intimidate either. It's like you can activate that with your own close combat, which is like what makes White Herb such a fun item on Sneasler, especially. It's just something that, like, I don't know, usually you're happy when you Intimidate a Sneasler in this form. It's like, no, you have to remember you have doubled its speed. If you're a Tailwind team, that Sneasler is probably like still outrunning a lot of your Pokemon just because of how fast it is with that doubled speed.
Yeah, I would have to agree. But number 2 highest used Mon, kind of shocking a little bit. I would say just a little bit, right? I would assume that it would have been Incineroar, actually. And it actually is Garchomp. Garchomp is number 2 highest used Mon currently in this tournament.
Yeah, Garchomp being up there, like, I don't know, if we look at some of these other Pokemon, spoilers, there's going to be a couple of ground weaks. There's a lot of strong Pokemon out there that are weak to ground. Garchomp just kind of one of the most, like, well-rounded Pokemon of all time with, like, that super high attack stat and just well-rounded stats besides that. And on top of that, things like the ground, the dragon, the rock slide for coverage. There's not that many Pokemon that are, like, super comfortable fighting a Garchomp. I think that's one of the reasons that it makes its way onto so many teams. And there also happen to be a lot of, like, relatively strong floating Pokemon in the format that you can go for that Earthquake spam next to without worrying about hurting your partner. I think when you see these other top Pokemon, it puts, like, the really high Garchomp usage a little bit more in perspective. and that leads into number 3 being Incineroar. I think, like you were saying, probably not that many people expected Incineroar to be as low as like number 3 at the start. Like, I think most of us probably thought it was going to be top dog when we heard like the list of Pokemon that would be allowed, right?
Yeah, but unironically enough, it makes kind of sense, right? We saw in like the last tournament, everybody's just having decent matchups into Incineroar. We're throwing Milotic on the team. We're throwing Kingambit. White Herb Sneasler's really good into it because if it gets intimidated, it still keeps its status neutral and able to revenge KO it, depending on if it has Chopple or not. Being able to revenge KO it is easy. I think in this format, it's a lot easier to deal with Incineroar than most, right? We've seen that in the past formats, Incineroar has just been a staple glue on almost every team and does well on almost everything that it's on. But now in this format, we're seeing a lot of top players and teams just opt out of just using Incineroar. Why is that?
So maybe another thing that's kind of going on here is maybe when you think about other formats like Regulation F or Regulation I, which are like relatively setup centric, like Calm Mind Bolt, Nasty Plot, Shadow Rider, Incineroar has these like amazing partners to enable with like the fake out support and also like the parting shots and the intimidate. In this format, there's some setup Pokemon, but I don't think there's quite as many of them. I think there's a couple more Pokemon that I would just refer to as like damage traders, like let's say a Charizard Y or like Basculegion probably aren't Pokemon you're trying to set up. Like they'll enjoy an Incineroar for support, but you don't have any of those like not as many build around support Pokemon like that Calm Mind Raging Bolt would have been.
And I have to say, Chubb, I love that you highlighted that this format is more so about trading than kind of setting up. Now we're seeing a lot of just players just opt up for like 3 attacks and protect on most of their teams because I think that it's much harder to set up Pokemon. I mean, we're seeing that Mega Floette is like probably the primary setup mon with like that calm mindset. But like I keep going back to that last tournament, we did see a fallout of it in the top 8, and a lot of players are just opting up for strong options then to maybe setup mons, and that setup mon being Mega Floette being one of the strongest ones. I see that being an issue for not for setup, but just setup Mega Floette.
And even if we think back about the last, like, the 2 sets that we watched, Necras and Pangis, both of those were sets that were kind of just like, I think, pretty damage tradey sets. You're going for a couple setup moves. It's not like a bulk up didn't happen, but the bulk up was absolutely not the move that like won the set or anything. Yep. It was the tailwind. It was the ability to like trade damage well and just like put Pokemon on the field that have like strong type coverage against the enemies. It's sort of like it might sound simple, but I think like Pokemon that follows fundamentals like that is like really interesting. I think this is just like a very core VGC format, the kind of thing that like when you and I were starting like more than 10 years ago, this is the kind of format that like we were playing at the time. Just a couple more of these like fundamentals formats instead of like setup formats.
Yes, and the nostalgia is there. I would have to say with this regulation, I do feel like I just first like when I first started playing VGC, this is kind of mirrors a little bit of the basics of basic fundamentals of how we approach Pokemon originally, and it has evolved over time, right? Over the 10 years. It's been 10 years, but it has evolved over the 10 years of the way that we strategize, the way that we team build, and going back and touching a little bit on how I started is very nostalgic for me, to say the least. But enough about Incineroar. Let's talk about number 4, the Kingambit. I think, in my opinion, the strongest Pokemon in the format, but this is my opinion. I really do.
Okay, that's a hot take. Yeah, I respect it. I love the Gambit.
I love the Gambit. I think that we've seen some interesting approaches to Kingambit. We've been seeing 3 attack, but sometimes they drop the Iron Head on the Kingambit, depending on your team, right? If you have Sneasler on your team, you might not need the that Iron Head stab that's good into Floette, right? You have Dire Claw, and Dire Claw is decently enough into Floette. A lot of players have been opting to use Chopple Berry on Kingambit for those strong type fighting type coverage moves and or stab moves from opposing Pokemon. We've been seeing Low Kick, Kowtow Cleave, and Sucker Punch. We've been also seeing Iron Head, Sucker Punch, Low Kick, and sometimes even 4 attack. There was William Brown who got in top, I believe, 8 at the VR tournament that happened last weekend, and he opted for a 4 attack Kingambit with Chopple Berry, which made a lot of sense. If you're able to get in Trick Room, I think that you want to have Kingambit utilize as many of its offensive outputs as possible, and being in Trick Room and having 4 attacks to deal with plethora of Pokemon, I think that Kingambit is best moves is the 4 that I mentioned: Iron Head, Sucker Punch, Low Kick, and Iron Hand, Sucker Punch, Couch Out Cleave, and Low Kick. I think those are really, really great moves, especially in Trick Room, which I think is an underrated approach in this regulation.
I think what you're saying about King Gambit actually touches on one of its weaknesses in this format, though, which is that really bad 4-move slot syndrome. You only get 4 moves, and I think the 4 attacking moves you mentioned, in addition to, like, let's say Protect, kind of a tough move to give up on a Pokemon that doesn't have access to Assault Vest because it's not in this format, can't get that extra special bulk from it. If you give up any of those 4 attacking moves of the 2 Great Dark moves, Iron Head and Low Kick, there is something that you're, like, it is really going to feel like it's missing. Like, let's say you're fighting another King Gambit, you don't have Low Kick, suddenly that's just a Pokemon that you cannot hit very hard. Or same thing, if you, let's say you're doing like the classic double dark moves and Swords Dance set, suddenly you can't really fight Floette very effectively, and that's like such an important Pokemon to have to go after. I think the decisions that players are going to have to make when it comes to choosing those 4 moves for their King Gambit in this format are going to be so interesting. Like, I don't know, going into the format, like this, the set that William used that you were talking about of just 4 attacking moves, like no Assault Vest, kind of unthinkable. It's something that in a previous format you would not see King Gambit use very often, but really tapping into like how extensive that coverage is does seem like it's been a smart choice in this format so far.
Yeah, and that's kudos to creative team building, right? A lot of players would be very scared to have a 4 times weak Pokemon not have Protect, right? Like, me personally, I'm not doing that. But seeing that players are just opting for that and thinking outside the box just a little bit, just to push the teams to the further extent, is really, really, really cool to see.
I think another thing about Gambit that you mentioned is like the Chople Berry is really popular. That's also something that we haven't seen a bit, just like due to the type changing with Terra wasn't quite as important. You would oftentimes have an item like Black Glasses and just choose to Terra out of your fighting weakness. Now, one of the best ways to address that is actually just by using an item like Chople Berry that's going to turn close combat from a 4-time super effective move into a 2-time super effective move that you have much better odds of being able to take maybe one of those. I think it's just like another thing that is, I don't know, going to be so important in determining like what Pokemon and what sets you want to use. Really letting one of these Pokemon.
Sorry to cut you off. Did you say Black Glasses, Chopper? I don't know if you said Black Glasses, but I do think Black Glasses is a very, very good item on King Gambit as well. I was highlighting Chople Berry, but I brought these glasses to highlight Black Glasses King Gambit. I think it picks up a lot of great knockouts that King Gambit might not be able to pick up. Or just that extra damage output, right? We've been seeing players opt in for the setup King Gambit set with Swords Dance, Black Glasses with Sucker Punch. If you're able to get off at least one Swords Dance, that Gambit is a threat to even non-resisted Pokemon as well. So very, very cool to highlight that. Take these Black Glasses off. I don't need it right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Going off of like King Gambit, maybe moving into a Pokemon that King Gambit actually happens to be pretty strong against for a number 5 in usage, it's Basculegion, another one of those huge players from Regulation 8, just a format where that last respect gets stronger and stronger as the Pokemon on your side faint, really highlighting how big that move is. Basculegion also happens to be one of the Pokemon putting up like, so only 5th in usage, but one of the absolute best win rates of 55% so far.
And I'm not surprised, and I think it's one of the few most versatile Pokemon within this format. We've seen Choice Scarf, we've seen Citrus Berry, we've seen Focus Ash, we've seen the Dark Resisted Berry, and the, I believe, Ghost. Like, people are experimenting with this Pokemon, right? Even with the movesets, people are running Choice Scarf, Icy Wind. I've seen Icy Wind without Choice Scarf. I've seen it's just crazy what you could do with this Pokemon. The amount of damage that adaptability Basculegion just does is unthinkable, right? If you're going against a Charizard in the sun and the Charizard has no bulk, it has a great or a very highly chance to even just pick up the knockout straight through sun. And so this Pokemon is a threat and needs to be respected in team building.
One of the really interesting things about Basculegion is the fact that it kind of turns this idea on its head of, like, losing a Pokemon is usually not something you're happy to see. Like, maybe it's going to give you a free switch in some of the time or, like, help your board positioning down the line. Basculegion actively wants its teammates to faint some of the time. That's going to lead to game plans that, like, might seem unintuitive of just, like, leading off with Pokemon who's maybe it's just their goal to go down within a turn or two, and then really set up for these huge last respects at the end of the game. I think especially when you have that, like, 150 power for 2 knocked out Pokemon on your side, or 200 power for 3 knocked out Pokemon, that is really one of the things that makes Scarf Basculegion one of like the absolute deadliest closers in the game. It's just like hard to outrun, hard to take a hit from it. What wants to fight that late in the game?
100%. And we were talking about trading effectively, and if you're a player that knows how to trade or get knockouts effectively and you ended up getting your Pokemon knocked out, it's great to have that Basket Legion in the back to revenge KO a lot. If you're able to whittle down the team members on the opposing team and maybe have a Scarf Basket Legion in the back, we've seen it time and time again. Basket Legion, last respects, if you have at least 2 Pokemon knocked out on your side, it's doing damage. With that adaptability and those knockouts, I don't know. I don't want to be in front of that. I'll tell you that much.
Maybe, you know, thinking back to that game that Pangi was playing last round is kind of a good example of, like, how Basket Legion is, like, if you're not powering up the last respect, it's actually only, like, a relatively strong Pokemon. Pangi took a little bit too much damage at the start of the game from that Hydreigon Dark Pulse to really be able to go for that Ghost move. It was, like, you know, flip turn and then, I think, another flip turn. Some Aqua just never got to click with the last respect, and that was actually one of the things that held it back in that regard.
But what was amazing to see in Pangi's set was, like, he didn't give up. Like, he was fighting for that win. You know what I mean? A lot of things, a lot of turns didn't go his way, but, you know, being a 2-time regional champion, you could kind of see him showcase his skill, right? He almost won that game, Couple.
Like, yeah, after how disastrous, like, the start of it had been with, you know, just some of the calls that didn't go his way.
Yeah, 100%. But enough of Basket Legion. What do we got next?
It's going to be Sinister at our number 6 slot, actually right in usage below Basket Legion. Yeah, pretty much the same amount of usage as it, but not putting up quite as good of a win rate. What are your thoughts on Sinister?
I think Sinister's really good with that Mega Floette kind of core, like Instant, Sinister, Floette. A lot of players are using Fake Out and Health Recovery with Hospitality to boost their Mega Floette in positions where if it takes damage, it's able to recuperate the damage from Hospitality and so on. So I do think it's a very interesting mon, but as you can see, Incident and King Gambit and Basket Legion do kind of hit it for good damage, right? If you have your Basket Legion that has you have knockouts on your team, Basket Legion comes in, it's going to knock out that Sinister. King Gambit, Black Glasses, yeah, they're gone. Like there's no reason to talk about it. But I think people are sleeping on the special attacking side of Sinister. It has like I'm pretty sure base 120 special attack.
120, yeah.
Yeah, which is really good. Just being able to Rage Powder a lot of threats is really good. But I think that the move set that people are using right now, I think that we could try something different. I don't think that the Rage Powder Trick Room approach is the only way to run this mon, but as the format develops, maybe we'll see something along the lines or something change along the lines. So
that's a really interesting point. Like, Sinister does have, like, it's a ghost type, obviously, with that special attack stat that you talked about, has a pretty strong Shadow Ball. And then because it's a Pokemon based around Matcha, happens to have Scald as well, which is just, like, such a unique thing to see on a grass type and could help its matchup against Pokemon like Incineroar. I think, in addition to all those other things, Hospitality is such a cool ability. I think it's a little bit like Incineroar, where I said that's a really skill-expressive Pokemon, because if you are creative with your positioning or your thing a couple turns ahead, those abilities that activate on switch and give you so much control over the game. Hospitality, like, if you can figure out a way to activate that 2 or 3 times in a game, probably going to be really happy about it, and maybe power up a Pokemon like Floette you really need to keep alive.
Enough talk about Sinister and its Hospitality. We're going to show some Hospitality here to this round 2 match. We have Moxy Boosted versus Drupal Jangles, I think.
Yeah, let's see. So, so that's a Blastoise team. Blastoise and Pikachu, no doubt. Oh my gosh. So on Drew's side, that is Blastoise, King Gambit, Sinistcha, Pelipper, Pikachu, and Garchomp. And on Moxy Boosted side, that's Hawlucha, Tyranitar, Excadrill, Rotom Wash, Basket Legion, and Corviknight. On Moxy's side, that is going to be a dual Mega team. Hawlucha, not the only Mega here. He is going to be rocking that Mega Tyranitar as well. But yeah, seems like it could be another really interesting matchup. I think Pikachu is actually, like, probably something you're pretty happy to see on this team. Like, maybe if you're Drew, that is, to keep you safe from that Rotom Wash, really let your something like a Blastoise continue to spam those water spouts for as long as possible.
So yeah, we were talking about Sinister, right? Being able to have that Hospitality ability. With Blastoise, you want to keep it at full, but this is not going to be the water spout set on Blastoise. It's going to be just 3 attack, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, and Aura Sphere. But just being able to keep your mons at full health or try to recover health is a good idea on the end of Drew Jangles. But we're going to just see a Pelipper and Blastoise lead on the end of Jangles, and for Moxy Boosted, the Hawlucha and the Rotom Wash. What are we thinking here? I think if I'm the the Rotom Wash, I love this.
Yeah, if I'm Rotom Wash, I'm super comfortable here. There's really nothing these two Pokemon can do that are really threatening it. Rotom Wash just has such unique typing between like Levitate and that base typing. On the other hand, Hawlucha maybe not feeling quite as comfortable in front of Pokemon like Pelipper. It's going to rely on a little more help from that Rotom Wash to kind of like deal with these Pokemon in front of it.
So yeah, this is the first time I think I've ever actually seen a Mega Hawlucha potentially on the field of Moxy boosted. Interesting to see what it's going to go for. But yeah, if I'm Moxy boosted here, my Rotom Wash is going to be sitting very comfortably. But we're going to just see the Hawlucha switch out, not wanting to sit in front of the Blastoise and the Pelipper. And Tyranitar is going to come in and take over the weather with that Sand Stream. And the Mega Blastoise is going to activate on the end of Jangles, activate that Omni Ring. And we have big man Blastoise on the field. Let's see what these trainers decide to go for here. Hurricane in the sand. Not an accurate move, but it's going to hit that Tyranitar for little to no damage here, about 18 hit points. And Aura Sphere straight into the Rotom Wash. This is going to be boosted by its ability, doing over half damage onto that Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash is going to eat that Citrus Berry and bring it back to 3/4 of health here.
Ooh, yeah, Rotom Wash actually a little more afraid of like damage that turn than I would have expected, and also not able to connect a Hydro Pump there. Interesting move to go for in front of the two water types, but perhaps reading a swap out from one of these.
Yeah.
Oh, or the Pikachu in the back. Really one of these reasons why you can't go for electric moves safely, and having that invisible Pikachu in the back almost to say like, hey, you have to think twice about going for Thunderbolt. So powerful.
Yeah, so very good on Jangles baiting the Pikachu here, but Sinistra's going to come in. It's going to heal this Blastoise back up to full. Not going to really matter so much. Its health was already high up. Tyranitar's going to switch out. We're playing a weather game here, trying to see who can preserve the weather, and Hawlucha comes in. Hawlucha being able to resist this Aura Sphere. I don't call
that was not much of a resistance. Oh my gosh, Blastoise showing why that ability is so powerful. Ooh, and Rotom Wash going for that Thunderbolt into the Sinistra swap in.
Oh, and we're going to see that para onto the Sinistra. Thankfully enough, in Pokemon Champions, they did nerf paralysis, so maybe the Sinistra might be able to move more often than not. But if I'm Jangles, I'm not too mad about my position here.
Yeah, I think Blastoise is still like somewhat comfortable here. However, Blastoise has been able to like kind of avoid getting hit by that Rotom Wash for 2 turns in a row. If you're Moxy Boost at this point, I think you're starting to get a little bit suspicious of if that Pikachu is even in the game or not. Because once this Blastoise takes something like 1 Thunderbolt, I think this the game is going to be looking very different.
100%. And I do like Jangles' approaches here. Maybe you don't bring the Pikachu here, and you probably bring in it for game 2. You kind of have to bait Moxy to go for like those Hydro Pump like you saw like it missed in that turn 1. But Hawlucha is going to Mega Evolve and turn into that Luchadora and go for that dual Wing Beat. Does this pick up the knockout onto the Sinistra?
Just barely, yeah.
Oh, pretty surprised about that damage output there, but Sinistra is going to go down, and we're going to see Blastoise. Let's see what Blastoise decides to go for here. It's going to be another Aura Sphere, but with that Citrus Berry, it should take it.
Ooh.
7 hit points left. Thunderbolt into this Blastoise is going to be super effective and bring it down to 13 hit points. So if I'm Moxy, I'm not mad about this turn at all. This is a pretty positive turn for Moxy Boosted.
No, and that is going to be Rotom Wash going down to the sand, though. However, I think creating an opening for something else to come in, not necessarily the worst here. Like, if your Rotom Wash is gone for that Thunderbolt into Blastoise, I think you're pretty content with that. We are going to see another feature of the Weather War here. So Pelipper coming out first. It is a Choice Scarf Pelipper set, so that can be trained to be fast enough to be faster than the Hawlucha, I think. However, because Pelipper has come out first here, this is actually going to give Moxy control of the weather if he wants to reveal that Tyranitar in the back, maybe to boost up this extra dual speed stat.
Yes, it all just depends on where Moxy Boosted decides to bring this Tyranitar. He's definitely going to switch it in this turn, but it's no matter where. Do you want to switch it in and have Hawlucha go for an attacking move, or do you switch out the Hawlucha and have Excadrill be the fastest Pokemon? Because that Pelipper does have a Choice Scarf, so you got to be a little careful.
I think getting the Hawlucha out is really tempting, because something noteworthy about this Pelipper, it's relying on Weather Ball for Water-type coverage, which is not going to be Water-type coverage if that Tyranitar swaps in. Pelipper actually seeing the writing on the wall and the first Pokemon to leave the field here in favor of King Gambit.
So King Gambit's going to take the field. We're going to see the Hawlucha, like you said, switch out and go into the Tyranitar here. Tyranitar being able to set the Sandstream up, giving Moxy Booster full control of weather right now, and it's just going to be a raw Rock Slide into the opposing Pokemon. It's going to get rid of the Blastoise, but if I am Jangles here, you do get the weather, and you are the fastest Pokemon on the field with that Pelipper.
not one of the more impactful double crits that we've seen, doing maybe 10% damage to Kingambit and finishing off the red health Blastoise. However, like you said, this is going to give Dr. Bojangles control of the weather here. The thing is, now that he's down to just his last 2 Pokemon, it's going to be hard for him to keep this weather up because Moxy can just choose to swap out Tyranitar, swap it back in if he's like, hey, I want to get Sand up for this game, and kind of lock Pelipper out of the weather.
Yeah, 100%. If I'm Moxy, I'm feeling good. I'd probably switch in or switch my Tyranitar, sack my Hawlucha so I could preserve that the weather. We see it on the end of the Pikachu. I'm sorry, on the Bojangles, he does have the Kingambit, only having access to Iron Head, Kowtow Cleave, and Sucker Punch. So actually, we're just gonna protect here. I kind of like this play, right? You just sack the Hawlucha. You don't hard switch anything in. I'm sorry. You do hard switch out, apologize, and then Weather Ball into the Hawlucha is going to get rid of the Hawlucha, but now you do have the Weather, and this should be a very good spot if you're Moxy boosted.
Pelipper needing to lock in Weather Ball to like put out pressure, that turns a pretty big deal because now, like I was saying, this is going to be Rock-type Weather Ball from now on. This is not threatening for either of these Pokemon. I think Moxy could just like choose to completely ignore this Pelipper, go for all of his attacks into Kingambit, and probably feel pretty comfortable with that. Something that's noteworthy there is, like, I don't know, making the decision to sack Hawlucha is actually really smart because Hawlucha is not the only fighting type coverage move that Moxy has. This is also a low kick Tyranitar, which is going to be capable of doing huge amounts of damage to Kingambit.
Yes, and on the end of Dr. Bojangles, we know that this Kingambit is indeed Black Glasses, so that Chopper Berry not being here.
I don't think Black Glasses Kingambit wants anything to do with low kick Tyranitar.
So we're going to see the opposing extra drill go for the Rock Slide. It's going to avoid the Kingambit here, which is not going to matter too much. Rock Slide into Pelipper. Pelipper is going to take that, but Weather Ball is going to go into this Tyranitar. It might even heal it, but oh no, that's considerable damage.
Yeah.
And we're going to see low kick.
Not considerable enough to save Kingambit from a low kick.
Low kick goes into the Kingambit. Kingambit is going to fate here. We're going to have a 2v1 situation with Excadrill and Tyranitar versus a Pelipper locked into that Rock-type move.
Yeah, I think Pelipper not the deadliest user of Rock-type moves on the board out right now.
Yeah, but yeah, this is a Weather War. This is another factor going into regulation MA that trainers need to consider. Weather Wars are pretty prominent in a lot of the metagame currently, and Sand being one of the strongest is not really good for Dr. Bojangles. I think that Moxy Boosted played the Weather War 100% correctly. Like, every switch made 100% sense, even on the end of Dr. Bojangles as well. But I think that Moxy Booster just had the better trades and while switching out and fighting for that weather.
I completely agree. I think, like, in the first couple turns of that game, it looked like Dr. Bojangles, like, with that Blastoise and kind of the invisible pressure of the Lightning Rod was like, Moxy actually had to play a little more cautiously than I think he would have liked to. He wasn't exactly getting plays right. But the thing was, Dr. Bojangles didn't leave those first couple turns with a knockout just yet. He was spreading damage, and to win a Weather War, you have to think about getting your knockouts, because once you're down to just like 2 or 3 Pokemon like Dr. Bojangles was, it makes it a little bit more inevitable that your opponent is going to be the one locking you out of your weather, and when you're a Pelipper, you absolutely cannot stand for that to be the case. Pelipper is a Pokemon that really like lives and dies by the fact that it is able to set rain for itself and its team.
If you're Dr. Bojangles here, how do you approach this game too?
I wonder if there might be a way to kind of like play a game that's a little more focused around the Blastoise than it was before. And I don't just mean like going for attacks with the Blastoise, I mean really supporting it with moves like Fake Out or Rage Powder from Sinistra. I think if we see a Blastoise that's a little bit better protected here and can just keep spamming those Aura Spheres and like Water Pulses turn after turn, that might be the solution that Dr. Bojangles needs.
And we're going to see the same approach, I believe, from Game 1. Moxy Boost is going to leave with that Hawlucha and Rotom Wash. And we're going to see Garchomp and that little man Blastoise on the
tiniest Blastoise I've ever seen.
Little man Blastoise on the end of Dr. Bojangles here. So Garchomp, I don't know. I still love Moxy Boost's position here.
I think it's just okay. Like, the fact that Rotom Wash is slower than Blastoise is really significant, because it's not like this Hawlucha is a Tailwind set or anything that could, like, improve that Rotom's positioning on the field. Hawlucha actually is just, like, it's not the deadliest Pokemon here.
Yeah. So we're going to see that Hawlucha Mega Evolve here into that Luchadore and get that Mega Stone active. And Blastoise is going to activate its Omni Ring as well. And we're going to see Mega Blastoise on the field for the end of Dr. Bojangles. I could see maybe a double up play into that Rotom, maybe a Dragon Claw and Aura Sphere. If Dragon Claw doesn't activate the Citrus on on the end of Rotom. I could see a potential knockout on the Rotom slot because Dragon Claw plus Aura Sphere should knock it out as long as
just a Rock Slide. I wonder, Rock Slide into Aura Sphere probably wouldn't be enough, but this is going to be doing a lot to the Rotom.
Aura Sphere, it's going to do just enough to activate that Citrus Berry there.
Oh, and there is the flinch that Dr. Bojangles was looking for. However, the price of that is Hawlucha with that no guard ability, able to always go for these cross chops in front of Garchomp, not worry about missing. And it looks like another one is going to be a pretty comfortable knockout from here, which would be enough to make sure that I think Rotom Wash is going to be able to take one more Aura Sphere. It's not like Aura Sphere is a move that has a chance of flinching or anything.
On 100%. This Rotom should be able to withstand one more Aura Sphere here. But at the Garchomp at the end of Dr. Bojangles is more than likely to protect here because if you don't, you just lose it, right? Or if you could do a defensive switch and switch out into the Sinister, that could also be a very potential good switch. But we're going to see the Rotom here just protect. And Cross Chop is going to go into the Blastoise.
Okay, choosing to spread the damage.
So Moxy boosted there, probably predicting the Garchomp to protect because it was fearing a knockout. And Rock Slide is just going to go into the end of Hawlucha, do some decent neutral damage. And Aura Sphere is going to go into that protected slot. And I think that was a very, very good turn for Moxy boosted here. Getting that damage onto that Blastoise, getting both these mons down to under half, and still having a decent health with your Rotom because it ate that Citrus Bear.
Yeah, that turn was essentially just like free half damage on Blastoise for Moxy boosted. I don't think taking the Rock Slide on the Hawlucha is a very significant cost here. We're going to see Garchomp go for a Protect here. Who is Hawlucha going for? It's actually the Blastoise. I think this is going to be enough to knock out, giving Moxy boosted the one-mon lead here.
So the Blastoise is going to get knocked out here. Garchomp here going for the Protect, predicting that the Cross Chop would land in the Garchomp slot, but no. Moxy decides that, nah, I'm not worried about your Garchomp. It's going for Rock Slides. It's going for Dragon Claw. I should be able to withstand that. But now Sinister's going to come in and heal that Garchomp back up and might be able to withstand another Cross Chop. I'm not sure. But if I'm Dr. Bojangles, this is probably... It's more ideal than having that the Blastoise on the field because now you could do some damage onto that Rotom here and get your health back with that Matcha Gotcha. I don't think a dual Wing Beak here would knock out the Sinister in full because we saw how damage it did last time. Wait.
Hold on. Dual UV plus a Thunderbolt, or maybe it would need to be Hydro Pump Will, though. And I think if you're Rotom Wash, you really want to stop this Matcha Gotcha from coming
And we're going to
out.
just see a Dragon Claw into the Hawlucha, knocking it out. Do we see a Thunderbolt to cover that? Oh, we do see the Thunderbolt.
Is this going to be enough? It looks like it is.
Great play.
Moxy taking really good advantage of the fact that the Sinister doesn't have Protect, kind of just saying like, hey, I know my damage calcs, I don't have to worry about Garchomp here, I'm just going to go after Sinister and get rid of it. And like I was talking about earlier, this is going to be a 3-2 lead for Moxy boosted. You know, that is Hawlucha going down. However, that 3-2 lead is just enough to win the Weather War, if that's what this game is going to come down to.
But we're going to see that Dr. Bojangles opts out of the Weather, realizes that he's not going to be doing well in that Weather War when you have a Rotom Wash that's able to be good into the water side of the Weather War, and also having the Sand and Extra Drill to capitalize off the weather. So Kingambit's going to come in, and it's going to be the Garchomp on the end of Dr. Bojangles remaining versus Rotom Wash and Friends. So Extra Drill coming out means that I want to believe that Tyranitar's in the back.
Yeah, I don't think you'd really want to bring Extra Drill without that Tyranitar for the speed support.
100%. We're going to see the Kingambit here protect. Earthquake is going to just land onto the Garchomp, should do a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, even into a focus half Extra Drill, like, this is still super consequential damage. It means that Extra Drill is just, like, at risk of Sucker Punch for the rest of the game now.
Extra Drill at risk of Sucker Punch enables it to leave the Kingambit out on the field, but Earthquake, we're just trading Earthquakes here. So Earthquake is going to go on the end of Garchomp. I think Garchomp should live this. Should think this Garchomp has pretty good defensive stats, and maybe a Hydro Pump to follow, and it's going to land. Moxy getting rid of the Garchomp, bringing this down to a 3v1 situation.
Hydro Pump, a very, like, always a scary move to have to click as Rotom Wash. I think Pokemon kind of notorious for being, like, less than accurate moves like Will-O-Wisp and Hydro Pump that kind of determine its strategy. Because if that Hydro Pump misses, this game might actually start to look a little bit different. It's going to be harder for your Pokemon like Extra Drill to get off another attack, but the fact that Hydro Pump was able to like get rid of Garchomp and turn this into a 1-on-3, I think if that's something like a Tyranitar in the back, this game is looking incredible for Moxy right now.
100%, because that Tyranitar does carry that low click. We're just going to see that Earthquake go and attack that Kingambit here, doing about over half. Thunderbolt to clean this up. Kingambit is going to fall, and Moxy is going to win and take this at 2-0.
Yeah, wow, 2 rounds in a row and 2 clean 2-0 wins for our festival leads.
Our festival leaders are not letting y'all get those prizes, guys, and that's what we want to see. We want to see.
We didn't pick these guys for nothing.
Yeah, come on now. These are high level quality people that understand the game of Pokemon.
I think getting to see Moxy highlight Hawlucha especially is just so cool. Like, not a Pokemon that we've seen quite as much of just because it doesn't have some of the most, like, overwhelming abilities.
So we're going to see that Sand Weather Ball into that Tyranitar. Tyranitar laughing at that damage because of the spread depth boost with that rock and just being just a neutral hit. Low kick going into the Kingambit there, knocking it out was pretty dope. Dual wing beat right into the Sinistra. This is where damage calcs important. Know your calcs. Moxy realized that dual wing beat during game 1 didn't do enough, and he figured if I dual wing beat this Sinistra, I do need to follow up with a Thunderbolt to knock it out. And we see that it's very important there to just know your calcs, trainers. Make sure you guys are practicing and knowing your ranges with Pokemon, because it does matter. Because if you don't and you miss target, sometimes you might give your opponents opportunity to get back in the game. But Moxy showed that he was not allowing that.
Yeah, Moxy just, his long-term game plan there is so good. It felt like he was spreading just the right amount of damage to set up for his Pokemon in the late game. And I think one Pokemon that he actually did a great job, like, kind of locking out of the game completely, Sinistra.
Yeah.
I think a Pokemon that can be kind of annoying for a Sand team to get rid of just because it can take hits from Extra Drill and Rotom Wash relatively well. They're really going to rely on partners like the Sinistra and maybe the Tyranitar to put out damage on it, but making sure that Sinistra never went for a Machagacha to put out that meaningful Grass-type damage and heal itself up in the process was so impactful.
And this is where we go back to leads, right? Let's highlight and focus on Moxy versus leads. Now we could, I really do understand why he always committed to Hawlucha Rotom Wash, because if the opposing Dr. Bojangles decides to lead the Sinistra, Moxy knows that dual wing beat plus Thunderbolt should more than likely pick up the knockout on Sinistra, and that's one of the most annoying Pokemon, barring like maybe the Pelipper, to deal with, right? If you're able to get rid of the Sinistra, then it gives your Rotom Wash free reign to do a lot of havoc, especially to the Pelipper Blastoise mode of the team. In my opinion, Pikachu doesn't really come here because of the Excadrill. You can't really do much, right? And Tyranitar, not really doing much as well.
I think like one downside of that though is like it feels like let's say Dr. Bojangles fighting Rotom Wash on any other team. I think Pikachu is going to be a more important part of his game plan, and seeing like, okay, it's Rotom Wash, but it's also Excadrill, kind of a big problem for this team. Yeah, going back to Hawlucha, I think it's actually just such a like strong and well-rounded Pokemon against Dr. Bojangles' team. It's not like it's going to be able to win every single matchup, but I think it is going to trade damage well at the start and really like set up for those like maybe sand sweeps later in the game, or even just Pokemon like Rotom Wash that again is going to be solid at damage trading.
Yeah, and Moxy Boost has got almost all those trades correctly too in that game too. Every slot that decided to protect, he targeted the opposing slot, which is really cool to see. Making some really good reads there. So big shout outs to Moxy Boosted, one of our festival leads, taking that game 2-0. And yeah, festival leads up.
Well played set by Dr. Bojangles too. I think being able to see like Blastoise at full power, like not only outrunning the Rotom Wash, but putting out considerable damage with that Aura Sphere. I think the Blastoise only went for Aura Sphere during that game, didn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if we saw anything else.
We didn't see anything else because I don't think there was enough merit for it, right? You really needed to target down that Rotom Wash, and we know Dr. Bojangles realizes, hey, I need to get, no matter what, I need to get rid of this Rotom Wash here. So that's why that turn 1, game 2, you saw that rock slide into Aura Sphere. I think that Dr. Bojangles maybe thought that he could potentially pick up the knockout there. I wanted to see the Dragon Claw Aura Sphere play into the Rotom Wash, but I think maybe Dragon Claw alone might have brought it down to Citrus. If I'm Dr. Bojangles, maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Maybe it would brought it down to Citrus, and then Aura Sphere doesn't pick up the knockout. But if you're able to Dragon Claw and it maybe gets like a low roll and it puts it a little bit enough to, or it doesn't activate the Citrus and you get that Aura Sphere, it potentially maybe could have picked a knockout. I'm not too sure, but I don't know. I'm not playing, but that's what I would think.
Using these moves that does around like 0.5% damage against Citrus is like so scary because it's like, okay, am I going to activate it when I don't want to? Am I going to, have it right above half and then get the finish off when I need to? It's just tough. I think the Rotom Wash's calcs like really worked in its favor. I think another thing about that Rotom is just an inkling. I think it might have been trained in its special attacks. That sometimes Rotom Wash is a Pokemon that people are going to be trained to be super bulky, have relatively low special attack, but based on that Rotom Wash getting the knockouts that it need to moves like Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt, it was a very powerful Rotom Wash. I think I can hear on my headset we might be getting ready for another game right now.
Yeah, I think I hear some trainers Might be hearing some trainers getting ready for another game. But to close out on a Rotom Wash, I think what Citrus Berry helps, it helps with that. You are able to invest more into your special attack because that Citrus Berry gives you more health in theory, right?
And it's not like Rotom Wash need to. Looks like we are really getting right into it. We are going to have this game for you in any second.
We might have this game at any second, guys. This is... Might be hearing something. I'm not too sure. Yeah, we do have a game for you guys. So this is a set between Thighs Kid 1 and Mr. Moxy Menace. Moxy Boosted's evil twin.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. So an Aerodactyl and Sinister lead. I'm pretty sure I heard a Rock Slide come out. That was one of the things that I was able to make out about that last turn.
So yeah, this is going to be game 3 of this set between Mr. Moxy Menace and Thighs Kid. Aerodactyl here is going to go for Protect, not wanting to take any hits. Rock Slide on the end of Garchomp is going to go into the protected slot and land on the Sinister. Let's see how much damage this does. Just roughly under about 15 hit points, I believe. And Foul Play is going to go into that Sinister slot and do pretty decent damage. Foul Play actually being a really good damage option for Sableye here. We're going to see Sinister actually go for the Trick Room while having an Aerodactyl on the field.
Not something you see too often, but like let's think about some of the other Pokemon on Mr. Moxy Menace's team. Like maybe this could be a way of setting up for Pokemon like Melodic and Scissor in the back that otherwise are going to struggle a little more against the Garchomp.
And seeing as though you went for that, I would highly agree that maybe that's one of the best options for this Pokemon. Matcha Gotcha here being a damage output, probably going second here. I think Sableye is probably the slowest Pokemon on the field. So Sableye is actually going to go for Quash, going to stop this Pokemon from going for Matcha Gotcha. Rock Slide going before the Garchomp, having me to believe that this is a Scarf Garchomp. Garchomp is actually going to flinch here. And Matcha Gotcha is going to land and do decent
Way to burn on the Garchomp.
It's going to do decent damage to both and get the burn on the Garchomp here. So we saw that Aerodactyl went before the Garchomp and Trick Room, so it makes me to believe that the Garchomp here is Choice Scarf.
Yeah, Scarfed and locked into Rock Slide under Trick Room is not the way you want to be as a Garchomp. I think like even with that Quash support, like Garchomp, you know, it can fight through a flinch and still like not exactly be accomplishing that much here.
Everything that Mr. Moxy Menace wanted to go right that turn did, and everything that went wrong for the Ice Kid went wrong, right? You got the flinch, you got flinched, and you got burned. So we're gonna just see this Garchomp switch out into that Farigiraf. Garchomp basically kind of useless in this matchup, currently not being burned. But we're going to see the Foul Play into Aerodactyl picking it up.
Oh yeah,
pretty good
Aerodactyl, Pokemon known for like having a higher attack stat than a Sinister to be sure, even if it's not super effective from that Foul Play. Ooh, that's actually going to be Sableye hanging on from another Matcha Gotcha. And this is pretty significant. Ooh, Sableye getting burned at the tail end of that turn, though. That is not going to be enough for it to make it out of the turn.
All I know is I want this Sinister on my team. That Sinister is doing its job, getting all the burns that it needs. Thighs Kid showing, if I'm Thighs Kid, I'm not feeling too good about this situation here. Being burned by just the Garchomp, and that tail end of that HP for that Sableye is not ideal. But let's see how this trainer can come back from this situation, being down 4-3 in this situation and having a burnt Garchomp, which is Choice Scarf, and Trick Room is very much so not ideal.
Oh, okay, so we're going to see Charizard revealed as the fourth Pokemon. I was really hoping it was going to be that Watchog that we haven't talked about that much, the first Pokemon on That's Kids.
Wait, that's a Watchog?
That's a Watchog.
Okay. All right.
I think Charizard probably the Pokemon you'd rather have against Scizor and Sinister, though.
We'll leave Watchog for next game.
we'll let Sleeping Hog slide. But I think Charizard actually, really one of the Pokemon, not something you normally expect to have under Trick Room, but when the type matchup is this good and when you've been able to deal with that Aerodactyl, I think this is actually looking a lot better for the Charizard under Trick Room than you normally expect it to.
Yeah, if I'm Thighs Kid 1, I'm feeling really, really great about my position. I have a Charizard out that can just spam Heat Wave into two Pokemon that take 4 times effective damage from it and 2 times effective damage from it. In the Sun tool, it's going to do a large amount of damage. We also have this Farigiraf here with the Helping Hand capability. So, Helping Hand, Heat Wave in the Sun. I don't know.
You're going to send that Scizor to another dimension.
Yeah, you might KO 30 Sneaslers in a row here if you're able to hit.
Let's see how Mr. Moxy Menace responds to this. I feel like you might just have to let one of these Pokemon go down and like wait to swap in something else in the back. And I think that's exactly what we see. Scizor protecting and just leaving its partner, the Sinistcha, to go for an attack on its own. Not going to take anything from this Hyper Voice and may be able to respond with one more attack before this Charizard does something about it.
So Machagacha's going to go into the resisted Charizard and to the Prograph. Not doing that much damage, but we're going to see another burn. 3 for 3, man. This Mr. Moxy Menace Sinistcha knows ball here. We're going to just see the Heat Wave land onto the Sinistcha. Is it going to knock out? It does. So it brings us down to a 2v3 situation, I believe.
Ooh,
2v2.
Yeah, 2v2. No, because Garchomp is burned.
Burned,
Still,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's still with us.
Garchomp is still with us, but is burned. But if I'm Dice Kid, I'm feeling good, and it's going to be Charizard. So let's see. These Charizards are both carrying Heat Wave. So let's see what...
I guess if you're missing Moxy Menace's Charizard, you're also very worried about that Garchomp in the back. Even if it's burned, it's just like going to be very tricky to fight through those like Scarf Rock Slides that are doing, once Trick Room ends, it's going to be the fastest Pokemon in the field again.
To note, this is the last turn of Trick Room, so this is the perfect opportunity for this Burgraph to go down here and have the Garchomp come for free and knock out the Scizor if they land the Heat Wave, right?
Yeah, and it's not, even if Charizard is able to take maybe one Rock Slide from Garchomp, it's probably going to take a Heat Wave in the process. Like, unless that's an Ancient Power Charizard on Mr. Moxy Menace's side, it's not like it's going to be able to stop a Heat Wave here.
Yeah, 100%. So if I am Dice Kid...
Oh, it is the Charizard X!
Oh, Charizard X, actually. So this changes a lot. Charizard X is going to come into the field. Let's see what this trainer decides to do here. Going to be the Protect on the Charizard. Scizor. Fergus, we're going to go for the Hyper Voice. It's not going to do little to no damage to that Scizor. Scizor's going to take it pretty well. And then Scizor here is going to go for the Bug Bite into the Charizard. Not going to do much damage here. And then Charizard here, most likely going to go for the Heat Wave and pick up the knockout on the Scizor if it lands.
Yeah, I think these Bug and Steel types and a Grass type like Sinistcha, their only hope of hanging out against this Charizard was dodging that Heat Wave.
Yeah, unfortunate situation for Mr. Moxy Menace. You're down to your last Pokemon, but I think the positive side of things is you do resist Heat Waves, but this is going to be in the sun, still doing decent amount of damage.
If you're a Charizard X, like, what's your way out of this game? Is it like something like trying to get a knockout here with maybe a Dragon Claw and then just like squaring up with the Garchomp saying you're burned, I can take a hit from you, or are you going to have to go for a Dragon Dance first to maybe like actually give yourself a shot of outrunning that Garchomp and having a Dragon Claw to do something about it before it can give you a Dragon Claw?
If you're going to go for Dragon Dance on any turn, it would have to most likely be this turn, right? Because Fergraph here doesn't want to set up Trick Room, and since it's Choice Scarf Garchomp in the back, you Dragon Dance here, pick up the knockout probably on the Fergraph slot that can't protect, and have Garchomp come in and go for another Dragon Claw.
Okay, so one Dragon Claw is going to be enough for Mr. Moxy Menace's Charizard to come out on top, easy knockout. I think Fergraph actually making a really good decision to just go for Hyper Voice. Like, when it's doing that much damage, you don't really need to think about activating a Trick Room to like make yourself or your other Pokemon faster if the Charizard goes for something like a Dragon Dance. I think if your Hyper Voice is doing that much damage, it's just easy way to lock this game up by kind of spamming the damage onto this Charizard X.
100%. So now seeing that the single target Hyper Voice do so much damage is pretty detrimental on the end of Mr. Moxy Menace. I don't think it can withstand 2 attacking Mons while only being able to attack 1, right?
It's important to know when a game is looking so good for you that you can kind of just win by spamming damage. You don't have to think too hard about setup moves. Something that we didn't talk about is that Charizard Y was also carrying Air Slash. It was not exactly walled out by that Charizard X on the enemy side, so kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in terms of where that Dragon Claw was going to target, because the Charizard X was going to take very critical amounts of damage in return, regardless of who it went for.
And Dice Kid is going to be able to pick up that set 2-1, moving on to being 2-0. So this is amazing. Starting off 2-0. If I'm going 2-0 into one of the largest Pokemon VGC tournaments of all time, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling nice.
Not just 2-0. 2-0 with Watchog.
Yeah, 2-0 with Watchog, chat. That is That is something.
We didn't really have a chance to talk about the set, but it looks like it's using Analytic with Hypnosis. I'm not sure. Actually, wait, no, Analytic doesn't boost accuracy, it boosts power.
Yeah.
But we do have. Is there like any ways to boost like no gravity on the team? No, this is just raw Hypnosis. Watchog is just. He said he's hitting those.
Yeah, that's dope to see. Analytic. So Analytic is a move that I believe if you go last within the turn, it gets the boost on
like 30% extra power boost. Pretty strong on something like Magnezone. I think Porygon 2 has had it too.
So we're going to see this instant replay here. The Rock Slide going to flinch this Garchomp in the best case scenario. And then the Sinistcha here is going to go for that Matcha Gotcha. And you know what Matcha Gotcha does best. It has that burn opportunity. And we're going to see it land on the Pokemon that you want to see on the end of Mr. Mox Minutes.
Yeah, if Rockslide has taught us anything, it's that a move doesn't have to do something 100% of the time to do it a lot of the time. Like 20% chance that a burn is really significant. And we did see those odds kind of add up in Moxy Menace's favor over the course of the game. However, it wasn't quite enough. He wasn't, Charizard Charizard Y is not a Pokemon that Sinistcha can do anything about. No Matcha Gotcha, no burn, and that was sort of enough for that Charizard Y to just be like such a deadly sweeper in the end for Vazkid.
I'm just so happy to see like so many different megas in a short time frame. We're only 2 rounds in, and with the new capabilities of Pokemon Champions, just being able to just jump into other matches, like this is just so amazing just to showcase what a lot of trainers are using. Like having Watchog on stream was pretty cool. Like seeing Mega Charizard X and Y battle and duke it out, the Mega T-Tars, and even the Mega Meganium teams, the dual Mega teams. I think that's just an amazing way for casting. The future of casting, I think, is going to be really, really good. Just being able to hop in so many games.
Yeah, and even if this is a format where, I think we all agree some of the top megas like Floette, Charizard, Gengar are really strong, doesn't mean there aren't other ones that can shine as well. Like, let's say the Charizard X, which had a great showing in the Victory Road tournament last weekend. Other Pokemon like, I don't know, Scissor as well, another pretty powerful mega we've talked about. There's just going to be a lot of, really powerful megas that, even if they're, not always at the forefront of your mind, they're going to pop up. They're going to kind of be the face of archetypes that you will have to run into and will have to think about your responses to.
And I think with team building groups, this is where I think team building is going to be very, very, very important in this regulation. Trying to find maybe, I wouldn't say odd megas, but other approaches that could win in tournaments, right? Charizard X probably wasn't the first tournament I would be thinking heading into VR to have just a very great showcasing, but it's Tabu, who the player who got second with it, showcased that he's a very good team builder, or the group that he built with had a great idea. Charizard X has a really good, I think defensively it's really good into Sun, just having that Dragon Fire capabilities to withstand those fire type attacks is really, really, really good, and just being neutral into water moves, and it's just a really well-sound Pokemon, and utilizing that Dragon Dance and being faster with that Tough Claws ability. I think Charizard X is it's not a sleeper anymore, obviously, but definitely heading into that tournament, I was wow, it makes 100% sense why to use this Pokemon.
And it's got such good synergy with Melodic too. That's a combination that we've seen Wolf win a regional in 2018 with that duo, for instance. I think just really one of the Pokemon that benefits the absolute most from having Intimidate deterrence around, and Melodic probably better synergy with it than something like King Gambit. And it's not even just Charizard X is the only Charizard that's good friends with Melodic. It's just a good partner for any of the Charizards, scaring off those Intimidates or offering that water coverage for anything that would want to go after the Charizard.
100%. But that is one of the good opportunities of mega formats that I like. I just love being able to use megas, man. It's been 10 years, right? And we're back, and just seeing that we've gotten a lot of new megas. Maybe some are not as good as the older ones, Mega Kangaskhan. I think Mega Kangaskhan is still really good. We'll talk about Mega Kangaskhan a little bit later.
I'm sure we'll have a chance to highlight it on one of these games.
100%. Mega Gengar returning. I still think it's finding its footing within the meta, still very strong. Charizard Y, top dog. Mega Floette, showing that you need to build and prep for it. So, but we're going to highlight
This is a game with Aaron Cybertron Zang that we're hopping into right now on the top. This is actually going to be a late game. It looks like Aaron's Archaladon just got a stamina boost and is firing back at this Garchomp with a Dragon Pulse. Garchomp no hope of surviving that from half health.
So yeah, that's going to be the top. That's going to be the 3 knockouts, and the Basque Legion's going to be last, and Aaron Zhang is going to have 3 Pokemon left. So I think Aaron's going to take this game here, right? Floette's going to come in, and I don't think I like that for the Basque Legion.
Yeah, not a 1 HP Basque Legion. I mean, heck, this Last Respect is going to hit if it comes out like one of these Pokemon's having a bad time. Other one can still finish the job, though. You don't have spread Last Respects. I think it's great that we don't have to fight spread Last Respects yet.
Oh, Trouble, don't put those ideas out there. What are we doing? No. But nonetheless, we're going to see Aaron Zhang, Cybertron VGC take this game pretty convincingly. I mean, we didn't see, but I think that Aaron probably adjusted well to whatever happened game 1 and found his footing.
Yeah, and I know at the Floette able to take that Last Respect, 200 power, and it's not like Aaron has Intimidate on his side of Team Floette just tanked that. That is incredible.
Wow, that's crazy. So Floette showing its defensive capabilities could be maybe a bold.
You know what? If you're about to lose a set and you get to learn a calc like that on the way out, I think you're very happy with that. That's 100%. The reason why you don't always forfeit even when the game is over. If there's a calc that you can still learn on your way out, kind of take that into the next game with your your future sets if you're to have to fight Aaron again later in the tournament. That's so impactful for you.
100%. A lot of information that was just learned there just alone with that. And you could do your research and see what potential set spread that Pokemon is running. But with that being said, I think that was the end of that set. Aaron probably winning 2-1 or 2-0. Aaron's moving on to being 2-0 in the tournament, and nonetheless not surprised. Such a strong player. Has been probably one of the most influential content creators and top VGC players in the history of VGC.
And definitely someone we're really lucky to be able to cast the games of, just because we don't get to see them so often. Aaron is someone who's so often casting, but someone who, like you said, has such an impact on the game. I think being able to see the team choices that he uses, and of course someone that has succeeded in the past and continues to succeed at a really high level in VGC. It's just always a treat to get to see people like that playing.
100%. And for me, it's a full circle moment. I started playing off of watching some of his content too, and now I'm commentating his game, which is like crazy to even be. But shout out to Aaron. I know that a lot of we had over maybe like 6,000 players competing in this tournament tonight, and I know that a majority of them, I want to say, were influenced by him or Wolfie or Moxy Boosted, Skraw, a lot of these content creators that you see that are putting out this VGC content, which was very scarce when we first started playing, right? You could count in your hand of how many VGC content creators.
No, I feel the same way. Like in 2015 when Aaron was like doing things like streaming Battle Spot more often, it was a great way to sort of just like, I'd already been playing for a bit, but it was great to see someone like really at the top of their game, like kind of showcase these new teams and showcase ways to improve. And I think it's cool that, like, I don't know, we get to highlight so many of those players as festival leads today, and you've already gotten to see a couple of them. We'll probably continue for VGC, and if you play them, you get a sticker out of it. Yeah.
You get a sticker out of it. So far, we haven't seen anybody get a sticker.
You get the sticker even if you lose.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is great. This is amazing. Oh, pair me up. Where's my Switch? I need a couple stickers. I need a sticker. But no, nonetheless, like I will always like big talk like how far we've came, like with just content creation alone. I've been a content creator-ish for 10 years. I started with.
You get to say you're a content creator.
I'm a content creator now. Yeah, I'm a content creator.
At headquarters, you're a content creator.
Yeah. Okay. I'm a content creator now, but like, I don't know how to explain it. It's so crazy. Like, you could go on Twitch now, go to the Pokemon Champions tab, and see a gajillion.
So many.
And then back in the day, it's like, oh man, I hope Aaron decides to stream tonight, or I hope James decides to stream tonight. This is back when we had the 3DS, and it was very scarce to get that to stream. You had to have another like hardware on the 3DS to get that to stream. Different conversations for a different time. But now having the Switch,
it's so accessible. Even like in the scope of this tournament, the fact that like Champions is really pushing the bar. Like tournaments like this, what we're doing today is something that, for someone maybe newer to the scene, this was not thinkable before Scarlet and Violet.
Oh no,
we have not had a good like streamer mode like game sharing like this. You kind of just have to be on Wi-Fi, and like we can be watching your games the way that we are right now. It's the reason that we're able to highlight these games from, like, I don't know, maybe between like Thazkid and Mr. Moxy Mets. I don't know if either of those players had a capture card, but they didn't need to. We just got to watch the game anyway. Which
is really good. I think that they really hit the ball with the private battles here, and just being able to just hop in and jump in and get a room code and just see what you're doing in the game. I think that really just help improve the quality of streams, whether it be officially or just at home tournaments like this, which is really, really, really good. And I hope that this tournament here sets the standard going forward for more tournaments, more bigger tournaments in the VGC scene. The ultimate goal, us casters and players and people playing, we just want the game to grow. And this tournament shows that there's a interest in VGC, which I think is very, very, very important moving forward. This basically sets the standard, right? Over 10,000 people signed up to play this tournament. 10,000 people. Like, I would never imagine that in any like time frame in my VGC history, and now it's happening, and I hope that this happens forward. But nonetheless, we're going to pass it to the host of this event, the Grand Champions Festival. We're going to be passing it to Skraw in a couple minutes here.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
I cannot believe what we're seeing already in this tournament. Watchog is 2-0. Why is Watchog 2-0? Well, let's break it down. I have no idea why Watchdog is 2-0. But we are seeing some absolutely fantastic games here. We see Marcos proving that Mega Halucha is not just an entrainment gimmick. We saw a little bit of Aaron Zhang. We'll do a little more of him later. But now, I want to thank one of our sponsors once again. You've seen him in the corner somewhere throughout this entire thing, Surfshark VPN. Now, for people like me, and our casters, and many of the folks we've seen on stream, we travel a lot for competitive Pokemon. And because of that, prices can really add up. But with Surfshark, you can save a ton of money. Did you know that airline websites will change your pricing depending on where you're located? Using Surfshark VPN, you can change your location and fish around for the best pricing you possibly can, saving you money and punishing airlines for doing these more shady practices. Thank you so very much to Surfshark for sponsoring this video, or sponsoring this stream, and we'll be right back soon with round number 3. we're just wrapping up round 2 now. Thank you all so much for your patience. Going forward, we'll be having extra bonus matches covered for matches that we can't provide commentary for. We wish we could have commentary going every second of every round, but our casters are human. We're waiting for round 3 to get paired right now, and let's check where we're at. Our judges will be pairing the round very, very soon. Please be patient. For those of you who have never played a Pokemon event before, I know an hour a round may seem like a long time, but you have to understand, each match can take up to 20 minutes in-game time per game, not including setup, and of course there are issues for our judges. I want to thank everybody again who's been involved setting up this tournament, especially our 3 lead judges, Patrick, Joe, and Jake. Without them, this whole thing wouldn't be happening at all. So, with that being said, we should be able to have the round paired right about not yet. Just kidding. So, let's keep talking about things, everybody. So, let's take a look at some of our win percentages. We know which Pokemon are the most used, but who has the highest win rates? We have 2 Pokemon right now with a 100% win rate. Can you guess what they are? One of them is Watchog. The other... If I was told correctly, I heard a rumor. Let me check. I was told Passimian had a 100% win rate, and that is true. There are 5 people who are 2-0 with Passimian in this tournament. That is absolutely ridiculous. What does Passimian do? I don't know. I know he plays rugby or something. Absolutely insane. The Watchog, it's only 1 person, so kind of, but 5 people. 2-0 with Passimian in this event. So we are going to be going for our 3rd round very, very soon. We will be featuring Aaron Cybertron Zhang as our featured match, playing his Sableye Arcalodon Floette team. Very exciting, very unique. The Floette, maybe not so much, but the Sableye, absolutely. And we are going to be getting that round paired and seeing who he's going to be fighting to see if they can become 3-0. So with all of that being said, just give us a few more moments until round 3 is paired, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. We are coming to you with round 3 of the Grand Champions Festival right now. We're going to have a really exciting match coming up for you in just a few moments. How are you doing, Josh?
Feeling good. 2 rounds done. We're getting into the later portion of the tournament. A lot of people playing Pokemon today. A lot.
About 6,000 of them.
That's a steep amount, but I'm hoping everybody's having a good time at home, enjoying the stream, also playing. Yeah, let's just see what goes on in this round 3.
Yeah, I think even in addition to our stream, there's probably so many like top players streaming their own runs that I think are like going to be great to tune into as well. But this round, like I said, we are going to have a game between Aaron, Cybertron, Zhang, and Nixter coming up. We'll have those team preview for you coming up relatively soon. But I know last round we caught just a couple seconds of Aaron closing out a set against another player. So I think it's really good that we're going to be able to spend a little bit more time with him and this Floette team he's using this round.
Yeah, so Aaron seems to be highlighting Mega Floette. We saw some pretty important damage calcs. I mean, that Floette is kind of bulky, right? It took a last respects.
With a Draining Kiss set, really no surprises there. Like, if you're pairing this with Pokemon like Sinistcha and the Reflect and Light Screen Sableye, I think really leaning into that bulk more than any other stat on it totally makes sense.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's Achilles heel is really that physical bulk. Everything else about it is like pretty well-rounded for the type of Pokemon it's trying to be, and if you can correct for that physical bulk, there's not really that many matchups that a Floette is going to struggle into.
And one thing I want to highlight that Aaron has on his team is that manual rain setter, which is Sableye, which I think people are kind of sleeping on. I think that manually setting up weather is actually really, really strong in this format. We're so used to switching out and trying to gain weather control when you can have a Pokemon that can sit on the field, you know, especially with that Rosalie Berry being able to take those fairy type attacks. It makes it much easier to just have that weather control rather than switching in and switching out. And with the Archaladon and Basculegion on your team, you're able to punish more, right? You're able to punish with Electro Shots immediately. I'm just clicking Rain Dance and Electro Shot, or going for that Choice Scarf in the rain, Wave Crashes. So I think on Aaron's side, there's a lot of damage capabilities and immediate damage capabilities on his end. So I really do like that, and it has a little balancy core with the Eternal Flower Floette and the Sinistcha.
I really like the pairing of Sableye and Archaladon too, just because Archaladon doesn't have that Assault Vest like we've talked about before. It's kind of like King Gambit, where it's like a Steel type that's one of its favorite items to correct for that lower special defense stat. Why not use Light Screen to boost your special defense by that same 50%? Really turn Archaladon into this like formidable, bulky, well-rounded Pokemon that we were seeing back in Scarlet and Violet. I think Sableye and Light Screen, like paired with that Rain Dance like you'd been talking about, is one of the best ways to like kind of mimic what Archaladon used to be capable of. It's probably something a lot of people aren't expecting to fight in Archaladon with that access to that much special defense.
And that leads into that surprise factor, right? Not being like a normal approach to rain. I mean, like similar Pokemon, I think it could help, you know, Aaron. Not that he needs it, he's a phenomenal player, but just having that, you know, I think that surprise factor in the sense like, oh man, what could he really go for here? And just not knowing the standard approach could actually just help just squeeze out some wins, right?
And that's like always one of the cool things about like watching Aaron play and like look at the teams he picks. It's usually not actually the most common teams. It's something that's like strong. It's easy to see that's strong, but it's not quite as common as it could be. I think this is actually a really good chance to talk about Nixter's team a little bit with that Mega Meganium, Sneasler, Basculegion, Aerodactyl, Friggraph, and King Gambit. So really like some of the most common Pokemon in the regulation MA, but then a couple other like standout picks like the Friggraph, who's not quite as common, or the Mega Meganium, who's not quite as common. How do you feel about this team, Josh?
I really do. I think that Mega Meganium is really good into Aaron's team, right? Being able to hit a lot of potential Pokemon for some really good damage, being able to knock out the Basculegion, being able to hit that Weather Ball into that Sinistcha for super effective damage within the rain. As you know, with the Mega Soul ability, you bypass that rain, right, and still hit for really, really good damage. Mega Meganium has a very high special attack stat, and having that Sneasler as well, I think that this is a pretty even matchup. I could see Mega Meganium, Sneasler, Basculegion making an appearance into this game, maybe also King Gambit. I think that Nixter has a pretty sound team to deal with what Cybertron has. So we're going to see what these trainers decide to do here. It's going to be Aaron Zhang versus Nixter here with that pose. Sableye and Archaladon for the leads of Cybertron.
Yeah, okay, really excited to see what these two can do. And Nixter starting off with Bascule Legion and Farigiraf. I think one thing that we didn't really talk about is both players do have this like Choice Scarf adaptability Bascule Legion, which really could be a story when it comes to both sides trying to close out the game.
So
but on turn one, I think both of them, it's sort of like a more offensive Pokemon and then a more supportive Pokemon. I think that's really going to be, you know, kind of what determines what goes on the early couple games here is what Farigiraf and Sableye want to go for to support their partners.
So if I'm Nixter, I'm feeling really good because I'm able to go for maybe a flip turn into my Meganium and Trick Room, right? But I'm going to assume that the Meganium is built for the Trick Room route, seeing that as though they have Farigiraf. It's actually a Tail Room team, but having that Meganium in Trick Room might be good into the opposing Archaludon and potentially Bascule Legion and Follette in the back, right? Mega Meganium probably built on the bulkier side of things to be able to withstand hits, and in Trick Room, able to reverse speeds, able to utilize that and go first and hit for very strong damage. So we're just going to see that flip turn into that Sableye. It's going to critically hit this Sableye, which is not good if Meganium comes in.
It's as if the Reflect wasn't even up.
100%. So this is not good for Sableye because now if Meganium comes in, right, now Meganium is able to go for that Dazzling Gleam here, but we're gonna just see a Flash Cannon doing
respectable damage. I think Meganium's a Pokemon in its base form and has like a stronger special defense stat. Kind of like for better and for worse that this Meganium hasn't gained that fairy typing yet. On one hand, it was vulnerable to that Dragon Pulse, but I guess moving forward, it's also going to be, like, if it wants to activate that Mega, it's going to be more vulnerable to Steel-type moves as well. I don't think Meganium is strong enough to knock out an Archaludon in one hit, especially seeing as the Sableye is still going to have an opportunity to go for Light Screen if it wants it.
Yeah, so I think that Light Screen is probably the safest bet. Maybe we might see a Rain Dance, but if he potentially has Pelipper in the back, there's probably no need for that. But if I am Nixter, I'm feeling really good about this position because my Meganium's able to get pretty much free damage. We can go for Helping Hand, Dazzling Gleam, and do a significant amount of chunk of damage. Even with that Light Screen, you know, Archaludon is not known for its special defenses. So, but even with that Light Screen, I think that it'll still do a reasonable amount with that Helping Hand.
If I'm Nixter, I'm really worried about this Mega Meganium going down to one Flash Can. I don't think it will, but I think it might.
Yeah, so.
I think this is exactly the play that you called out. I think Helping Hand Dazzling Gleam is a really obvious way for Nixter to just spread damage onto both these Pokemon, make sure Sableye's only able to get off this one more Light Screen.
So we're going to see that Helping Hand, and we're going to see the Light Screen that you mentioned. It's going to be the Weather Ball not going for the Dazzling Gleam here, keeping the Sableye onto the field. That's going to do a little bit over half the damage, stamina boost on the Archaludon. Not going to matter too much here, and we're going to see a Flash Cannon. Is this going to be enough to knock out? Oh, wow.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, especially seeing how much the Dragon Pulse did, considering that Flash Cannon's like only about as strong as it. I really thought Mega Meganium was going to be enough to take one of those.
So that Light Screen paying off dividends here for Cybertron. Cybertron realizing that, hey, I can just get a Light Screen off and survive any hits, and if you decide to Mega your Mega Pokemon, you're going to get knocked out, and that's exactly what happened. But King Gambit takes the field here.
I think King Gambit's a pretty decent switch in here. I think Nixter definitely like a little bit pigeonholed as to what Pokemon was coming in, because we know the other one is a Choice Scarf, Bascule Legion, not a Pokemon I really want fighting Archaludon under Trick Room. With this Archaludon getting stamina boost, though, and it's behind both screens, I think that is going to be such a tough Pokemon for Nixter to break through right now. Like, even though he chose to leave the Sableye in the field, not give Aaron the free swap out, I think getting through this Arch is just such a big problem for him right now. Do you see any way for him to do it?
It's looking a little bit rough here, right? The fact that you kept Sableye on the field, like, I understand, like, maybe you wanted to... I think knowing that you're not picking any potential knockouts that turn, because it's more than likely Aaron goes for Light Screen, I think you rather just get rid of the Sableye to maybe further advance that board state and bring whatever he has in the back, and then now your King Gambit can go for attacks into that slot. But we're just gonna see the Archaludon protect itself and go for the Rain Dance, just setting up that Electric Shot potentially for that next turn. I think Archaludon is sitting very comfortably here, having that leftovers, regaining its HP, and playing the slow game here, and we're gonna see that double attack into Archaludon. So Aaron playing very safe and very methodical, but perfectly in that turn.
Yeah, I guess Archaludon does still have to be pretty cautious about this combo. Like, it's not like Farigiraf and King Gambit or slouches. I still think Archaludon can probably take one double up from these. It's interesting that Sableye has been allowed to hang out on the field so long. One thing that's interesting is it actually just walls out Farigiraf. Like, between being a Dark and a Ghost type, this Farigiraf with Psychic and Hyper Voice can't do anything about it. I don't think your King Gambit can afford to spend a turn attacking Sableye here. I think you have to be going after the Archaludon.
And that benefits Cybertron even more. You're able to basically have your Archaludon on the field. It's at +1 defense, and also with the screens up, it's basically like it's almost like you just can't get rid of it. You literally can't get rid of it. So unless you get some critical hits. So let's hope
Oh
and
my
see.
gosh, Sinister coming in just another way for this Archaludon to keep that HP well into the green.
Wow, we're gonna just see a Kowtow cleave into the Sinister slot. So that's actually some good damage there, getting that Sinister down to a little bit more than half and bringing it back up with Citrus and Psychic into the Archaludon slot, basically healing this Archaludon here. We're going to see another stamina boost, and now that Electro Shot.
First of the game, and I think sure to be the first of many.
Yeah. It's going to boost that special attack to 1 stat. Let's see who he decides to go for. It's going to go into that Kingambit slot, doing over half. So another one will definitely take this Kingambit out. And yeah, if I'm Aaron, I'm feeling great right here.
Yeah, I think Sinistra coming in and like take. I don't know if Sinistra is expected to take the Kowtow coming in. I also don't think it matters that much. I think, you know, trading some of your Sinistra health to get health back onto your Archaludon is very worthwhile here because, again, I think Aaron's game plan is looking very good if he can just keep Archaludon healthy.
Yeah.
He might have to be a little bit worried about the Basculegion in the back, potentially like getting a really big last respects off. But again, the consequence of all these attacks that Nixter is going for into this Archaludon, the defense just keeps going up and up and up with every attempt due to that stamina ability.
And one thing to note is that Cybertron did preserve that the Sableye, so that Reflect could go back up potentially if it's stalled out. So if you ever have a board situation where he's able to protect the Archaludon and maybe go for that Reflect or bring Sableye in, that could be potentially good. But we're just going to see that helping hand into the Kingambit. Sinister's going to Rage Powder these attacks away. Archaludon is not going to.
No, the low kick into the Sinistra. Kingambit not able to go for any more hits. Let's see, is this Electroshock going to be finishing off Kingambit or putting out a big hit on Freygraph?
If I'm Cybertron, I think I'm just going to go for the Kingambit slot. But, I mean, also Frey can't protect, so that's another option. But we're going to just see that Kingambit kit off the field. And now it's just going to be Freygraph and Basculegion versus this monster of a Pokemon of Archaludon and Sinistra.
I think one consequence of Nixter getting that last play wrong and like going for the fighting move into the redirecting ghost type Pokemon is, okay, Basculegion comes out. We have 150 power last respects. It is always going to go into Sinistra if Aaron wants it due to the Rage Powder, because he wasn't able to deal with Sinistra last turn, which just would leave the door wide open for Archaludon to go for an Electro Shot onto the Basculegion.
Yeah, 100%. So this is definitely a game in the favor of Cybertron BBC. I think he played almost nearly perfectly every turn, right? Getting the screens up, getting those boosts in defense stats into the Archaludon, healing the Archaludon when needed. It's just like protect the king here, right?
Yeah.
Very.
Oh, Aaron probably won't even need to reveal his 4th Pokemon if he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
You can just go into Sableye. If rain runs out, reset it. Because Freygraph is not getting rid of this Archaludon, like I talked about. It also can't do anything about the Sableye in the back.
So we're going to just see that Rage Powder here. We know that the Basculegion slot can't protect or the Frig, so whatever attack Aaron decides to go for will hit whatever Pokemon for good damage, either knocking out or maybe Freygraph living. But we're going to just see another Electro Shot, most likely, into the Basculegion just to get rid of it. And from there, you just bring in Sableye, like you mentioned. Remember, Sableye walls out the Freygraph, so information is being hidden about the 4th Pokemon in the end of Cybertron. And I think going into Game 2, I'm feeling really good about Cybertron because you know the core idea of my approach, but you don't know my last piece, and I think that's a really good information withhold.
I wonder if it's any of these. Oh, you know what? So we saw Archaludon, Sinistra, Sableye. That means the last can only be one of Pelipper and the Mega Floette.
Yes.
And I think either of those Pokemon staying at home is like super impactful here. Like no Pelipper just means your Archaludon doesn't have that like automatic way to be going for Electro Shots without Sableye manually setting the Rain Dance, and leaving your Floette at home is just like kind of unfathomable. That's not something we see a trainer do very often.
Yeah. And I think to highlight on Nixter's team, this is pretty much what William Brown used to get top 8. This is very similar. We're talking about the 4-attack Gambit. This is what we're seeing on the end of Nixter 4-attack. And I really do like this set, but let's talk about adjustments, Choppa. That was a rough game 1.
So I think one thing that Nixter could do a little bit differently is, we saw Mega Meganium take that Dragon Pulse on the way, and at the time I'm thinking like, oh, this doesn't seem too significant. I don't think Nixter loves it, but I think he can recover from it. I think that hit was super consequential in the long run because the Dragon Pulse into Flash Cannon combo was just enough to easily deal with the Mega Meganium. I think if that Mega Meganium can get off even one more attack, this game might look very different.
Okay.
It might need to be 2 more attacks just because of how obnoxious that Hospitality is for the Archaludon, though. It's going to be such a difficult Pokemon for Nixter to remove. What other Pokemon could we see? So we also saw Sneasler stay at home, and we saw Aerodactyl stay at home. I mean, maybe if you're using your Sneasler in the early game, it'd be going for like close combats on the Archaludon, like before it has the stamina boosts that could be good. I think in the late game, after those stamina boosts are in play, it's going to be a little bit tougher. And I know I'm talking about this as if the Archaludon is a sure thing. To me, it feels kind of like it is going to be. That Archaludon was just so impactful last game.
So let's assume that it's a short thing, right? But I think it's easy for Aaron to just get his screens up, right? All you have to do is protect, get one screen up, and protect, get the other. That Rosalie Berry is really carrying, because if you even lead Sneasler and Meganium, you're almost guaranteed to live even a double up. Even if you decide to go...
Sableye resisting Dire Claw, and it's immune to close combat.
Yeah, so the only... if you do lead Sneasler, Mega Meganium, you're most than likely to have to fish for a Dire Claw sleep into a Mega Evolved Dazzling Gleam, which I don't know if I want to play that route. So it's going to be really tough for Nixter to get around this Pokemon of Archaludon just being boosted by all these screens. But we're going to see. If it ain't broke, don't change it. And Basket Legion and King Gambit. So I think I'm not too mad about this lead, but if you're going for this, you need to get rid of the Sableye.
Yeah, one thing about this that I find kind of interesting is that Sableye, like, this Archaludon isn't actually going to have that much to do before Rain goes up here. Like, I guess you can be doing something like, let's say, Dragon Pulse the Archaludon slot is pretty safe, but until Rain is up, you're not exactly doing much about the King Gambit.
Yeah.
If you're Sableye, this feels like this really has to be Reflect turn 1. Nixter is telling you, like, hey, here's my strong physical attackers. I think getting that Reflect up has to be the priority, so we're probably not going to see Rain right away, if I had to guess.
Yeah, we're not going to see Rain.
You also don't want to give Basket Legion the boost on what's a pretty telegraph flip turn into Sableye either.
Yeah, so I think we're not going to see Rain right away, but we're definitely going to see a double attack instead of Sableye, because there's really no point of going into damage into the Archaludon. We don't want to give him all those stamina boosts, so we're going to just see just a flip turn here. Going to do a pretty sizable amount of damage behind the Reflect, right? Not too bad.
Not getting that critical hit like last game is significant, though, because I think we ended up glossing over it a bit in the long run. That Sableye could have been a lot healthier if that hadn't happened.
Yep, 100% here. So Nixter thinking about what Pokemon to switch in here. That's going to be that Mega Meganium once again, but we know that Cybertron has that Flash capability. Dragon Pulse also doing really, really good damage as well, and putting it in range of another Flash Cannon if it does decide to Mega that Pokemon.
Yup, and dude, the Reflect King Gambit not quite strong enough to finish off the Sableye here, which means, this is an opportunity for Rain Dance. This is an opportunity for Light Screen. I guess the Cold Comfort for Nixter is that it's probably only going to be one more move out of Sableye, but I think that one move is going to be really impactful.
Yeah, even that one more move, I think Sableye did its job here, right? And Archaludon trading damage well into the Meganium. The Meganium, the last 2 games, has came in on a switch and took in plentiful of damage to put in range of Flash Cannon, which is really important to highlight. If you're Nixter, I think you really don't want that Meganium to get hit like that, and having that happen twice is very, very unfortunate. So we have to see how a Nixter could pilot out of this position, but it does look a little bit rough because that Reflect is up, and basically your Meganium can attack because the Archaludon was shown to be faster in the last game.
We are going to see Mega Meganium activate that Mega Stone and Mega Evolve. Let's see if it's able to accomplish anything here, if this is just going to be an Archaludon knockout.
Protect, not wanting to die from a Flash Cannon. And we'll see what the Sableye...
Rain Dance first. Okay. I think that kind of makes sense, though, because if you're saying, like, okay, my Archaludon is going to deal with the Mega Meganium, you don't really have, like, there's not another strong special attacker. It's just a free graph that your Archaludon is happy to fight.
And we're going to see the Sableye finally go down here. But if I'm Aaron, I'm feeling really confident with my brings. Reflect is up. I'm able to KO the Mega Meganium this turn. And now Floette comes in. And yeah, if I'm Aaron, I'm feeling good. Iron Head shouldn't knock out this Floette behind screens. And you could probably just go for, if I'm Aaron, I'll probably just go for Flash Cannon into the Mega Meganium slot and maybe just a Dazzling Gleam. And then if any damage taken out during the subsequent turn, I'll just go for Draining Kiss and get my health back.
I think so, yeah. One thing that's kind of impactful here is like the fact that the Sableye went down when it did. I wonder if this King Gambit could have been spending some time low-kicking down the Archaludon to put a little bit of chip on, because like Sableye kind of did its job. Did you really have to knock it out at this point in the game? Like Floette ended up coming in for free, and now someone is staring at these really deadly, very aura-boosted Fairy-type moves.
Yeah, I am Cybertron here. I'm feeling very good. I'm going to get a max amount of damage output. We're going to see that Dazzling Gleam. It's going to chip away at this Mega Meganium, and we're going to see an Electroshock. This is a very, very good double up spread. This should definitely knock out an either or slot, but we're going to see who Cybertron ends up targeting. That Electroshock is going to go into the King Gambit, picking up the knockout.
Enough for King Gambit to go down. However, this Mega Meganium is going to get to enjoy the... Okay, so it was Weather Ball. I think Fairy Ard boosted Dazzling Gleam would have been really, potentially pretty deadly there.
Yeah, it potentially could have picked up a knockdown if there was a crit involved, because we've seen how much that Weather Ball did. But yeah, if I'm Aaron now, like, knowing that your Archaludon's faster, my opponent is basically down to the Basket Legion. It gets a little weird. You got the stamina boost as well, so Last Respects is not really doing as much.
And there's only one knockout too. I think Last Respects is probably threatening a knockout on the Floette, but not Archaludon just yet. However, Bass coming in here, like, this could be a good way to load up a little bit of flip turn damage, but the thing is, I'm just not sure if that's enough to get back into the game here.
Yeah, so I think here, if you're Cybertron, like, there's no reason to... You could just go for Flash Cannon here into the Mega Meganium and just go for Dazzling Gleam.
Do you think, I wonder if Floette's at risk of going down to something like rain-boosted, like, Wave Crash at all?
I mean, with the...
I think considering how bulky this Floette is, like, kind of based on that other game we saw, I'd assume not, but it might be close.
It might be close just because of the fact of adaptability in the rain. So we'll have to see, but seeing what we saw from the game prior, we know that this Cybertron VGC's Mega Floette is heavily invested in the defense stat. So interesting to see.
Find out.
See that Wave Crash into the Floette, and it's gonna live. It's going to able to take a Wave Crash, adaptively boosted Wave Crash in the brain, and just knock out the opposing two Pokemon on the board here with a double up of Dazzling Gleam and Electroshock.
Yeah, I think if you are Nixter and you see that Wave Crash, missed the knockout, honestly wasn't even especially close. I think after that's kind of just good game. You know you do not have the gas in the tank left to deal with this Archaludon, this Floette any longer. I don't think we've seen Nixter's like last Pokemon yet, but I don't really think there's any Pokemon that have a chance of turning this around now. I think even a couple turns ago, this last Pokemon was just not something that was going to be as impactful as Nixter would have needed. Yeah, so this Archaludon, I mean, yeah, Floette did its thing this game, but I think that the highlight we do have Sneasler. Okay, hold on. This is the Pokemon that you'd want to see. Again, I think it might be too little, too late. Like, how many... Archaludon has one stamina boost, and it's behind Reflect. I want to say that's enough to take a close combat, just because Archaludon does have such a high, like, base defense stat.
Floette's going to just switch out. Okay, we're going to see a Sinister.
Yep. Completely
Protect
makes sense, yeah.
To get rid of the CC. And from there, there's no way of coming back, right? Because you just redirect the attacks and just maybe just go for a Flash Cannon. You're already up by plus, I think, 3 or 2.
Yeah. So the only way for, like, Nixter to even hope to stay in this game would be read the switch in, get a Dire Claw status.
Yep.
And without that happening, this is just wide open time for Rage Powder Electroshock to close things out.
So Aaron Zhang, our festival lead, going to take this set 2-0 pretty convincingly with a very, very different approach to rain, which I think and I highly respect. I think Sableye and Archaludon were both the co-MVPs of the set.
I'm loving the Sableye Archaludon here. And I think, like, those, without Grimmsnarl, it feels like the next best, like, Prankster Screens Pokemon isn't quite as strong as Grimmsnarl, but Sableye is, like, making a case for itself here.
Yes. And with those berries that we were talking about in the early portion of the stream, the fact that we're so limited on items really showcases what players can use on their Pokemon to help better their matchups. With Aaron's Sableye, the Rosalie Berry fits super well because we have a strong immense usage of like Mega Floette, Mega Meganium as you see. So being able to withstand maybe a hit or two just to be able to get that one Reflect off, that one Light Screen off, and or Rain Dance, I think could potentially change the waves in the game. And Manual Rain with Pelipper just went 3-0 so far. And shout out to Aaron Zhang.
Yeah, I think one other thing that's kind of interesting about Sableye is earlier I've been talking about how Last Respect is a move that kind of benefits from like having Pokemon that want to go down, like they do their job and then they get knocked out. Sableye is a prime example of that. I think a lot of the time you do not need a Sableye in the late game. You want to lead your Sableye. I think with Roselli, it's very likely you're going to be able to get 2 attacks off. That can be 2 screens. It can be 1 screen in Rain Dance, and then Sableye goes down. I think if you're trying to set up for something like a Basculegion late in the game, that's all you need. Not the approach that Aaron went for that game, because I don't think he needs to.
So we do got some replays here. We're going to see the Reflect. Sableye showing off what it does best, getting that Reflect off. And that flip turn that did crit, getting a sizable amount of chunk. But the problem with that was the Sableye was still on the field, being a menace even after that situation, Choppa. And now we see that helping hand go into the King Gambit. Sinister's going to Rage Powder here and go for that Kowtow Cleave, but due to the Reflect. This was a low kick. Okay, this was a low kick. Okay.
I forgot there was a helping hand that turn too. Granted, Furgraf didn't have that much else to do this turn, but I think that was like, when you're already behind, that's a disastrous play to get wrong. You can't afford to like spend a turn whiffing into a ghost type like that.
Okay. But yeah, no, this is really, like, I think Aaron put on the map like a great showing of why Sableye should probably be in people's mind going forward after this tournament and team building, because it put in a lot of work, Jumbo.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually pulling up like just some usage stats on Sableye for this tour because I'm really curious about it. It just seems I completely agree with you. A Pokemon that's like been a little bit unsung in this format so far.
Yeah, I really do think that Aaron has me thinking about Sableye a little bit more than I should be. But let's see that usage stat here. So what's that?
So 2.55, that's actually like, low-ish. It's like around Pokemon like Politoed, Sylveon, Hisuian, Arcanine. I think what's surprising about me is Sableye actually has a pretty unimpressive win rate of 44%, maybe kind of showing that some people haven't figured out just the right team to put it on yet. I completely agree with you. I think Aaron's team is just making a really good case of like, hey, this is how you should be using Sableye.
So I have the luxury to show you guys another match coming up soon. We're going to have Dylan Man 5 versus Joe UX9, one of the top players in North America currently. And I can't wait to see what both players are using. Very excited. Joe has had a great showing in the last Victory Road. He actually showcased his whole run on Twitch on his main channel, and he was using the Sand team that we've pretty much saw throughout round 1 on the end of Necra's opponent. We're very similar. So we're going to see that same Sand team, Joe, not disbanding the team at all at 2-0, and versus Dylan. Dylan, they're currently in a 1-1 situation, so this is a Game 3, Chapel.
Oh, and you know what? I think that Scovillain might be a clue as to why, just because Joe's team is really relying on physical attackers a lot, and Scovillain, with that Mega ability, is burning anything that touches it. That's a high price to pay for Pokemon like Tyranitar and Excadrill.
A high price to pay and a lot of reward. I think Mega Scovillain is really, really good against physical attackers due to that ability, like you mentioned, Chuppa. But we'll see how Joe UX9, if anybody could get past this ability or past this team, I think Joe is definitely more than capable of doing so.
And let's see. So this is Scovillain with the support of like Rage Powder and Leech Seed set, trying to enable our Chaladon. Our Chaladon actually choosing to leave the field for Pelipper here. Pretty reasonable swap to go in front of these like sand attackers. I wonder if this is going to be a rock side or something else coming out from Joe's side.
So we're going to see that Tyranitar Mega Evolve and regain that sand, because the ability of Mega Tyranitar is that sand stream, Chumpa. So getting that Weather War automatically, and that's what makes Tyranitar so good. And we're going to see the Mega Scovillain activate and get that Spicy Spray ability. That Spicy Spray ability, anytime this Pokemon is touched, will burn the opposing Pokemon. We're going to just see a Rock Slide.
That's a miss on Pelipper. Ooh, but a hit on Scovillain. I wonder if that's a good or a bad thing for Dylan. Like, would you rather that have missed? Because burning Sableye is Excadrill is super impactful. That's Excadrill's Focus Sash gone.
We're going to see another Rock Slide.
Who's this missing?
Oh, a double miss!
1 for 4 on Rock Slides.
And the flinch!
Okay, that's just a ridiculous turn all around. 1 for 4 on Rock Slides, and like the flinch from the one Rock Slide that hit is just so silly.
This is the core of regulation I made.
I think both players now just have to figure out, like, I don't think that turn went the way anyone expected it to
go.
Yeah,
on Dylan's end, switching in that Pelipper and having Joe Mega Evolve and getting that Sentry back was definitely not what Dylan probably wanted to see. And and Joe going for that double rock slide, I think you wanted to hit that Skull Billion and get rid of it, but now you didn't. Extra Joe gets burned, but now Joe saying, Extra Joe's burned, I don't want to stay in. I'm going to bring in that Hydreigon and put some offensive pressure onto maybe the Pelipper slot or the Skull Billion.
Oh, this is a really clever swap from Joe, kind of just saying like, hey, if you've got these two Pokemon on the field, my Hydra is like feeling pretty comfortable against both of these. Scovillion's also not the tankiest Pokemon. From half health, I think it'll pretty easily go down to an attack from the Hydra, and if Hydra can deal with the Scovillain, leaves Tyranitar wide open to going for Scovillion's partner and not getting a burn in the process.
Yes, and Hydreigon being faster than Tyranitar means that Hydreigon can go for an attack onto the Scovillain, already being at less than half health. You could probably just go for a Draco Meteor and or Dark Pulse, maybe pick up the knockout here. We saw that Pelipper did go for the Wide Guard, leaving it up to not being able to protect, and you can able to go for an attack on the Tyranitar slot into that Pelipper. I don't know, you can maybe still go for the Rock Slap and keep it, honest, to keep it Wide Guard. It's very highly unlikely it goes for a Wide Guard again, because we just saw that. Tyranitar being able to go for a different move like
Tyranitar like really doesn't need to. Yeah, I think knockoff is really like safe here because you're just not afraid of this Pelipper right now. Like Pelipper has lost the Weather War. It is time for Pelipper to think about getting off the field. I think Joe could even attempt to make a read and do something like say, hey, that Archaladon could be coming in, maybe consider going for a low kick, but it's going to be a protect from the Pelipper, and here's a Draco pointed right at Scovillain. So Hydreigon is going to be the last Pokemon getting hit by Spicy Spray. Tyranitar will not have to worry about it.
Tyranitar getting to keep its attack stat at its original state, not being burned, is really, really good. We've seen that Dylan knew that the writing was on the wall, needed to go for that Protect there. They didn't like the Wide Guard situation, but not being able to get it because Protect is a 33% chance to getting it after like a Wide Guard, and going for that knockoff, taking off that Focus Sash, is putting Joe in a very, very, very calm position. I think that the Draco Meteor was definitely needed, as it was definitely a calc situation, right? Dark Pulse probably not going to pick up Draco. And
it's really a hit you don't want to go for and miss it, because again, it makes it a little bit likelier that your Tyranitar is going to get burned. Like maybe that'd been Range Powder for knockoff or something. Joe sort of just like taking the safer approach there.
100%. But I think that the Archaladon, ironically enough, is in a pretty decent position, right?
Oh, definitely. Oh, this is on Dylan's side. This is actually a Choice Scarf Archaladon, not a set that we see very often.
Not a set that we see very often. We're going to see that Basket Legion come in on the end of Pelipper and a Flash Cannon into the Tyranitar.
Oh, Tyranitar taking nothing from that because of how bulky this Mega Form is. Hydreigon whiffing a Draco Meteor on the Archaladon and Tyranitar. That is a knockoff into Basket Legion. With the Sand Up, that Focus Sash isn't even going to matter. That Basket Legion not living to see the end of the turn.
Yeah, going down to Sash and not being able to live to see the end of the turn is really unfortunate for Dylan here. Losing that Basket Legion for free. Joe just commanding position so far in the last couple turns, right? Turn one didn't go as planned, right? I think on both ends, but I think Joe just grinding it out and putting himself in position here. Now, I believe Pelipper's still in range of Draco, even though it's got the drop. I think that Draco's still a great moveset. We know that the Archaladon Scarf here, so it's locked into Flash Cannon. You could probably just switch the Tyranitar into Extra Drill, take that Flash Cannon pretty comfortably, and trade your Hydreigon for the Pelipper here. They're just going for Draco. So,
Arch outrunning Hydra may be a sign that this Archaladon is trying to be absolute max speed, and Hydreigon isn't, because Hydreigon's naturally a little faster. Don't think it matters too much at this point, just in case these players ever match up against each other again. But exactly like you said, Hydreigon can just end this Pelipper very easily with the Draco Meteor, and Extra Drill knows that this Archaladon is locked into Flash Cannon, doesn't have to worry about it. Joe with a 4-1 lead here after like that miserable Rock Slide turn on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, so definitely RNG pulled turn one there, but like you said, just finding the pieces and putting them together and figuring out the puzzle. Joe takes this game, I think, pretty convincingly.
Oh, yeah, super. I think it says so much about the talent of someone like Joe when they can have a turn like that and just like essentially look at it and say like, okay, I'm still going to figure out a way to win the game. I'm not bothered by that.
And that's one good thing that a lot of strong VGC players have been playing over the years, have won championships. They've been in these scenarios multiple times before, Chapo. This is not something new. This is just a new format, but
it's just another day for them.
Yeah, just another day in the office. And if you're Dylan, this is not a loss to be upset about, right? You played one of the best Pokemon players in the world, and took them to game 3. So you should give yourself a pat on the back, brush this loss off, move on to the next game, And you know your team is working because you took a game off a really good player, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder how the other games in this have played out. That's like one of the drawbacks of us coming in kind of late in the set is like I'm so curious like what these two players showed each other about their playstyles and their team choices that we didn't get to see up to this point. Like maybe maybe this game 3 played out completely differently than the other games.
Yeah, I wonder if Broxlad probably missed a whole lot bunch before this too. But we're not going to be able to see that. We're going to just see the Iron Hand into the Archaladon here. Joe not wanting to switch out any of his Pokemon. Flash Cannon going into the T-Tar slot, going to knock it out and give it a free switch into whatever Joe decides to bring in. We've only seen 3 Pokemon. Do you think Joe reveals a 4th, or does he just bring that Hydra?
I think this is Hydra coming in for that Draco Meteor. I mean, I guess there's definitely other Pokemon that could comfortably end the game, like Rotom Wash. No issues with Flash Cannon. Same thing with Corviknight. But I think it's very likely Hydreigon can tank one of these and respond with something like a Dark Pulse, which, you don't even have to risk a Draco Meteor here.
And we know that this Hydreigon is Choice Scarf with Heat Wave and Snow, so I think you just probably just go for a Draco. Why not? Go for the Earthquake here, see how much this does. Oh, okay. Really, really great damage. So Dark Pulse should probably just clean this up. Flash Cannon.
No grid on the Flash Cannon.
And Dark Pulse to clean this up. And Joe taking this set 2-1, 3-0 in the Grand Champion Festival. Wow.
Yeah, our top players have been taking some really convincing wins this tournament. I'm not sure if Joe was a festival lead or not, but obviously on the level of like a lot of the people that we've bestowed that title upon. Yeah, this is just so interesting so far. Like I think we're seeing other people put up good fights against our festival leads and top trainers, but no one has been able to take them down just yet. At least in the stream games.
At least in the stream games. We don't know behind the scenes, so we'll be looking at that and getting back to you guys on that, and then maybe some later rounds. But very excited to see all the top players that we did showcase show why they are top players.
Yeah.
So we do have some replays, guys. So we're going to show you something from the past game, highlight some things like, for example, the Flash Cannon going into that Tyrannosaurus slot, showing it that this is like a 3-hit KO, Chapo. This is not doing that much damage. That's Spadef boost in the snow. I'm sorry, snow. the sandstorm here is really, really good. And that knockoff into that Basket Legion, Basket Legion not being able to show anything this turn due to it being knocked off down to Sash and the Sand Chip just taking it away.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a good sign of like once you start to fall behind a little bit in the weather war, like especially a Pelipper on the field, understand like you've got a Pelipper that's way out of position, you have a Pokemon in the back that doesn't want to come in on Tyranitar. It's just such a tough position to be in. Like you are going to be eating really consequential damage regardless of whether or not your Pelipper stays in. We even saw that with like the failed Protect earlier. Like the Pelipper just could not find its footing in this game after it swamped in and then saw the Tyranitar Mega Evolve just to take that rain away as soon as it had kind of come up.
So now it brings me to the conversation. So far, we've seen 2 rain teams versus 2 opposing sand teams, and I've seen the conversation online, and people are saying that this might be the first format where rain might not just be the strongest weather here. It might be either snow or sand. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, tough to say. I mean, snow, sand, what about sun?
Yeah.
I think Charizard is also something that's put up, like, really remarkable results so far, too. I'd completely have to agree. I think Rain is just not looking quite as appealing as them. For me, the jury is still out on Snow. I think it has a lot of potential. I think Frostlass is definitely, like, one of my favorite Pokemon, something I'm hoping we get to highlight later, but it's also something that, like, I still think we're figuring out how to build or figuring out exactly how good it is. I don't know. Rain is really struggling to keep up with, like, Mega Tyranitar, especially. It's just like, okay, not only does so many teams have a Tyranitar, the Tyranitar gets to activate Sand a second time. Your Pelipper doesn't have a Mega Evolution yet. He can't do that until maybe Generation 10.
So, yeah, I think that the only interesting take I did see on Rain so far was with Cybertron's team, right? That manual Rain having that Sableye. I think that, like, forcing your Pelipper to switch back and forth is not ideally because it's not the most bulky Pokemon, right? It's a Focus Ashmon that probably is going to only withstand 2 hits. Tyranitar, on the other hand, could take multiple hits, right? Especially with that special defense boost in the sand. So I think that Aaron has a very interesting take. I'm hoping to see many more interesting takes on weather teams. I don't want to miss your thought there about Mega. I think it was Mega Frostlass. Mega Frostlass, I think, is very interesting, right? I think it has a widespread third move capabilities. Like, I know I've seen people go and run Substitute. I've tested Substitute. I think it's really good. Aurora Veil is one. I've seen Icy one, not so much, but I've definitely seen Sub and Aurora Veil. But we do have another game. We have Pollen Puff Girl versus the game.
Yeah, getting to, it actually looks like this is a Mega Kangaskhan mirror, which is kind of fun. Mega Kangaskhan, another one of those megas that's like, probably in that second tier of viability behind some of the mainstays like Charizard and Floette, but really a VGC classic known for that combination of Fake Out and the ability Parental Bond just to make sure all those attacks hit a second time.
Yeah, we've been seeing a little uptake on the Mega Kangaskhan build. I think Marco Fierro is one that highlighted in his run in VR. Very similar team to what Pollen Puff Girl is using. We're going to see that Skull go into that Garchomp. Garchomp's going to activate that Citrus Berry. Citrus Berry is going to bring it back up to a good amount of health. Skull on to retaliate back at the Milotic. Does he get a burn here? Do we see a burn? We do see a burn. Okay, so...
Better a Melodic get burnt than a Garchomp, though.
But I love these two teams because they're very similar, Chopo, right? Very similar takes, right? You have the dual Mega.
Oh, wait, is this just not a 6-mon mirror?
It is.
Oh,
it is.
wow. Jeez.
So it's going to be a full 6-mon
I wonder
mirror.
if these players kind of just came to the same idea, if this is like a popular team that they're both taking inspiration, or is this what Marco had used, like these same 6?
Yeah, I believe Marco has used the same 6 dual Mega with Aerodactyl, Aegislash, and the Garchomp. And I'm somebody that's been testing this team as well. I think that it really one of the best ways to utilize Mega Kangaskhan in my opinion, because you don't always have to use Mega Kangaskhan. You have that option with that Charizard. One thing I did have problems with this team was dealing with Corviknight, and what really helped was adding that Charizard for that double Mega option. So I think that it's really, really awesome. But I guess what's annoying is probably dealing with the Milotic mirrors here, because you don't really have a way to hit Milotic for super effective damage besides the Charizard. And you don't really want to bring Charizard in the Aerodactyl. So it's really rough to kind of deal with the Milotics, as you can see.
Yeah, I think for what's going on in this game, like I know we missed like maybe the first turn or two. I feel like if you're Pollen Puff Girl, you're pretty sad being the first one to lose your Mega when it doesn't look like the game has actually had to swap out of either of their leads of Garchomp and Melodic here yet. So that means very likely it's like full health Kangaskhan or Charizard in the back waiting to kind of turn the tides of this game. Like you said, the Melodic just looks like a really tanky Pokemon on both sides here. It's going to be tricky for either of them to knock out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. Let's see what...
As another pretty rough turn for Pollen Puff Girl. Is this going to be maybe a Dragon Claw trade from the Garchomps? Oh, or if the Melodic is going for Protect, I think Pollen Puff Girl might be trying to set up for a Protect Earthquake.
So we're going to see the opposing Garchomp go for the Earthquake here. Going to pick up the Garchomp and bring the Milotic down to a reasonable amount of health here. Milotic on both ends do have Recover, so this damage might not be as meaningful if it's able to recover it all.
Yeah, I think for the game that was just a really clever turn, saying like, hey, I'm not really, I don't threaten the enemy Melodic with that much damage. Let me go for the Garchomp anyway, and then the Garchomp just choosing to go for that Earthquake Protect play, it just makes it even more rewarding. Like even though the game lost their Garchomp there, I don't think that has to be such a big deal at this point in the game, because whatever your Mega is, it's something that's going to be strong against this enemy Melodic. However, Charizard almost feels like it's coming out a little bit early here, because we haven't done anything to address the fact that that Garchomp is looking at us with a Rock Slide right now.
Yes, and we didn't reduce its speed because we didn't go for Icy Wind.
Yes, you don't want to hit that enemy Melodic with an Icy Wind, activate that competitive, and give it a huge edge in the Melodic mirror.
So this is going to be a very curious turn. This is where who protects? Does the Charizard protect here and go for damage, or does this Charizard actually live Rock Slide? We do know that some Charizards have the capability of living Rock Slide. So let's see what this Charizard decides to do. Is it a bulky Charizard? Is it able to withstand a Rock Slide? Let's see. Or does he protect here and go for Icy Wind? No, we're going to just see the Dragon Claw.
No rocks.
No rocks. So Dragon Claw straight into Milotic. Charizard, it's going to unleash that Solar Beam. I think with the chip, this might be just enough to get this Milotic. Let's see.
Melodic's pretty tanky.
Oh, no. It lives pretty comfortably there. But the reasonable amount of damage is going to be scalded into that Charizard. If I did mention that Charizard could live a Rock Slide, I don't think it could live a Rock Slide anymore with that chip damage.
And here's an Icy Wind saying like, okay, I think this Solar Beam is going to be doing enough to Melodic that I can give it the boost and just not worry about it later. However, if this had been something like, I don't know, a Rock Slide flinch maybe onto the Charizard, just something else to deal with it, and the Charizard wasn't in shape to deal with this Melodic, it could have been a very different turn. I think the game is just playing this really well and figuring out ways to sort of like, take and mitigate risks at the same time.
Yes, I think they played it pretty perfectly, and the battle has ended. Pollen Puff Girl admits defeat and tries to strategize for the game plan for Game 2. So what do you think? It's a 6-mon mirror. The teams are exactly the same. Items, maybe not spreads, but items for sure, from what I'm seeing. everything looks the same. How do you approach this game 2 in a 6-mon mirror here?
I wonder if one thing is like maybe, I don't know, like I said, we didn't get to see the start of that game, but I think Paul and Puff Girl losing that Kangaskhan at the start is something that's pretty consequential. I wonder if Kangaskhan is the right mega to be bring for the mirror. I have to say, I have a feeling it's at least viable for the mirror. Like, you know, we saw both players choose to bring the different megas, but I think bring Kangaskhan is definitely something you can do. You might just have to like figure out I don't know, better matchups for it than Garchomp and Melodic. Both of those are just like kind of okay matchups for Kangaskhan, not incredible or anything.
Yeah, I think like one thing so this is game 3 actually, guys. So I believe Paul and Puff Girl had probably won game 1 into the game-winning game 2. Game 1 was actually a draw. My apologies, guys. Game 1 was a draw, so we're moving on to a game. I believe it's a
game 3, but you know that's advantage for the game. Yeah.
Game 3. So, yeah.
Oh, and I guess if Paul and Puff Girl was to win this, I think that might mean sudden death is what would come next.
I would believe so.
Yeah.
That's how we would do it in an official tournament. So, yeah. Going back to the brings, right? I think that if I'm Paul and Puff Girl, seeing that how well the game utilized Charizard, that kind of makes me inclined like, dang, you could do it. I could do it too.
I know sometimes that's what happens. Like when you're playing like a mirror, really similar matchup, is like maybe you lose a game, or you see your opponent doing something similar. It's like that meme with the guy like looking at the gem on the other guy's phone. Sometimes you got to take their ideas.
Yeah, and see who was able to move the pieces in a better position here. So we're gonna have to see that in game 3 here. I'm pretty excited to see Mega Kangaskhan back as 2 fellow unks in BGC. 2015, Kangaskhan.
Kang and AG, no less.
Yeah, Kang and AG. Like this is it for me. I'm popcorn it up. Where's the popcorn? I need the popcorn now. This is amazing for me. Let's go into this game 3 though. Like we said, let's see what these trainers decide to bring. It seems like we already know what they decided to bring. It seems it's Charizard and Garchomp.
Oh yeah, what are we seeing here? Is this like leads and we? I think this is leads and the camera is just being a little funky.
Yeah. So
I think the Aerodactyl is something that I actually wanted to mention from Paul and Puff Girl that's potentially like essentially the best counter on the team to enemy Charizard. So if you really think the game is using that Charizard and you can figure out when the game Charizard is going to be there, have your Aerodactyl ready to counter and it'll work out well for you.
And we had the Charizard switch out immediately, not wanting to take any Rock Slide. Aerodactyl here is going to go for the tailwind, and let's see what the Garchomp on the end. Paul and Puff Girl goes for the Dragon Claw straight into Garchomp. Garchomp withstands it pretty comfortably, and it's going to activate that Citrus Berry. Oh, no Citrus Berry on the end of the Garchomp. Actually, no, Unnerve. No Citrus Berries can activate due to the Unnerve ability. But on the end of Paul and Puff Girl, it will activate because there's no Unnerve on the end of the game. So
yeah, Aerodactyl really like kind of rigging this Garchomp match in Paul and Puff Girl's favor, where otherwise, like if that Citrus Berry hadn't gotten off, I think Garchomp would be a little bit worried about like the spell tag Aegis/Shadow Sneak right now, because the Citrus Berry is way outside of range of that. And on top of that, the game's Garchomp was just, you know, going down to essentially any hit here. It was like we were wide open to something like an Earthquake from Paul and Puff Girl's Garchomp right now.
Yeah, if I'm Paul and Puff Girl, I'm going for Rock Slide here. I'm throwing the rocks at that Aegis/. Hopefully it gets a flinch here. If you're able to flinch here and get a strong Earthquake off, this is going to be a really, really bad position to be for the game. But we're going to see here what the Paul and Puff Girl decides to go for. It's going to be that Earthquake Aegis/. in shield form with very high defense stats. How much does this do? This is going to do at least 70-ish. 70 to 80%. Aegis/. does flinch. Why did I put that out there?
I think going for that Rock Slide was such a good play. It's like you go for this because you don't have anything better to do. I think even if Aegis/. attacks, I don't think Paul and Puff Girl is unhappy with that position even a little bit, because it's like Aegis/ can't knock out both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think
there's
for
just
the
going to be
remainder of the
another
game,
Rock Slide or another Earthquake.
Yeah, Rock Slide Earthquake is going to be your choice of move. Aegis/ here is going to break the sash of the Aerodactyl. Shadow Sneak. I do like that, but critical hit
doing like more
Rock
than
Slide is going
Pharaoh.
to go into that Charizard and knock out both here, and a very strong commanding position for Paul and Puff Girl in the last 2 turns. Literally almost perfect.
Yeah, I think the fact that the game felt like, you know, inclined to swap Charizard into Aerodactyl was a sign of how bad that game was going. Just saying like, hey, I'm behind. I think I might need to count on some of those Rock Slides going not the way of my Charizard.
So what makes this mirror so beautiful is that I think calling the lead was really strong on the Paul and Puff Girls end, right? Knowing that my opponent won with Charizard, I'm highly likely to assume that they're going to bring Charizard again. And calling that on leads and being able to, just tailwind and get max amount of offense off was really, really good on the end of Pollen Puff Girl. And Milotic being at full and Garchomp being at 3 HP, this is not in a position I want to be in if I am the game.
Something that's interesting here is, like, I do think that this does look like a strong position for Melodic. Is it going to be enough to beat 2 full health Pokemon in the back? I doubt it. I wonder if Melodic could have shown up earlier, but I think something kind of making that harder is just, like, the Rock Slide and Earthquake spam that Pollen Puff Girl has had online essentially the entire game.
So we're going to see that double protect to maybe scout out for any protects on the opposing end of the game. The game calling that not going for... no, going for Protect on the Garchomp, I apologize, and getting that Earthquake off on the Milotic is really strong. And we're going to see Scald into Aerodactyl. Pollen Puff Girl playing perfectly, Chuckle, like calling leads, getting the Rock Slides when they're needing, getting the flinch, Earthquake into the Aegis Slash. I think this is just a very, very strong showing of what this team is capable of doing, even in the mirror.
Yeah, Aerodactyl being able to protect there is clever because, like you said, Scouts out for Protect also means Aerodactyl can do whatever it wants now. It could be a Rock Slide to try and finish off this Garchomp. It could be a Tailwind just to ensure whatever you have in the back has the most speed control. I think just something like a Tailwind Earthquake is probably the most measured play Pollen Puff Girl can go for here.
Yeah, and here, even if the the game gets a knockout here, you're able to bring in potential Charizard in the back and or Kangaskhan and just get off an immense amount of damage. We're going to see the Icy Wind should pick up. Doesn't even pick up the knockout.
We've seen these Melodics doing some pretty sad damage to Garchomp. Like, that's just a matchup where, like, in my head, I'm thinking, like, oh, Melodic always wins this. But then you see, like, the Earthquake's doing a lot and Icy Wind's not doing a lot.
And we're going to see that forfeit here. Milotic doing a pathetic amount of damage.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, the competitive ability is carrying this Pokemon.
You know, I wonder if we could have seen Melodic go for, like, something like a Scald into the Aerodactyl. Like, I think fishing for the double knockout with Icy Wind is reasonable. Like, sometimes you'll get it and learn both of Pollen Puff Girl's back. But now the game doesn't even get to know what Mega Pollen Puff Girl brought to that matchup. It could be Kang, could be Garchomp, and the way that the game needs to respond for that next game could have been very different. Now, they don't get to have that info.
Yeah, I agree. I think that mirrors are tricky. Like, it's never set in stone, right? So I think that both players played really, really well, especially when the game won their last game in the set. But nonetheless, Pollen Puff Girl showing that I'm here to play. My Aerodactyl's here to play too with that flinch. So I think that flinch was pretty crucial. But they already were in a good position even before that.
I think, like, knowing how to use Rock Slide like that, where it's sort of like you're controlling odds in your favor without, like, banking on them is really good. Because when some people talk about Rock Slide, it sounds like they're saying, like, oh, this is a dirty move. You're only ever fishing for luck by going for it. It can feel like that, but I think smart Pokemon players know how to make the odds work for them with plays like that, where it's like, regardless of what happens, I think there's a lot of things that are looking up for Pollen Puff Girl, whether or not the flinch happens.
And also, we have to give Pollen Puff Girl credit. They put themselves in position to be able to capitalize on flinching. I mean, off leads alone, they were just in a strong position, right? Charizard was led on the opposing end from the game, which is a gamble. You gamble that. If they don't lead Aerodactyl, then maybe you have some wiggle room. But when they do lead 2 Pokemon, like a Click Rock Slide into you're either forced to protect and or switch. So Pollen Puff Girl knowing that, capitalize that as much as possible, going for that Tailwind immediately, getting off damage on any the opposing Pokemon on the other side of the game.
I think it's really fun when a mirror matchup feels kind of rock paper scissorsy like this. Like, I like it when both sides have a way to call out what their opponent is doing. It's not very fun when a mirror matchup is like, okay, we're both going to lead our fake out and our setup Pokemon or something. In this matchup, like you were saying, Pollen Puff Girl said, like, hey, I think there might be a Charizard here. Not sure if that's exactly like what they're trying to call out, but that's what they found, and had like so much momentum based off it. The game was like, you know, I think, like you said, playing very well, just making like conservative swaps at the start of the game, and it just wasn't enough because of how commanding Pollen Puff Girl's lead was. And it's not like it's something that the game doesn't have access to an Aerodactyl Garchomp lead, just not what they chose to go for.
Yeah, I think regardless of what, well showcase of both players. But question for you, dual Megas, an abundance being shown on these streams.
Mhm.
Is that the standard for regulation MA?
I think it really might be one of the standards. I think one thing that's interesting about some of these megas is more of them have like, pretty hard counters. Like let's say Garchomp is a Pokemon that like Charizard has to fight like Garchomp and Aerodactyl on a lot of enemy teams. If you think your opponent's going to bring both of those and you have a Kangaskhan on the team, probably be happier just using your Kangaskhan. You're not locked into just using that one mega all the time. I think the weaker item choices than we've seen in the past is another factor here. Like if you don't have like 6 Pokemon with their favorite items on your team, you're more likely to say like, hey, instead of having like, I don't know, kind of random 6 Pokemon, what if I had like a Tech Mega to fix some specific problem matchups for me?
Yeah, so we're going to see, I believe, a replay here of Polypuff Girl versus the game. Or this is...
I think this is the last game.
Oh, this is the last game. I apologize. Yeah. This is the last game, so it's going to be Milo Garchomp versus Kangaskhan.
Are we playing under the Sudden Death rules right now? I think under tournament rules we would be.
Yeah, so I'm very interested.
Yeah, okay.
So, Kangaskhan and Aegislash versus Milotic and Garchomp. I'm assuming we're playing under the rules.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like, both of these are leads where it's actually pretty hard for these Pokemon to get knocked out right away.
Yeah.
I think starting with some of your bulky Pokemon when you're playing Sudden Death can make more sense. It's going to give you a little more agency over, like, what's happening. And it's not exactly like any of these Pokemon are slouches at damage traits either, besides Melodic. Melodic not doing quite as much.
Kangaskhan here in a good position here.
Beautiful
Mega
animation.
I've missed you so much, Kangaskhan. That Mega Kangaskhan is so beautiful here. Garchomp here is just going to protect. Let's see what the Milo decides to go for. No protect on the Milo. Like,
not going for the double protect.
Scald into the Kangaskhan. It's going to do...
Oh, the instant burn. This is, even back in 2015, this was like really the problem with the Kang versus Melodic matchup is like, sure, if burns don't happen, Kang's very happy, but Melodic just gets the fish for those burns every time. That fail double up into Garchomp is just so consequential here. That is a really, really punishing turn for Polypuff Girl. And on top of like, going for the double up, hitting protect, Kang is burned, your Aegislash is in sword form, and if it doesn't try to protect here, it's liable to go down to 1 Garchomp Earthquake.
Yeah, and if you're the game, you're feeling really good, because Kangaskhan can't protect here, so Dragon Claw plus Scald might be able to just pick
Oh,
up.
you're right. I think the game just, yep, you were completely right that they are liable to keep up the pressure on that slot.
Yeah, and Polypuff Girl knowing that, do you think that the Aegislash protects here? We're going to just see a switch, though. We're going to see that switch into that Milotic, which is a pretty decent switch, but Milotic not known.
I was going to say, it might not even need to be like a protect from the Melodic. You could even just choose to go on the offense with like Earthquake yourself and Scald that slot at the same time.
That's
probably wiser that didn't happen.
Yeah, so we're going to just see it protect on both ends of the Milotic and the Aegislash, and we're going to see an Earthquake go into the Milotic slot. Let's see how much damage this done. Let's see how heavily invested this Milotic is into defense stat. I think that's some pretty good size
damage.
That's
a chunky Earthquake.
Yeah,
Melodic, one of those Pokemon, a little bit like Float, where it's like physical bulk is one of its lower stats. It's usually going to be trained to kind of correct for that. Yeah, we see even this Melodic still taking a lot from Earthquake. I wonder, so if you're Polypuff Girl, how are you thinking about getting back into this game right now? I think Melodic is probably part of the key for you. Like maybe, I don't know, but it's still way too early to go for Icy Wind. You cannot give the game's Melodic a competitive boost here. You might just have to focus on Scalds for the Garchomp or Recovers or something. I don't think you can make a more aggressive push than that.
We're going to see Aegislash switch out here and the Kangaskhan come back. This burned Kangaskhan. Dragon Claw goes into the Kangaskhan, predicting the Aegislash to switch out, and Recover goes into the Milotic. Milotic healing its health back up, and let's see Scald going into the Kangaskhan. Wow.
Ooh, that's not one burn turn. Kangaskhan is going to be with us for one more turn. I think that was a really good turn from the game there, sort of saying like, okay, I think I've got a lot of pressure on this Aegislash, and saying like, okay, even if it stays in, it's getting hit with like this relatively powerful combo.
So this Kangaskhan, if it decides to stay in, it will definitely knock out into burn damage. So
yeah,
if we're playing by the rules of sudden death, you need to switch this Kangaskhan out. You're kind of forced to.
Because it's not like this. I don't even think Kang and Melodic together can knock out Garchomp here because of the burn.
100%. Let's see what this just changed. Yep.
Yep.
It seems like we're playing behind these rules, Choppa. Kangaskhan's going to switch out. Garchomp is going to come in. Probably not the best switch. Dragon Claw again.
The game just not letting off the gas, saying like, okay, I see this low health Pokemon, I'm going to keep attacking it.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that Dragon Claw here. You don't want to switch your Aegislash into Earthquake. Dragon.
Ooh, the first Icy win, giving the game's Melodic a competitive boost at the cost of a lot of health on the Garchomp.
And we know that Milotic is going for an attacking move. They recovered
Oh,
last
no.
turn. So let's see what it decides to go for. Is it going to be the Icy Wind or Scald? If it's the Scald and the Garchomp, then this game is over. It's going to be the Scald and the Garchomp.
Yup,
Garchomp
easy
is going to
knockout.
faint. And the game, with an immense amount of pressure, takes this sudden death.
I believe we're playing
Sudden
sudden death
death
here. Yeah, we need to have that confirmed. But yeah, I think assuming those are the rules that we're playing under, the game has just like really played such a consistent game here. It's almost like how last game looked for Pollen Puff Girl, where it's like once you have a lead, just hang on to it so viciously.
We're gonna see the
let
battle,
your opponent
and
get back in.
glad to see that we're playing by the official ruling. That's going to be a sudden death win on the end of the game. Who played magnificent. It was just amazing. It was beautiful. Putting pressure on the slots when needed, protecting that Garchomp that first turn, right? Getting the King Song going for that fake out and that, I think, Poltergeist into that Garchomp slot was pretty good. Milotic ended up going for the Scald, fishing for that burn, and getting that burn on the Kingscon, forcing Pollen Puff Girl to have to switch out and find a way to get back into the game. Getting that burn was so huge for Milotic, right? And you mentioned back in the past that was one of the issues, right? Milotic being able to fish for burns. And when it can fish for burns, especially in a sudden death scenario where you want your pieces to do what you want it to do, then it's unfortunate. So we're going to look at this replay again. This is going to be from, I believe,
This was the game, like game 2 of this set, because game 1 was a tie. This was the game winning.
Yeah, so we're going to see that Solar Beam dual size on the chunk into the Milotic, not knocking it out.
I think for me, really, one of the stories of this set is like, how are both players trying to deal with the enemy Melodic, because it is such a tanky Pokemon, and once it gets one Scald Burn on a physical Pokemon, the damage rate is like even more rigged in its favor. I think in this game, part of the story of it, for me, is that Solar Beam hitting the Melodic. Once one of those goes off, it just like changes this Melodic war so much more into your favor.
But man, wow, what a way to position that game. That sudden death. That was beautiful. It was like art. It was like knowing that, hey, like if you can't switch in your Aegislash, because if I go for Earthquake, we know how much damage that Earthquake is doing, and I could follow up with a Scald or Dragon Claw again and pick up the knockout. But putting that pressure into that slot and forcing it to either switch or get knocked out was really good. Knowing that the Kingscon, if it stayed in, you win the game was also really good. Knowing that information allows you to go for plays like that. So this is really important to see and prioritize getting those wins in those sudden death games. This is not something that we practice.
Yeah.
This is not something
That's
that we
part of
practice.
why it's so stressful. Not only is it sort of just like, oh my god, I haven't practiced a single sudden death game with my team. It's also like, oh my god, this is like determining whether I win or lose the round. Sudden death is only something you play to determine the outcome of a round. It's probably a long set. Maybe there have been some, connection issues that lead to things like draws. It is always going to be stressful, which makes it all the more impressive that the game played such a clean game there.
And then we see
There was
that's-
like really not a turn they got wrong.
No, not a turn they got wrong, and got everything right, even with that Scald Burn there, as we see on the replay here. Aegislat's going to get that stance shape off and go for that Shadow Ball into that Garchomp. So, yeah, big kudos to the game, showing why they got the game.
Why they are our player at 3-0 right now. And I think 3-0 is like a comfortable record to be at. I think I guess as a reminder of the tour structure here, the first phase of the tournament, the first day is going to be 9 rounds. You need a record of 7-2 to even advance to the next day. Then on the next day, you need to maintain that record of X-2 or better after, I want to say,
6 rounds.
6 more rounds. Staying at that X-2 or better record is so important. You really cannot afford to lose games this early. If you do, you have to lock in afterwards.
Yeah, you got to definitely lock in and lock in now. Start now. If you're 0-2, you still have a chance to make it to the end of this tournament. It doesn't matter as long as you win. Winning is the whole goal of this tournament, and I think everybody participating wants to win. So you're able to do that if you play the best Pokemon that you can play. And so far we've been seeing some really great Pokemon, so I'm very happy to see the way that people are playing. And I think that showcasing of Sudden Death was really good for the newer viewers that are new to BGC. This is not something that happens a lot of the time. So being able to explain basically how it works and seeing people maneuver pieces, because traditionally the leads that we saw before probably are not going to be the best in a Sudden Death scenario. The reason being is because you need to pick up a knockout. So it's either you go for something fully offensive where you know for sure you can pick a knockout out with your fully offensive piece, or you go for like a bulky defensive route that we saw with the Kangaskhan and Aegislash. But we did see a skull burn that kind of deterred those plans on the end of Polymer Throw.
I think you're so right. The rules of sudden death are really like so fundamentally different than regular VGC. Like, let's say, I don't know, in 2013, a format like Tornadus is a great lead for a lot of teams. Set up that tailwind, but give its life in the process. That is just not something you can do in sudden death. And there's some teams where it's like, it is really going to shut out like some of your team's core strategies and ask you to play the game so completely different than you would have normally. I think, if anything, it's good that these players have a chance to like experience what this is like, or our viewers have a chance to see what this is like before you run into these situations, you know, at a live event. I hope people have a chance to learn more about what these rulings can be like. And
I think that the official Pokemon Champions website and the Play Pokemon are doing a great job info dumping a lot of what's going on within VGC, whether it be with meta Pokemon or just tips on cores with Pokemon, and Play Pokemon also getting those rules out there for players to know, like certain scenarios and situations. I think that just the growth of the game, like from when we first started finding out rules or finding out information about Pokemon, has just altered and changed. And I think just finding out a lot of this is just one click away now. When before it was just like, oh, man, I might have to ask a friend, is this how this goes? It's just good to see. I think we're in a very good transition into competitive Pokemon play, Trevor.
Yeah, I think I don't know, just when it comes to like information sharing, the game can be so beautiful in that regard. Like, let's say another thing is like the platform that we're hosting this tournament on, Limitless. Just absolute blessing to the community. We get to talk about all these usage stats. We get to have like these team sheets in front of us right away. It's amazing how much information is at like our disposal as players that, you know, wasn't around in the past, and now it's something that everyone can benefit from when you're getting ready for tournaments, whether that's like trying to learn more about the rule sets and rulings, or, you know, what Pokemon and teams are most popular.
100%. And one thing I do want to highlight is guys, we actually have to cut this, and we're going to pass it to our Grand Champion Festival lead. Skraw, take it away.
What an absolutely insane way to wrap up round 3 of our tournament. We saw 2 players that could win this whole thing. Aaron Cybertron Zhang and Joseph Ugarte, both at 3-0 at the end of round 3. We also saw an extremely intense mirror match to wrap up our tournament, to wrap up our round. For starters, for context here, those 2 players had a draw, something almost impossible to make happen, because their teams were so similar, and game 1 ended with both of their Milotics on the exact same amount of HP. Now, we've seen people like Aaron and Joe, who we expect to start at 3-0, but not everything is as expected. The Watchog we saw in round 2 is still undefeated, and 1 of our 5 Passimians are still 3-0, and that's what we're gonna see next. Mocha Gotcha. Whoever he's playing against, they'll be on the stage. Now, for now, we're gonna say goodbye to Chuppa and Lorcy. Thank you so much. We're going to see Chuppa more later today, and Lorcy more tomorrow. So let me introduce you to our casters for rounds 4 through 6, Courtney and Cedric. Guys, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Skraw. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that we got you guys for round 4. If you don't know me, I am Courtney, also known as Wiggler, and I am here today with the wonderful
Cedric Bernier. I go by Talon online, but yeah, extremely excited to be casting with you today, Courtney. We have a lot of exciting matches ahead of us, and most pressingly, we're going to watch the Passimian that is 3-0 in unexpected pick. I think Sejin Park was kind of showcasing it a little bit on his stream. I'm not entirely sure if the movesets we're going to be seeing are going to be similar, but yeah, excited to see a really underplayed Pokemon doing quite well in this Skraw turn, in the Grand Champions Festival, sorry.
I know, I'm so excited. It's one of those, like, honestly, didn't think I would be commentating over it today. I was watching a little bit earlier the Krog tournament, and I saw Orangaroo get highlighted just from Avery's performance. As you know, they do those little trial or those little highlight reels from prior international championships, and so I'm actually really excited to see the counterpart of it as well. So that's what I'm really excited for. But I also have some ones that I also am secretly rooting for. So I know we're not talking about it yet, but we will talk about it sometime today, because that is one that I'm definitely running on my champions teams currently.
Yeah, you're absolutely repping it. You got the pin, you have the plushie, you have a number of plushies behind you. I've got, I guess, some plushies. Okay, cool. I got the mirrored screen right. So yeah, I have the Tyranitar, I have the Charizard. I think both maybe a little bit more meta mainstays, but would be excited to see, the Heracross actually beats them 1v1. You get Tailwind, you Rock Blast the Charizard,
Oh.
of course, the Arm Thrust into the Tyranitar. Chople Barrier, no, that's going down like a billion fold. So you might have the Mega matchup. You definitely have me beaten in the plushie game, 100%.
I have a few. Just a couple. Can we say? I might just like to have like little guys, is what we always say. Also, I have another one too. I love a little plush with a little bow. What can I say on that side? But I also love to see all the different combos that we're currently running in Champions. I think one of the things that when it came out, everyone was a little skeptical because there wasn't a lot of Pokemon that we've seen before. And so everyone was kind of scratching their head of like, where do we go from here? But I now think that since we're settled in, we kind of understand the different items, we understand the different Pokemon that are actually implemented. We've seen a lot of diversity, especially going into tour, especially showing all the different ones of that. We do have the Sneaslers, we have the Incineroars, cats out of the bag for them. But we also have some ones that we're seeing a little bit more, especially talking about Passimian, and also a little different ones for Skraw, Mr. Rhyme. I know he's very excited to see him as well throughout the tournament. Is there any Pokemon that you're really excited to see, Cedric?
So I feel like there's obviously the extremely popular Pokemon across whatever formats they're in, the Sneaslers, the Incineroars. Garchomp is usually a little bit outpowered in formats by, most often it's been Landorus, but if there's a Groudon or any other strong ground type Pokemon in the format, it kind of gets beaten out. But Aerodactyl is a really interesting one where initially like in previous formats, Aerodactyl, it's really only been notable in these limited dex formats in which Charizard Y is very good just because it's such a skewed matchup in its favor, being able to Rock Slide, Tailwind to get the speed advantage against it, and then Wide Guard in front of it in some cases, which a lot of Japanese players have been leaning on a little bit harder instead of the dual wing beat option. But the Aerodactyl's pretty interesting, excited to see that coming back. I think the last time I saw it do any kind of success was, I think, 2019. Eduardo Cunha brought that to Worlds and did quite well, but other than that, it was like 2014. So over 10 years ago since it's last been competitively relevant. But at this point, I think people are wishing that it would just go away. The lack of Covert Cloak, one of the downstream effects of that is that the Aerodactyl is maybe a little bit stronger than most people were expecting, just because of the prevalence of the Rock Slide flinches.
We just want it to go back to being an old Ember. Like, that's good. Like, just go back. Just like, we don't need you anymore. I will say, I did bring in one of my shiny Aerodactyls from Pokemon Go into Pokemon Champions because I was like, I need an Aerodactyl, but I also need it to be pink. So,
is it pink or purple? I was thinking purple, but I guess you're the expert. Is it pink?
Well, first of all, I'm flattered that you think I'm the pink expert. I'm 99.9% positive that in my opinion, it is pink. Chat, let us know. Pink.
What does a Pokédex say? Because that's always correct. There's not some that are blue or green that are definitely like the other color. They never get that wrong.
I'm leaving this up to chat. I say the Pokédex. I say chat. Pink, purple. It's like almost giving back to like the dress controversy. I feel like what color is it actually? But I am excited to see Aerodactyl, and I'm also interested to see that some people are running also Mega Aerodactyl, which allows for, it's usually kind of a flex Mega Evolution pick. It seems like they usually are bringing it in tandem with another one, so it is really fascinating to see when it does go ahead and get Mega Evolved, just how much damage it can do and how many knockouts it can take just really cleanly against opposing Pokemon. So really, I kind of am excited to see that throughout the tournament as well, is to see how people are using the Mega Evolutions, especially with double on their teams.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what we've talked about some non-Mega Pokemon, but the Megas that we are going to see, like Double Mega, just enables you to run such interesting choices. We've seen Mega Blastoise, we've seen the Mega Tyranitars that are a little bit more prevalent than we would probably see for a single Mega, but yeah, beyond that, just a lot of interesting Mega choices throughout. But we are going to get into our match here. We do have the players in the team preview. We have Samuel T versus Matcha Gacha.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited to see this. First of all, I will say I have always loved Aegislash, and I am so happy it's getting a resurgence. And not only that, but the Aegislash over on Matcha Gacha side, being shiny. It's one of my favorite shinies of all time, so I'm really excited to see that. But I am also surprised to see an Aegislash on both teams. Give me your thoughts about that, Cedric. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about the Aegislash right before we cut into the match, so this is quite convenient. So Aegislash is extraordinarily strong against Sneasler, given that it is immune to both of its attacking types of the poison and the fighting, so that gives it a really strong niche in the metagame to where it can sit on the field against one of the strongest Pokemon. If you run a defensive berry, you can go for Sacred Sword against King Gambit. Also, if you run the Cassie berry, I believe, against the Basket Legion, you can also answer that with a strong Poltergeist. So just a very strong niche in the metagame against all the top Pokemon. But we are going to see us get into this match between Machagacha and Samuel T at the 3-0 record. We're going to see, no, unfortunately, the Passimian, everyone's breath is baited, but we're not going to see it quite yet, as we see Aerodactyl, Aegislash, so really just, we previewed it perfectly coming into this one. Yeah, those two. And then we have the Basket Legion and the Floette.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. We kind of know now on Machagacha's side that Floette is definitely going to probably Mega Evolve, just because I know that they are also running Gengar and Aerodactyl, but it seems like that is just kind of tale as old as time over on Machagacha's side. But on Samuel T's side, we do see the Aerodactyl, which does have the possibility to Mega Evolve. I'm not seeing it as much of a probability here, especially from this initial setup. We're going to go ahead and see that Machagacha is going to take back that Floette and go ahead and bring out that Aegislash. So it seems like we're seeing double, just a little bit different as well. A Tailwind goes up also on Samuel T's side, and a chance a stance change from the Aegislash going into the Ironhead into that Aegislash with taking that easy. No problem.
Yeah, the last respects is going to come out. Wow, that is the Tailwind went up, and so because of that, the Aegislash moved first, and because of that, the Basket Legion is going to move second and knock out with a 50 base power last respects, which usually not going to do a lot of damage, but against the low base defense of the Blade form Aegislash, an easy KO as the Garchomp enters the field. So I think there was a lot of priority there to try and Ironhead and get the damage on the Floette, but Machagacha, really smart switch, defended against that perfectly and took a knockout at the same time.
Yeah, and I think one of the Pokemon that we are really seeing being a huge pillar within this competitive scene is Basket Legion, and it just shows that last respects is such a good duality for it, because we do talk about the wave crashes and everything like that, but when we're really talking about that ecosystem, that last respects went ahead and just knocked out the Aegislash. We do see the Aegislash though on Machagacha's side going for a protect, just making sure that we go ahead and be scouting and making sure it stays around a little bit longer. That Rock Slide is going to go ahead and hit that Basket Legion, but it's not going to do too much. While we see that Garchomp going for that Earthquake as well. Just really kind of targeting in that Basket Legion. Really good protect on Machagacha's side, just to kind of scope out what's going on.
We do see the Liquidation come out, able to attack through the flinch, and Liquidation does deal a little bit less than 50% to the Garchomp, meaning that the next one will be questionable. It'll be a damage roll whether it will knock out or not, but if you get the same one, it will not KO. Just to give a bit of context to the viewers who don't have access to the team sheets, the Aerodactyl is actually Hard Stone, which is an interesting choice, boosting the power of its rock slides a little bit, and then the Basket Legion is the Cassie berry, which is a resist berry to the ghost type move. So the Aegislash attacking into the Floette, it didn't have a Poltergeist knockout into the Basket Legion that turn, so just really smart team building on Machagacha's side to present that Basket Legion and punish the Aegislash early on to allow for the Floette to be a little bit better poised later. Speaking on the turn right now though, this Garchomp looking really strong with Earthquake to start dealing a lot of damage this turn.
Ooh, and we're so excited to go ahead and see that Aerodactyl coming back on Machagacha's side. So really staying double at this side, and we see the Basket Legion going for that Aqua Jet into the Aerodactyl, hitting it down to only 27 HP. So not totally knocking it out, but we do see a massive miss on the opposing Aerodactyl on Machagacha's side from that Rock Slide. And I'm sure all of us know a lot about misses and a lot about flinches, especially with that Rock Slide. We're going to go ahead and see that Earthquake come in and take out Machagacha's Basket Legion. And really now, Machagacha, where do we think they're going to go ahead and pull? Are they going to pull the Floette? Are they going to pull the Aegislash? What do you think?
Yeah, the Floette is entering the field. At this point, there is no super effective damage threatening into it, and outside of a Rock Slide flinch, I don't think there's really a risk to the Floette of just going for a Dazzling Gleam. There is no wide guard on Samuel's Aerodactyl, and just to correct the previous turn, it's actually Hard Stone on Machagacha's Aerodactyl with no Tailwind, actually just running Taunt, Dual Wing Beat, Rock Slide, so a lot of eccentric choices aside from the Passimian on the team, but it looks like it's gotten themselves into a strong position here. Although you can't set up the Tailwind, you can easily stall a turn with Protect the Aerodactyl and maybe just go for a Dazzling Gleam and net a double KO if there's no defensive counterplay from Samuel.
Yeah, we're going to go see that Mega Floette pop on Machagacha's side. such a pivotal Pokemon. We have seen it decrease a little bit recently throughout the different tours online, but it really is showing that it is still very much a threat going into the Grand Festival Championships. And we're going to go ahead and see a Protect both on the Aerodactyl and that Mega Floette. The Rock side going ahead and trying to target into over on Machagacha side, but obviously nothing's going to happen there. And the Garchomp going for a Swords Dance. So a really good turn from Samuel T's side. You're going to see the Tailwind go ahead and peter out, but this also allows for just a little bit more flexibility for them, especially with that Sword Dance now being up.
Yeah, really aggressive turn where if the Floette had just attacked, if you don't Rock Slide flinch, you just get a double KO. But Samuel may be reading into, on the last turn of Tailwind, Machagacha just going for that double protect, which did come to pass. At this point, if Samuel is confident that they are the faster Aerodactyl, you can go for a Tailwind and a Earthquake here to maybe knock out the Floette if it isn't trained with a lot of bulk, just because it's a Hardstone taunt Aerodactyl, so you might assume maybe it has a bit of bulk because there's no Focus Sash on it. So I think this is going to be a really interesting turn that is going to be particularly dictated by the speed interaction between these Aerodactyl. And it is Aerodactyl on Samuel T's side that is going to move first and set up the Tailwind.
Oh wow, that is crazy. And we are going to go ahead and see that Garchomp come from Samuel T's side as well. Going to go straight into that Mega Floette. And we're going to go ahead and see it just is a one-hit KO. Oh my goodness. Well,
that is massive.
Very massive. And we're going to go ahead and see that Aerodactyl is not going to do too much into that Garchomp and is going to go ahead and take damage as well from the Rough Skin. Right now, Samuel T is in just a really good position, especially with that massive Earthquake taking out the Mega Floette.
Yeah, that's just such an incredible turn. You both have the Tailwind active, and you've been able to deal with the Mega Pokemon on your on your opponent's side. You still have your own Mega Floette. Of course, the Aegislash on the other side of the field is threatening. I think the difficulty is on the previous turn with Tailwind being set up. At this point, the Garchomp is now threatened by a Dual Wing Beat or even a Shadow Sneak. Actually, this is not Shadow Sneak. Let me confirm the two Aegislashes. Yeah, this one is running Iron Head, Poltergeist, and Sacred Sword. So with that, there's actually no way to stop this Garchomp from going for at least one attack. If you go for Earthquake, you'll knock out the opposing Aegislash. Dragon Claw will knock out the Aerodactyl, but you, of course, can also just go for your own Rock Slide on Aerodactyl to basically chip down the opposing arrow to knock that out, and Earthquake. So really just a question of, whether you could have dodged a Rock Slide here. But Machagacha, interestingly, going for a Protect there, not even playing towards that out, as Earthquake should come out here and just knock out the Aegislash.
Wow, what an interesting turn. Going ahead and trying to make sure that Aerodactyl obviously sticks around with the Protect, but the Aegislash is not able to hang on whatsoever, especially against with that double up from the Rock side and the Earthquake from Samuel T's side. It's just seeming like it's a really difficult situation to get out for this game one for Machagacha, but I'm really interested to see how things could potentially change up as well, especially when we're talking about having that Passimian on the side. We do see a double Protect though on Machagacha's side with that Aerodactyl, potentially trying to stall out that Tailwind.
I think at this point, if you outspeed the opposing Aerodactyl, or you just dodge a move on the last turn of Tailwind, if you can outlast the Tailwind, maybe you could win the game by Rock Slide, double knocking out both of these Pokemon. But I think, Machagacha just trying to stall at the turns, just praying for an out, but unfortunately no attempt for the double protect. But we do see a dodge. I think the Garchomp should still be faster as it is, as the Dragon Claw is going to deal a heaping helping of damage at the +2 from the Swords Dance earlier in the battle and take that knockout for a convincing win for Samuel T.
Wow, what an incredible game one, especially by Samuel T. It is really interesting to see the duality of the actual sets that both of the trainers are running with their Aegislash. And I'm really fascinated to see what we can go ahead and change around on Machagacha's side. And I know you as well, Cedric, would love to see the Passimian coming in, but what do you think would be the best kind of different change of pace of plans going into game two?
I think you probably have to take a look at the turn one on Samuel T's side, or rather on Machagacha's side. You were able to essentially just take away the Aegislash turn one, and then you still ultimately weren't able to sweep with your Mega Floette. I think if you're able to knock out that Aegislash, you really need to push the offensive pressure with your Florges. We saw in the last turn of Tailwind, even though the Florges most likely was not threatened by one at KO, we just saw a double protect, and because of the Swords Dance going up, a very clean endgame executed from Samuel. So I think on Machagacha's side, you have to be a little bit more proactive with, I think extremely successful in dealing with the Aegislash, but you actually have to continue to progress the game further with your damage on the Mega Floette.
Yeah, and I think the Mega Floette is still the right Mega Evolution to bring into this conversation, especially with just how strong those fairy moves are directly into Samuel T's team. Sorry, tongue twister, what can we say? And so, but I do think we also really need to talk about the Basque Legion and how much it did right at the beginning, but how if Matcha Gotcha is really able to strategically place it, actually goes really, really well into Samuel T's team, especially against that Garchomp. So maybe preserving that a little bit better and to go ahead and put it into a better position to allow for maybe that Garchomp not to being such a threat on Samuel T's side.
Yeah, I think the Cassie Berry on the Basque Legion is just so essential in allowing you to stand up to the Aegislash, which is otherwise really one of the main damage dealers to it on the team, at least from the super effective perspective. I do want to point out one real mismatch between the two teams. Although they do have the Aerodactyls between the two of them, there is Taunt on Matcha Gotchas, at least on the team sheet, and then Samuel T has Tailwind. There is some talk of a team sheet error between game 1 and game 2, so we're not entirely sure of what move is missing, but if it is the Taunt on Matcha Gotcha's Aerodactyl, and it's actually a Tailwind, that would allow them to actually go for matching Tailwind so that you just can maybe not get swept by that Garchomp like you did in the late game of the last one, but time will tell where that goes. I think, yeah, like you pointed out, the Basque Legion could be really difficult for Samuel T to deal with regardless. I think it is just going to be about pushing that Mega Floette to, yeah, just be a little bit more of a sweeper instead of getting knocked out easily.
Yeah, so I guess when we're talking about Mega Evolutions, as we're kind of resolving that team sheet error, I have a quick question, Cedric. What is your favorite Mega Evolution currently in this format?
Currently in this format's an interesting one. All time, got to be Charizard Y. If you look at the Limitless ratings, I think I'm number 4 on Charizard Y. Got my buddy over there, of course. But I think in this format, I think Mega Floette isn't my favorite. I think it's probably the most objectively strong. But I'm a big fan of Mega Gardevoir. I think the Psychic and Trick Room, and just all the support options like Encore that it gets that Mega Floette doesn't get, kind of put it in an interesting niche. I saw Toiler Web in a previous weekend and a previous tournament running with Mousehold and kind of using a swap of a Trick Room and a Tailwind mode. You can kind of swap in between the two of them. Then the Mega Floette teams are kind of a little bit more linear in that regard, where you are just running like 3 fairy moves, maybe a Calm Mind mixed in there. But I do like the Gardevoir a fair bit. But what about you, Courtney? What is your favorite Mega Pokemon in this format?
In this format, I know, well, first of all, tragically, I have been running Heracross. Does Mega Heracross see the battlefield very often? Not so often, but I actually have been having a ton of fun with Mega Frostlass. And so I think especially some of the new Pokemon ZA Mega Evolutions have been a little bit of different for us as we're trying to figure out the old existing ones and now how these new ones interact a little bit more. I've been having a lot of fun with Mega Frostlass, plus I am absolutely in love with the design. I think they did so well with it, but also Mega Meganium. And I would just like to say to all the Meganium haters out there, we told you so. So, just saying, not to toot our own horns, but as a big Chikorita fan and also a Mega Meganium fan, I'm really excited for Mega Meganium to finally get its flowers, figuratively and literally, especially going into this format. So I'm really excited to see how it performs throughout the Grand Championship Festival, but also as we're going to go ahead and go into the switch from Scarlet and Violet into Champions during the different types of tournaments, especially going into Indianapolis, Turin, and also NEIC for the remainder of the season. I don't know if you want to divulge anything, Cedric, but is there anything that you're excited to bring to any of those tournaments potentially?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. The next tournament I have coming up is LA, so I've been pretty focused on Regulation I. Unfortunately, not playing a whole lot of champions, but yeah, we'll see if I even end up going to that tournament. But for Indianapolis, upcoming for myself and the other tournaments, I do feel like it's going to depend a little bit on the results of this tournament, which is part of why it's so exciting. Is normally you wait for these IRL tournaments, the major official sanctioned Pokemon tournaments, to kind of dictate what is good and what is not in the format. But because people are so excited for the Pokemon Champions gameplay, we already had a very large grassroots tournament the previous week, and this one is up to, I think we had 6,000 people playing in the tournament of the roughly 10,000 plus the waitlist that registered. So yeah, I think what does well will kind of dictate to some extent what we're going to see, or at least the counter responses that we'll see at the next IRL Champions tournament, which is really exciting. I'd expect in this tournament that last week the Mega Charizard teams were kind of dominating both Y and X, but I'd really expect Mega Floette, people who maybe have figured it out a little bit. Mega Gengar, I think those two Megas were a little bit underrepresented in the top cut. So I'd hope at the IRL tournaments, people have really put their team building shoes on, and we deviate a little bit from the Aerodactyl, Floette, Basculegion, King Gambit, Sneasler team that we've seen basically copy and pasted, which is a excellent team, but I think people will hopefully have found some adequate defensive answers to those.
I feel like that's Tales of its time, especially when new formats come out. Everyone goes into like one little corner with the same, I would say, top 12 Pokemon. But then as the format kind of grows and as more tournaments happen, especially both grassroots and in person, it really starts to morph the different types of teams that we have. Especially, I think one big highlight is Milotic, and especially with it running Coil Hypnosis. I'm personally not running that set on mine, but when I saw that come out at the tournament last week, I was shocked. And then ever since then, my ladder experience has only been Coil Hypnosis Milotic. So it is very interesting to see how rapid the different teams can change, especially after these massive tournaments that are held. So I'm just really excited to also see kind of if new Mega Evolutions get more of a little limelight, especially as we're going to go into these in-person tournaments.
Yeah, the innovation from players we've seen has been quite interesting because for those, I guess, not tapped in, maybe new Scarlet and Violet players, the Coil Milotic set kind of fell by the wayside for a bit, but early in the Scarlet and Violet, or not the Scarlet and Violet, the Sword and Shield Dynamax era, Coil Hypnosis Milotic was a really strong answer against opposing Dynamax to really just immobilize them on the field. But we're seeing a lot of players, both new players and old players, essentially look at old strategies that were successful then and realizing, okay, without Terrestrialization, without Dynamax, these are still quite strong. And as a result, we are seeing a lot of innovation in that regard. But we do have the team preview setting up for this next game. There was a team sheet error. I'm not entirely sure what the judge decision there was, but I believe Machagacha, the match result did at least stand. So Machagacha is down 0-1, so Passimian kind of back up against the ropes, or maybe there's some better rugby-based pun I could be making. Maybe you can support me there, Courtney. But yeah, we are going to get into this team preview. As we mentioned earlier, just the mismatches between the teams, whether there is Tailwind on the opposing or on Machagacha's Aerodactyl, I think is going to be pretty key if that was resolved between the set.
Yeah, no, for sure. Unfortunately, Cedric, I can't help you with the rugby joke. I will say, if you saw my background, I'm not as versed as rugby as I am Pokemon, but I am really excited to see the Pokemon go ahead and hit the field on Machagacha's side. We're seeing that Aerodactyl and Floette lead once again, and also from Samuel T, we're seeing the Aerodactyl and Aegislash. So what are your thoughts, especially now that we have a very similar turn one? What would you say maybe do differently?
One thing I immediately noticed is that the Aerodactyl on Machagacha's side, the Unnerve activated first, so it's at least a speed tie, if not the Aerodactyl on Machagacha's being a little bit faster. But yeah, there is at least on Samuel's side the option to Iron Head without being threatened by a one-hit knockout by a really strong last respect, so I do expect Samuel to probably target into that Floette with either a Poltergeist or an Iron Head to get a lot of damage there, just so that you can knock it out later with a Garchomp Earthquake.
And we're going to go ahead and see that Floette go ahead and go into its Mega Evolution, and also make sure it protects as well. And the taunt going out on the Aerodactyl from Machagacha's side into Samuel T's Aerodactyl. So we're going to go ahead and see that Samuel T is no longer going to be able to set up that Tailwind, at least not for now, and seeing the Aegislash going for that Iron Head, getting a one-hit KO into Machagacha's Aerodactyl with a critical hit. Wow, a very different turn one.
Absolutely. As we mentioned in the previous game, it is Hearthstone on the Aerodactyl instead of the more common Focus Sash. I believe, actually, Focus Sash isn't occupied on any other Pokemon on Machagacha's team, so really interesting choice there. But that's a huge advantage. Of course, you didn't get Tailwind up, but you did knock out the Aerodactyl on the opposing side of the field, which means you don't have to deal with Rock Slide flinches on the future turn, and you are the fastest Pokemon for the rest of the battle with your own Aerodactyl, giving you a lot of just free reign to kind of go for Rock Slides and maybe stilt the odds of the battle in your favor.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Machagacha is going to bring back that Basculegion. So it's really cool to see that, as we were talking in between Game 1 and Game 2, how pivotal of a Pokemon that we thought Basculegion is, and Machagacha also recognizing that, especially in this position, now that you have the Aegislash in Blade form, and also the Aerodactyl fully taunted. It's really going to cause some issues. We do see the Shadow Snake from the Aegislash on Samuel T's side going into the Basculegion on Machagacha's side, and also doubling up with that dual wing beat, but it's just not enough to go ahead and knock out that Basculegion. So we're about to see some heavy damage come out from not only the Mega Floette, but also that Basculegion.
Yeah, an aggressive play to keep your Aegislash in the blade form, but yeah, really good call from Machagacha to even capitalize on that and still target into it. You would have been -1 if you did target into that King Shield, but no, really on the money on when that Aegislash is going to be in the blade form in both of these matches. Knocks that out. However, we do see a fair bit of chip damage. That Basket Legion now in range of a dual wing beat for sure. Rockslide would be a little bit suspect. But yeah, the Mega Fluette entering the field, now offering a lot of unresisted damage unless the Aegislash on Machagacha's side does decide to come in on this turn.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see the Aegislash coming in this turn. I'm not sure if it's something that I would necessarily do, just because I wouldn't want it to take any unneeded damage, especially with the 2 Pokemon sitting across from it. I might go ahead, I'm not sure what's on Samuel T's side, but if it's at Garchomp, I maybe want to go ahead and make sure that that Basket Legion is saved. But if I'm feeling like it's not, then maybe I'm going to leave it in so I can get an easy swap into my Aegislash. We are going to go ahead and see the Rock Slide go into both of Machagacha's Pokemon. However, we're also going to go ahead and see that there is that flinch, which is no good, as we can see. We're going to go ahead and see the Basket Legion go down also on Machagacha's side. So now it's kind of the point of seeing what is going to come out from them.
Yeah, we saw Area 0 flinch. I think, was it that the Floette outsped the opposing Basket Legion? I might have mistracked that, but yeah, the Floette being able to answer the opposing Floette run answered is really nice. We could have seen a Light of Ruin actually come out that turn, which probably would have done as much damage in return as you would have taken from the Dazzling Gleam, but at least you have the Floette. Pretty low. I don't recall. I think it is no Shadow Sneak on the Aegislash, so no option to really clean up this low HP Aerodactyl that is continuing to really just threaten you with these rock slides. But yeah, really exceptional turn from Samuel T. Gained a lot of ground in knocking out the Basket Legion to maybe free up some of the Pokemon in the back. And now you just have this Aegislash and low HP Floette with the option to go for Tailwind and gain speed advantage for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, I was about to say that taunt has got to be on its last few turns, especially. So
Right.
now,
Right.
I think it might be. Is it this turn or is it next turn? I need the little thing that they have on top. That was the highlight of what I saw on Twitter. But we do see that the taunt has worn off, and that Samuel T is going to go ahead and set up that Tailwind, and that Floette is going to just do some massive damage onto Machagacha's side. We're going to go ahead and see that the Aegislash is going to take just a little bit of damage from there and go ahead and change into that blade form, probably targeting down that Mega Floette with the Iron Head, getting a one-hit KO.
Yeah, the
I'm so
Aegislash
happy
is
to see Aegislash is back. For real.
Yeah, 2 Iron Head KOs on both of these player sides, but yeah, knocking out the Mega in Machagacha's case. In this case, though, it might be a little bit too late as the Garchomp is coming in. It has the Tailwind up and the Floette on the opposing side so low, it's definitely in range of the Earthquake at this point. So with no wide guard on the opposing Aegislash, on Machagacha's Aegislash, it's going to be really difficult to stop Samuel T from just freely clicking Rockside Earthquake and closing the game out without having to think too much.
Yeah, it seems like it's a really bad position for Machagacha, especially now that they've got Tailwind up. That's also going to make sure that everything is secured from them. No matter the amount of protect, it's going to be really, really hard to get out of this situation. It is really fascinating to see that we, once again, Rock Slide. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. It's going to go ahead and connect onto Machagacha's Aegislash, but we're going to see the Earthquake come out from Garchomp and just do some devastating damage onto the field.
Yeah, Blade form, not a prayer to actually survive that attack. What does it have? Base 50 defenses when it's in the Blade form, so easy KO for that really bulky Sword Stance Garchomp, which ultimately carried both of the end games of these matches. So really excellent positioning on Samuel T's side. Found out that the Aerodactyl was slower, got taunted, and wasn't able to set up the favorable speed conditions that it wanted, but good foresight to still deal with the opposing Aerodactyl on that turn so that you could set up for that late game Tailwind Garchomp in the end game. So unless we got something wrong about the judge call with the team sheet, it looks like a clean 2-0 for Samuel T to progress to 4-0 and unfortunately send the Passimian, which we didn't see in the match, to a 3-1. I don't think we actually got the pleasure of covering exactly what it was doing, so for all the fans at home, it was a Citrus Berry set with Defiant, Close Combat, Rock Slide, and Coaching along with Protect. So interesting set. Unfortunately, wasn't able to shine in this matchup.
And that's slightly disappointing, as we all know, but understandable is when it doesn't look, when the cards don't align, they don't align. And I know some of us have definitely brought some of our favorite Pokemon with us to an event or an online tournament and just haven't been able to optimize them the best way. Not all Pokemon are made for competitive, but it's a thought that counts. We're going to go ahead and just watch a quick replay of our last match with Samuel T and Machagacha and seeing just how devastating these rock slides can be, and also mysterious they can be as well with these different types of misses and also with the flinches.
Yeah, I think on that battle it missed the Aerodactyl, which maybe bought Machagacha a little bit of time to get another rock slide off, maybe knock out the Garchomp. It ended up living the turn and as a result got into some trouble. And I believe this is the critical double protect turn where the Garchomp was able to set up a Sword Stance to allow for the late game sweep. I think this was really the key misstep on Machagacha's side, and Samuel T just excellent capitalizing off of that passive turn. But just having gone for a Dazzling Gleam, you probably actually reversal that situation. Whereas now with the Sword Stance going up, Samuel T just was able to take that 1-hit knockout on the Mega Floette and convert to a really strong endgame.
Yeah, and I think Garchomp is really has just made its space, especially within this regulation, of that it doesn't matter if it needs a Mega Stone or not, that it's going to still do so much damage onto any field that it lands on, especially when integrating a lot with different types of sand teams. I know I've seen a lot of weird evasiveness things come up around on the ladder as well, so it is really cool to see it though in play and also not Mega Evolving. So it's very fascinating to also see on that side is that we've had 2 Mega Floettes, but one just doing so much more damage than the other. So yeah, it's very fascinating to see how similar teams like this just were very much dancing around each other to go ahead and see, am I going to protect? Are you going to protect? Am I going to set up my Tailwind yet? Or are you going to go ahead and taunt as well? So a very interesting close match between Machagacha and Samuel T. Do I think the Passimian would have changed things? I'm not sure, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah, maybe you could have gone for a Rock Slide to stall that Floette just one additional turn, but yeah, I think you're right. Against this, against the Aegislash, against the Floette, even the Aerodactyl, it didn't really seem that extremely well poised, but there is one really cool interaction that I think both of us missed in both the Game 1 and the Game 2. In Game 1, I think, because Unnerve was active, you could have actually Poltergeisted the Basket Legion turn 1 and knocked it out with the... Yeah, with that Aegislash Floette lead. And then in Game 2, we saw Shadow Sneaks break through the Cassiberry and really put the Basket Legion in range where it could be cleaned up quite easily later. So just excellent recognition of that field condition that Aerodactyl has kind of been known to be really strong for in this metagame, just disabling the ability for the berries to activate. So absolute mastery of Samuel's team there. Just solid play overall, and you can see why they're 4-0 in this Grand Champions Festival 6,000 person tournament. They are now just cruising along to potentially day 2 if they win the next couple of matches. As we go into the next match, it is Joe UX9, a stream mainstay against Valerio A.
Yeah, super excited to see this field, and also so excited to see Mega Aggron on the field as well. It seems, if you've been on social media the last few days, there's been a lot of talk about Mega Aggron, so I'm really excited to see it here. And I'm also so excited to see the Mimikyu on Joe UX9's side as well. I saw it earlier in a match with Rosemary Kelly, and I'm really excited to see that it's also making a return here.
Yeah, I think Joe's team, he did play this team in the previous really large tournament, the grassroots tournament, got a top 4 there and is now trying to convert that to another strong result. This Mega Aggron is, though, something of a tough matchup. With the Iron Defense and Body Press, it can really tank hits from the Excadrill, Tyranitar, and Corviknight on the other side of the field. But of course, if you're not running Heavy Slam, the Mimikyu could be a problem, just being immune to any coverage. Then the Rotom Wash can Will-O-Wisp you, and you take a lot of damage from any special attacks from the Hydreigon. So a lot of advantages for the Aggron, but we also see some of his weaknesses if Joe is able to play around it properly.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have to go ahead and highlight as well, as we see the Incineroar come in on Valero's side, is that it is running a Chople Berry with Flare Blitz, Throat Chop, Parting Shot, and Fake Out. So a little bit different than we traditionally see on their side. We're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu target into the Incineroar, really not doing too much, as well as that Corviknight, doubling it up into that slot and taking Incineroar down to 6 HP.
Yeah, we see a follow-up of the Iron Defense from the Mega Aggron. I did just check the team sheet. It does have Heavy Slam, so this Mimikyu not as effective of an answer as I think Joe would like, and there's no Will-O-Wisp, which it can be known to carry. That is, of course, on the Rotom Wash. So, yeah, breaking through this Iron Defense Mega Aggron is going to be tricky. Although we did see the Brave Bird do a lot of damage to the Incineroar, I'm kind of questioning if it already got a bulk up earlier in the battle to augment both its defense and its attacking stats to maybe kind of stand up against this oh my god, no, it doesn't even have Body Press. It has Brave Bird. This Mega Aggron is going to wall all over it as the Incineroar starts off the turn doing what it does best with the Fake Out.
What I will just say is never count a Mega Evolution down, as we see the Shadow Sneak going into Valerio's Incineroar, knocking it out. We know that they are running that Sinistcha, but we're not sure what the last final Pokemon is. But we do see that body press going into the Corviknight, doing so much damage.
I'm pretty sure that's a +1 defense Corviknight, maybe even +2. Oh my goodness, this thing's so crazy. Yeah, it's hit. For those unaware, the body press, a physical move that actually goes off of instead your physical or your attacking stat, goes off of your defensive stat, which also pairs with the defensive boost from the Iron Defense. So you're boosting yourself defensively and offensively at the same time, and you have, it's just such strong offensive damage as the Basque Legion does enter the field. It is a Choice Scarf Basque Legion, so you could kind of freely just flip turn off this Mimikyu if you want to, break its disguise and follow up with a Heavy Slam, but of course Joe has Protect on his Mimikyu if he is kind of seeing one step ahead there.
Yeah, I think you have to be really careful about that, and I think Joe really respects that and goes ahead and protects the Mimikyu, making sure that it does not go down. And the last respects for the Basque Legion is actually going to target into the Corviknight on Joe's side, while that Brave Bird is going to land into that Basque Legion's... Oh my gosh, another one.
You're +3, wow.
Seems like it might be a little bit of a bulky Corviknight, but not bulky enough to take that recoil damage from the Brave Bird as it goes ahead and gets knocked out from Joe. We see the Mega Aggron automatically defaulting into Mimikyu. However, that Protect is going to make sure it stays around for a couple more turns, and seeing the Sinistry returning back on Valerio's side and the Excadrill entering on Joe's.
So I think critically, Valerio identifying, look, in this endgame, unless the Shadow Claws start critting my Aggron, I'm not going to take really any damage from the Mimikyu, and I can always KO it in 2 hits with Heavy Slam, so let's focus on the Corviknight. If they actually knock out my Basque Legion, which did come to pass, the last respect damage will guarantee that with the Brave Bird Recall, it'll get knocked out. We do see the Mimikyu start to go on the offensive. Shadow Claw dealing a lot of damage to the Sinistcha on Valerio's side. It has the Citrus Berry, so it's going to heal up quite a bit. Joe does have the option to Earthquake or go for a Rock Slide, which he's kind of known for with this Excadrill. Is it going to flinch the Sinistcha? If it gets Trick Room up, this could get really dicey really fast, and the Sinistcha is waiting a turn. It looks like it went for the Trick Room. Body Press is going into the Excadrill, brings us down to the Focus Sash. That's a lot of damage now in range for a Matcha Gotcha. This could swing everything. Is it going to flinch? Oh, the Sinistcha does flinch. Trick Room does not go out. That is such a huge turn for Joe to stay in this game.
Oh my gosh, and I know if you are in Joe UX's Nines Twitch chat right now, I'm sure you are popping off at seeing that flinch on on Valerio's side. Truly, it's such a devastating thing, but it's also really something that I feel like if you've been playing Pokemon Champions is something that you've come across while you've been laddering, as you've been training, especially in this tournament as well. Now, this is just a lot more dicey situation. The Excadrill is down to its Focus Sash, and we do see the Mimikyu going into the Shadow Claw, going into the Sinistcha, getting it down to 6 HP. However, it is just not going to be able to hang around with that Iron Head from the Excadrill.
Yeah, Joe doesn't want to play the lottery with the Rock Slide accuracy this time, so just goes for the guaranteed damage to knock out the Sinistcha, kind of knowing that as long as the Sinistcha goes down and Trick Room does not enter the field, then you have speed advantage over the Aggron for the rest of the battle. And also, there's no life dews that can come out. Any damage on this Aggron is going to be permanent for the rest of the battle. It's going to really depend, I think, on who is in the back for Joe. If it's Rotom, I think we see that kind of highlighted, so leaving the Mega Pokemon on the bench. Still not going to love taking the body presses, but you can kind of chip this guy, or the Mega Aggron, down into a Thunderbolt range. You might not have to rely on a Will-O-Wisp. You could just maybe never take the body press in the first place. So I think on Joe to kind of navigate around and get the Rotom in safely to actually deal with the Mega Aggron.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I'm hoping that it is that Rotom Wash going into Joe's on the back line, especially when you see that Mega Aggron. We're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu return back to Joe, and do see the Rotom Wash hitting the field, which is just really putting Valerio into a very hard position. The Iron Head goes into the Aggron, but obviously doesn't do too much with that Iron defense.
Oh my goodness. Okay, incredible read. Incredible read. Going for the body press into the Mimikyu as it switches into Rotom. That was a previously not even not super effective, but a pure immunity, would have done no damage that there. But Valerio knowing exactly that Joe is trying to get that Rotom in to get a bit cleaner endgame. Maybe predicted an Earthquake or just generally the Mimikyu switching, but that switch and knockout is huge. At this point, the Iron defenses are set up. Excadrill does have a super effective move, but you're going to have to Earthquake into your Mimikyu. You can protect, but it's looking like we might need a lot of flinches or crits to actually close this game out due to a incredible read from Valerio.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Mimikyu Shadow Claw into that Mega Aggron, as well as that Rock Slide. As we know, Joe is going for the flinches to see if he can make it through. but this wall is seeming to be really, really tall as the heavy slam knocks into the Mimikyu, taking it out. Wow, this is such a dicey situation, Cedric. It seems like Valerio has really just set themselves up, especially with that massive read. This Excadrill just really doesn't seem like it's going to hold up past this.
I mean, does an Earthquake crit, even single target, knock out a Mega Aggron with Filter? It'll ignore the boost, but I think it's just such a bulky Pokemon. Yeah, Joe's thinks probably not, and maybe be a little bit more chip with your Rock Slide, but not going to roll it here as the Body Press is going to clean out that Excadrill as it takes 1, 2, 3 knockouts in a couple of, consecutive turns, I think. So just a superb sweep from the wall. Valerio A taking Mega Aggron against Joe UX9 to a 4-0 record. Yeah, Joe, one of the best players in the world across multiple seasons, absolutely hot right now, got a top 4 at the previous large grassroots tournament just a week ago. And yeah, to be toppling him with the wall, the Mega Aggron, incredible play from both players, but yeah, an explosive ending to that matchup.
Yeah, that was really down to the wire. I know that y'all can't see our faces as you're watching the live match, but both Cedric and I were very shocked about when that happened. So really excited to see that. And I'm also really excited to see, no offense, Joe, that Mega Aggron is getting its flowers, the well-deserved flowers, in my opinion. And that we also understand that maybe Attack on Titan was right. You gotta watch out for the wall, you know?
Yep, he's got scary faces just like the Titans in the wall. The Mega Aggron, very scary guy. Some of the Megas are very cute. They're adorable. Meganium, Gardevoir, exceptionally well-designed Megas. Mega Aggron, exceptionally designed in a different, more scary way, for sure. I think, but also just extremely scary gameplay. And as we saw, there's so many physical attackers stacked up on Joe's team that if the Iron Defense goes up on the Mega Aggron, it becomes very difficult to knock it out. We saw like even a crit Earthquake probably wouldn't have knocked out there, but I think Joe's attempt, at least in that early part of the game 3 that we missed, was to set up as many bulk ups on possible to at least kind of slow the pace of the Mega Aggron and knock out all the partners and then try and close it out with the rest of your Pokemon. But yeah, we see it kind of doing that. It knocked out the Incineroar, it knocked out the Basket Legion, and it put you in a spot to knock out the Sinistcha with a bit of luck from the flinch, but ultimately, yeah, we are just playing through that sequence, the Rock Slide here. Of course, very critical. I think Valerio doesn't even need the read to close out the match if Trick Room goes up on this turn. You've, of course, chipped the Excadrill into a Matcha Gotcha range, and then you can just go Matcha Gotcha, Heavy Slam, or to knock out the Mimikyu if you want, or you can go for Life Dew. But I think critically, this flinch on the Sinistcha made things extremely difficult, but kudos to Valerio for kind of responding under pressure and identifying exactly what happened on the exact turn it needed to happen and body pressing that immunity and taking a knockout.
Yeah, and I think that's one big thing that, especially as I have learned VGC and going through all the different types of regulations and all the different types of moves, it's really fascinating that sometimes you have to take those different types of risks and identify them of like, okay, it could just potentially still be Mimikyu there, but what if there's a switch in and what if it's Rotom? And going ahead and just saying, hey, this might be my only out, so I'm going to take that risk to do that. And it really did pay off. And I think one thing that we do see, especially with Pokemon as bulky as Mega Aggron, is that once you get one Iron Defense up, it is really, really hard to start breaking through that, especially when you're looking a little bit closer at Joe's team, especially without that Rotom Wash to actually do anything on the field.
Credit to Joe, though. Towards the end game, it looked extremely dicey. Of course, you need the flinch on the Sinistcha, but something we neglected to mention is you did actually Iron Head the turn that you switched into the Rotom to potentially give yourself another out. If that read even happens, there's only a 20% chance that the Body Press is going to come out and get that knockout. So although that spectacular read did come out, at least Joe covered for that with both the RNG and it just being a crazy read to make in the first place. So I think a pretty informed play on his part, and just credits to Valerio to seeing the exact turn the switch was going to happen and punishing perfectly.
Oh yes, nope, 100% agree. And I think that really just shows some world-class players there of understanding like, these are my different outs, these are the ways that I have to identify that. And I'm just really excited to see that. And also, it's always so fun to see really high-level players playing and really learning all the different types of strategies, because I know I take a lot of information just watching different types of YouTube videos or even watching some of the different types of regionals and internationals. So really excited to see these and just try to absorb it, especially before Indianapolis. Now, kind of going into the going back into champions, and let's talk a little bit about the item selection. I know that's been one thing that's been an issue to some people, you know how it kind of works. What are your thoughts about the item selection? I personally I'm loving it. I think it's so fun. I think it allows for everyone to be a little bit creative. I do miss my assault vest. Hopefully it will come sooner or later. But what are your thoughts, Cedric?
I think the best explanation I've seen that I like the most is from actually some people might know him, Wolf Glick, basically saying that the items selected, for the most part, all, if they activate, they display. There's no, okay, I faked out this Pokemon and for some reason it didn't flinch because of Covert Cloak. Sorry, my dog's ear is in the frame, but yeah, I think that's kind of how I feel about it, where it can be really disorienting as a player where, okay, I know this Pokemon is naturally faster, I have mine trained max speed, okay, I got outsped when it KO'd. Why did that happen? Choice Scarf. Those kind of interactions that you kind of come to understand are, like, you can kind of, by process of elimination as you play the game more often, kind of understand what's happening. Those are really hard and disorienting to deal with when you're new to the game. So I think an extraordinarily brave, but ultimately really cool choice to actually remove those from the game and kind of remove a little bit of player creativity, but also add new elements by just incorporating new items like the resist berries that for the most part we hadn't seen in the past, as well as these really small augmentation items that you don't see activate but are so little that don't really disorient new players.
Yeah, and we're gonna get some bonus coverage from the production team, and seeing Mega Skull Villain put it up and set it next to Politoed is really interesting. I personally am a huge Politoed fan, but against the Tandemaus and that Milotic, as we were talking about earlier, it has become a huge pivotal Pokemon, especially within this grassroots scene, but also as we've been seeing on the ladder. So what do you think of this board state?
Yeah, I'm looking at these teams and they're both extraordinarily bulky in a lot of respects. The opposing side with the Mousehold and the Milotic on the bulkier side, we have just an extremely bulky team, but honestly, these Villain teams kind of do really well against those with the ability to burn a lot of Pokemon. Sorry.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we're going to go ahead and see that Perish Trap. Go ahead and activate on Zach's side, which is going to cause a little bit of issues while the Milotic goes for that Muddy Water onto Zach as well. It's not going to do that much damage. It's just going to cause a little bit of accuracy to have a little bit of issues on that side. The Leftovers is going to go ahead and proc on that Politoed as well as that Milotic to get a little bit more back to them. And you're very much right on this subject. It is very, very bulky. We have a lot of different health that's being regenerated from Leech Seed, from Leftovers, that is just allowing these Pokemon to stay on the field as long as possible.
Yeah, as long as possible, but no more than 3 turns, as the Pair Song is active on all of these Pokemon, although it looks like there is a knockout on the Sneasler, but both of these trainers at least have a switch option in the future turns, so it's not going to be anything locked on the field, but forcing these switches can be punished by really strong attacks, maybe Overheat in the Scoville, not entirely sure if it's moveset, but yeah, as we mentioned, just the passive damage from the burns and the Leech Seeds make the Scoville really hard to clear, and this Politoed no slouch either. If it's only Super Fang and Scald in the Milotic, I think the Scald would maybe knock out in the rain, but the Super Fang not threatening much, so good on Zach to actually pepper in a Pair Song to put the pressure on to Konya.
Yeah, and as we're seeing in the back for Konya, we do see that Mega Venusaur, and currently what it's running is Protect, Sludge Bomb, Giga Drain, and Leech Seed. We're not really quite sure about how much HP it has or if it is full HP, but it is a very interesting Pokemon that is definitely very scared of that Mega Skull Villain, but it's going to risk it for the Biscuit and swap out for that Tandemaus. As we see that the Politoed is also going to go back on Zach's side into that Sneasler. So this will be very interesting to see how that Skull Villain's going to react, and it's going to react with a Protect.
Yeah, definitely safe in the face of, don't really want to take a Super Fang even though you burn the Mousehold. That's just a lot of chunks of damage, and then maybe you're in susceptible range to a Scald on future turns. Gets the Sneasler in actually quite cleanly. You could have seen a Scald go right into that Politoed slot to chip it down into either knockout range or put it very close with a burn. So the Sneasler comes in scot-free, does not get burned, and is now threatening a lot of damage. The Milotic, of course, may be able to take one close that's pretty low, it probably would go down, but of course if you switched out in the face of the Pair Song, you will just get knocked up by a close combat on the Mousehold. So I think good opportunity for Zach to actually get that Sneasler in very safely. Probably kind of a difficult find, but was able to get it in, and maybe is threatening close combats or Dark Claws into the Venusaur and try and roll some RNG in your favor on that Pokemon.
Oh yeah, no, I think it'll be very interesting. I think Sneasler is one of those Pokemon that has really shined through, especially after Legends of Arceus and throughout Scarlet and Violet. Has been one of those pivotal Pokemon, especially with the Dire Claw and how much it can do. to most people, I'm not saying I'm tired caught some people, but I'm just saying sometimes they've taken a nap after it. So it is really cool to go ahead and see it in this scenario. That Mega Venusaur is full HP. That is something that we have to keep in mind, as well as running that Leech Seed. I don't think it's really, we're going to see it too much, but we are going to go ahead and see that Milotic come back onto Quinia's side, and that Tandemos coming back in. The Fake Out is going to land into that Mega Venusaur, as that Skull Villain is definitely winding up for a massive overheat.
Yeah, big chunk of damage missed in that Venusaur as the overheat does miss. It's hard to tell since we entered in the middle of the battle whether the Scovillain had already overheated and was at a -2 special attack, but regardless would have been appreciated damage given that Leech Seed, a grass type on the Venusaur, so you're not able to go for damage that way, so any damage into the Venusaur would be really appreciated, especially if it has a Sludge Bomb to kind of answer your Scovillain with a really powerful attack there. The Mousehole did get in free. I'm not sure if it's Chople Berry or Focus Sash, so maybe could have taken a close combat regardless, but now on the field protecting this Venusaur. Yeah, this Venusaur, kind of an offensive and defensive threat, especially next to a Mousehold on the field, is the Sneasler. Feeling that pressure, starts off the turn with the Protect.
Yeah, and taking a look at that Mousehold set, it is doing the Triple Berry with Protect, Super Fang, Follow Me, and Taunt on that side. We're going to go ahead and see that Mega Venusaur go for that Sludge Bomb into the Poly 2, getting a critical hit and knocking it out, making it so that they're just running that Skull Villain with that Sneasler on Zach's side.
Yeah, the knockout on the Politoed, really nice. No more Parasong that can kind of trap your Pokemon on the field or force switches later on. But at this point, yeah, Rain's up. You can't even really overheat the opposing Venusaur. That was like the one non-rain turn in the next 5 turns that you would have had. So I think a little bit challenging, especially with if there is Follow Me on the Mousehold to get around. Just targeting into the Sneasler if it's a... I mean, it does resist a Giga Drain and a Sludge Bomb from the Sneasler. If there's no Earth Power, maybe it can survive a turn, but not if you go for a close combat. At that point, you'll probably go down. So I think dealing with this Venusaur offensively and defensively is going to be the big challenge on Zach's side. But, you know, no challenge insurmountable with the Dire Claw. Do we see an activation? No, we do not. Dire Claw, no sleep, no paralysis, and poison wasn't possible. As the Scovillain, no healing allowed for it. Really just completely locked down the board on Konia's side. Really excellent play in this endgame.
Yeah, Konia is just in a fabulous position with that Mega Venusaur, the Tandemos, but also that Milotic in the back as well. We do see that Scovillain was trying to go for that Leech Seed, but Konia really respected that with the Mousehold, and we're going to see the forfeit on Zach's side. What an interesting match as well. 2 very, very different teams, but very fascinating to see.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think, yeah, Venusaur, really uncommon. Scovillain has gotten a little bit more common with the ability, the Spicy Extract, just burning the primarily physical top threats in the metagame. So even if your Scovillain just goes down and trades for 2 burns against your opponent's non-mega threats, that can oftentimes be really effective, especially if you pair it with like a Parasong mode to kind of play defensively. So really cool team on that side. And then we also saw, I believe, Milotic Ceruledge, which is... Milotic's definitely sprung up a lot, but Ceruledge a little bit less common, and kind of exciting teams. I think on our end, we are going to take a quick break, but we will, of course, still have that bonus match in the background if you're interested in watching. Round 5 coming up soon. Myself and Courtney will still be on the mic. Stay tuned for that.
Hi everybody. So far we have 2 matches left in round 4 of this tournament. Unfortunately, I have some bad news. Both our Passimian player and our Watchog player are now 3-1. Still a great record, but the undefeated Passimian and undefeated Watchog are no longer possible. But they can still win the whole thing. I want to point something out that was revealed to me today. It turns out that every single Pokemon in Pokemon Champions, except for 2, are being played in this tournament. There are 12 Mr. Rhymes, only 11 Pikachus. Really tells you something, doesn't it? So who are our 2 Pokemon that were unfortunately left out? Well, the first one is Fortress. Singles All-Star, not so great here, I guess. And the second is Dedenne. I guess people prefer the original Pikachu to the clones. So, we're going to keep going into round 5, where we're going to be showing off the Players' Cup Invitational 25th Anniversary Champion, Santino Tarcunio, as our next match. We'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Grand Champions Festival Round 5. My name is Cedric, Talon Online, and today I have Courtney Wiglier. Wiglier? I'll let you do yourself. The lovely Courtney on the mic.
I love that. Yes, it is Wigglier. Everyone says it's a little bit different. It's always kind of a fun thing to see how people say it. But hello, everybody. I am Courtney, also known as Wigglier, and I'm really excited for this round 5 of the Grand Champions Festival hosted by Skraw VGC. Now, Cedric, let's talk about something really quick. I know we were just talking about recruiting and things like that in Champions. Now, I have a confession to make. It's really hard. This morning, I did run into my first shiny recruit Pokemon.
Oh, congrats.
Can you take a guess on which one do you think it was?
I'm going to guess it's on brand. I'm going to go Heracross.
Sadly, it was not Heracross. I would say if it was Heracross, I would have made it all my entire personality traits so far today. But it was Hippowdon, which...
Ooh. Girl Hippowdon, guy Hippowdon.
Girl Hippowdon.
Oh, Girl Hippowdon sprite goes so hard.
It's
Perfect.
so good. It's so good. I was like so excited to see that. So I really am loving the new recruit feature in Champions. I think it's just a fun little thing that you don't necessarily need to recruit Pokemon, but it's really cool to see like which ones pop up and like how different they are. And I love that they have, some of them have little titles. Like I got Tyranitar the Grumpy the other day and I was like, this is very on brand for Tyranitar.
Yeah, I think people might be surprised to hear that despite being a, someone with a YouTube channel, I have not gone past the initial, $8 starter pass. I don't have the Pokemon Home membership, so I'm just trying to rack up as many of the recruits as I can so that I don't have to go back and forth between Pokemon Home, which outside of that, I feel like Pokemon Champions has been extremely accessible, easy to build teams, easy to get Pokemon, and I'm starting to build out a pretty solid, honestly, meta lineup, as we are actually getting pretty close to seeing some potentially meta lineups ourselves as we go into this round 5. As we get a look at the players' team sheets, yeah, definitely a few that we've seen before, but a lot of interesting choices as well.
Yeah, I think really looking at this, we have Super Santi, who has a really interesting team, and I want to make one big call out, which is the Dragonite. So instead of running any sort of Mega Stone, it's actually running a Dragon Fang. So really excited to see that. It's a little bit different. I know I used to run a lot of Dragonite, especially paired with Qianpao back in the Scarlet Violet day, but really excited to see it with the Dragon Fang this time.
Yeah, just outlining that Pokemon's full moveset, multi-scale, so not opting for the inner focus that you might expect with all the Intimidate flying around the metagame with the Incineroars running Dragon Fang, Dragon Claw, Low Kick for all the King Gambit, and then Extreme Speed. I believe Extreme Speed in previous formats was getting pretty close to a clean 2-hit KO on Sneasler, and definitely after a Dragon Claw. So kind of an anti-meta pick, but seems well poised against a lot of the Pokemon in the metagame, as well as a lot of other choices. I think the familiar Sneasler, King Gambit, and Incineroar are not going to be too surprising for some people, but in a Alolan Ninetales, one of the coolest Pokemon around, pun intended, running the Never Melt Ice, making things even cooler.
Yeah, I'm actually so excited to see that Alolan Ninetales on Santi's side. And I think one thing that's really cool to say about it too is its actual moveset. So it's running Protect, Encore, Disable, and Blizzard, which is definitely something I have never ran on an Alolan Ninetales. So I really like this strategy that they're leading with, and especially it paired with the Dragonite, and then still having some familiar friends of Sneasler, Incineroar, and King Gambit, but also a Mega Gengar with it as well, which is super fun to see.
Yeah, we got Santi Perish here with a Protect on the Incineroar, a Protect on every Pokemon on the team, and of course, yeah, the Encore Disable mode on the Alolan Ninetales pairing exceptionally well with the Mega Gengar. The Shadow Tag locking Pokemon in the field. If they go for a problematic move and your Ninetales outspeeds them, disable, and then you can just Encore them into that on the next turn, or maybe flip the order, Encore a Pokemon, and then guarantee they're stuck on it, and then disable them the next turn. That all pairs exceptionally well with the Paris Song on the Mega Gengar, which, yeah, with the double Fake Out, Sneasler, and Incineroar on the team is going to be really hard to actually get a lot of offensive turns going against this team, especially, yeah, with that aforementioned really strong supported oriented Ninetales.
Yeah, but I think one thing that they have to watch out for is Alexander's team as a whole. We are seeing a very, I would say, typical meta team right now, running the Mega Floette, Aerodactyl, Incineroar, Garchomp, King Gambit, and Sneasler. So it seems like Alexander is definitely going to play this a little bit more offensively, which might go ahead and make Santino waver a little bit, but I think if it could be pretty strategically placed out, especially if they can get that perish trap really set up and fluent. I think it could be a really good team for them.
Yeah, I want to watch out for the Parasong mode on the Gengar, but also how it allows the Pokemon on Santino's team to offensively deal with the Pokemon on Alexander's side. I want to look at particularly the Garchomp you would think would be a really strong matchup against the Sneasler, the Kingambit, the Incineroar, but if a Gengar and Ninetales are on the field, you're going to be stuck in against a Blizzard and be in kind of a nightmare situation. Not Yache Berry on the Garchomp, a Soft Sand, which is going to maybe stilt things in Alexander's favor, where maybe otherwise an Earthquake wouldn't knock out the opposing Mega Gengar, whether it's maybe trained to survive that attack, but the Soft Sand maybe pushes that over the edge.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that we've continued to see Garchomp not have any sort of Mega Stone connected to it. A lot of traders going ahead and opting for different types of items, such as like Soft Sand, that we're seeing here on Alexander's side. Now, we're going to go ahead and go into the match between Super Santi, Santino, and Alexander.
Yep, we are getting into it. Oh, it looks like a lot of badges on Alexander's side. I saw, Kingambit, Sneasler, and Gengar. Or I think that was maybe on Santino's side. So lots of pairings of these Pokemon, lots of gameplay with those Pokemon. We see the Aerodactyl and the Kingambit led. So a bit more typical of a team on Alexander's side, but the Aerodactyl with the Focus Sash and the Tailwind, so can kind of get set up into a strong position. But yeah, interesting lead from Santino, leaving the Gengar at least in the back, if not on the bench.
Yeah, and also leading with that Alolan Ninetales as well, getting up that snow warning, which is going to cause a few different issues. Primarily is that if that Alolan Ninetales does choose to attack with that Blizzard, it is going to do some devastating damage onto Alexander's side. Now, it is paired up right next to that Sneasler, which is running that Fake Out, which is always an issue no matter what. I know we've all had these different types of Fake Outs throughout playing all these different types of Pokemon games. So it's something that we can't scoff at. And we do see the Sneasler going into that Fake Out, into that Aerodactyl to make sure that nothing gets set up on Alexander's side.
Yep, two of the fastest Pokemon on the field in the metagame, the Aerodactyl and the Sneasler, but the Aerodactyl immobilized by the Fake Out and the Blizzard a perfect follow-up to knock out that typically frail Pokemon, and a critical hit to boot on the Kingambit. There's one more thing we could roll on this turn. We'll see if the Kingambit is able to knock it. Alright, it's not frozen, so very nice, as a 4-time super effective Iron Head is going to knock out the Ninetales on Santi's side. So a pretty aggressive turn from a typically defensive team.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have to also recognize is that Alexander is not going to be able to set up a Tailwind at all now that the Aerodactyl is down. We do see Alexander going out for that Sneasler, as well as Santino going into that Gengar. So we will probably see a Mega Gengar in our future very, very soon.
Yeah, interesting choice to bring in the Sneasler here. I think because you have the Mega Floette in the back, it seemed fairly likely that the Mega Gengar would be in the back for Santi's side. So to bring in the Sneasler here, you kind of are a little bit susceptible to a Mega Evolution and a double Protect here. On the next turn, you are a Chople Berry Kingambit, but you're at such low HP after the critical hit Blizzard. Maybe that's the difference maker in the close combat, knocking out anyways. And then the Gengar is just going to be immune to the close combat and not taking a lot of damage from the Dire Claw, as looks like Santi is taking the defensive position after such an aggressive turn 1.
Yeah, which I think is a really good play by Santi, especially just really scoping out, as they know, the Fake Out, making sure that that does not go ahead and land into their own Sneasler, and that Kowtow Cleave going into that Gengar as well. Both being protected, a really good play by Santi, just making sure that, hey, let's scope out what's happening, make sure that I don't get faked out, and start setting up a little bit more of how I want to.
Yeah, from Santi's perspective, I think going for an attack here, although tempting in the opposing Sneasler, may be tempting, but probably just better to go for a Parasong in close combat to avoid a Sucker Punch and also dispatch the Kingambit. It is a Protect there. We see close combat going into the opposing Sneasler, and it is going to score it 2 at KO and also activate, let me confirm, yeah, the White Herb Unburden combination on Alexander Sneasler. So the next turn, it will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and maybe follow up with a close combat in the opposing Sneasler. But the Parasong does come out, and that timer is going to start ticking down.
Man, it is one of those things. As you said, Santi can't perish as we see that Parasong come out and it's starting to tick down. Now, this is a really fascinating place because we do see that Santi's Sneasler is going to go down to another close combat, which it seems like is going to be what might Alexander be playing, but that King Gambit is now in a different sticky situation. It needs to swap out to make sure that it can get out of that Perish Trap and get out of that singing of a little song. But that Mega Gengar is really not allowing it a ton of flexibility on that side. We do go ahead and see that Senti is going to bring back that Sneasler and swap it out for Incineroar to go ahead and get that Intimidate drop. Now that the White Herb has been used on the Sneasler on Alexander's side, it is going to take that attack drop, but is going to boost King Gambit.
Close combat dealing a lot of damage, but critically the White Herb was burned, as you mentioned, Courtney, in the last turn, so not a clean knockout, and the Incineroar healing back up to maybe even out of range of another close combat with that Citrus Berry, so very defensively trained Incineroar as the Kowtow goes into the Gengar. Now with the Incineroar on the field, you can, it's kind of interesting, but you can fake out the King Gambit to guarantee that on the next turn, you could take a knockout with Parasong, same with the Sneasler, but if close combat does KO your Incineroar, your Gengar would be trapped on the field, so really depend on how the Incineroar is trained overall.
Yeah, I think it's a really sticky situation. We saw how much damage that close combat did do into that Incineroar with the Citrus Berry procced after that. But you're correct, Cedric. Is it going to survive another hit, or is it going to cause Santi to reevaluate and start shuffling their pieces around to make sure that A, that Mega Gengar does not go down to that Perish Song, and also B, putting it into a great position to go ahead and continue on. We do see the fake out from Senti's Incineroar into the King Gambit, and that Dire Claw going into that Mega Gengar, not doing too much damage, but also not getting any sort of status on it as well.
Yeah, I think Alexander, based off of the previous damage, just assumed, all right, Incineroar isn't going down here, so maybe the only way I can win this game is actually to put the Gengar to sleep this turn, so I can get a clean Kowtow Cleave on the next turn. And at least knock out the Sneasler in the back maybe, but I think overall really well played by Santi, just in their favor overwhelmingly to not get the Dire Claw sleep and be able to go for the Protect this turn, or rather the switch on the Gengar. But yeah, now essentially the Incineroar free to Protect, not going to get knocked out, and both the Sneasler and the King Gambit are locked on the field, as the Gengar can leave the field to potentially 1v1, or not 1v1, but in combination with the Incineroar and the Gengar, be able to clean up the rest of the battle, even if the Sneasler on switching gets knocked out.
So yeah, especially as we're looking at this and as we're kind of nearing the end of this game, going into the next one, Cedric, what do you think would be the most optimal kind of positioning for Alexander to kind of avoid that situation, especially with that deadly and devastating Mega Gengar?
I think it's pretty challenging, honestly. The Sneasler came in and was just really stuck against the Mega Gengar with not a lot of offensive pressure, and then a Mega Floette in the back probably wouldn't have been great against Gengar, but it would have at least required some more offensive answers. The Incineroar is going to get close combated, confirming it would have survived that attack from the last turn.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Mega Gengar got swapped out for the Sneasler on Santi's side, and we do see the Incineroar also going for a parting shot onto Alexander's Sneasler, going ahead and just reshuffling and bringing back out that Mega Gengar, making sure that, hey, you're not going to leave just quite yet.
Kowtow Cleave comes out. It is into the Sneasler, going to take a knockout after the +1 boost from a previous Defiance boost, so at least you take a knockout, but of course Santi going to answer in turn with two of their own, with the Parasong counting down on both the Sneasler and the King Gambit. Not sure what song that is. I'm thinking of some like Imagineers from 2010s, but yeah, both of the Pokemon going down as, yeah, it's just Gengar and Incineroar against the world. A pretty potent combination against, well, I guess if it's, all right, so I wouldn't say this is over, but it's definitely in Santi's favor if it is the Mega Floette in the back, just because you can threaten that down with Sludge Bombs, and it is the Mega Floette. Eternal form, I think the Garchomp, you might have actually been able to, I think maybe if you can get enough damage with an Earthquake, even at -1, the Parasong shouldn't let you lose that game, but regardless, it is the Mega Floette, which at this high HP on the Gengar, and with the ability to go for Sludge Bombs rather than Parasongs, I think is definitely in Santi's favor, as we see the Mega Floette is going to go for its Mega Evolution, so maybe we get to see how much damage both these Pokemon are doing to each other in this endgame.
Yeah, which I think is also something that is really critical, especially if you're competing in grassroots tournaments or in-person tournaments, is that playing out the entire match to see, A, how much damage you might be doing with a certain Pokemon, but also to start strategizing about what you're going to do next is so imperative. I know even if I'm in a losing condition, I will go ahead and play out the entire set to make sure that, hey, this is what I did, review my notes, and also start thinking of a strategy to move forward. Just because you don't have ample of time when you're going ahead into that team select screen. So I'm sure, as we kind of know, that the Mega Flowet is in a really bad position, but this is allowing Alexander ample time to start thinking about how can I get that Mega Gengar down and start to actually get some acceleration through this match.
Yeah, it's not a 1-hit KO with the Sludge Bomb, but it's about as close as you can get, as the Dazzling Gleam will come out, knock out the Incineroar, but the damage is done. Even if the Poison hadn't come out, the Gengar Santi's Gengar has a free Sludge Bomb the next turn and does it just outspeed, so would have been a clean endgame regardless. I think, yeah, good call earlier on. I do feel like there does need to be some, like that awkward position when the Sneasler came in did seem to be a really decisive position that Santi took huge advantage of. Need to see some adjustment from Alexander going forward.
Yeah, and it looks like Santi is the Gengar tamer, so as we saw, masterclass play of the Mega Gengar in that match. Now Alexander is going to have to start thinking about which ways that they want to go ahead and re-strategize, especially their team. I do think, Cedric, that you made a really good call about bringing Garchomp next time, and just to allow for a little bit more flexibility, especially with that Mega Gengar and Incineroar that Santi brought.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised how offensively the early game was played, given the Garchomp wasn't in the back. I think losing the Aerodactyl was really quite difficult against... I think it's an acceptable trade to trade your Aerodactyl for the Ninetales if you have the Garchomp in the back, just because, yeah, like at that point you really don't have any switch-ins for the Earthquake, you don't have anything that can immediately threaten the knockout onto it, so in sacrificing the Aerodactyl you get a little bit stronger in the late game. Maybe that's something that Alexander kind of recognized after the fact. It's like, this would be such a good series of turns if I actually could play towards the Garchomp, but unfortunately wasn't the case there. The Mega Floette kind of just spelled out the doom of that battle, but I am looking forward to the adjustments from both players. I think Santi took a particularly aggressive early game for a team that's kind of known for a bit more defensive play. I would love to see that Alone in Ninetales' Encore Disable trap with the Mega Gengar Shadow Tag come to play this match.
There is nothing more that I want to see than that Alolan Ninetales little shenanigans on this field, because I do think it is so fun to see how pivotal and how interesting that we can play with the Encores and the Disables, especially in these really intricate, tight matches with really interesting pieces such as like Mega Gengar as well. Now, like I said, it is going to be very fascinating to see how Alexander goes ahead and switches this up. They're really taking their time to figure out, okay, what was I really weak to? What could I have done better? And going into this next round.
Yeah, let's see what the leads end up being. I think even though it seems so bad on the first turn, yeah, we could see a return to those leads on Alexander's side, but we are going to see the Aerodactyl and the Kingambit come out once again, as there is a switch up on Santi's side to the the Sneasler and the Mega Gengar.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see the Mega Gengar just hit the field right from the start. If you weren't here earlier, that was originally the Alolan Ninetales, which had a crazy turn one. Now, we have to keep in mind that Aerodactyl last round is that it did try to set up Tailwind on turn one, but was unfortunately knocked out by the Alolan Ninetales. So now it's having a little bit more flexibility. It is still scared of that fake out by the Sneasler, but a different board state this time around.
Yeah, I think the Kingambit critically is out of range, or rather hasn't been chipped down by a Blizzard, so if you're trained to survive the close combat with the Chople Berry, now you can actually make use of that unless you get doubled by a Shadow Ball in addition, so I think a little bit better positioning on the Kingambit is solid, and also the Aerodactyl is threatening a dual Wing Beat into the Sneasler. If there is no fake out Shadow Ball into the Aerodactyl, you just outspeed and be able to hit that first, but I think Santi, sort of expecting that, brings in the Incineroar to activate the Defiant, yes, but at least make sure that you survive a dual Wing Beat this turn.
Yeah, and we do see the dual wing beat go from that Aerodactyl going into that Sneasler, taking it down to 27 HP and doubling up as we can see that Sneasler is going to target down that Kingambit with that close combat and see that it's going to knock out the Kingambit on Alexander's side.
Oh, a critical hit. Yeah, guaranteeing that was able to take a knockout. I'm not entirely certain, not entirely certain if that is able to knock out or not without the critical hit, but certainly with the crit, just getting that additional boost and pushed over the line. Now the Aerodactyl has gotten a lot of damage into the Sneasler, but of course it's definitely going to be in range of the Earthquake. We broke the Focus Sash, that's really all that matters, and that's Garchomp is in really excellent position as you can really just go for a Rock Slide, maybe take a knockout onto the Sneasler. It is resisted, but it is at -1 defenses, and also chip the Incineroar down a substantial amount. And if you go for Fake Out into the Aerodactyl, well, it's Earthquake City headed your way.
And I'm pretty sure we don't want to go to Earthquake City anytime soon. It really is good to see that Alexander went ahead and saw that Garchomp was definitely going to be needed, but we do see that Senti is going to do the fake out into the Aerodactyl on Alexander's side, making sure that it flinches. Now, the Sneasler from Senti's side is also going to go for a close combat into Alexander's Aerodactyl, keeping the Garchomp wide open, but taking down a very pivotal piece for them.
Yeah, we are seeing the Earthquake come out. We'll see if it knocks out Incineroar in one, not even with the Soft Sand. We saw earlier it is trained very physically defensively, having lived the two close combats after the Citrus Berry from the Sneasler on Alexander's side. As that Citrus Berry comes out, does look like it should be in range of another Earthquake at this point, so that's favorable. But yeah, really interesting play from Alexander. In the face of Fake Out, has not yet pressed Protect, partially I think from the the defensive nature of Santi's team. You usually expect these teams to be kind of switching out and baiting you to protect, and then they just get a favorable switch off of that. Hasn't been biting, but Santi's been calling them the turns perfectly and getting maximal damage.
It looks like Santi also has taken the same approach as they did the last game, bringing in the Alola Ninetales, however this time on the tail end of things. Now we have to really identify, are we going to go ahead and start to play around a little bit? The Tailwind is no longer up, so it allows for the Alola Ninetales to do some critical damage, especially with that Blizzard that it's running.
Yeah, Ninetales naturally faster than the Garchomp, so should be able to get a Blizzard, but yeah, Alexander going to stall at least one turn to make sure that doesn't happen. Goes for a flinch with the Fake Out into that Ninetales as Rock Slide comes out. Not a lot of damage into both of the Pokemon, but in range of an Earthquake probably next turn, and maybe the Ninetales now in range of Dark Claw. But very importantly, gets the flinch on the Incineroar, locking it on the field, stopping it from going for a parting shot, which maybe would have allowed the Ninetales to be able to live a Dire Claw after the Incineroar switches back in. But yeah, this Incineroar being locked on the field just gives a very free attack this turn from Alexander.
Forget Earthquake City. It is Flinch City here in round 5 of the Grand Champions Festival. It seems like it's one of those, every time I see Rock Slide, when I play it, I miss. When I get attacked by it, I get flinched. I feel like it is a tale's oldest time for all of the trainers that are competing right now. Now we're taking a look. The Ice Queen, Miss Alola Ninetales, does have the ability to go ahead and still hit that entire Blizzard, but it is going to be a little bit trickier. We do see that Incineroar going back onto Santi's side, opting to switch out into that Gengar.
Yeah, I think a safe enough place for Santi to try and reposition the Dire Claw at this point, because the Sneasler is not yet intimidated. Also still has its White Herb intact, I believe. So an easy knockout into the Ninetales. So just trying to reposition to try and get Fake Out from Incineroar's its Fake Out pressure and the Intimidate back on the forward, willing to take a little bit of damage on the Gengar on switch in to do so. Now it's kind of an interesting turn where Dire Claw probably won't knock out the Incineroar switch in, so but Earthquake's looking really good. Earthquake Dire Claw could just sweep the board if there's no Protect on the Gengar, but that's such a risky play. Otherwise, I do think there is maybe an opportunity for Santi to get kind of cute here, maybe switch in the Incineroar on the Sneasler slot, as well as going for a Parasong, and then maybe your Ninetales may be able to live a Dire Claw later. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but I think this Garchomp could easily find a way to get a little bit antsy and toss things away by knocking out its own Sneasler partner if Alexander chooses to get particularly aggressive on Santi's Mega Gengar going on the offensive.
Yeah, I think Santi has to be really careful also about this because of that Mega Evolution of Gengar, but also how much pressure it goes ahead and it has on it. We do see them swap out the Alola Ninetales for their own Incineroar and see that White Herb go ahead and be used on Alexander's Sneasler.
Mega Evolution comes out, so the Gengar, not really an indication whether it's going to protect or attack here. It probably just wants its stats regardless, but it is going to be an offensive move, at least no Protect as close combat right into the Ninetales as it switches out. Probably would have knocked out, but a little bit suspect, just, that snow damage, or that snow defensive boost, very important. Let's see what the Gengar goes for this turn.
Yes, and we see the Parasong. Tail as old as time, or Tune as old as time. Going into the opposing Pokemon, we do see the Dragon Claw from the Garchomp on Alexander's side go into that Mega Gengar, but it took it very, very well. Now this is a very interesting position. Alexander does not have the ability to go ahead and switch out to reset that Parasong, so now time's a ticking.
Yeah, so the Sneasler, I believe, at still neutral because the Intimidate went before the close combat, so you're in a very similar situation where Dire Claw probably should knock out the Ninetales, and then I think Dragon Claw looked pretty close to a KO on just without even having to go for Earthquake, so you could more or less just start going for Dragon Claws. I think on Santi's side, you may just have to roll a triple protect on the Ninetales to that's definitely one thing on their mind, just making sure you have at least that out later in the game if these turns don't work out. But now you kind of have to take advantage of the Gengar. It's going to faint first regardless of the, it's going to be outspeeding, I believe, both of these Pokemon. Or, no, it's sandwiched between the Sneasler and the Garchomp, so maybe you could kind of sandwich that correctly and be the last Pokemon to faint if you knock out the Garchomp. But yeah, the Ninetales does need to kind of play defensively to actually get that Garchomp knockout later. So yeah, Sneasler Dire Claw goes in that protect.
Yes, and then we're going to go ahead and see also on that side that Mega Gengar targeting into Alexander Sneasler with the Shadow Ball, taking it down to 13 HP, with the Garchomp targeting into the Mega Gengar and having it survive on 8 HP, ticking down to the Perish count to 2.
Yeah, just almost could have very close to the knockout due to the close combat defense lowers. If it had actually knocked out, then I think the Ninetales would have been able to clean that game up. At this point, the Sneasler should still be outspeeding and being able to knock out the Ninetales, so if you wanted, you could once again just repeat the play of a Dire Claw and we see an attempt for a double protect. It's not going to execute, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see Alexander Sneasler target into that Alola Ninetales and knock it out on Santi's side. A really good adjustment for Alexander, especially bringing in that pivotal piece of the Garchomp. The Mega Gengar is going to go ahead and target into Alexander Sneasler, knocking it out, but Garchomp is in such a comfortable position at this point, Dragon Clawing into the Mega Gengar and going ahead and sending us into Game 3 of Round 5 of the Grand Championships Festival.
Yeah, I really like both of the players' approach to that endgame. Just Santi identifying, all right, I probably need at least one consecutive protect to win the game, but identifies what has to happen to make sure that it's only 2 protects and not the 3rd consecutive protect. As long as you Shadow Ball into the Sneasler, both of these turns, if there's no Earthquake that comes out from the Garchomp, which would be extraordinarily risky, so you just hope that doesn't come out. If you double Shadow Ball into the Sneasler and get a double protect onto your Alolan Ninetales, you'll be able to weather the storm of that, still be at 50% on your Alolan Ninetales and be able to close out the battle with a Never Melt Ice Blizzard on the opposing Garchomp, not even letting the Perish counter tick down an additional turn. So good approach, I think. But yeah, like we mentioned, the Garchomp, a really important adjustment on Alexander's side to not be in those a little bit more passive board states against the poison types on Santino's teams in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really fascinating, especially something that I've been doing a lot while playing these different types of champions matches, is that sometimes you don't always need a Mega Evolution. And I think that was really telling on Alexander's side as he left the Mega Floette back onto the bench and brought in that Garchomp instead. Understanding and realizing that is going to be such a pivotal piece to move through Santi's team in a really effective way. But just because Mega Floette just doesn't have the accoutrements to make this team go ahead and be really good against Santis.
I think we've seen a lot of comparisons drawn between Mega Floette and Xerneas, and yeah, the accompanying ground type is just one additional element of that. Just all the poison types in the metagame trying to answer the Floette get answered exceptionally well by the ground type partner. We see no switch up from Alexander's side on the lead from the Aerodactyl and the King Gambit, as Santi likes the game 1 lead. It ultimately did win them the game, goes for the Sneasler and the Ninetales. One thing we didn't comment on before, although it seems fairly safe to go for a double protect here, if you do go for that, there is some susceptibility to, on the next turn, getting Encored on your King Gambit. So that's sort of the pressure that this Fake Out plus Encore combination is on Santi's side, but kind of pressured a little bit less frequent protects than you might expect from Alexander's in previous games.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a really good call out, especially just for how devastating that if an Encore goes into that King Gambit, how it is going to completely mess up Alexander's flow going into this game 3. Now, it is going to be very fascinating to see, is the Sneasler going to go ahead and Fake Out? That Aerodactyl is still holding a huge pivotal piece of setting up that Tailwind once again against Santi's team. That Alolan Ninetales is not going to want to take anything too bad, but it looks like that King Gambit is going to take a Fake Out from the Sneasler on Santi's side. We do see the dual Wing Beat going into the Sneasler from Santi's side, taking it out turn 1.
Yeah, big 1-hit knockout. We saw that happen in the first game, although it was on the alternate slot. The Ninetales and Santi did still ultimately win that game. Let's see how this game progresses. However, one big difference, it was Fake Out into the King Gambit, so the Aerodactyl's Focus Sash still intact. Big critical hit, but we saw from the last game, it more or less gets there pretty much all the way. Oh wow, another critical hit on the King Gambit. I think worst thing we can see here is a freeze on the King Gambit or any of these Pokemon. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm so sorry, Alexander. Can we see 2? No, but we do see the flinch. Yeah, just a you do lose the Sneasler, but I think you might be happy. That Aerodactyl was going to be otherwise pretty free. Well, I guess it would have been forced to protect in the face of a fake out, but now just really hoping that it's able to wake up in the face of this Incineroar's pressure. And I believe, what was that? Yeah, it did flinch on the King Gambit, so no cute Encore pressure this turn.
Cedric, I think you might have to write Alexander an apology form for maybe calling that freeze on the Aerodactyl. But it looks like it's in a really interesting position. Right now, the Aerodactyl really does not have a place anymore on this field, especially since it was brought down to its focus sash. We are going to go ahead and see the Alexander on King Gambit. Oh no. Alexander going for the protect on the King Gambit, and a Blizzard going in and knocking out the Aerodactyl for Alexander.
Yeah, that's pretty tragic. I think it most likely... Actually, I don't think it went for a protect given the King Gambits went first, but unfortunately wasn't able to thaw that turn and get any action off. The Incineroar didn't go for the fake out into the Aerodactyl, which would have fallen empty onto an unthought protect, but really just Santi identifying, look, it's so unlikely that this is actually able to unthaw. If I get Blizzard Flare Blitz into this King Gambit, I don't even have to Encore lock it, and if it is able to protect, then the next turn, as long as the Aerodactyl doesn't thaw and get tailwinded up precisely this turn, I have Encore into the King Gambit in the late game, provided I can actually survive a Dire Claw from this Sneasler. We haven't seen it from full HP or at... Yeah, I'm uncertain if it's going to be able to live this attack, but if it is, then you can kind of just lock the King Gambit on the field with Encore and maybe be able to win the game with Mega Gengar later on.
Yeah, I think this Alolan Ninetales is in a really interesting position that if it can survive that Dire Claw from Alexander's side, that if it sets up that Encore on the King Gambit, it's going to be a really hard position for Alexander to get out, just also dependent on what final Pokemon that they have on in the bench for their team. We are going to see the King Gambit on Alexander's side go for the Sucker Punch into the Incineroar, and we're going to go ahead and see that Dire Claw targeting into the Alolan Ninetales and bringing it down to 49 HP. Seeing the paralysis on it is no good, and we gotta see if it's going to go ahead and paralyze it, and no, the Encore goes into the King Gambit, cheering it on a little bit.
Yeah, Flare Blitz now going to go into the King Gambit. I did get the parting Sucker Punch off, so would have been better off going for a Blizzard, just hindsight 2020 there, but yeah, would have at least forced it to stay on the field and protect if it had been able to live the Flare Blitz somehow. However, yeah, this Sneasler has chipped down the Ninetales. We are down to the final two Pokemon on Alexander's team. Definitely critical to call that out, given if it's a Mega Gengar waiting in the back, a Pair Song could be a cool way to close this out, but kind of a perfect time for the Sneasler or the Garchomp to enter the field, especially given you got the paralysis on the last turn, which maybe seemed, okay, but now given that the Garchomp outspeeds the Ninetales and you have Protect on the Sneasler, opens up, once again, another trip to Earthquake City.
Yeah, I think Santi is in an interesting position. Really having to decide, is Alolan Ninetales worth keeping on the field, or am I okay with letting it go down? If that Mega Gengar is in the back for them, which probably is, it is going to be a very devastating board state after that for Alexander, just because they're not going to be able to go ahead and pivot out their different types of Pokemon. Now, we saw this on the last side, is that the Garchomp came in and did a really, really spectacular job to close up that game. But we do see that Santi is going to go ahead and swap out their Incineroar into the Gengar and protect on their Alolan Ninetales just to put out a little bit more.
Close Combat goes into the Incineroar slot, now a Gengar, as it is a Rock Slide, so didn't take the opportunity to go for a Earthquake and Protect, chose instead to go for a Rock Slide and a Close Combat to sort of delay the turn. Rock Slide is going to be disabled, so not an option for the next couple of turns, but trying to break down that turn a little bit, because otherwise it feels like on one level Protect and Earthquake is very safe. However, if we see Santi go for a Protect, if he goes for Protect last turn and the Gengar switches in and is knocked out, it's susceptible to a Fake Out on the next turn, then maybe you can live a -1 Earthquake or Rock Slide on the Ninetales and get a really powerful Blizzard to close the game that way. So definitely see what Santi was going for and why Alexander didn't just go for the immediate Earthquake, just trying to break down a little more rather than, Earthquake City was a likely possibility, but delayed it a little bit to make sure that there's no risk of a really forward-thinking play from Santi.
Yeah, and it seems like that Alexander wants to keep you on your toes, Cedric. I think we also have to remember that Alolan Ninetales is paralyzed, which is going to cause a lot of issues, especially that even if you think you might be able to use it, it might get stopped along the way. We are going to go ahead and see that Alolan Ninetales be swapped out for its friend Incineroar, with Intimidate going ahead and popping onto both of Alexander's Pokemon, but the White Herb making sure that it's not going to take any different types of stat decrease.
Yeah, I think we see the danger of delaying that last turn a little bit here. There definitely is an opportunity if this Gengar is trained very defensively to survive an Earthquake, but the Sneasler says, all right, enough, let's get the Protect off, and we do see the Parasong coming off first from the Mega Gengar, which is important. It's going to lock these Pokemon on the field because there are no Pokemon remaining. Their Parasong is going to start ticking down, but that Earthquake comes on the field. However, Incineroar was able to get an Intimidate on the Garchomp, so let's see if all the Pokemon are able to survive. Not the Gengar, but the Incineroar is able to survive and is applying Fake Out pressure on this next turn, which could be important for the Ninetales to actually be able to weather this storm of damage from these two Pokemon.
Yeah, and weather the storm indeed, as this Alola Ninetales is going to bring back the storm and make sure that it has snow warning along the way. We do have that fake out pressure from Santi's Incineroar going into both that Garchomp and that Sneasler, which is going to put it in a really interesting position. We do know the Parasong is up, but it doesn't mean too much. Not for me, in my opinion. It's going to be really hard to stall this through. I think this game might end prior to that, but it'll be very fascinating to see how this plays out and how Santi wants to interact with this now that the Alola Ninetales is still paralyzed, going to be a lot slower, and dealing with both two very strong Pokemon on Alexander's side.
Kind of an awkward position where it's uncertain whether with the Snow defense boost and the oh, this is really interesting. Rock Slide is actually disabled from the Cursed Body on previous turns, so if you want to knock out this Ninetales, you probably have to go for an Earthquake at some point. So you buy some time to fake out the Sneasler this turn and maybe get a Blizzard off. We do just see a Dragon Claw into the Incineroar, which, yeah, isn't going to knock out. Blizzard does connect through the paralysis. Garchomp goes down, and what looked like a really solid endgame for Alexander just in terms of damage has sort of swung around here just based off of possibly the benefit of the Cursed Body and the Intimidate from the Incineroar. Now Sneasler is a single target attacking Pokemon, and both these Pokemon on the field have Protect. You might need to get a little bit lucky with a Paralysis this turn on the Ninetales, target into that, and then hit the Incineroar. Or, I mean, that also doesn't work if Santi just goes for a attack with the Incineroar this turn, so yeah, a little bit of dice rolling, but also needs to call whether the Incineroar goes on the offensive or protects this turn.
Yeah, I think you really have to cross your fingers, especially with that Paralysis being an option for that Alola Ninetales. We do see the Sneasler targeting into the Alola Ninetales with close combat, knocking it out. Now, what is this Incineroar going to do? We obviously know it's going to hit something, and it's going to hit it pretty hard with a Flare Blitz going into the Sneasler on Alexander's side and knocking it out to take Game 3 of Round 5 of the Grand Champions Festival.
Yeah, just a sliver of HP, 12 overall for Super Santi, but of course, doesn't matter. Was able to take the knockouts first and is probably accustomed to low HP victories given the Parasong nature of their team, but I really actually like the direction Santi took that last turn. Rather than kind of playing around with Protect calls, it actually makes a lot of sense given that neither of your Pokemon, or rather the Ninetales doesn't have a Parasong counter on it. As long as you just, are able to hit through one of two of the paralyses, it's either the Blizzard and you knock out the Sneasler, or the next one you get the Protect and just stall the last turn with Parasong. So cool play there from Santi.
Yeah, I feel like that was really interesting. I felt like at the beginning, it was when the Aerodactyl got frozen and then the Sneasler went down on Santi's side. I wasn't really sure where this was going to go. When the Garchomp came in, it seemed like it had such a commanding lead, but that Alolan Ninetales saying, I might be paralyzed, but that's not going to stop me from hitting this Blizzard along the way. So it was very fascinating to see how that it was a very big tug of war in between them. And even though Alexander did not have a Mega Evolution, and Santi did, it still seemed very even and down to the wire with that tug of war, just resulting in Santi's favor.
Yeah, we see the early start of the battle. It seemed like things were going so well for Santi just in terms of the luck swinging their way, but ultimately, even though we got the double crit and the Blizzard freeze on the Aerodactyl, looked like Alexander was able to claw back to a really favorable position in this next turn, given the Aerodactyl stayed solid, frozen solid on the next turn. Yeah, you can't really hope for much better of a turn than the Alolan Ninetales. Like, you need like one additional freeze roll and then you're in good shape. But yeah, this is the really key turn on the last turn, not the last turn of the battle, but getting towards the end where with fake out pressure, you just are able to pin down the Sneasler, given it went for an Earthquake Protect combo last turn, and get that Blizzard into the opposing Garchomp. I think you couldn't even really protect the Garchomp given the threat of the Parasong from the Gengar earlier in the battle, so every component of Santi's team kind of coming together in those last turns of the battle, showing why he is a master Gengar tamer.
Yes, and I love to see that, and especially, like I said, I also love to see Pokemon that might not go ahead and be Mega Evolved on that side too. Now, question, Cedric, a little bit off topic, but you know, it's me. Gengar, Mega Gengar especially, loves to sing, especially pair song. What type of music do you think Gengar is actually singing though when he's singing that? Metal, blues, R&B?
I'm going pop hits 2011 through 2014.
Oh.
Like Lumineers, Imagine Dragons, like.
You answered that really quick. It seemed like you might have been asked that before. That is so good.
I haven't, but I'm thinking, do you know that TikTok song where it's like, we are young, like we got a fire in our souls? Like, it's something like that for sure. It's like the Pokemon do not want to be around anymore. They have that millennial depression. Anyways, yeah. That is, those are my thoughts. Maybe don't poke the bear if you don't want the unsolicited opinions in the future, but y'all maybe clean it up for the rest of the cast.
I absolutely love it, yes. And so excited to go ahead and see who we've got coming up next for our round 5 at the Grand Champions Festival. As we know, there's a ton of trainers competing right now, and I'm really excited to see what we've got next. We've had some really interesting teams so far, coming from Passimian to Mega Gengar, so I'm really excited to see who we've got cooking up now.
Yep, we have Nico. We got a tongue twister there, and then Jumping Shoe, another Mega Gengar team. And we also have a Paralysis, just like the last game. So this is 0-0 or 1-0 on the set score, and then the names have shifted, but we weren't too into it regardless, so it doesn't change a whole lot. But I feel like, yeah, Paralyzed Gengar Gengar should have the advantage over Sneasler for the most part, unless it's running the rare Throat Chop. But yeah, with the Paralysis, maybe the Sneasler can buy enough turns to take the final knockout with 2 Dire Claws.
Yeah, it looks like, looking at the team sheets, that the Gengar on Nico's side is running Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball, Disable, and Protect, while that Sneasler over on Jumping Shoe's side is running Protect, Fake Out, Dire Claw, and Close Combat. We are going to go ahead and see that Nico is going to go ahead and take that Shadow Ball and toss it into the Sneasler, knocking it out and securing the game.
An exciting 2-0. We saw all of it. If you don't remember seeing all of it and only that last turn, then that is, that's a hallucination. Sorry to say. But yeah, really, I think kind of the expected outcome there, given that there's no Throat Chop on the Sneasler. What's funny? We all saw all of it. Courtney, where were you?
Yeah, totally. It's not like we were like it was like Men in Black, and we were like, hey.
Yeah.
No, but I will say one of the things that I do really love about that, and especially seeing just coming into the game on that side of things. One, I love shiny Mega Gengar. It's truly one of the best around, in my opinion. But also, it seems that we have an admirer of Whimsicott also on Nico's side too. So hopefully we can go ahead and see that running it back into the next game. But we do see that Gengar really was just not afraid at all of the Sneasler.
Yeah, seeing a replay of that. I think, unless names are wrong, I think Nito was able to take that 2-0 victory with that last turn. So one interesting point that we didn't comment on was that this is a new interaction we're actually seeing in Pokemon Champions. If a status was going to activate, but a Pokemon is otherwise immune to it, you can still see it activate. You saw the Gengar is already paralyzed so indicating that if it weren't paralyzed already, the Dire Claw was going to activate and get you anyway. So kind of a new flair. I kind of like it. I think it's pretty funny. It's like, I mean, I would have lost anyways. They're gonna get the sleep regardless. Who cares? So yeah, kind of a cool new addition. But other than that, yeah, Nito progressing to, I believe, the 4-5-0 record. Yeah, we're in round 5. It's been a little bit less long of a day for me than you, Courtney, but yeah, still trying to remember the rounds.
Schmumbers. We're here to have a good time. What can we say? But I also want to talk about really quickly on Nico's side, they are running that Whimsicott, but for Jumping Shoe, they were running a Hisuian Zoroark, which I feel like we haven't really seen that much, especially through Champions. Running a Choice Scarf Hisuian Zoroark with Hyper Voice, Icy Wind, Shadow Ball, and Psychic. A little bit different, something that I wasn't really expecting to see in this tournament.
Yeah, I think the Hisuian Zoroark is a little bit underplayed right now. We saw one of the Hoj brothers, I think they tend to use similar teams, but one of them was able to get really high on the ladder with Hisuian Zoroark. Not sure if it was this Choice Scarf set, but I think it's really underutilized right now. It does a lot of things really well. It has the X factor of the disguise, really making you kind of unsettled and maybe swing into ghosts on the lead, both metaphorically and literally, because yeah, if you have it next to, like, say, if you disguise it as a King Gambit, all right, close combat, my King Gambit becomes a lot less safe if you know that it could not be a King Gambit. And then also it has a lot of really excellent support options with the Choice Scar set. You have the Icy Wind to kind of act similarly to an Electro-Webbed Rotom Wash that we've seen rise to prominence. You also have, on more supportive sets, you can run Will-O-Wisps against the primarily physical attackers in the meta. You double resist I think Ghost resist Poison. That's kind of one of the more niche ones, but I think it does. So you're pretty well poised against the Sneasler as well, even though it's still doing a lot of damage to you with Dire Claw because you are a relatively frail Pokemon. You honestly have matchups that are just like slightly skewed in your favor enough to, if you combine it with the X Factor of Disguise, can be a really cool addition to a lot of teams.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And I will say you're asking probably the worst person about type matchups, let me tell you that. Truthfully, anytime I compete in a regional, I always bring around one of those little cloths that have all the different type setups because I'm someone who, I've been playing this game since I was very, very little, and it still trips me up along the way. But I think also, like you were saying, that Hisuian Zoroark with the disguise is such an interesting piece to play, especially when you're talking about having that King Gambit, but also having that Charizard in the back as well, and being able to kind of play around and have some tricks along the way too.
Yeah, it's one of the cooler Pokemon in the meta. Unfortunately, we only saw the Sneasler, but I feel like there's a lot of really cool Pokemon in the metagame. I'm going to scroll through the tab now. It feels like earlier on it was really cool to look at the highest winning Pokemon in the format. Before it was the Passimian, which unfortunately we saw one of them felled on stream. But it looks like the Watchog is still 3-1. The match hasn't been updated, but that guy is still 75% win rate. Very impressive. As Passimian with 0.08 usage at 65% win rate. Another one impressive one. Oh, and this one's really interesting. Blaze Breed Tauros. One of the still pretty low usage, but yeah, 56%. I feel like the Tauros forms were really strong early in the Scarlet and Violet, I guess Regulation A, but sort of fell off because they were just kind of outmatched and outpowered later on. But I think this format does give them a unique opportunity to do quite well. I think those paying attention to like Wolfie videos, he seemed to take a liking to Aqua Tauros early on as kind of a unique Pokemon that's like a water intimidator that's also offensive and is not Incineroar. So I think there's a lot of room for those Pokemon to roam in this meta.
Yes, no, for sure. And I would like to say, you didn't call it out, but Heracross is at 44% win rate, which...
We're getting even.
We're getting there, but we are also going to go ahead and get to round 6 very soon, but just after this short break. Stay tuned for the Grand Championship Festival. Round 6 coming your way.
You know, I used to really like Milotic. Sorry about the wait, everybody. Technical difficulties will happen, games will go long, especially when we have so many talented players facing each other. But don't worry, now that our round 5 is over, we're going to be coming at you with round 6 as soon as our judges finish pairing the round. And we're going to have a treat for you. We'll be watching Mikkelder Best, who has been playing majors since like 9 o'clock European time. Maybe this is his I want to say 15th round of Pokemon since he woke up. But with a player as good as Mishi, that's probably not a problem for him. Coming up very soon. Cedric, Courtney, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 6 of the Grand Champions Festival, hosted by Skraw VGC. I'm Courtney, also known as Wiggler, and I am here today with
Cedric, Talon Online, and I am also excited to be here. Thank you to our ringleader, Circus Master, Skraw, Jacob Skraw, the one, the man, the myth, legend, of course. So enthusiastic as our host. So you guys been loving Skraw? Want to hear from you guys in the comments. But yeah, he's been great. The matches have been great. The whole tournament's been great. I think a lot of people were scared about the amount of people, but the judges have been performing excellently, and we've gotten through a lot of the growing pains, I feel like, at this point, so everything's going awesome.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fabulous. However, I will say one thing that I know this is Skraw's tournament, and it's a big deal. However, Skraw, I really can't have you disparage my girl Milotic like that, because she is truly my queen. So I'm just saying, after this Skraw, me and you can have a 1v1. You can bring Mr. Rhyme, I'll bring Heracross. We'll have maybe a Milotic or two, and we'll duke it out to see where we end up after that. But before that, really excited to see what we have for round 6.
Yeah, it should be exciting. I think we've had a decent diversity, even in the matches where we've had the more or less standard Mega Floette team. We've always had a counterpart that's pretty interesting, a little bit off meta. Passimian earlier, as well as a number of very cool choices. The Ninetales, a highlight from the last match. We are, of course, waiting for the pairings for this round to come up, but as soon as we have those, we are going to feature another highlight match. We are, of course, round 6, which means that the remaining players on the stream will be very close to the day 2 threshold of getting 7 wins, but not quite there, so still keeping the pressure on throughout the tournament.
Yes. And I guess one quick thing before we get into the new pairings and everything like that, one thing I want to discuss is, once again, Mega Evolutions. And not the ones that we do have, but the ones that are kind of missing from the game. And maybe they'll be brought in later, we're not sure yet. But is there one that you're missing the most, Cedric?
I was really looking forward to all the new ones. I think, yeah, it's so awesome seeing the new abilities. I feel like where everything else, it's like, okay, yeah, like Dragon Eyes, this is cool, but it's more or less just pixelate. The cool ones like Spicy Extract, where it's just nothing we've seen before, are always extremely exciting. So I'm excited to see maybe Mega Barbaracle, which otherwise probably wouldn't be that good of a Pokemon. Maybe it has super Barnacle, and it is double base power on all its moves. Who knows? Really, the world is our oyster in that respect. So I think the new Megas, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. But as for an old missing one, I don't miss it, but Mega Metagross and Mega Salamence, the lack of their presence is felt for sure. What about you, Courtney? Who are you looking forward to coming back in maybe future iterations of Regulation MB and so on?
Yes. Well, I'm so glad that you asked this question back. Also, if you run Mega Barbaracle, you have to nickname all your Pokemon after SpongeBob characters. I feel like is where we're landing, and you can name the team the Krusty Krab, Cedric. But for talking about Mega Evolutions that I'm personally missing, one of the ones I really wanted to see was Mega Scrafty. I think the design was so cool, especially in Pokemon Legends ZA, and I think also just the arc and just the story behind it in Legends ZA kind of rang true to me. But most of all, and I know there's many trainers that I know out there that are also missing the presence of Mega Mawile. And let me tell you, one of my favorite Mega Evolutions, both in-game, but also design-wise, I think it's done so well, and I'm really, really missing not having them in the game right now.
Is Mega Mawile not legal? I totally thought it was. I just thought people weren't using it. But yeah, that would... one of us is wrong. It could be me. I'm totally open to that possibility. I ranked it on a tier list. I swear I put it on there, so I probably made a mistake. But dude, I love Mega Mawile too. I actually won a regional in 2014 with that Pokemon. It's a really cool Pokemon, but we have a number of cool Pokemon that we're going to see as we got our round 6 pairing here. We have a player I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with, Michael Durbesti versus Chillin with Dylan. A little bit lesser known, but also has a very cool mega choice of their own.
Yeah, I know. I'm very excited to see this. As we all know, probably if you've been maybe on some social media in the last couple hours, you've seen Michael Durbesti definitely playing in some very interesting locations, but still sticking true to the actual tournament. So let's take a quick look. I'm going to take a look at Michael Durbesti's first team. We do see the Aegislash, the Rotom Wash, the Gengar, the Garchomp, Alolan Ninetales, and Incineroar. So a little bit different, but really interesting to also see on that side. One big call out that I do kind of want to say is that the Gengar is Mega Evolution, but Garchomp once again is not. It is running a Choice Scarf this time. So very interesting to kind of see. We are seeing the Focus Sash on the Alolan Ninetales and the Shucka Berry on the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of interesting choices on Michael's team. I think the Choice Scarf Garchomp is going to pair really well with the Rotom Wash. Having a partner to Earthquake next to is really important. But we also see that Alolan Ninetales and Gengar combo that we saw Santa using just one round ago. We have the defensive Incineroar and then this Aegislash. Very interesting moveset. No Iron Head, so you're really relying on the Gengar's Poison type coverage to deal with opposing Mega Floette. But yeah, maybe open yourself a little bit more to the Calm Minding sets where you can't chip it and immediately down with a physical attack. But a really cool team from Michael, but we also have a interesting team from Dylan using Mega Meganium. You said one of your favorites, Courtney, also Milotic, entering the field, just playing. We definitely have a favorite on the caster's side. Dylan absolutely winning your heart, as we have the Aerodactyl Tyranitar with the secondary Mega Evolution, and then Garchomp and Aegislash. So yeah, interesting team between both of the players. Definitely not something that we were seeing a lot of before the tournament, but have been doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, I know I'm really chilling with Dylan's team, especially since it has that Mega Meganium. It is one of those Pokemon that I have definitely been testing out a little bit more, and I'm really excited to see it with the Aegislash and also the Milotic. We can see the trainers going ahead and starting to get through and selecting their Pokemon, and also I'm so excited to see all the beautiful shiny Pokemon also on Dylan's side. So really, or on Michael Durbesti's side. So really excited to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, I think you might have had it like
right.
the first time.
I think right.
Dylan's Meganium side with all the shinies. So we are going to confirm whether it is the shiny. Wait, is it shiny Aerodactyl? That does look pink. I think you were right earlier in the cast that it was pink and not purple. But getting to the actual Pokemon on the field, I do feel like the Mega Meganium, like Mega Gengar, is like the Pokemon people were saying would be a problem for Mega Meganium's viability. The 4x super effective Sludge Bomb, a real enemy for it, and it can't really deal. Like Weather Ball is doing a whole lot of damage back. But unfortunately, yeah, you just get one at KO'd in return, and you don't really have the speed advantage unless you get Tailwind active. So a lot of ifs to make that matchup favorable. So as a result, we may see the Mega Tyranitar as Dylan's choice to deal with the Mega Gengar, at least the Mega matchup a little bit better. But yeah, we'll have to see what these players choose to face off against each other with in this first match of round 6.
Yes, and keep in mind, this is a 5-0 for these two trainers. So whoever wins is going ahead and going into day 2. We are going to go ahead and see on Dylan's side that Aerodactyl and Milotic paired up next to each other, and on Michael's side, the Rotom Wash and the Gengar. Now, one thing I do want to call out on the Milotic for Dylan is that its moveset is a little bit different. It's currently running Scald, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, and Protect with the leftovers. So a little bit different from that Coil Hypnosis we've been seeing a lot more, and a little bit more offensive.
Yeah, no recover too. Just really important it's not able to recover any HP outside of the leftovers, and no Sinistra to speak of to augment that a little bit. So you're definitely right, a very off-standard Milotic that with the Ice Beam would pair a little bit stronger against the Gengar or the Garchomp in future turns. It's going to maybe delay, anticipating that Garchomp later, and switches out into the Aegislash, which has the benefit of being able to switch out against the Shadow Tag, which the Mega Gengar is immediately setting up.
Yeah, and we go ahead and see that Mega Evolution pop over on Michael's side, and seeing it go ahead and protect itself, just to make sure that nothing's coming its way. We're going to go ahead and see the Aerodactyl choose to go for a Rock Slide as well. Gengar, of course, protecting, but landing onto the Rotom Wash, doing just a little bit of damage. As we all know, Rotom Wash gonna well is that it really likes to take those different types of attacks, but also loves to dish a Will-O-Wisp and actually connect.
you had the option to Volt Switch to do a lot of damage and also switch out, and also Hydro Pump to bring it down to the Focus Sash, but opted for the Will-O-Wisp, maybe telling that Michael is focusing a little bit less on knocking out the Aerodactyl and maybe actually leaving it on the field to deal little damage. That's kind of a risky game given the Rock Slide's ability to flinch and outspeed all the Pokemon on Michael's team outside of the Garchomp, but the game that Michael may be projecting at this point. The Aegislash on the field, though, in a great position, is a little bit weak to a Will-O-Wisp from the Rotom Wash, actually very weak if it's able to connect, but with a combination of Rock Slide and the Will-O-Wisp accuracy chance, that might be something that Dylan's going to risk in the future turns to get some really powerful Poltergeists off.
Yeah, I think Dylan is really going to have to consider what they want to do with the Aerodactyl. Are they going to want to bring it back, or are they going to let it stay on the field and just see where it lands? But we are going to go ahead and see on Michael's side that Mega Gengar is going to be swapped out for their Incineroar, getting the Intimidate off, and Aerodactyl setting up Tailwind on Dylan's side, making things a little bit speedier.
Stance change. We saw this in an earlier set where, oh goodness, the Poltergeist is 90% accurate. It misses the Rotom Wash. It would have been susceptible to a Hydro Pump, which would have done a lot of damage, but the Will-O-Wisp, of course, able to connect. Kind of wishing, if you're Dylan, that you got the Poltergeist and the Will-O-Wisp missed. A little bit of trade-off. Might have preferred to be on the other end of it, but yeah, unfortunately, now this Aegislash is dealing very little damage, and if it wants to get into a good defensive posture against the Incineroar, it's going to have to waste a turn going for a King Shield, which also just takes away its HP even further with the burn.
Yeah, it's in a really sticky situation at this point. Both physical attackers really just put down a little bit more by that burn. And as we're kind of saying, it doesn't matter how accurate a move is, that if it lands, sometimes it's not a good day. Dylan is really going to have to figure out how they want to go ahead and approach this now. They still have Milotic in the back, and probably also that Meganium, assuming that they're bringing their Mega Evolution. So it's going to be interesting. They can't really comfortably switch in that Meganium, but we are going to go ahead and see them swap out the Aegislash for their Milotic to go ahead and just reset things a little bit more.
Yeah, Michael gets the Incineroar off the field back into the Gengar, so maybe if there was a potential Meganium switch in that turn, you trap it on the field and get Sludge Bomb pressure on the next. The Aerodactyl firing off that Rock Slide gets a crit, but with the Will-O-Wisp and the Intimidate not doing a lot of damage, with the Rotom able to attack through the flinches on a couple of turns now, dealing a lot of damage to the Aerodactyl. I believe one or two, getting close to a couple turns of Burn Chip, going to be able to knock it out, but most importantly, Michael gets the option to switch in whichever Pokemon they want to do, and it is going to be that Ninetales with the access to Freeze Dry on this version. No Disable, but there is the Encore as well. So I think a really smart choice, just understanding that there's just so little offensive pressure at this point, and with the double Will-O-Wisp having gone off, it's time for the Rotom to retreat and get into a little bit better position later in the game.
Yeah, and I know if I was Aaron Zhang right now, I would be calling up Michael their bestie and ask, hey, can I use that Rotom Wash? Because not only did it miss all those different types of flinches, but really landed those Will-O-Wisps as well. So it's going to be really interesting as they go ahead and start pivoting those out. Now we have seen the entire four from Michael's side now with that Alolan Ninetales on the field, but Alolan Ninetales really likes to be next to Mega Gengar. So it's a really interesting position for Dylan, as we can see, but Michael goes ahead and pulls out that Alolan Ninetales, swapping back into the Rotom Wash as that Aerodactyl does go for a Protect.
Yeah, able to go for Protect because I believe it was actually 1 HP away from being knocked out from Burn, so be able to at least stall a turn, maybe next turn be able to go for a Tailwind or at least a Rock Slide, but the Rotom did enter the field relatively scot-free. Icy Wind's going to deal a little bit of damage and make the Rotom slower, but ultimately not doing that much damage, and you can fairly easily just Volt Switch to reset that the next turn. But yeah, the Aerodactyl able to survive that. At this point, the damage, it's really going to depend on the last Pokemon on Dylan's side. Whether it is that Garchomp, I think that's going to be really difficult to actually beat the Ninetales with both Blizzard and Freeze Dry, dealing super effective damage against everything but the Aegislash, which doesn't even have Iron Head, I believe. Actually, I might be confusing that. Nope, both of these Aegislashes neither have Iron Head, so the Ninetales looking very solid, but yeah, Rock Slide comes out, not a lot of damage, but potential flinches from the arrow coming out.
Yeah, and we go ahead and see the Milotic on Dylan's side, targeting into that Gengar with a devastating Scald with a Burn attached with it. So, and a flinch. So it seems like Dylan has been crossing their fingers as we do see the Volt Switch go into the Milotic and going ahead and swapping back out that Rotom Wash. Now, they really do have an easy swap in on either way that they want to go with the Alolan Ninetales or the Incineroar, as we do go ahead and see the Ninetales hit the battlefield once again.
Yeah, Ninetales a little bit more solid into the Milotic just because the Tailwind setup, even though you would have fake out pressure, you're still underspeeding the Milotic with your Gengar and are susceptible to a Scald KO. So a little bit safer to go into the Ninetales, even though your snow turns are starting to dwindle away. So yeah, you will probably want to swap it in and out at some point, but at this point, just the safer of the two switches. The Aegislash does come on the field, and I think this is where the Aerodactyl's value really shines, having gone for the Tailwind on previous turns. Even though the Aegislash is burned, it can still do a lot of damage with Poltergeist into the Gengar, secure that knockout, or just take a knockout into the Gengar. But yeah, I think the burn is hurting it in that the Ninetales just kind of gets to click Freeze Dry fairly freely and not be in danger of a knockout this turn unless there's a really not aggressive, but a really strong Scald that I'm expecting wouldn't even 2-hit KO with a Poltergeist in combination. So yeah, I think Ninetales in a prime spot here, even though the Gengar is a little bit weak to a knockout this turn.
Hey, you truly never know, Cedric. One thing, so you can have some critical hits, you can have some burns, you can have a Mega Gengar swapping out on Michael's side into the Rotom as well. There's a lot of different things that could happen, but it is a very sticky situation. We do see the Freeze Dry going into the Milotic and going ahead and taking it pretty decently as it goes ahead and dishes back a devastating Scald, hitting right about halfway. So definitely a little bit of a roll. We do see the Aegislash on Dylan's side go ahead and go for that Poltergeist, which is missing again.
Yeah,
Not
that's
a good day.
A lot of damage being missed out from these Poltergeist misses. I think the Ninetales probably with the Snow boost, Snow defensive boost, and the burn may have been able to tank that, but might have been in range of a Shadow Sneak on the next turn at least. But also this Rotom's just in very free. Yeah, correction on the previous turn, Tailwind was not up. I just forgot that the Milotic was actually able to hit the Gengar before it moved because it flinched, so my mistake there, but that does actually determine a lot. This Rotom is now free to go for a Volt Switch into the Milotic if you want to. There's no recover to heal up like typical Milotic, so this thing is kind of in a precarious spot. And the Aegislash is just threatening so little damage and is facing even more pressure by going for King Shields and not gaining any ground while taking burn damage.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do want to call out is that Dylan went ahead and swapped in for their Tyranitar. They did Freeze Dry into it as well as a Volt Switch onto their Aegislash, but Tyranitar is one of those Pokemon and one of those teams that we are seeing a dual Mega Evolution. So negating that Meganium and going ahead and swapping in that Tyranitar, I actually don't think is a bad idea. We're definitely going to go ahead and see it Mega Evolve, and it's running Rock Slide, Crunch, Low Kick, and Protect. Oh no.
Yeah, I think that's 3 Poltergeist misses. It just hasn't hit an attack this game. I'm not remembering it doing so, which is pretty unfortunate. Yeah, that Ninetales had the Sandstorm activate this turn, so it didn't have that defensive boost anymore. At least would have put it maybe in range of a Shadow Sneak, probably for sure, but maybe even range of a couple Sand Ticks. So that's pretty unfortunate, but we play on. I think at this point the Incineroar is in an amazing spot. Even a Sacred Sword, even though super effective, isn't going to do a lot of damage through the burn and the Intimidate. And the Tyranitar is really bulky. It does have the potential to actually win this game defensively for Dylan, but you do have to watch out for this Ninetales combination with the Gengar in the late game, essentially Encore and Disable. Even if you can't hit the Tyranitar especially hard, could just lock it on the field and allow you to chip away and force it to struggle.
Yeah, and you do have that Rotom Wash entering back on the field, which is definitely threatening that Hydro Pump and also Will-O-Wisp onto that Tyranitar. And you're seeing also that Dylan went ahead and swapped out their Aegislash for the Milotic. We do see the Mega Evolution on their Tyranitar and the Fake Out from the Incineroar on Michael's side going into it as well. So making sure it's not moving around too much this turn.
Yeah, that was probably the most damage you could have gotten if there was no Fake Out into the Tyranitar. You aren't intimidated that turn, so you just have an opportunity to throw off a very powerful Rock Slide, but smart on Michael to just suppress that option entirely. Now the Rotom's on the field once again, does have inaccuracy to worry about, could play it safe once again and Volt Switch that Milotic, which should be in range of a knockout, and then the game gets a whole lot simpler with only the 2 remaining Pokemon, and you can just basically Intimidate cycle with the Incineroar. But yeah, I think on Dylan's side, this Tyranitar has to be the way you win the game. There's not a lot of damage threatened from this Milotic without actual super effective damage, although the Gengar on Michael's side is low. That's kind of really the main advantage in their favor. Is inaccuracy on Michael's side is what you need to knock out the Tyranitar more immediately or burn it. So you might have to hope for a little bit of poor fortune for Michael and then just some solid targeting with maybe Crunch or Rock Slide starting to chip away at the team.
Well, and I'm sure Dylan would love to give their misfortune to Michael, but we do go ahead and see Michael swap out their Incineroar for their Mega Gengar. And going ahead and hitting us Rockside, but missing the Gengar entirely. It does land into the Rotom Wash, taking a little bit of damage, but it's going to heal it right back up with that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, between the two was actually the Tyranitar that was faster than the Rotom. It was pretty low on HP. I wonder if a Crunch would have been able to knock out, what was it, an 84 HP Rotom before the Citrus Berry had activated. It would have been pretty close, but yeah, chilling with Dylan, just identifying, look, at this point, this game is looking pretty rough with Fake Out, Encore, Disable. It's going to be pretty challenging to actually close this game out, even with the Aegislash in the back. The Tyranitar probably won't be able to carry, so I think a good forfeit, but unfortunately, like, kind of had an opportunity with the Rock Slide if it actually flinched and things started going the other way to make a pretty interesting comeback, but unfortunately not going to see that as one more move missed and then didn't get the flinch. So maybe just, I think at this point, it's a question of whether you say the game plan was fine, but I got very unlucky in terms of the misses and some of the RNG, or is there a substantial game plan shift for Dylan?
Yeah, I think it's a really sticky situation. They did have a lot of unfortunate luck. I know I'm never running Poltergeist after watching that because now I'm scared about it. But I think it's fascinating. I know, like, what we were kind of talking about is that they are running the dual Mega. So they are running Mega Meganium and also Mega Tyranitar. So a potential change of swapping of that might actually provide for a little bit of ease, but you're still really threatened by that Incineroar on Michael's side. And especially just for how pivotal that they were swapping it in and out, making sure that it was very healthy, but still did so much with those Intimidate drops and just being a really threatening piece for them.
Yeah, I think we see the strength of Michael's team running both the Parting Shot and the Volt Switch on two Pokemon means that in pretty much any situation, you're able to gain some ground while also having the ability to select the Pokemon that you want to enter the field instead of having to aggressively make a switch call. And I think that just really prevented, after, in addition to the misses and all the Pokemon getting burned on Dylan's side, just the fact that Michael pretty much always had switch priority and knew what was going to be on the field and could essentially plan the battle off that proved to be really difficult. I do think you pointed out, like, we could see a switch up in the Mega Pokemon, and I think even though it is Mega Gengar on the other side, it's maybe a little bit more likely than you think. If your worry is the Rotom Wash just walling out your entire team, it seemed like Michael read that pretty perfectly, just brought the Pokemon that would beat the Tyranitar really well. If those same Pokemon come, the Mega Meganium, Weather Ball knocks out the Ninetales, Solar Beam for the Rotom, and then a lot of damage with Weather Ball, even though you are potentially answered back by a Sludge Bomb on the Gengar, could be an option.
Hey, people are saying that Mega Meganium stocks are up, and we're going to go ahead and see them match back up together. It seems like Dylan is a big Meganium fan as well, which makes me super happy to see. But now we're going to have to see how they're going to switch it up. For Dylan, I do think that I would bring the Mega Meganium, not as a bias. But for Michael, their team and their structure really worked well into Dylan's. So I'm not sure if there needs to be any large shifts in their game plan moving forward.
Yeah, I think the four that Michael selected covered the Meganium relatively well, as well as just about positioning, which really shouldn't be a struggle with the Volt Switch and the Parting Shot. It's just going to be a little bit easier to face the Tyranitar, just because you at least can stop it, mitigate its damage control, or mitigate its damage output, whereas you can't do the same for the Meganium. I think, yeah, Dylan could push the advantage with the Tailwind Aerodactyl. It should outspeed everything but the Choice Scarf Garchomp on Michael's team, and then allow that Meganium to kind of take the advantage off of that. At that point, you are a little bit weak to the Incineroar, kind of stalling out your Tailwind turns just because it does resist the strongest attacks on the Meganium, but it could be an option if you can kind of pin the Incineroar down to, yeah, get that Meganium in a strong position in Tailwind. But you're going to see the leads. It is a Gengar and Rotom lead, the Mega of choice on Michael's team, versus the Milotic and the Aegislash once again. I'm kind of surprised to see the Milotic. It didn't prove to be that effective in the last game, but maybe there's going to be some attempt to force the Incineroar out on the field to give it a competitive boost, which actually didn't happen in the last game, or at least not. It didn't allow the Milotic a chance to do a lot of damage if it did.
Yeah, I'm actually very shocked by this as well. I think that Rotom Wash is still just having such a threatening aura with that Will-O-Wisp, just because of how many times it did land in the last match and just how catastrophic that was to Dylan's Aegislash. Milotic can take you a little bit more, Aegislash not so much. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Dylan is going to play this out, and we're going to go ahead and see on Michael's side that they are going to go ahead and Mega Evolve their Gengar, of course. Makes it just a little bit more fun for everybody. And from there, we're going to go ahead and see that they're going to go and lock into the Shadow Ball directly into Dylan's Aegislash, taking it down to 56 HP. A massive shift from the last game.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. It survives. That Rotom Wash going ahead and Hydro Pumping into the Aegislash, letting it survive on 2 HP. This is crazy, Centric. I'm surprised that it survived.
Yeah, I mean, in previous generations, Aegislash actually was... Oh, there's no... Okay, cool. It was another animation, but it did connect on the Mega Gengar, so aggressive play from Michael. Expected, you know what, King Shield really shouldn't come out here, given that I can just Will-O-Wisp through that, which I revealed in the first game to be, you know, my initial option. So just goes for the double up and does connect the Hydro Pump, but surprising to pretty much everyone, both of us for sure, survives the Hydro Pump Shadow Ball double up and answers in turn by knocking out the Mega Gengar. If it was Mega Meganium in the back, like you were saying, its stocks are looking all-time high.
I'm just saying, everyone keep an eye out for Mega Meganium, but I thought that was a really incredible play, and also really incredible to know for Dylan if they are able to take this into a Game 3. However, we do see a switch up on Michael's side, now opting into bringing in the Garchomp, something we did not see the last round. Now keep in mind, this is a Choice Scarf Garchomp, so it is definitely going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, fastest Pokemon on the field, but I feel like that Milotic's presence was really felt. If it wasn't Incineroar in the back, the Milotic just fully dispelled it from coming onto the field. We see the Aegislash is going to take a defensive turn this turn, just getting into that shield form, which I feel like we've seen so many Blade forms just go for it in this today, but yeah, it doesn't want to do that in the face of the Earthquake.
Yeah, and we do see that Michael is going to go ahead and opt in for the Earthquake from their Garchomp, only actually hitting into their Milotic, but doing a lot more damage than I thought they were. However, Dylan is going to head and target down that Garchomp, land an Ice Beam, and take it out as a one-hit KO.
Man, this Rotom is a lot slower than I would have expected. Typically, Milotic are trained slower. Did it hit an Icy Wind in the previous turn? Maybe. I don't entirely recall, but yeah, able to outspeed, make sure that even if there was a crit on the Earthquake, it's slower. It's outspeeding the Volt Switch, so you don't get knocked out there, and you can actually KO the Garchomp in the back, and now this Milotic is sitting very pretty with the competitive activating in the face of the Intimidate, and now a Scald potential 1-hit KO threatening in this Incineroar that was really the thorn in Dylan's side in the last battle, in addition to this Rotom Wash.
What a change of pace for this game too. Dylan really identifying, hey, maybe my leads weren't that bad. It was just how I actually played them. We're going to go ahead and see Michael obviously bringing back in that Rotom Wash. And now, for Dylan, seeming a little bit more comfortable. There is the threat of the fake out on the Incineroar into the Milotic. However, you do still have two very healthy Pokemon in the back for Dylan that aren't disclosed to Michael. Being able to be a little bit more pivotal and being able to say, hey, maybe I want to have this one for a little bit later, or maybe just letting them both get knocked out and going ahead and bringing the last two. We are going to go ahead and see the Milotic go for a Protect to make sure that that fake out is definitely not coming its way, and seeing the stance change on the Aegislash going for a Shadow Sneak into the Rotom Wash.
Yeah, chips it down a little bit lower, and we see the Rotom goes for the Volt Switch and the Milotic. The Rotom at the start of this turn had a little bit of chip damage on it, so I do think in the previous turn there was Icy Wind present on the field, so I think realistically it should be a Rotom moving before the Milotic on this turn and just Volt Switch taking that KO. But interesting choice on Michael's side, going for Parting Shot and not a knockout, a Throat Chop or whatever its Dark type move is. Sorry about that. It is Throat Chop, as the King Shield had come out the last turn, so he had a fairly safe knockout. Interesting choice, maybe indicating that he's actually trying to win the game and not necessarily just figure out the Pokemon in the back. But yeah, goes for a Will-O-Wisp, definitely trying to get some information, or trying to actually go for a win here. Maybe saw a switch into a Tyranitar or another Pokemon, but no dice. It is just a Scald, knocking out that Incineroar in one hit.
Wow, what an incredibly strong Milotic that we see right there. And going ahead and see that Aegislash targeting back into that Rotom Wash. And the tides have really changed as we see Michael go ahead and forfeit that match. And we have a Game 3.
Yeah, that's really a huge switch up. I think I kind of question Michael's decisions at the end there. I think was absolutely trying to play for some level of Dylan opening themselves up to a loss by maybe switching into a physical attack or getting the Will-O-Wisp. But I think at this stage in the tournament, maybe you just expect that they're going to make some plays that avoid that and just try and figure out the back two Pokemon so you can see if there was a Mega Pokemon switch up. So the caster side, we don't know that. Michael doesn't know that. Only Dylan knows that. That's a pretty key information advantage going into the next game that might inform which Pokemon these players select in the front and the back. That lead, it ended up working out really well this time. The Aegislash just barely able to live that attack. Maybe Michael changes the game plan a little bit, knowing that, the Hydro Pump Shadow Ball isn't a guaranteed knockout like he might have otherwise thought.
And trust me, we want to know what those last two Pokemon were just as much as you do, but we are probably going to have to ask Dylan after this. Now, it seems like Dylan has led with that same duo each time. Now is a time for the switch up, now that you've seen how it can rubber band back and forth of being a really devastating loss into a really commanding win. So do you keep that up and maybe start to move around pieces in the back, or do you switch it up entirely to keep Michael on his toes? We really aren't gonna know until just about a few seconds, but really excited to see this game 3 of round 6 for the Grand Champions Festival. So as you can see on that side of things, you're going to go ahead and see on Dylan's side the Aerodactyl with the Meganium. So a slight switch up on the actual lead, while Michael is still running the Rotom Wash with Gengar.
Yep, we see the Meganium is finally coming out and just matching up so well against this Rotom on the field. The Gengar is going to be dangerous, but maybe you could, if you delay, maybe go for a Protect this turn and then go for a Tailwind the next turn, maybe a Rock Slide and a Weather Ball. Could be threatening a knockout into the Mega Gengar. It is just such a strong move. That Fire-type Weather Ball, essentially a 150 base power move, receiving the benefit of the sun, essentially, even when it's not on the field. But the Aerodactyl actually doesn't like its position on the field. The Milotic entering the field after Incineroar is here. After really preempting the Incineroar coming out, actually, as the Rotom switches out, and because the Aerodactyl was the faster of the two Pokemon switching, it is able to enter the field first and get that competitive boost. Really heads up play by Dylan. Also pivoting the Meganium out of pressure, doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb, and goes into the Tyranitar, which would also be resisting that attack.
Wow, really incredible turn 1 down by Dylan, swapping out both of their leads into a very strong duo as well. We're going to see on Michael's side that they're going to Mega Evolve their Gengar, of course, and go for the Sludge Bomb into what previously was that Meganium slot, which the Tyranitar eats that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Really, really smart play on Dylan's part.
Yeah, we see both Mega Pokemon being brought to this matchup. I'd imagine the Meganium is ultimately going to be the prime candidate for that, unless the Tyranitar gets into a really, basically a game-winning position where just that stat buff will allow it to win the match, but Meganium probably what we're looking at. Because of that, you're not threatening as much damage potentially with a Crunch. With the Intimidate, you might... the Speed Order actually working in Dylan's favor once again. Intimidate isn't active on the Tyranitar, so the Gengar pressured to switch out into the Garchomp. Won't love taking a Crunch or an Icy Wind if that comes out, but it is going to be the Fake Out to at least stop the Ice-type move from coming out.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see that Tyranitar going for the Crunch actually onto the Incineroar slot, not doing too much damage. So not a bad swap in for Michael. Seems like it was pretty safe, especially since that Fake Out hit on that Milotic. Now, it's going to be really dependent. I agree with you, Cedric. I don't know if Tyranitar is definitely the Mega Evolution that Dylan wants to use, but definitely in a pickle is something that you can go ahead and swap out. Now we do have potential for this Garchomp to just do some crazy damage over onto the opposing side, but it has to watch out for that Ice Beam on the Milotic.
Yeah, you really have to worry about either Icy Wind or Ice Beam coming out. That'll just knock out the Garchomp. Otherwise, without the competitive boost, it should live at least the Icy Wind. But yeah, that Incineroar working against its partner Garchomp here, and the Garchomp will be leaving the field, going for a little bit of a safer turn, getting the Rotom in, which at least isn't threatened with a knockout, but you better hope there's no Crunch entering that slot, which, thankfully, good call. It is, kind of good. Okay, I thought Dino Train was Meganium. The Rotom definitely in a little bit better of a position than if the Meganium came in.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see Dylan go ahead for that Ice Beam into what was previously the Garchomp swap, which the Rotom Wash obviously loves to take. We're going to see the Throat Chop from the Incineroar on Michael's side into the Milotic as well, doing just almost right around half with that Sandstorm buff, but restoring a little bit more with the leftovers. Who doesn't love leftovers?
Yeah, offsetting the sand. I think really interesting choice from Dylan to go for the Ice Beam instead of the Icy Wind with the competitive boost. I think both would have KO'd, and you could of course miss the 5% chance on the Icy Wind, but it would have set you up really well on this turn to also be threatening a Scald at +2 into the Rotom, in addition with a Rock Slide. And because of the Unnerve on the Aerodactyl, it wouldn't have a Citrus Berry healing, but gonna be a setup of Tailwind on this turn for the Aerodactyl as Scald does KO the Incineroar.
Yeah, which is a huge piece for Michael to have fall. Now, it does allow for the Mega Gengar or the Garchomp to come in a little bit safer, but it's going to make it so it's a little bit hard to swap in and out. We do see Michael's Rotom Wash going for the full switch into the Milotic, swapping out into the other two Pokemon. So it took it pretty well. That Milotic is very, very bulky, and I think it's really just amplifying how pivotal it is for some of these teams.
Yeah, Incineroar gone is really important for the Meganium in the back. Although it might seem that Gengar is the main threat, with Tailwind up, you actually really would have liked the Incineroar to be able to enter the field and stall turns with the Fake Out. With that off the field, yeah, you do have the double protect options with the Gengar and the Rotom Wash if that enters the field, but those Pokemon are honestly fairly passive. We see the Garchomp is going to come out, which doesn't have access to Protect, which means that if the Milotic is able to outspeed it in the Tailwind, which it could be trained realistically to do, yeah, it's just a lot of damage being threatened by either Icy Wind, Scald, or Ice Beam by this Milotic into any Pokemon, but very safe into the Garchomp if you just want to target that and outspeed it.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting. We have to keep in mind that Dylan still has all 4 of their Pokemon, so allowing for them to be a little bit more flexible as we see Michael go ahead and send back out that Rotom Wash onto the field. Now, we have a lot of interesting decisions, like you were saying, Cedric. It is going to be very fascinating to see how Michael plays this, because now, while the Garchomp is Choice Scarf, it is not able to protect, which causes a lot of issues if he is not able to knock out that Milotic this turn. And keep in mind, we still do have that Meganium in the back, and no one's Mega Evolved yet, so it seems like it might be the prime candidate, especially once it hits the battlefield once again.
Yeah, it's really just going to be determined by, I think, on this turn, if the Milotic is first, it's going to be the Aerodactyl protecting itself, doesn't want to be chipped down by a Rock Slide and a Volt Switch potentially. Does Milotic outspeed? It does not. The Garchomp is going to outspeed and hit that Stomping Tantrum and take that critical knockout, buying itself another turn.
Wow, and that was a huge knockout for Michael's side. It was definitely going to be something a little bit closer to comfort than maybe some people would want, but we do see the Sandstorm go ahead and subside as well, allowing for our favorite little foot Meganium hitting back onto the field. Now, it seems like Dylan's not in a horrible position.
Yeah, I actually like the choice there. Even if your Milotic gets outsped, it most likely has to be a ground type. There actually isn't Dragon Claw in this Garchomp, but even if there were, you're immune to that after the Mega Evolution with your Mega Meganium, which I do expect we're going to finally see come out here. But the Rotom isn't threatening with very much damage, and Stomping Tantrums certainly aren't threatening it very much, and less so the Aerodactyl, which is immune to that due to its flying typing. As a result from that, you're really pressuring that Garchomp slot with a Solar Beam. Rock Slide might just knock it out. It's going to be pretty close, but this Rotom definitely scared. It probably wants to switch off the field or go for a Protect. Yeah, it went for the Volt Switch on the previous turn, so that option is available to it. But that's such a easily projectable play for Dylan that you could just target a Solar Beam into the Garchomp, unless the Mega Gengar gets very cheeky and switches in on that Grass type move.
Yeah, and as we can see, that Dylan's Meganium is going to Mega Evolve into that beautiful floral piece. And we also saw that Michael went ahead and swapped out his Gengar his Garchomp for his Mega Gengar. We are going to see the Dual Wing Beat from the Aerodactyl on Dylan's side go into the Mega Gengar, taking it just almost down to half HP, and a devastating Dazzling Gleam coming out of the Meganium, taking both Rotom and Gengar into a range that they're really not that comfortable with.
Yeah, I think a solid play from Dylan. The Dazzling Gleam, like the flashier moves are of course the Mega Soul boosted Solar Beams and the Weather Balls, but the Dazzling Gleam in that situation in combination with the Dual Wing Beat, super effective into the Garchomp, should have taken a knockout, and also has the benefit of not really being an independent play of Protect, where if Michael protects there, that's totally fine. You most likely knock out the Garchomp or deal a lot of damage to the Gengar on the next turn, and can Solar Beam the Rotom next one. But Michael kind of getting the best you could expect from that turn by getting the Gengar on the field not knocked out, and the Rotom still at least able to live another day, didn't go for a Protect, not really a free slot for a Solar Beam this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be very fascinating about how Michael is going to go ahead and navigate these waters a little bit more. The Aerodactyl, there's still one turn of Tailwind still up over on Dylan's side, but the Aerodactyl is not going to be able to take too many more attacks also. Now, keep in mind, Dylan still does have their Tyranitar in the back, but we are going to see Michael swap out that Garchomp for the Rotom once again. Now, very interesting play. We're going to see Gengar also go for the Protect on Michael's side. Now, what is Dylan going to do?
Dual Wing Beat starting off into that Rotom, unable to activate the Citrus Berry as long as the Unnerve Aerodactyl is on the field. I don't remember if it got under that range before, but definitely not while it's on the field. And then Dazzling Gleam is going to come out and finish off that Rotom wash. So pesky in the game one, but in the final game of the set is going to go down, as it is going to be the Choice Scarf Garchomp with Tailwind going out, entering the field on Michael's side. It does appear that we're going to get into a situation where Michael has some clear outs. I think he is going to be pretty easily be able to find that, at this point you probably do just have to lock into a Choice Scarf Rock Slide with your Garchomp. You don't need to, you just have to hit the Aerodactyl. It'll buy a turn for the Meganium to likely go for a Protect, and then hopefully you can maybe be able to 1v1 the Tyranitar, get a timely flinch to buy, to allow your Gengar and your Garchomp to be able to win that end game. But I think it's really going to come down to, you probably just go for the Rock Slide this turn to knock out the Aerodactyl, knock it out and protect the Meganium, and then, oh, nope, going right for it, as we see Rock Slide is going to knock out the the Aerodactyl immediately, opening it up to a Sludge Bomb potentially. K1 ended. I'm not sure if Dylan was aware.
Yeah, this is a really dicey situation, as we do see that Mega Gengar going for the Sludge Bomb into the Mega Meganium, taking a complete knockout on Dylan's side, leaving them only with Tyranitar. Michael understanding where they were in their game state and being like, this is the way that I have to win, and I have to be aggressive in order to make this happen. Now, a much, much secure situation for Dylan.
Yeah, I think the Tyranitar it's not in a bad spot. It's still winnable for sure. You could get some Rock Slide misses, and as long as you don't get flinch, you're not being threatened a whole lot by the opposing Mega Gengar. But it'd be nice if the Mega Gengar had to spend a turn actually Sludge Bombing into the Mega Meganium. Doesn't have that luxury anymore. Mega Gengar does have the ability to go for a Disable, so maybe you protect this turn, get a little bit of Rock Slide chip, and then bait out a Crunch from the Tyranitar, which you can disable on the next turn. But yeah, I think the Meganium going down a little bit annoying, and now Michael's path is pretty clear. You're just going to go for the Rock Slides and try and play the turns adequately against this Tyranitar with Disable, or just get your damage with Sludge Bomb and Shadow Balls in the future turns.
Yeah, and sometimes, trainers, this is really how these end of games have to play. You really have to identify, what are my different ways that I could potentially win, and what ways am I going to have a devastating loss? And Dylan understanding, hey, I've got to start to protect, and I also just have to really cross my fingers that these flinches are going to stay away from my Tyranitar, and they're going to be able to keep their eye on the prize and cross their fingers throughout the entire time as well. We are going to go ahead and see the Garchomp go ahead for that Rock Slide, and it's going to miss, but the Gengar landing that Sludge Bomb, doing a little bit of a damage, not too much, but is getting the poison.
Yeah, that poison's really important. We see a Rock Slide instead of a Crunch, so maybe open themselves up to a miss, but is able to connect, so ends up just being the better play overall. I think on the previous turn, it was a good call to go for a Protect in the face of the Mega Gengar so that you don't get Disable locked into Crunch. Although you do have, I believe, Low Kick on this Tyranitar, you'd much rather be going for the Crunches. Does a fair amount more damage overall, so at this point, the poison is really devastating. The Rock Slides would have been doing damage, which would have added up in addition to flinches, but at this point, any flinch in a combination with the poison damage is going to really put the Tyranitar behind. Crunch is going to deal a lot of damage, a 2-hit KO, but not a knockout, and this passive damage is chipping over time. It's now in range of one more Rock Slide. I think if Michael is able to connect the Rock Slide, this game just ends.
Yeah, I think it's one more Rock Slide and it's out. But if it does miss, I think the Tyranitar might have a sliver of a chance to land a Crunch and go ahead and break through. But
oh, it does KO.
We are going to see the Rock Slide come through on Michael's side, sending them into round 7, 6-0. But not to discourage Dylan at all. Still an incredible record at 5-1 going into round 7 of the Grand Championship Festival. Wow. What a match that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Came down to the end, just one turn away on either side, where I think, yeah, just ultimately, if the Tyranitar is able to break through and dodge one more Rock Slide, the Crunch should just knock out. But I think unfortunate that the Sludge Bombs were able to the poison was able to add up eventually. I do want to point out that 2 sludge bombs went off into the Tyranitar over the course of the match, so roughly 50-50 whether it was going to be poisoned throughout the course of the match, but it happened on the second one, fortunately, for Michael. But looking at the previous games, I believe this is, the game 1 that was just so difficult for Dylan and was on the back foot the entire time and got into the Rotom. As we saw, the Milotic was able to kind of chip down the Gengar, but this Rotom just slowly dealing with this Milotic, which is otherwise one of the most defensive Pokemon in the metagame, was able to just slowly get rid of it. And then absolutely have to mention the many misses of Poltergeist in the game 1.
Yeah, I know. And that's the price you pay for running a non 100% accurate move. I know I've missed some really close ones, and I know you probably have as well, Cedric. So it is really devastating to see that. But I do think for Dylan, really, they identified how important, A, that survival was from that Hydro Pump from the Rotom Wash, but also B, the Milotic in general. It was such a pivotal piece for each of their games and really just caused a lot of mayhem for Michael.
Yeah, definitely honestly, the game 2 obviously didn't even get past the lead, so quite effective there. And then the game 3, just such a smart series of turn 1s as we see kind of the end of the game 3. But I want to point out Dylan just so ahead on the switches in the first turn, neither getting intimidated on the Tyranitar because of the switch order and also getting the competitive on the Milotic. Unfortunately didn't come up with the win as a result, just because of I feel like the poison was kind of the game changer. The rock slides were doing a lot of damage, but the poison just over time in addition with rough skin meant that the Tyranitar just had few turns on the field where it was actually able to get the game winning crunch.
I know. It was truly devastating, and for me, even more devastating to see Meganium not get its flowers that turn. But many more to come, and I'm really excited to see them all as well. So an incredible round 6. I know that we have many more rounds to go as well, but Cedric, is there a certain Pokemon that you would like to see that we haven't seen so far?
Good question. I'm a fan of Mega Blastoise. I'm a fan of Mega Gardevoir. Those are probably my 2 favorite Mega Pokemon to see. Would love to see those. I know there's probably a couple of those Trick Room, Tailwind hybrid teams with the Mega Gardevoirs throughout the tournament, but we're not going to see that here. We're going to see a Mega Meganium, Mega Manectric against a Mega Charizard Y.
I know y'all can't see my face, but my jaw dropped at the thought of Mega Manectric. That is my 3rd favorite Pokemon of all time. So I'm so happy to see it here, and so happy to see that some traders are actually running it. We do see the Volt Switch from that Mega Manectric go into the Aegislash, and we are in Game 3 of this very crucial match. Now, a very interesting team coming from Corno's side. We're going to see the Incineroar, Sneasler, Hisuian Goodra, Pelipper, Mega Manectric, and the Sinistcha.
Yeah, it's an interesting team where it looks like instead of the Mega Pokemon being the carry, it's actually the Hisuian Goodra, which is very atypical. Mega Manectric, definitely an atypical Mega Pokemon, both in usage and how it functions. It's running Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, and Snarl. It can also, it's not so relevant, but it can be Lightning Rod before it goes for the Mega to redirect any electric type attacks away from the Pelipper, but generally just going to be pivoting in and out, lowering special attack with the Snarl and Intimidate, its Mega ability, allowing the Goodra to take hits a little bit more, which is useful against things like the Garchomp when you combo with the Incineroar, also intimidating.
Yeah, in the fact too, they are running a Charizard, which is going to be that Charizard Y Mega Evolution. And it seems like they're running a pretty traditional set of 4. We are going to go ahead and see the Incineroar lock in a devastating Will-O-Wisp onto the opposing Garchomp, which is really going to hinder any movement beyond there, and the Goodra flinching on their side.
Yeah, this Goodra does flinch, but isn't immediately threatened by that much, given the Garchomp was flinched that turn. You should be fairly free to set up a shelter. There's not a lot on Mafav's team that you would want to be heavy slamming, so those Intimidate drops aren't so important. Might be solid to start setting up the shelters to get that shelter defense boost plus body press active, but the Garchomp knows it's not doing a lot of damage, decides what's better than damage, maybe some flinches.
Hey, it's as Oprah says, you get a flinch, and you get a flinch, and you get a flinch. And so that is really what they have to play out with right now. We are going to go ahead and see that Incineroar go back on Fuss's side to see maybe a newcomer or bring back that Mega Manectric. And we do go ahead and see the Manectric land back onto that field, giving a much needed Intimidate to its opponents.
Yeah, just okay, Darkest Lariat. That's interesting. I believe that cuts through any attack defense raises, but it's not going to deal with the Intimidate drops, which, smart to get the Manectric on the field. However, with the Shelter now active and the leftovers, I believe healing the Goodra up consistently, even with the Darkest Lariat, the Gudra's not really going to be taking that much damage, and you threaten it back, the Incineroar back, with a Body Press, which should one-hit knockout. It is not Chople Berry, it is a Citrus Berry Incineroar, but we do see it is a Aegislash and Charizard in the back, so potentially 2 strong switches for that Body Press.
Yeah, I do think this Hisuian Gudra is going to cause some issues, especially with that Shelter move. We do see the Manectric go ahead and for that full switch into the opponent's Incineroar, going ahead and really playing that pivot game that we so much love nowadays. We're going to go ahead and see the Incineroar on their side land back onto the field, getting another Intimidate drop, really making sure that the opposing Incineroar and Garchomp can really do as little damage as possible.
For its own Incineroar? That's crazy. That is unfortunate. We saw the Earthquake come out, maybe just trying to get a little bit of chip on the opposing Manectric, Incineroar, and Gudra, but unfortunately the most damage actually went into its own Incineroar partner, which is kind of tragic. It's like, on one hand, okay, that's annoying, but also realistically later in the battle you're going to try and clear that with a Body Press and one hit regardless, so quite funny to see, but maybe less impactful than it would be in other situations. However, the Incineroar did survive the turn, does get to Parting Shot the Gudra and bring in the Mega Charizard Y, which is under threat from a Fake Out from Fuss's Incineroar's Fake Out this turn to cause it to flinch and maybe buy another turn from the Gudra to go for a Body Press into the partner, or even the Charizard, but we haven't seen the 4th Pokemon revealed on Fuss's side. If it's the Pelipper, that will be really important in dealing with this Charizard's offensive damage output by overriding the Drought with the Drizzle in future turns, although on this turn, or rather its first turn active on the field, if it doesn't want to go for it could easily just go for Protect this turn and not go for the Mega Evolution so that you can actually use your Drought setup on the turn that you move, so you're not susceptible to the Drizzle just overriding on switch later on.
Yeah, and we're seeing on Mavav's side that they're going to go ahead and bring back their Garchomp, knowing that it is extremely weak at this point, and opting in to bring in their Aegislash. We're going to go ahead and see the Mega Evolution as well on their Charizard, going into that Charizard Y and bringing up the Sun. Now, Incineroar is going to go ahead and fake out that Charizard to make sure it's not going to do anything crazy, while bulking up and finding some shelter for the Hisuian Gudra. It is spring season. It is a little stormy outside, so taking shelter isn't always a bad thing.
Yeah, the Aegislash comes in, which defensively is a great counter to the Gudra, but this is not a Sacred Sword Aegislash. It's running Poltergeist, Iron Head, and Shadow Sneak, so not able to cut through the defensive boost that the Hisuian Gudra has gotten so far. I think that was an interesting option from Mafav, really aggressive and expected to be able to get an attack off with the Charizard. If there's a Pelipper in the back, there's no better opportunity than now to bring it in to get the to override the Sun and maybe get a really strong Body Press into that Charizard. Probably not a knockout, but still would chunk it a fair amount as we see a switch into the Incineroar. No Pelipper switch in on that side as the Incineroar just enters the field on the Fav side.
Yeah, this makes me really think that Pelipper might not be back there, which is very interesting to see on that side. We're going to see the Gudra go ahead and go for that Protect, while Incineroar was trying to go for that Parting Shot. So maybe trying to make a much smoother transition into Pelipper, or maybe just a different Pokemon as a whole. Mega Manectric maybe could be potentially the Sneasler, but it's a very interesting situation. Pelipper would be the belle of the ball if it was here, but I'm just not quite sure that Fuss has that in the back.
Yeah, it's possible that Fuss just wanted a bit safer of a switch in the face of the Aegislash, maybe didn't want to take the combination of a Fire move and a Poltergeist, but with the Incineroar on the field, not a lot of threat of big damage this turn, as the Pelipper is the reveal, delayed it like 2 turns, relative to when we might have expected, but yeah, absolutely stuffs the Heat Wave, dealing very little damage, dealing not a lot to the Pelipper. Does burn, but I think the better of the 2 to burn. If you burn the Gudra, you're also limiting its damage output. As the Body Press, I believe +6. How much does that do to Charizard? It is a 2-hit KO, as the Incineroar is, not going to deal a lot of damage. It can go for the Darkest Lariat that turn, but just opts for the Parting Shot to reposition. But this Pelipper is looking very good. It's a burn Garchomp in the back and an Aegislash, which is probably just going to get outsped by this Pelipper, although it does have a strong spell tag boosted Shadow Sneak. Maybe that in combination with a Weather Ball would knock out this Pelipper, but I think if you knock out the Charizard, it's going to be really challenging to beat the combination of Manectric and Gudra with the Aegislash and Garchomp and Incineroar.
I completely agree. I think that Pelipper is really such an ace for this game, and as they always say, better late than never, and I think it really made a great splash coming into the turn. that it did, just especially because of that heat wave doing such little damage both to it and its partner Hisuian Gudra. Now, I agree, Cedric. I think if this Charizard Y does go down, it's going to be a very, very sticky situation to get out of it, especially for how boosted the Hisuian Gudra is and how much Mafav's Incineroar really, really does not want to take a body press, and also the fact that their Garchomp is severely burned, causing a lot of issues to its gain momentum in this current state, especially facing down a hidden Incineroar and Mega Manectric.
Yeah, I think a real struggle is that the Pelipper doesn't even really have to stay on the field. Yeah, like it can easily switch into the Incineroar, which is an awesome switch into the Aegislash defensively and offensively. And I guess the Charizard could hit you with a Weather Ball, which would be pretty strong. Yeah, that is actually the call out from Mafav. Expects the Incineroar to switch in, takes advantage of the Pelipper's rain, and goes for a water type Weather Ball. Not an option typically available to Mafav, but good identification to know, you know what, if Incineroar comes in here, let's use the Drizzle against them, and yeah, gets that clean knockout, making one more option for this Aegislash off the field. The Poltergeist is going to come out, but it is a +6. Gudra, is it going to crit? Otherwise, yeah, not a lot of damage, unfortunately. But yeah, excellent call from Mafav's favor to take the knockout into the Incineroar. But on the other hand, you did win the play, like you were able to take that knockout. However, I think it's still going to be really challenging, as we mentioned, to deal with Manectric and Gudra together. The Manectric to deal with the Aegislash, able to hit it with a strong Thunderbolt, and then Pelipper later on to maybe clean it up. And then the Garchomp and the Incineroar both susceptible to +6 body presses, which will get pretty close to knockouts on the Garchomp, even if it is at a high level of HP, given the burn tick, and the Incineroar is going down, no question.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and see Fuss bring back out that Mega Manectric while Mafavs brings out their burned Garchomp. One of those things, we are going to see the Intimidate go down again on the Garchomp and Aegislash, which is just causing it to be detrimented even worse. I think this Hisuian Gudra has been a real problem for Mafav, and maybe we don't know how the last 2 games were, but maybe it didn't make an appearance, and maybe it wasn't as critical as how much of an annoyance this Hisuian Gudra can be.
Yeah, at this point, like maybe in the previous game, if the Whimsicott was just encoring that steadily, or maybe Will-O-Wisping it with the Rotom, that would have been able to like at least make it a little bit less of a nuisance. But yeah, this Aegislash King shielding, but the Gudra, as we've said, it's so boosted up and we only have physical attackers left. Earthquake's coming out, but I think this might do laughable damage.
Yeah, I think instead of Earthquake City, we're seeing Earthquake
Township?
Street?
I don't know.
From how little damage that does and how much big damage that Hisuian Gudra does with that body press onto that Garchomp, taking it out and leaving Mafav with just 2 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it was rough skin damage that did the bulk of the damage there, so I think this is looking extremely difficult for Mafav to actually close this out. You can at least go for a fake out to stall a turn against the Gudra, and then maybe, although you are intimidated on your Manectric, you might be able to land a critical hit with the Poltergeist to knock out the opposing Manectric in one. But after that, I mean, the Pelipper comes in, although it maybe with the remaining amount of rain turns, you might be able to close that out but yeah, I feel like it's just very safe. There's a lot of safe routes for Fuss to actually close this game out, but first off, you just have to get this Incineroar off the field, and then try and 3v1 the Aegislash, which you can't beat with the Gudra, but the rest of your Pokemon should have a rain to actually beat.
Yeah, I think the Mega Manectric is looking really good here, and especially with swapping it out into the Pelipper, allowing Fuss a little bit more options just because they do have the ability to switch. We're going to see the Gudra go ahead and protect on their side just to make sure that it's not going down quite yet as the Incineroar goes for the fake out onto that Pokemon, trying to protect from that body press. We are going to see the Aegislash go to a stance change and target into that Gudra once again, which giving Fuss a clean switch in to their Pelipper.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting double up into the Gudra. I feel like even like you need a crit, and then even then I think you probably need another one on top of that, given the Intimidates onto the Incineroar to actually take a KO with Darkest Lariat, which would, to its credit, ignore the defense boost. But yeah, seemed a little bit hopeful. I think maybe a better route could have been to try and target down that Pelipper swap. At Intimidate, it maybe gets close to a KO with the Spell Tag. Maybe you crit the Manectric if it stayed in, but I think at this point, losing 1 turn of ground might just be a little bit too much ground to lose on Mafav's side, as the Pelipper can kind of just go for a Protect, or just go straight on the offensive, knocks out the Incineroar in one hit with the Weather Ball, doesn't even care about resetting rain for later in the battle, is confident in the ability of the Gudra and the Manectric to close this out, even if the Pelipper does go down this turn to a Poltergeist.
Yeah, and I think the Gudra going ahead and putting up a quote-unquote shelter, even though it is max defense. And the Aegislash missing the Poltergeist once again. I'm just saying, once again, Cedric, I don't think I will ever run that Pokemon move just because of these few sets that we've commentated together has missed far too much in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong move outside of the miss chance that people are starting to run it over Ironhead just because with the combination of the spell tag and the higher base power, it gets close enough on a lot of Pokemon that Ironhead is even super effective into, that Shadow Sneak would get the follow-up. But yeah, we have absolutely seen the disadvantage where you're seeing the miss just essentially make it do no damage on the turn, which is really unfortunate. The Manectric is going to enter the field, get that Aegislash down to maybe -2, but at this point it's all the same against the Goodra. Heavy Slam is also quite low, so even in Blade form, the Aegislash is going to tank that pretty well. As we can see, it's going to be really important for the other Pokemon to actually deal with the Aegislash, but the Poltergeist finally KOs. Do we get the crit finally? Nope.
No.
Unfortunately not the case. So I think the big disadvantage on the Aegislash, just beyond the lack of damage and it being in a 3v1, is the Goodra does have leftovers, so even though it's dealing piddly damage to the opposing Aegislash, it's permanent, whereas the Goodra, even if it gets crit, it might just, even 1v1, it would probably still be able to heal it back up to full, shy of multiple consecutive crits.
Yeah, and the Mega Manectric still being full HP is still also a massive problem with that Aegislash, is that I just don't know if there's an actual way out of this for MadFab, especially with the ability that not only that Manectric has Thunderbolt, but also Snarl. We're going to see the Thunderbolt land into the opposing Aegislash and allowing Fuss to go into round 7, 6-0.
Yeah, really cool match. I don't think we were expecting, you asked me which Mega Pokemon we were expecting to see coming into this one. I wouldn't have expected to see a Mega Manectric Hisuian Goodra combination at the 6-0 record, 5-0 before this, but now 6-0, and one match away from progressing to the day 2. We are playing 9 rounds of Swiss today, so unlike typical rounds where we do 8, you do need to actually progress to the 7-2 record to confirm your spot in the second day of the Grand Champions Festival. Looking back on that game 3, yeah, we can kind of just see, I think roughly when we hopped in, not exactly, yeah, we see the Earthquake turn where that Incineroar, adding insult to injury and not being able to really stand up to this Goodra defensively, just puts it right over the edge, puts it at a mild 43 HP plus Citrus Berry, and then, yeah, just throughout the rest of the battle, just struggling to break through that Goodra's defenses.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see the Mega Manectric, and I obviously have to shout out my own little Mega Manectric toy that I've had for so long. So happy I got to see and also commentate that set with you, Cedric. I think it is so cool to see such an underutilized Pokemon in this entire Grassroots tournament. And also, massive shout out to Skraw VGC, the amazing production team, and all the amazing judges for all of the hard work that you've been putting into this. Cedric, you as well, and my fellow casters. The Grand Champions Festival is such an amazing experience. It's such a huge feat that everyone deserves their flowers, and it's been really an amazing thing to be a part of.
Yeah, that will do it for myself and Courtney on the mic until tomorrow, of course, but I believe we're going to be feeding it back to the IRL setup, which if you haven't checked the socials of Skraw, like the actual technical setup they have, in addition to all the, of course, the amazing judges, the amazing production, we also have a team of people just all congregated in, like, I think, I'm not going to say the location because that's not safe. But yeah, they're out there, they're working hard. They have an incredible technical staff also supporting the stream. So this has been, I think, a labor. Oh goodness, hello. Yeah, I think this has been an awesome labor of love from Jacob, in addition to everyone else involved, judges, staff, really everyone. I'm sure I'm forgetting many people, but yeah, it's been a pleasure to be a part of this day 1 with you, Courtney. And I think we will sign off and send it to round 7 whenever pairings are up, if not a bonus game in between then. So stay tuned.
round 6 is concluded, and that we had some pretty amazing matches there. Mikael versus Dylan was amazing, coming down to that last turn. A rock slide miss here, a crit there would have been different. Phenomenal match. And then we got to see Mega Manectric and Hisuian Gudra, 2 Pokemon that I really did not expect to see at 5-0 in this tournament. And we have one more piece of news, the news I'm sure you all really care about. Our Watchog player is 4-2. They are still live for day 2. Watchog sweep! So, with that being said, I want to remind you all one more time, maybe another time later, about one of the people making this all possible, Surfshark VPN. How often does this happen to you? You have to buy something pretty specific, say a type of tape or a tool or something on your favorite online retailer. And all of a sudden, for the next month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, every single pop-up ad you see is for that tool or for that type of tape or that paint or whatever. Obviously, these companies are looking at your browsing history and selling it to each other. With Surfshark, you can protect yourself from that kind of invasion of privacy. Am I complaining about ads in an ad? Yeah, but an anti-ad ad might be a good thing. With all that being said, thank you so much, Surfshark, for sponsoring the Grand Champions Festival. Now, we are just about to get to round 7. There was 2 matches left in round 6 when I stepped in the studio, so bear with us just a little bit longer as we say goodbye to Cedric and Courtney for now. Thank you for all the work you guys have done, and let's welcome back Chuppa and say hello to Justin Karras to close out the 7th through 9th round of the Grand Champion Festival, Day 1.
Thank you, Jacob, and welcome, Justin. We're so glad to have you on the stage.
Dude, it's great to be here. How have things been going?
Been going really good. I had a great time casting with Lorcy earlier, and I'm so excited to be behind the desk with you.
Dude, thanks for the welcome. It's an awesome day. Everything has been really hyped to watch. I've actually been keeping an eye on some of our matches so far, and we've seen some excellent gameplay, seen some excellent competitors. But what are things about to go in these next couple of rounds?
I'm told that some of our next match is going to feature a mega that hasn't been on the stream just yet. I think we're in for some really high quality gameplay. I think during the first couple of rounds with Lorcy, I got to see a couple of really some top players showing their stuff against other players. And then those last couple of rounds, I really think the quality of the gameplay just keeps going up and up and up every round. Being able to showcase people like Michael Kelch and Dylan Matthews last round, people that both have regional top cuts to their name this season, I think is a good sign of where things are going to keep going. And that was only in round 6, and we have something 13, 14 Swiss rounds.
I know, and Dylan especially, just coming off of a recent regional championship win themselves. And Michael, we all know, is one of the best players in the world. Seeing that high caliber level of play is awesome, but you did just mention that we might be looking at a mega evolution that we haven't quite seen yet. It's funny because when I think in the back of my head, what Pokemon have we not seen yet? What do we not see a lot of yet? There's so many things that you could guess. We have a ton of new megas that have been introduced in Champions, so there's tons of things on the table that might be really powerful, but we're getting into the later rounds, so things that have succeeded, things that have the base stats and the abilities to succeed. That's the thing that I'm curious about. If you were to make a guess right now, maybe we haven't seen it, what are some things that you would love to see in terms of mega evolutions that haven't hit the table yet?
I haven't caught every single game that we've had on stream. I'm trying to think, have we had Frostlass on yet?
I believe we did. I think we
Frostlass
also just had Mega Manectric, which is really cool to watch.
Yeah. I'm trying to... Who else is there that we haven't seen? I'm thinking of a couple of the rogue new strong Pokemon. Let's say, if Mega for Alligator hasn't made its way to the stream so far, I'm not sure if it's going to.
Yeah, I think
it would be fun. Might make it on, but not sure if it's the likeliest.
They didn't give it enough sauce, I think, yet for it to really make a claim as one of the stronger Megas right now. It's competing with a lot of space. I mean, Mega Floette obviously taking up a lot of that space itself. A massive percentage of the viable Mega usability. And then Charizard Y obviously being that next Pokemon up there. But there's, as you said, plenty of Mega evolutions that seem pretty viable, seem pretty powerful, have great stats. One of the ones that comes to mind is Mega Glamora, actually. It's in a great speed tier. It matches up pretty well into one of the most popular Megas in the entire game right now, Megazard Y. And also it has a super powerful ability and great offensive coverage. Especially into Floette with Sludge Bomb and adaptability being able to give that boost, just like Basculegion. I am surprised we haven't seen maybe a little bit more Mega Glamora. I think the one thing maybe holding it back is I was just learning a little bit of the base speeds over the past couple of weeks, and it's at that 101 base speed, which is just like such an unfortunate tier where it ties with Mega Garchomp, and you don't want to be a ground or a rock and poison Pokemon that speed ties with potentially, you know, the best ground type in the format.
Oh, wait, Justin. It's 1 point slower than Garchomp.
Oh, is it?
Garchomp's 102.
Garchomp is 102.
Mega Glamour is funny because it's like, okay, it's outrunning Charizard. I see what you're trying to do on that front. On the other hand, you'd be scared of Garchomp even if you outran it. But no, the Garchomp is 1 point faster than you if they're a jolly set. I think Glamour is like kind of a Pokemon of extremes. It's like, if you think you're really only going to be fighting those metagame megas like Floette, it's okay against Gengar, good against Charizard and Floette. Sure. But then maybe versus some of these like more rogue megas, it's going to struggle a little bit. Like, I don't know, Scissor's like a very strong mega that we haven't seen yet. Another thing that Glamour absolutely would not want to have to fight.
Sizzler is an excellent thing to bring up because I think Sizzler has a lot more potential than people have really been at least whispering about. Having access to that priority bullet punch, I think that in general, having a powerful, unconditional priority tech in this metagame is really valuable. I say unconditional because Sucker Punch is probably one of the more notable ones, but your opponent has to attack in order for it to go off. So if you're facing something like a Calm Mind Floette, for example, not to mention it resists with its fairy typing, but being able to go for a unconditional bullet punch into something like a Sneasler or a Floette is super, super powerful, especially with that Technician boost. I think Sizzler is really underrated. It also has quite a bit of bulk to its name and decent typing if you can support it with some type of weather to prevent Charizard from kind of making it less effective.
You know, I'm thinking about another Pokemon that, you know, Scizor has that Bullet Punch starting at 40, going up to base 60 power with adaptability. You know who else has a 60 power unconditional priority move that I
You're
don't
going to say Palafin.
The Void, the
of
little
course.
dolphin.
Our hero.
That's another Pokemon that I just don't know if we've seen very much of today, that I feel like it does have a lot of potential. It's not the absolute easiest Pokemon to use, but in the right hands, you know, someone who's careful about swapping it in and out to activate that hero for him, I think it's something that does have a lot of potential in this format.
You know, if I was going into Annapolis, maybe I would tell you to hush up on the Palafin stuff because that might be the sauce I'd bring to that regional, but I think you bring up an excellent point. The utilization of Palafin is something that I'm sure not a lot of people are used to. I think even back in the early Scarlet Violet days, that was something that really set people apart early, was being able to kind of understand how to use Palafin. Because, you know, you had that ability where you had to deal with being a baby and then kind of turning into a hero. But I think we're actually almost ready to start getting into our match. So maybe we can start talking about some different water types here. I think we are going to end up seeing... This is Olivia Maletsky, I believe, if that nickname does remind me correctly. And I'm looking at the potential megas. We have Delphox there, Basculegion, Sneasler, King Gambit, Garchomp could be potentially the mega, but also Clefable. I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that it is a mega Clefable as well. Also matching up into another Delphox team with some Vivian support here. Is that how you say that correctly?
Vivian, yeah, I believe so. You know, coming from Kalos, the French region, you really have to be eating those IILs.
I said Vivillon for so long. Vivian, it's something that I've been corrected on recently, but we're getting right into this. Delphox and Vivian on the one side here with the Delphox and Clefable on the other side.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Both players choosing to start off with that Delphox with that form of redirection support. And I wonder which side has the better end of it, because neither of the support Pokemon especially want to fight Delphox, and it's also like Delphox Pokemon that doesn't need to redirect Heat Waves away from each other. So if we're just thinking about like the support the partners can offer, I might have to give the edge to Vivian, and it looks like this is a set with moves like Sleep Powder, Hurricane, and Rage Powder. I think Sleep Powder is a really appealing move to have access to here.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that with the Focus Sash, this could be pretty threatening. That Sleep Powder is almost all but guaranteed. Now, we do know that there is a chance that the... I think the Clefable is not a Mega there, so you don't have to worry about anything like a Magic Bounce. We will instead see this Delphox go immediately for one of the coolest looking Mega animations. I love the absolutely baller look of flying on that broomstick. We have two of them out now, one of them shiny, one of them not. And now we're going to see kind of where the heat wave damage actually goes. Instead, no, it's not that.
Oh, so this is a good chance to bring up. These Delphox have different support moves. On our side, we've got the one with Nasty Plot. On the enemy side, it's the one with an Encore instead. That's going to be a heat wave from Olivia's Delphox, you know, bring the Vivian down to Sash, and not exactly hitting Delphox too hard. Let's see how Vivian responds to this.
Yeah, and I think what's cool is that with the Encore, you have a lot more pressure into any type of setup move. But instead, we're just going to get that Sleep Powder, go right off into the Clefable, prevent any, protection from that Encore play on this next turn. I think that the Vivian, getting that Sleep Powder off is really valuable. Sleep, even though it has been nerfed in this generation, can be a little bit more predictable, knowing that there's only a maximum of 2 turns. Some people have even debated whether or not it's a little bit more valuable now, because it's a little bit more something you can control. I don't know if
that's
you think
so
that.
interesting. No, I hadn't even thought about that. Let's see. So with these Delphoxes, I'm really curious what the speed tiers are, because I believe we've seen Evars move first both on the Mega and the Heat Wave. So I wonder if theirs is trained to be faster than Olivia's or not. I think Rage Powder here makes a lot of sense, so just make sure you don't get Encored. Like, as long as you don't get Encored, you get to enjoy the benefits of this +2 Delphox, which I'm now starting to think is the faster of the two. I think as long as this Delphox isn't getting Encored, Evar is pretty happy with their position. We're going to see both sides trading Heat Wave, and if you're noticing that the Clefable didn't take as much as you might have expected, it's because of that unaware ability, meaning that it is ignoring this +2 nasty plot boost.
Yes, and very smart to call that out. It's going to be right outside of that citrus range. I would love to see what Evar is considering here going into this next Pokemon. I obviously think that Garchomp does make a lot of sense. Rock Slide going to put on good pressure into the Delphox, and potentially going to be able to avoid a knockout. Even though Delphox does have a hefty special attack stat, I know that Garchomp's bulk is pretty good. I tried using Delphox myself a little bit and was pretty annoyed when I wasn't able to get that one-hit KO with a +2 Psychic myself. So that could be a pretty good opportunity for a reversal here.
Yeah, something really noteworthy about this Garchomp is it's going to be the Choice Scarf set. So we're looking at moves like potentially Rock Slide, Dragon Claw, Earthquake to start the turn. I think Rock Slide is really the one that you have to be looking at if you're
Best move in the
Garchomp.
game.
However, another move that we haven't talked about here is that Clefable has access not only to the standard Moonblast, but also an Icy Wind, which could be a really huge move for Olivia's side to turn the tides if it's able to get a speed drop on both these Pokemon and set her Delphox to again be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
And yes, it's a good thing that you mentioned the Icy Wind, because it would be a huge risk to kind of bank on this Clefable staying asleep. Obviously, you do have that extra built-in chance of getting a flinch, but Delphox going for the Psychic, the Citrus Berry likely going to keep it outside of range of an actual knockout. We do see it wake up.
That was just 2 turns of sleep, wasn't it? Because it was first turn Sleep Powder, then the second turn just guaranteed sleep, right?
I think, yeah, I don't want to say quote myself incorrectly yet, but we did actually see the wake up, and that extra insurance from the Rock Slide flinch, as I mentioned, is going to kick in. So kind of, never punished, as some people say.
I'm not sure if Evar had great ways to play around the Clefable potentially waking up there if it was 2 turns of sleep like I think it was. That is a really critical flinch, though, because now that Clefable wasn't able to attack that turn, I think Evar just gets to click exactly the same play again and feel pretty good about it. That enemy Delphox is probably not going to be able to get a one-shot on either of Evar's Pokemon here, meaning that it's just very safe to repeat the same play.
Yeah, and I think if I'm in Olivia's shoes here, I'm worried about what the potential endgame might be on that 4th Pokemon. If it ends up being something like a Whimsicott, that could be dangerous, especially now with that Delphox going down to a Rock Slide. Is the Garchomp also going to be well positioned into something like a late game Basculegion? As I'm pretty sure this is a Scarf Basculegion, correct?
On which side?
I think on Olivia's side.
On
right?
Olivia's, it is that Choice Scarf set. And I think we're going to see Baklava the Garchomp come out. Love that nickname. This is a soft sand Garchomp, so it's not actually going to be able to outrun the Pokemon that Evar has on the field right now. However, still has pretty strong coverage for both of these right now between a Rock Slide for the Delphox or a Dragon Claw for the Garchomp.
Yeah, and I think it's cool the way that this endgame has been positioned. The Delphox is not going to be able to combine with Garchomp here to knock out Olivia's Garchomp, but we might still be able to see a turnaround here where the Dragon Claw isn't able to potentially get the KO if they were to go for it into Evar's Garchomp. And, we're going to end up in that endgame position where maybe the Delphox does kind of make its way through this turn. Or there's, again, the chance that the Rock Slide flinch might kick in and we just keep the tempo up.
I wonder if you're Evar here, if you want to consider swapping your Garchomp out, just because you'd way rather lock into an Earthquake in this endgame now that the enemy's floating Pokemon is off the field, rather than a Rock Slide, which is not knocking out Clefable from here, and it's kind of just fishing for a flinch against the Garchomp. This isn't the most meaningful damage.
Yeah, no, and I think that it's great to bring up that is a smart way to reposition the Pokemon. Instead, however, we're not going to see that Dragon Claw in return get that KO. We're just going to let that Rock Slide not get the flinch there, get some extra chip, and the Dragon Claw will trigger some rough skin there. A little bit of extra chip there into that Garchomp. Again, depending on what the last Pokemon is for Evar, I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that, you know, we're going to see like a Sneasler, I think, is probably one of the better options here.
Ooh, Kingambit. I don't really think that's the Pokemon that we most want to see here, because I think the Garchomp on Olivia's side is very, very likely to be able to get off an attack this turn.
I agree.
It's just like, I don't think the combination of Kingambit and Delphox can stop it. It's not like Heat Wave is going to be doing enough to finish it off.
But to your point, I think that if there's a Basculegion in the back, you might be able to go for something like a Heat Wave here, get the KO on the Clefable, do the chip that you need so that way maybe a Kowtow Cleave could take out this Garchomp, and then you're looking at an endgame of Basculegion versus Kingambit, which is not a bad position to be in if you are Evar.
Right, that's very true. Yeah, I think if you're Evar, you might have to start off with something like, you know, probably something like Heat Wave and attempt to Kowtow. The Garchomp does seem very, very safe here.
Not to mention, one of Garchomp's most powerful moves into Kingambit is a ground-type move. And
this is a soft sand Garchomp, too. I don't think that's strong enough to get rid of Kingambit in one hit, though, even with that really strong Earthquake.
True, true. The Heat Wave does actually come out, does get that knockout into Clefable, and actually opting to target down the Delphox here first, but Delphox probably maybe carrying a little bit of bulk. I would have expected it to do a little bit more damage, and Kowtow Cleave, as we just talked about, is going to take that final knockout. There is one Pokemon last for Olivia in the back. If it ends up being something like the Basculegion, it'll be dangerous, but Sneasler would be a little more easy to handle, or Kingambit.
Yeah, and let's look at this Kingambit set briefly. So this is a Kingambit running that classic Sword Stance and Double Dark move set, and on Evar's side, the Kingambit is utilizing... Oh, it's actually a quick guard set, but again, it has the Double Dark move, so it's not like either Kingambit has that, like, low kick move to really threaten the other. This is just going to be a Dark type showdown.
Does one of them have a Black Glasses item?
Olivia's does.
Olivia's does. That means that there is a chance that they might actually outpace.
Oh, this is going to be Quick Guard Heat Wave. This is the perfect time for Quick Guard to come up and make sure the enemy Kingambit can't actually go for a Sucker Punch to stop
Epic.
this.
Absolutely epic. I was like, why is there a Quick Guard on Kingambit? And there, right
Immediately.
there. That is
like,
immediate answers.
Payoff.
I love it. That's what you like to see. Clever team building. And you know what's awesome is when a team building decision like that comes up exactly as you kind of plan for it to. I think that with Delphox as a partner, if you're going to end up in a Kingambit versus Kingambit endgame, maybe a little bit of chip left on your Delphox, you want to be able to fire off that Heat Wave. So that's an excellent use of that tech move, and we're kind of already seeing how it impacted that match. That leads to a Game 1 win right away.
I feel like that game went more or less exactly according to Evar's plan. I feel like just from watching that game, I can tell this is a team that is really based around setting up for those Delphox sweeps and then having the right partners at the right point in the game, whether that's Sleep Powder in the early game, maybe something like Garchomp in the mid game, and then Kingambit with Quick Guard. That seems like a late game tag. It has to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ivar is someone who's ran into this kind of situation before, maybe had their Delphox go down to the Sucker Punch and said, I don't want that to happen again.
Yeah,
I have
no,
Quick Guard now.
And you know, honestly, I think too, maybe it's interesting, especially into like the Choice Scarf Gambit, Choice Scarf Basculegions that we're seeing in the metagame. One of the ways, if you're locked into an end game, to get around like a Kingambit, if both your Basculegion and the Kingambit are have priority moves, is to go for like an Aqua Jet. So having access to something like Quick Guard is something you can kind of scout out. It's interesting. I think that kind of makes it almost a more guaranteed way to get around like 2 low HP endgame Pokemon there. But getting off into this game too, we're going to see an adjustment here from Olivia, instead leading with Delphox and Garchomp in this game, but the same leads are coming out from Evar with that Vivian and Delphox again.
I think Olivia probably getting the better end of this. Clefable wasn't like actually as impactful enough against the Delphox as it needed to be last game. I know there was a flinch, but still, I have some questions about like how well it worked, and I think seeing Garchomp instead, which is like probably going to be capable of outrunning the Vivian and threatening it with a rock slide before it can even move. I think this is a good adjustment on Olivia's part to make sure that a little more damage is coming down, and if this Delphox wants to try and set up a nasty plot first thing.
Yeah, no, Garchomp is an excellent adjustment. It outspeeds both the, I think it's going to, in most cases, will outspeed the Vivian. I know that if people elect to go for an Adamant set, that they can underspeed a max speed Vivian. So that is probably one of the interactions that will be extremely important on this first turn of Game 2.
I think it's so interesting that like it seems very likely Evar has the faster Delphox at this point, but their Delphox is also the one with like more HP investment than Olivia's. I'm really curious like how both of these Delphox are trained.
Yeah, no, it matters a lot. I think that people going for the bulkier Delphoxes is just going to be like something we're going to see a little bit more and more of as the meta progresses.
Oh, okay, so it is just a speed tie then. if the Delphox on Olivia's side is going first there.
Hopefully this Vivion's able to avoid a secondary effect here with that Heatwave burn. Keep the Vivion around. I would love to see on this turn if it is in fact a Jolly Garchomp or not. Nasty Plot going to come out, going to have those Nefarious Thoughts, get that special attack boost, and unfortunately, Jolly Garchomp, not something that we're expecting maybe at this point in the meta and at this record of 6-0, but unfortunately for Ivar, we're going to see that Rock Slide pick up the KO. An unfortunate risk to take. I think it's something that you can do when you're up a game, though.
Yeah, I wonder what Ivar is planning for here, because I feel like on at least some level they must have been asking, like, oh, is this a Jolly Garchomp or not? This is not the first Jolly Garchomp in existence. Let's see how they're able to respond to this. I think that Ivar is just down like so much damage here. This is just going to be a lot harder to come back from rather than game one, where like I think Ivar might have lost the Vivian first, but then found a way to come back into the game.
Yeah.
In this case, I don't think Vivian has exactly sacrificed itself for as much.
Well, unfortunately, on Olivia's side, there is no Quick Guard King Gambit to prevent this King Gambit from going for a Sucker Punch here. So a scary point where maybe they have to bank on going for a Speed Tie and clicking that Encore option, locking that Delphox into the Nasty Plot that it just elected to go for could be extremely dangerous. I wonder if, however, though, you could call that out and maybe go for just a raw attack right away. Go for it. King Gambit has nothing to fear.
I wonder if King Gambit's like just barely bulky enough to live one Heat Wave from Delphox. I'm not too confident, but I feel like if you trained your King Gambit the right way, maybe.
Yeah, I think it has a good enough special defense stat. Plus, actually, no, it doesn't. It has a high enough HP stat, is what I should say. I just like pretending it has Assault Vest still, but there is no Assault Vest in this metagame.
Ooh, Garchomp swapping out for Clefable seems like a really good swap, like especially with something like maybe Psychic from Delphox being one of the more obvious plays into that slot. I think Clefable could come in on it pretty nicely. And then once the Clefable is in, it's going to make the Delphox on Olivia's side feel so much more comfortable here. So this actually just feels like a really safe swap from her.
I'm very impressed by that play. That was like just averting all risks, even in the wake of like potentially a game-winning 50-50 if you had maybe just gone for that Speed Tie right away. Leaving that King Gambit on the board without the threat of a knockout means that you could just be trading your Delphox on that turn if you had elected to go for that Heat Wave like we talked about. This is a perfectly safe swap. This is something that will work out in almost every scenario. There was almost nothing that Ivar could have done to work around it. And now the positioning actually looks pretty favorable. You have a comfortable option of going for a Heat Wave and potentially maybe a Helping Hand. Why not take the risk, right? Are they going to go for Sucker Punch? Actually, I'm wrong. This is why I don't play King Gambit. I don't know how to use this thing. Clearly somebody else does.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that is a colossal sucker. I think in the face of following, that was just a huge, a pretty big risk by both sides.
Gutsy.
But Ivar getting the better end of it for sure. I do not think, I mean, let's see what Clefable can do here. This Moonblast, not quite enough to knock out.
Not even going for the Helping Hand either. I think that that's totally fine. In some ways, maybe that's hedging. I would have maybe expected that Moonblast to potentially pick off that Delphox. Maybe if it was a Mega Clefable, maybe I'm being a little bit too ambitious, but not the worst thing in the world. I think that even though Clefable and Garchomp here are in the end game, they don't match up too poorly into both of these threats. As you mentioned, that Soft Sand is going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable into the King Gambit in the end game, but it's just going to come down to where this targeting comes out from Ivar. Ivar still has pretty much all the momentum riding in their favor.
Yeah, and both sides do have one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back right now that I think is really going to be pretty critical in determining the outcome of this game, especially with both sides, like with at least one of their Pokemon on pretty low health. I think we're going to see this final Pokemon get revealed relatively soon. It's going to be determining how both players approach this turn, what they're comfortable like risking and what they're trying to get out of it.
Yeah, and I do think that with what Olivia experienced in the endgame last time, it's almost just, my instincts are screaming that she had to have come up with some type of adjustment here. It's definitely not going to be the King Gambit in the back. Quote me on it, bet me on it if you want. We're going to see the Fable end up going for the Sucker Punch this time. Rock Slide going to come out and target into that Delphox's Protect, take no damage, but now we have a chance for a flinch.
Ooh, okay, let's see. Is King Gambit attacking through the flinch? It's just going to be a Cowtown to Clefable. I'm not sure how significant this damage is. I mean, another Kowtow would be able to knock out, but we're probably looking at like a Delphox thing about finishing off this Clefable either way.
Yes, absolutely.
Then again, Ivar also didn't really lose anything on that turn either. Just relatively insignificant amount of King Gambit health, unless it would be enough to put it in range of something like an Earthquake. I still have to wonder what Olivia's like Garchomp wants to prioritize here. Like, which target is it going to put damage on this turn?
I still think the Delphox is priority number 1, especially since it doesn't have access to a guaranteed protect this turn. Obviously, there's a chance that they could go for that double protect, but I don't think that even, I mean, we did just see the risk here. Oh my goodness, I'm so scared of getting Sucker Punched. It's just the me thing, but Heat Wave instead going to be coming out from Delphox. No Sucker Punch, as it would have gone first. Potentially going to be able to pick up the knockout on this Garchomp if it's able to avoid a flinch. Rock Slide going to hit the Delphox, and now we don't even have to worry about the possibility of a flinch. Now we're only looking to see if this Kowtow Cleave is going to be able to pick up a knockout on the Garchomp if it targeted it.
Without that Black Glasses boost, I'm not so sure, because this is the Chopal set. Yeah, no knockout, and you have to take rough skin damage for your troubles, King Gambit. Who is that going to be in the back? I wonder if this is going to be... Ooh, it is that Scarfed Garchomp, which is going to have to make a decision right away on what move to lock into.
I gotta be honest, this was beautifully played in the end game here, because I don't see many Pokemon that are coming in outside of maybe Sneasler that could turn this around. If it is in fact that Basculegion, you probably just lock into Rock Slide here, and then you have that King Gambit with Sucker Punch to kind of pin it down. Rock Slide does in fact have to connect though, as that's part of the problem. I do think it would get the KO on a Garchomp that, you know, for as far as they know, is only at around 5% of its HP.
I think Rock Slide, I'm not 100% confident on Rock Slide knocking out Garchomp. I think it can probably get the Clef, but I'm not certain about Garchomp. Ooh, Protect. Is this a sign that this is going to be something like an Earthquake instead?
It still kind of works, because if you go for the Earthquake and the Basculegion is the last threat, you can still go for Sucker Punch before you have to worry about Earthquake, you know, doing any damage to your own King Gambit. And in order for the Basculegion to get around that, they would have to go for Aqua Jet, which is not going to be able to outpace Earthquake's damage with the Choice Scarf here. So I think that this was actually a brilliantly locked up endgame. The only real risk here, and I'm surprised Olivia didn't go for something to cover it, is the potential for the double protect there, or just one protect, so that you can kind of force the Garchomp to go for an Earthquake on the next turn into your own King Gambit.
Yeah, I agree. I think Earthquake still just generally a pretty good play to lock into. And it's not like it's going to knock out Evar's King Gambit in one hit either.
Yeah, of course.
King Gambit, a Pokemon known for its
barring a critical hit.
Okay, here comes that Protect, you know, very safe play to go for when you know your opponent is going to be forced to hit themselves with an Earthquake. Let's see how much this is going to be doing to Evar's King Gambit, because it's going to be a little bit of a sign. King Gambits tend to be trained pretty similarly to each other. That Earthquake might be doing about that much to Olivia's King Gambit on the next turn.
I love the way that you phrase that. Using your own damage into your own Pokemon as a way to check how far you'll get into the Blue Moon on the other side, I think is very interesting. And, you know, seeing this King Gambit end up taking that much damage, would you end up clicking Protect here? Is that even correct? Or are you supposed to go for like a Sucker Punch or a Quick Guard?
Sucker first, really? What's this failing against? Oh, the Swords Dance.
Oh, the Swords Dance could be really dangerous.
I'm honestly not very sure why that wasn't a Protect to begin with.
Yeah.
I think hitting yourself with an Earthquake there is like, I'm not sure exactly what the thinking there was, because now this King Gambit is sort of like, you know, if King Gambit doesn't go for a Sucker here, it is just going down to an Earthquake. We are just going to find out if the Black Glasses +2 Sucker Punch is enough to knock out a Garchomp.
You know, I doubt that it is, because I feel like when you're Scarf Chomp, you have a little bit room to actually include some bulk into your set. I think in general, that's one of the best things you can do with the Garchomp. I'm betting on my head calc being right.
Ooh! Living with just 2 HP, that is going to give Garchomp just enough health left to finish off this King Gambit with another Earthquake.
Wow, what a, you know, photo finish there, basically. Let me say, I sounded very confident when I was talking about that head calc, but as I saw how quickly that HP drained down to 2, I was like, please be right. Please be right.
I know, I feel like this is one of those calcs that, like, if this was Regulation C again, where it's like you're in situations like this more often, I'd probably, like, remember that. However, I haven't seen the Garchomp on King Gambit matchup in a little while, and admittedly, my memory's getting fuzzy.
Dude, you know what? We're getting to that age. It's kind of what happens, but, you know, no shade to the people out there that are similar to us. If you feel like your memory is not kicking in moments like this, there are plenty of VGC coaches out there that will help you practice stuff like that. So that game 1 was excellent. That game 2 was excellent. I'm just so happy to have seen such a well-played match from Ivar there into, you know, one of Canada's best. That was definitely still well fought. And it really did come down to the wire there. 2 HP was the difference.
Yeah, gosh, it's so interesting when two players have like the same mega and are just like, they have different sets or they're choosing to play it differently. I think like the nasty plot on Evar's side kind of gave them a little bit more of an edge because it's almost like they have this extra move that on Olivia's side we never saw her click the encore, so we can assume maybe not as useful as nasty plot would have been here.
Yeah, and I think kind of in certain scenarios, especially when you're down, maybe it's scary to try and, call out that you're going to go for the encore first, especially if you know that it may be a speed tie. Maybe they were both just max speed and Olivia kind of had that information advantage. But sometimes, you just got to flip that coin. 50% sometimes is better than still, having a guaranteed loss in that end game there. I think that, if the King Gambit had been a max attack black glasses, I'm pretty sure it's not too hard to include those EVs on your defensive side. Make sure that your Garchomp is able to survive an end game like that. It seems just very calculated. It seems like that's exactly what was happening. And just looking back at some of the plays that we actually got to see access to, I'm really glad we got to witness that quick guard coming up so quickly and mattering in that first game. They got tempo, they got an advantage, and now Ivar, something I haven't even mentioned yet, is going to be guaranteeing their spot moving on into day
one of the
2.
first 7-0 players. Yup, with that 7-2 or 7-0. Even if they were to lose the next suit, that's still a spot in day 2.
Which is an awesome
congrats to them for that.
Yeah, excellent, especially in a tournament of this scale, this size, with the inexperience level that some of us are at. I mean, even as new people that have experience with VGC in general see this as a new experience. There's so much to learn in a metagame like this. Some people have said, they've called attention to items being restricted and then the actual Pokedex itself having less available options than maybe we're used to. We got rid of Annihilate, we got rid of Dondozo, we got rid of Psychic terrain and grassy terrain, but we're going to a more kind of straightforward gameplay. But I still think that there is so much room to innovate that makes the I would say the canvas for you to paint with. Maybe you have less paints to actually use, but that doesn't change the creativity and the imagination that you can use to paint a picture.
That's such a good way of putting it. Yeah, I think we're seeing players like find out ways to string together these like really creative games or use like, I don't know, it's almost like when you have fewer options, you savor some of the ones that you do have a little bit more. Like let's say Quick Art and King Gambit, something that like we might not have seen too much before. It's like, oh, but that has really specific applications in this metagame if you're trying to protect your fast Fox from all those priority threats in the format.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to put it. Let's appreciate what we actually have access to. Let's learn to use the tools that we're capable of using. We don't have to long for the things that are not in the game yet. And some of us, I know, may be missing those tools, but we're going to actually throw to a different game that's happening here. We get our little bonus games between rounds. We're going to see Marcos, Moxy Boosted, playing against, I believe this is another Marcos on the other side as well.
And we got to see a little bit of gameplay from Moxy Boosted early on with his Hawlucha, Rotom Corviknight team, and it's exciting to see more of it. Hawlucha's another one of those megas that I don't know if there's that many other people at the top tables using it right now.
No, Hawlucha's an interestingly unexplored mega right now. I thought that people were going to give it more of a shot, especially seeing that it was one of the few no-guard Pokemon that get access to entrainment, which is actually a little bit more clever than just your typical gimmick. But here, actually on the other side, we're going to see something else new, and that's going to be a different fighting type, Machamp, coming out from our... I don't want to get that name wrong. Somebody in production give me how to say that name, please. The other Marcos on the other side.
Yeah, let's see. I'm just pulling up some of the sets on Fenken's team here.
All right, thank you.
Oh, here's that dynamic punch with that guaranteed accuracy due to no guard. However, it looks like due to that Will-O-Wisp, it's not going to be enough to knock out the Rotom, just enough to confuse it.
And we won't have to play the game of whether or not the Rotom is going to get to attack next turn. Instead, this King Gambit going to take the KO. Rotom is down for the count, at least for now in this game 2. Corviknight going to recover a little bit with that leftovers. I'm not entirely certain of these sets here. While we are pulling that up, Machamp is such an interesting call to me. No guard with the dynamic punch is going to introduce a lot of variance with throwing confusions out all over the place, but a Pokemon that's not going to have to worry about that is going to be the Ghost type Basculegion. However, it is facing down a King Gambit, so we talked earlier about the King Gambit matchup into Basculegion. Would be too dangerous to click an attack here if not for that burn on the King Gambit. King Gambit not going to be able to get a KO with a Sucker Punch right away.
Yeah, and to really set the stage here, it looks like Moxy is down to just their last 2 Pokemon here, which means this is going to be a very, very strong 150 power Blaster Switch. Pointing at King Gambit, though, who has, due to the resistance, just enough bulk to tank that.
And with the Iron Head from Corviknight, Just barely not enough. Unfortunately, though, with the burn, we'll probably see that King Gambit go down to the burn chip on the next turn. And I'm assuming this Machamp probably doesn't have an attack that's able to actually target this Basket Legion.
Yeah, it looks like this Machamp's moveset is we've got Dynamic Punch, Stone Edge, Wide Guard, and Protect. And I'm not sure if Stone Edge would be the most meaningful damage against this fish, especially with the burn right now.
No.
I think whether Fenkin is able to get back into this game and capitalize on what was a 4-2 advantage is going to depend on these back Pokemon a little bit. It seems like there's a Burn Sinistcha back there, and the other Pokemon is this Mega Starmie, who actually looks like it's in great shape right now.
It is at risk of potentially getting knocked out by a Last Respects right away. The only thing is, you know, what's crazy is I think that the Machamp might have wanted to go for a Stone Edge, maybe on the last turn, because maybe that puts the Basket Legion into a huge power Aqua Jet range.
Oh, you're so right. Yeah, because right now it just feels like Starmie is super exposed. If anything, like, I wonder if Fenkin could be looking for ways to pair up the Sinistcha and the Pokemon that just hit the field, the Starmie, together to actually make sure that Last Respects isn't hitting it. The Starmie is the reason why Moxy had to lock into that Last Respects, even in front of something it might not have been obvious against, like the King Gambit.
Yeah, and I think we saw last turn that the Corviknight did not get outsped by this Machamp, so I'm not even sure if it's going to be able to get a Stone Edge off before. If the Confusion be willing, and it do not be willing, as it hits itself in Confusion, and Stone Edge is now going to get that good, notable chip. Do we know if it's enough?
Exactly half of Basket Legion's health, and the thing is, gosh, I do not know if that's enough for Aqua Jet. Starmie is like a tremendously powerful Pokemon, but this is still a resisted Aqua Jet into, you know, a Pokemon with a high HP stat like Basket Legion. I think at this point, Fenkin probably has to try going for it. I don't think you could really come back against this Corviknight with its bulk up boost without the help of your Starmie here.
Yeah, you can also always bank on the potential for the Sinistcha swap in there. Unfortunately, we do have to just go for it, not even going for the Aqua Jet.
Oh, it's not actually an Aqua Jet set. It's no priority moves. It's just like Liquidation, Psycho Cut, and Ice Spinner. So Starmie didn't actually have anything to do before going down there.
Totally valid. Totally valid, and now instead we're going to see this Corviknight get the KO on this Machamp. Unfortunate situation where they couldn't get there. You know what's funny is that Confusion may have actually hurt them, because they might have wanted to sack into their Sinistcha.
Oh, that's so true, yeah. And I wonder if, you know, that is something that Moxy could have tried to capitalize on, maybe like setting up or not giving the free swap out of Machamp.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's not the game that we're looking at. The game we're looking at is a Sinistcha staring down a Corviknight that I think it has very, very low odds of knocking out ever.
Yeah, and I think also too with the two boosts that Last Respects does plenty to be able to even get through what could potentially be a Kasib. I think most of them are just running Citrus Berry, and Last Respects is in fact going to do the job there. We are going to see Moxy Boosted continue to fight for tournament life in this Grand Champions Festival, and unfortunately for Fenkin, it is not going to be the same case for them, but still well fought. Going 4 and 2 to start the day is an excellent achievement. Definitely well played, and it's cool to see something new. And we haven't seen a Mega Starmie yet, so very cool to see that brought to the table.
I'm sad we didn't get to see a little bit more of it. I think even before we started playing Starmie, you and I were talking, it was just like a Pokemon that I feel like I have to see more of it. I do not know exactly what that guy's doing. Don't know why he's decided to stand on 2 legs, but I'm sure he's capable of something. We just have to figure out what it is.
Yeah, maybe it's dancing. Maybe it's walking. Maybe it's power walking or riding a bike. Can you imagine Starmie on a bike? But yeah, no, I think that Starmie, what's really unfortunate about it is that they made it almost like the same speed as Sneasler, I believe. So like, you know, being in that exact tier that you're tying with Frostlass, Mega Frostlass, and Sneasler, not exactly the favorite spot to be in right now. But I mean, maybe there's a way that we run it in the future where it has a little bit more bulk. It's not having to worry about not outpacing the Sneasler immediately. Give it a little bit of speed control, give it a little bit of redirection. I think people are already kind of starting to pick up on the fact that that's the case. That's how people are going to want to run it. I think we are, in fact, getting another bonus game. I am happy to see a non-Mega Gengar get a knockout on this Archaludon. And we're going back to McKelder Best versus our Milwaukee Regional champion from 2025.
Yeah, and I really have to wonder, why do you think the Gengar might have elected not to activate its Mega ability there?
If I had to guess, I would say accidental, or there is potentially a Garchomp in the back, but I don't even see a Garchomp because I think that they have the Rotom Wash there.
I think these player names might not be correct.
I believe
Oh,
you are...
no, the sides are flipped.
Yeah,
That's
the sides are
what's throwing me
flipped,
off.
yes.
Yeah, in that case, I'm still like so interested. Like, what's Gengar doing not Mega Evolving?
It's
What's
been
it
a
hanging on
long
to it
day.
for?
It's been a long day for Best. I know that they've played in many rounds over at Prague, and now they're at 6-0. You know, sometimes the inner machinations of Michael Kelsch's mind, I could never follow along with them. So no Mega Gengar there. Maybe they were fishing for a Curse Body Burn or trying to abuse a speed stat change. Maybe something along those lines is the best I could guess. But it looks like instead Alex Arand is actually in an excellent position here. With the Scovillain, I believe that that's their only Mega option available in this game. Unfortunately, though, I think even though it looks like they have a good position on this turn, I'm not so sure about where this goes in the end of the game.
Yeah, this is spooky. Like, let's take a look at that Scovillain set very quickly. So it's actually going to be Leech Seed, Overheat, and Rage Powder. Not really a tremendously strong set about, like, getting through a Rotom quickly and, you know, when your partner's a Pelipper and you're fighting a Rotom launch that has, like, Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt for both your Pokemon, you do need to get through this Rotom in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, it might end up coming down to clever Rage Powders, the Leech Seed potentially getting back enough health for you to really claw your way back into this game. We do see the Mega Evolution, no fishing for any type of beneficial Moody boost. If that's the case, sometimes I'm saying these things like I know that they're the case. I haven't even looked to see if it was Moody yet. We're going to see the Pelipper actually block this attack, and Scovillain not going to get this Overheat right away into the Aegislash. Aegislash sticking around. I see a path here for Michael. I don't know about seeing the path for Alex.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I think both sides attacking into each other's protection looks like a bit of a dead turn, but I think when Michael's the one with the lead, I think Azulite is the one who can't really suffer a dead turn like that.
Yeah.
They have to be moving the game forward somehow. They have to be getting reads correct, and does not look like, you know, letting your Pelipper burn its Protect and then have to deal with this Rotom for another turn. We haven't even, like, talked too much about the fact that it looks like Michael still has that Alolan Ninetales in the back, which is, like, not exactly going to be a slouch against these two Pokemon either.
And I think it's also going to depend how much HP that Alolan Ninetales does have, because if it's chipped and it's, like, well in range of even a -2 Overheat, then it's probably well within the realm possibility that this Scovillain will be able to pull it off, get the Leech Seed off into the Rotom in the end game. But I was just going to say that it isn't too hard to maybe potentially just go for a hard swap here. Keep your Aegislash as the one that has to take a -2 Overheat in the end game instead.
Yeah, okay, that's going to be another Volt Switch into Pelipper. Okay, neither side able to accomplish anything. Pelipper, because it got that double Protect in front of Volt Switch, and Scovillain not able to connect an Overheat into Ninetales. Oh, that's not a very opportune time for the snow to go out. It means that Ninetales isn't going to have access to accurate Blizzard anymore. It's going to have to rely on just Freeze Dry or connecting a Blind Blizzard.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not a very high accuracy move. There could be some variance at play here. Thankfully, I think, at least in Michael's favor, the Pelipper not having any rain up is going to make it a little bit less likely to really get anywhere with damage. Ninetales still probably also could just swap out back into this Aegislash. Unfortunately, with Rotom still being on the field, it would have been nice to have eaten that Overheat. I don't know if you saw, but Alex actually had targeted the Overheat into the Rotom slot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Pelipper finally failing a Protect, only had a 1 in 9 chance of getting it that time. And Ninetales is going for an Encore on the Scovillain and saying, like, hey, I'm actually content with Overheat being the move that you're going for here. And that makes sense because it means that Scovillain wouldn't have been able to redirect any more of Rotom's attempts to knock out this Pelipper.
Yes, it gives you much more room to avoid a Leech Seed stall endgame. If they don't have access to Leech Seed because they're locked into Overheat, it's much more likely the Rotom can make it through in the endgame. Scovillain, even though it is a Mega, does not really get much in the realm of extra bulk. It kind of just gets that extra ability, which...
Kind of got the Hoenn stat line.
Yeah, it kind of has that Hoenn stat line. That's a great way to put it. And even though we are going to pick up the knockout here into this Ninetales, the Rotom Wash, again, is going to be the real challenge at the end of this game. You have no access to Leech Seed because you are locked into this move. And now the Aegislash can kind of wallop on you. It should survive a -2 Overheat, even with the Nurse to its bulk and dropping from that 150 to 140 the defenses. I think that Poltergeist and any attack from Rotom here will probably be able to end the game for Michael.
Yeah, it might look like Michael has to connect a couple inaccurate moves, but I really don't even think he has to connect all of them. Like, this position is so commanding that you can afford to, like, probably miss 1 or 2 of your moves and still come out on top. The King Shield on Aegislash is interesting, maybe just saying, like, hey, I know this is going to be the target of the first Overheat. Let me load up a little bit of Hyper Pump damage first.
And I think that it's smart that he went for the King Shield here first. Let's block this one overheat that I have before this Encore ends. And let's try and get that Hydro Pump off. Now it is almost 100% in the range of a Poltergeist or a Hydro Pump and Shadow Sneak combination. So it's really cool to see that this team, this relatively, I would say a team that draws on a lot of ideas from past formats from Michael, is proving to be so effective, but also still cool to see stuff like Mega Scoville and something that we haven't really seen yet pop out, do really well. Is this overheat going to get the critical hit is the question. Maybe all this talk about how the
That
Michael...
wouldn't have even been enough to knock out Aegis if it was at neutral? Oh my gosh.
And you said Hoenn stat line. There it is. There's your proof in the pudding.
Aegis turning into its attack form. Let's see what it's going to be. Scovillain being attacked by its Scovillainite in the form of Poltergeist. That is going to be Michael Kelsch advancing to 7-0 and locking up his spot in day 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, and now Michael did make a tweet that he would win the Prague Regional this weekend, but he may have just picked the wrong tournament that he was entering, because right now it's looking like he's much more well-positioned to take an excellent placing in this Grand Champion Festival. Cool to see the tail end of that game there. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of like the earlier positioning. I feel like with that matchup, it's always cool to visualize how players move their weather pieces. Pelipper versus Ninetales, not something that, Ninetales, for the fact that it has a weather ability, not as popular as I expected it to be in this metagame.
Yeah, Ninetales relatively strong, but I think like how you're talking about with Starmie, speed time with Sneasler and that being a big issue. I think Ninetales kind of has it even worse, being slower than Sneasler and being weak to that Dire Claw and having to roll the dice with status on a Pokemon that is on more than half of the teams in the format day 1. I think that number is probably only going to go up in day 2 of the competition. Really something that Ninetales has to contend with.
I remember back in the day it was annoying to even have to speed tie things like Cartania, which was even a little bit slower at the time than Sneasler is. What is going on with some of these base stats? We're going to different stages of the game. I mean, Ogrepon is an interesting example too from back in Scarlet and Violet DLC eras, but yeah, I think that with the way that the speed stats are kind of shaping up right now, it's cool to see how people are kind of bulking out maybe some of their faster stuff. But yes, certain things in the metagame are getting pushed out. So for Ninetales to still kind of make its way into this day 2 scenario, it's one of the best performing teams we've seen so far. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, and I'm sure this isn't going to be the last we're going to see of any of the Pokemon on Michael Kelsch's team. It's something that I'm really excited to see more of now that he's locked up his spot in day 2 of the competition. With that, I think we are going to head to a break soon. We will be back with you guys very soon for round 8.
Hi everybody. We have just a few more matches going in round 7, which means we have our first players that are guaranteed to make day 2 of the Grand Champions Festival. Now you might be asking, how many 7-0s do we have? Let's find out. We are looking at, let me see here. I thought I had it up and I didn't because I'm stupid. We have the first 44 tables currently each have a 7-0 player. So there are 44 players already locked for our day 2 with 2 more rounds to go. Absolutely insane. We've seen players like Mikkelder Best and Super Sandy, Santino Cartunio, on our stream already, and both of those players are locked at 7-0. And I know what you guys actually care about. The Watchhog player is currently 5-2. The dream is not dead. With all that being said, our next few matches will show off folks who aren't already guaranteed day 2. So we'll be looking at 6-1s, folks like that. And I just found out that there is a bear tick at 6-1 in the Grand Champions Festival. Stay tuned for that match when round 8 starts very soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Champions Festival. I am joined by my co-caster here, Chepa Cross, and we are about to enter into round 8 of this tournament, I believe. And round 8 is where things get really dicey. You have a lot of people fishing around in that X and 2 range, X and 1 range. We did just see a couple people make it into day 2 guaranteed at X and O, but I think we're going to go dive into a match for a win and in where they are at X and 1 next.
Yeah, and playing at X and 1 is so interesting. I mean, a little bit like last one, where like you can lose and still be in the tournament, but if you lose this, your tournament life is going to be on the chopping block in your next game. So winning is a pretty important game to be able to win.
Yeah.
And I know one of the teams that we're going to be highlighting has some really interesting Pokemon on it too. Again, some things that we haven't had a chance to show you yet, and that's one of the reasons why we've picked the game that's coming up. So that is something to be excited for. I actually think there's going to be one very unusual Pokemon that we haven't gotten to highlight yet, and then one Mega that we haven't gotten to highlight yet. And I think the Mega is the more conventional choice of the two.
Last round, we got to get a little bit of a glimpse at a Pokemon that brings the spice. This round, instead, we are going to be looking at a Pokemon that brings the ice. And one of the other Swift Swimmers in this format, if you don't know what it is, if you don't know what I'm referring to, it is actually going to be the most unexpected Pokemon to ever get Swift Swim in the game. That's Beartic. And actually, with the options in this team, you have a Frostlass that's going to be setting that snow ability. And instead of it being a Swift Swimmer, we're actually going to see it do the Slush Rush instead. Basically, the snow version of Swift Swim instead.
Beartic really is such a unique Pokemon that it can, and there are strong Beartic teams that use like both of those speed abilities. Like it can hang out with Pelipper, it can hang out with the Snow Setter like a Ninetales or a Frostlass instead. And like you said, in this round, we're going to see that Frostlass really load all the way down on that ice type attacking coverage. And I wonder how that's going to play out, because the enemy is going to have a Charizard Y in this matchup to really kind of attempt to control the weather in favor of that sun.
Yeah, Pokemon that depends much more on its snow setting ability and the speed boost from that snow is not going to match up too favorably into a Char Y, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other tools end up seeing a little bit of play here, because there is going to be a Kommo-o to support that other piece, something that matches up excellently into Char Y. Only kind of because they're not running Air Slash most of the time. I think that a lot of people are starved for ways to hit bulky waters, so they're opting to go for Solar Beam instead. I don't know if that is going to be the case. It is going to be the case. Flamethrower, Heat Wave, Solar Beam. As I said, it's just there's not a lot of Pokemon that are going to do massive amounts of damage to those bulky waters, especially something that Charizard Y doesn't like to face down to begin with.
And I think that makes sense, using something like a Kommo on the team and saying like, hey, I think I'm really counting on a lot of Charizard Y not having that coverage for it. You are a team with a lot of ice types, and you're kind of starved for ways to deal with that Charizard, so you have to be thinking about techs for it. And I would have a feeling this is probably not the first Charizard that our friend Aiden has fought, and not the first one that he's hoping to get a triumphant victory over. So we're going to see a Charizard and a Whimsicott from Pancake's side, and a Kommo-o and a Volcarona from Aiden's side.
Yeah, and so I think that, the Kommo-o matching up so well into Zard is excellent, but that Zard is supported not by one, but by two fairy types. something that is really powerful into Komao and has the 4x weakness to those fairy-type moves, but with Soundproof as the ability, as we see, it is going to be able to use redirection to kind of help itself prevent Sylveon from doing too much damage. It's completely immune to Hyper Voice with the Soundproof ability, but it is not immune to Whimsicott, so we smartly see VGC Pancakes going in there with the Whimsicott Zard lead. Mega Evolution going to immediately hit the board. Charizard Y bringing in that blast of solar light, and as the sunlight turns harsh, Helping Hand boosted from the Whimsicott is probably going to be a pretty strong heat wave coming out here. Even with the resist, Komao doesn't like to see that damage, so very smartly we're going to see it go for a protect. Volcarona, however, going to outspeed this Charizard. Maybe a modest Zard is what we are seeing. Volcarona does have a pretty hefty speed stat. Normally not something that's guaranteed to outspeed Charizard, but here we do see that to be the case.
Yeah, Whimsicott getting knocked down to that focus actually right away. Charizard responding with the Flamethrower. Volcarona really no hope of being able to survive a single target, a move that strong. Maybe not as strong as the Weather Ball, but in this case, just enough. And this is going to leave Komao, Komao went for Protect?
Yes, Komao did go for Protect.
Yeah, so really significant read on Pancake's side to just be able to ignore that Protect and deal with the Volcarona in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of smart because right now the main threat to your team there kind of was the Volcarona. Getting it out there leaves your Whimsicott kind of on the board, still able to throw out that Fairy-type damage into Komao. And again, even though Komao does resist Fire-type moves and matches up pretty well into the Zard Y teams, depends on how bulky it is, and you know, it really needs to be able to get going before it can actually do any damage back. In a lot of cases, they want to go for that Clangorous Soul Boost or try and have some type of setup move to help you out. But now with Frostlass hitting the board, we're going to see a change to the weather.
Yeah, Frostlass actually able to set up this weather a little bit after the Charizard Y, and Whimsicott taking the opportunity to set it right back to the sunny weather condition, leaving this Frostlass without a very accurate Blizzard. However, this is still going to be a Blizzard connecting against both targets, enough to knock out the Whimsicott. However, we are about to see how this Charizard Y, with the sun set back up for it, and with a grudge to bear against this Frostlass, is going to be able to respond.
Yeah, and I think that being able to get that clanging scales off with a single target, you would think would be able to do enough into that Zard Y, but it just barely misses the KO. And Heat Wave in response, going to pick up the KO on Frostlass. Komao kind of being the last, I think when I say last special attacking available option here. But depending on what's in the back there, I think that with Whimsicott going for that sunny day, leaving the sun up, that was an excellent turn from VGC Pancakes, not VGC Waffles.
Yeah, Charizard Y with two more Pokemon on its side, with Aiden down to just these two of the Basculegion and the Como. As we've talked about during some of the other sets today, Basculegion is one of the absolute strongest Pokemon that you can have to close out a game for you. However, this still feels like a game that Pancakes has to be the player in control of.
Yeah, and I think we are going to have a Garchomp with the Choice Scarf, so of course we do always have access to, as we said in the past, one of the best moves in the game, Rock Slide Flinches. Komao going to go for a Protect right now, potentially to block what is either a Dragon Claw or a Breaking Swipe to come out here. And the Aqua Jet from Basculegion actually going to get the KO on this Charizard. Breaking Swipe is going to be the choice here that will definitely prevent the Basculegion from doing too much with Aqua Jet in the late game here. I don't know exactly what could be the last Pokemon. Maybe it's still Sylveon anyway. You can, in fact, go for just the normal type Hyper Beam. Actually, Pixelate Hyper Beam may be enough to finish this game off. A lot of people have opted to go for Hyper Beam as the last move. And an interesting tech here that we're seeing is actually the Sylveon has access to Weather Ball, a move that will work in the weather as a Weather Ball type for the Fire type move. But when the weather is gone, you now have a Pixelate Stab single target attack.
Yeah, and I guess you'd probably rather have that as a fairy move than a fire move right now. I'm not sure if it's going to end up mattering. I think this Breaking Swipe tech on the Choice Scarf Garchomp is like exactly the move that VGC Pancakes needs to lock out this set.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly. Very, very well planned. Even though the Basculegion is not a Choice Scarf set, it is in fact able to change moves. Last Respects being powered down by that Breaking Swipe means it's not going to have enough gas to get through this last game. And unfortunately for Aiden's, we are going to see that first game be a loss, but congratulations to VGC Pancakes for the first game there. Where are the adaptations to make?
I have to wonder, maybe if there'd be a way to get through the Whimsicott in the early game, get that knockout on it before Frostlass even shows up, and then once Frostlass shows up, it'll have more command and control of the weather without having, Charizard Y would potentially have to get off the field, then come back on again. Whimsicott wouldn't be able to set up Sunny Day if it had been knocked out already. Or I have to wonder, is it even going to be a good idea for them to try and stay in control of the weather like that? I think as a team focus on these ice types against Charizard Y, you really might have to find something to do that just doesn't rely on those ice types at all in the matchup.
I think it was really important to note that Volcarona has the speed advantage on this Charizard Y, because technically you might be able to go for a lead of something like a Basculegion and a Volcarona, go for an Overheat and Aqua Jet, and without the helping hand, I'm not sure if that Flamethrower, even though Charizard Y is extremely strong, will pick up the KO on Volcarona. Volcarona has enough special defense to kind of tango with a Pokemon like Zard Y, and Basculegion with the Aqua Jet will be able to get that Aqua Jet into the Whimsicott, pick off the Focus Sash if necessary. There is no Protect on this Puffball, so that is a viable option to then possibly set up for a late game Snow cleanup.
Yeah, and one other move on this Volcarona that we didn't talk about is the fact that the set is actually going to be Overheat, Tailwind, Rage Powder, and Protect. Tailwind and Rage Powder are both really impactful supportive moves that we could see come up. Wasn't exactly time to highlight them last game because of how quickly Charizard ended that Volcarona, but I think it could be an interesting way for Aiden's side to try and get the speed advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, and who needs, what are those things that they use for the moths, the little buzz lights, when you have a Charizard Y to completely get rid of the moths? So, actually in this game, I don't know if they can hear me, but maybe they decided to go for this option right away. Volcarona and Basculegion will be the lead from Aiden, and I don't think it's necessary for VGC Pancakes here to potentially try and go for an unnecessary mix-up. What they did in Game 1 worked fantastically. Force your opponent to try and counter what is working for you.
Yeah, I think trying to go up a whole Pokemon against like the Volcarona like this is really tempting. I think it just could be a really good play for Pancakes to be able to repeat here. We are going to see the Charizard Y activate the Mega Evolution. Really no surprise here. I think you have to be getting rid of your weakness to Water-type moves against the Basculegion. Volcarona actually choosing to go for a Rage Powder, maybe reading something like a Solar Beam from Charizard's
I think that may
side.
be what we see. I think that may be a very clever play here. Instead, it's actually going to be a kind of layer 2 there. Flamethrower is just going to come out. Rage Powder not going to have the impact that we might think, but Wave Crash, even in the sun with adaptability, is going to get the KO for those that do not already know.
So this Basculegion is a Mystic Water set, and I really think that like extra little oomph on it, and of course, in addition to the adaptability, is just enough to get Basculegion over the line there. Suddenly, one of VGC Pancake's like absolute hugest players in the first game is down before it's been able to get one knockout. Yeah,
and unfortunately, the cost of that Tailwind is losing your Zard Y, but it's not all over yet. They didn't go immediately for the anti-Whimsicott play that we were talking about, and now Volcarona is completely pinned down by a potential Rock move from this Garchomp. Even maybe just a Helping Hand Earthquake would be extremely powerful.
Oh yeah, Helping Hand Earthquake looks like it really might be enough to get rid of both of these. Volcarona actually choosing to protect for turn against a Scarf Garchomp like this, I totally see. Yeah, so in making a really good play of a double protect here to figure out exactly what this Garchomp wants to go for, this is going to let them figure out exactly how they want to respond on the next turn.
And normally it's scary to protect in front of a Whimsicott. Plenty of them tend to carry the Encore tech, which is incredible with Prankster, but on this particular Whimsicott, with the extra tech move of Sunny Day, we do not have space for that Encore. Helping Hand instead is also going to be that fourth move. So no threat there. You can get away with this Protect. Now is maybe the time to try and get this Whimsicott off the board.
Oh, it's really interesting that Basculegion chose to go for an Aqua Jet here. I thought we might see something like a Last Respect maybe instead and hope to survive through the turn. But I think Basculegion just prioritizing the one hit of damage on the Whimsicott to break that Focus Sash for later. Maybe assuming that it's going to go down to this Moonblast, which I think we're about to see right now. Basculegion not quite going down though.
Yeah, I think if it could be a threat or a fear of that double KO, double into the Basculegion getting KO, or some of us just really hate playing around Rock Slide flinches. So Aqua Jet getting that guaranteed chip, extremely valuable. And now it's in range of a potential Blizzard. If the Frostlass wants to even go for the Mega Evolution, a play that's kind of on the table here is, do you want to maybe try and risk living this Rock Slide, calling out this Sunny Day from this Whimsicott, and then ripping the blind Blizzard to try and get the double KO? I don't even know if it would get the KO on this Whimsicott, because Frostlass not as strong as Mega Frostlass.
Not a very powerful Pokemon. I think choosing to go for the Mega does make a lot of sense. It's going to force the Whimsicott to go for Sunny Day specifically to turn off the snow, and it's also just going to let Frostlass enjoy stats like, a higher defense stat anyway.
Exactly, and there we do see the Sunny Day come out from this Whimsicott. Snow is not going to boost the Ice type's defense, and this Rock Slide on the physical side going to do a lot of damage.
Is that a critical hit, or is Garchomp just that strong?
Garchomp is that guy. He has been him since Generation 4. And Frostlass, unfortunately, going to get this Blizzard off.
Blizzard missing one. Missing one. That's going to be Whimsicott going down, though. I'm not sure if that's the knockout you would have preferred to see there, because this Garchomp is still going to be, faster than the Frostlass due to the Tailwind, but also the Choice Scarf that it's running.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we didn't see a Protect instead there from the Basculegion. Being able to preserve your Basculegion on this turn so that you can maybe position later in the game, get your Frostlass out of there. Instead, you're stuck on the board. It would have been totally viable for the Frostlass to maybe come in a later game, but I don't even know that it would have been able to completely clean this game up. There is still the world, as we talked about, where Frostlass maybe goes for Protect. Sylveons can tend to be a little bit slower. Maybe Como is able to move before the Sylveon, but it's a little bit of a risky position here.
Yeah, and Como, not actually like the strongest attacker in the world. I don't actually think Como can do anything to like one-shot a Garchomp with one clanging skills regardless. I think if this Frostlass is like able to connect against the, if the Rock Slide is able to connect against the Frostlass, it's going to be tough for Aiden to get back into the game. Como actually flinching due to that Rock Slide. Sylveon going for a Hyper Beam, knowing that it can't hit this Como with a Hyper Voice. We get to see one of the best animations in the game. Sylveon floating up to take that knockout.
Oh, that's such a devastating flinch, because honestly, I did expect the Sylveon to have a little bit more speed there. Como probably being max speed and Sylveon being none in order for it to get that speed. Is Tailwind even up for them?
Well, no, we saw the Como flinch to Rock Slide, so it's no Tailwind.
No Tailwind.
Yeah.
There we go. Como going to be second in the speed order there, and instead we're just going to have that Hyper Beam connect, take it out, and Rock Slide clean the game up on this Frostlass in the end.
Yeah, I think that ended up being a really clean game by VGC Pancakes. I mean, if there's one play that I'd kind of want to look back at, I think when Aiden went for that Aqua Jet on Whimsicott, I do not know if that was consequential enough in the long run. I think we might have needed to see that be something like a Last Respects and then followed up with an Aqua Jet to actually attempt to get that knockout on the
That's
Whimsy.
a very astute point, and like kind of figuring out where you have to place your damage in the mid game. It's probably one of the harder skills in competitive Pokemon. That is absolutely an opportunity where you have to take the damage that you can possibly get. I know that Rock Slide can be scary. As we just saw, it can have a massive impact, but if you're going to get flinched later in the game anyway, at least take the chance when you have the option to. So Last Respects, yes, could have probably picked up at least the damage that you needed into that Garchomp for an endgame choice. I do think that that was a little bit dangerous to go for that Aqua Jet there. But also, I have to say, as excited as we were to see maybe a Beartic potentially do really well in this matchup, it was really a tough matchup for it to be used.
I think the cards were unfortunately pretty stacked against our friend the Bear. If anything, it's probably better he stayed at home, maybe saving that energy for that, second chance at a win in a round that Aiden is going to have next round at 6-2.
And I'm surprised to see difficulty with something like a Charizard, considering how popular it is in this metagame and this record of 6-1. But the difference maker might genuinely be that Whimsicott having access to Sunny Day. If you aren't really challenged with the Weather War there, going for just the raw Mega, you win the Weather War. You can just go for your own Mega with Frostlass and wait to delay the Mega Evolution, get your Weather up later. Instead, the offense immediately from a Sunny Day, Whimsicott supporter, and Charizard seemed to be a little bit too overwhelming, and I just never really saw Aiden get their footing there. If there was anything that maybe you could devise as a plan to try and counter that, I think we talked about some of it. The Volcarona Basculegion early, not taking that KO on turn 1, getting that Whimsicott out of there was pretty much a real tempo killer right at the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah, or it's like, I know I'd been talking about I thought the Aqua Jet into Whimsicott wasn't so consequential. We also saw Aiden did kind of get the first turn wrong, where it's like, okay, you Rage Powdered a Flamethrower that was probably targeted at your Volcarona anyway. If that had been something like a Flamethrower pointed at Whimsicott to say like, okay, if you want to go for Tailwind, you are going to get knocked down to your Focus Shaft for your troubles.
Yeah, and I think that, with Solar Beam, threat being out right away, it's totally viable to say I have to protect my Basque Legion. It looked like a pretty important piece in the matchup, but something that isn't immediately obvious, especially when you're trying to game plan out exactly how you're going to reach your win condition. That Whimsicott going for the Tailwind immediately, having the ability to go for a Sunny Day late in the game, that should be one of the biggest threats that you have to kind of key in on. So not taking that opportunity to get that KO with the Overheat Aqua Jet double up right there on that turn seemed to be crucial. It's obviously cool to get that type of momentum that you can with a Rage Powder redirect for the Solar Beam, but sometimes we don't even have to make plays like that in order to guarantee our path to success.
Yeah, then that Whimsicott really did seem like such a tricky Pokemon to get over. Looks like we're going to be stepping right into one of our bonus rounds here in a second. This is going to be Exul against Arcane VGC, the winner of last year's Atlanta Regional, I believe. Looks like Basculegion is going for a flip turn against that Aerodactyl right away. I think this is the first turn of the game based on how healthy all of our Pokemon here look.
I think that's an excellent assumption to make. Basculegion going to get off the field here. I think that flip turn and Scarf Basculegion, one of the better tools that you can have access to against Aerodactyl. And then Garchomp being on the field, also not a bad tool as well. I think that Rock Slide, some type of damage, if you can get it off through your opponent's Rock Slide, that is. You know, when they say when you win a regional, you have better Rock Slide flinch chances. Is that going to be the case? Not here, actually. Instead, we're just going to see this Earthquake go off into this Aegislash. Without access to the Soft Sand, not enough to pick up a KO on Aegislash again through that nerf. Still one of the bulkier Pokemon in this metagame.
Let's see exactly how Aegislash is responding now that it is able to turn into the shield form. Garchomp being attacked by its Soft Sand. This is going to be a really strong Poltergeist. Able to leave the Garchomp on just a couple HP remaining.
I don't know why I pretended like it didn't have Soft Sand. It didn't look like it had Soft Sand, but apparently it was hiding in its pocket. So Poltergeist going to do a massive amount of damage to that Garchomp. Put it right into Shadow Sneak range. Also, you know, kind of getting around the potential for a Whimsicott to maybe go for an Encore. If you Encore me into Shadow Sneak, I'm going to get that priority boost and go for a Poltergeist with the +1 priority. They did, in fact, fix that bug, it turns out. So Aerodactyl now still with a threat of, you know, just continuing to click Rock Slide. This is an excellent position for Arcane. For those that don't know, that's Daniel Yu, the Atlanta Regional Champion. Thank you for pointing that out, Chubba. I had forgotten who that username was, but excellent username.
Yup. Okay, let's see. So this is going to be Whimsicott going for the first Tailwind there, and I believe because we saw Aerodactyl go for a Tailwind on the first turn of the game, it is not going to be able to respond right away. However, ooh, that's Aegislash to Shadow Sneak pointed at Whimsicott, and it's not quite enough to knock out. Garchomp responding to finish off the low HP Aerodactyl with just one Dragon Claw.
And both players kind of calling out Protects there, it looks like. I think that Daniel was expecting the Garchomp to maybe go for a Protect there, or just to expect to dodge any damage in the anticipation that Exul was going to call a Protect on your Aegislash, or King Shield as that is. But Tyranitar now going to hit the board. What's cool here is that this Sandchip will for sure knock out anything in the Whimsicott slot. You kind of actually have a Shadow Sneak pin into the Garchomp, and potentially you might want to go for something like a Rock Slide, just call out any switches. It looks like Exul's primed to want to reposition here. If you didn't have a repositioning option though, what would you do?
I'm trying to think, like, who could be in the back right now? So we've already seen the Basculegion, which actually, like, especially with access to that Tailwind here, seems like it could be a really strong player. I think making this decision to just, like, protect your Garchomp and let Whimsicott go down, maybe set up, like, another Pokemon next to your Garchomp seems appealing here. How is Whimsicott going to respond here? Just a Moonblast into Tyranitar's Protect, saying, like, okay, even if Aegislash is in its attacking form, I'm just not that concerned about the Moonblast damage on it.
Yeah, and that was almost pretty much just a guaranteed play there. You know, you wouldn't exactly call any repositioning options, but it's a dangerous choice to try and go for a repositioning there. So I think that was a really good call out from Daniel. Now this Garchomp again, at the low HP that it's at, until this Aegislash is off of the board, it's always at risk of being knocked out. So I really don't know what they're planning on doing with it.
You know, we do see a Farigiraf on the back on Exul's side. I'm not sure if that's something that you'd want to bring to this matchup or not. We're just going to see the Basculegion come in. I almost wonder if it would have been better to let Garchomp go down there, because it still feels like it's a sitting duck to the Shadow Sneak right now.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad that you pointed out the Farigiraf. I'm kind of thinking towards the end game here, it would be really ideal to have something like Sneasler, especially with experience with like something like the Tyranitar. People love to bring their Sneasler into Tyranitar. And instead right now we're going to see the Basculegion hit the board, Again, that Shadow Sneak is a threat, and it looks like Daniel is not shy about clicking it. No fear that the Armor Tail is going to hit the board. You cannot keep bluffing it. And Basque Legion now, again, with the speed advantage, has that Last Respects or the Wave Crash. For those that don't know, Impish Tyrannitars, in some cases, can live this Wave Crash.
Oh, but you have to be Impish for it.
I know that because I've calced for it. My Tyranitar is Impish. I want to see if that's the case.
I'm taking down notes for when we play. I'm not Wave Crashing your Tyranitar.
I'm just going to sign the sled when we play, dude. I have a horrible record against you.
Will
this Wave Crash get it?
Let's see. Is this? Ooh,
is,
that might be that Impish Tyranitar.
Maybe it is, or it was a low roll. Who knows?
That is such a consequential survival. Ooh, Tyranitar not going for the knockoff. It's just going to be the Rock Slide. However, Rock Slide paired with one turn of Sand is going to be enough to get this knockout on the Basque Legion and set the score to 1-3 in Daniel Yu's favor.
You know, it's so crazy that you would think a Choice Scarf adaptability Basque Legion staring down a Tyranitar would look like it has the advantage. But Tyranitar, just insane high defense, and the Rock Slide being able to cover a potential Zard swap in, on a single target damage, and the Sand Chip was able to get the Basque Legion through that Wave Crash recoil. Now, unfortunately, I don't know that the HP stat is going to be able to line up. Tyranitar probably going to be slower than that Zard.
Yeah, this Charizard actually could be the Pokemon to try and turn things around. Importantly, it is the Charizard Y. Tyranitar going for Protect here. Oh, this is actually a really clever play on Exel's side. This looks like it's probably just going to be something like a non-Mega Heat Wave, saving that weather in case Tyranitar tried to swap out and back in, because you know your Heat Wave can finish off both these Pokemon regardless.
Yes, and the reason for doing something like that is that if there is a Milotic in the back, you are going to need that damage in the late game to be able to hit this Milo. Now, with the Aegislash gone, with the Aerodactyl gone, there is no option for the Mega Tyranitar to swap back in. And I'm assuming that even if Milo hits the board, Zard is going to be well positioned, but instead it's going to be Garchomp, and we all know that Garchomps like to carry one of our favorite rock moves in the game.
Yeah, I do not think Garchomp was the Pokemon that Exo was hoping to see back there. I think if it was Melodic, they made the play that they had to anyways. I also don't know if Charizard ever had very much hope of beating this Garchomp. However, we're going to see. Maybe, Rock Slide not a move that hits every single time.
Yeah, and that is the fatal flaw of rock moves outside of, our buddy Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Iron Boulder. They do not have guaranteed accuracy. All of them do have that ability to miss if they are physical rock type attack. Charizard going to have to be a very evasive Pokemon here. Pull out the Fighter Jet, barrel rolls, see if they can dodge, and not even going to have to risk it because Dragon Claw is going to be a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, I think that's a really clever thing that I realized as I was talking about the Rock Slide. Just when you have a full health Garchomp against a already low HP Charizard, just get it with a double claw. You don't have to worry about accuracy, and that's something that some of these top players are really going to be showing off, is that they know when they don't have to rely on the inaccurate moves and all these side effects that Pokemon is known for. You don't always have to rely on them when you built up such a huge lead as Daniel Yu has, and that is why they're going to be another one of our players advancing to that 7-1 record and locking in their spot in the competition tomorrow.
I absolutely am so happy, and I absolutely love seeing the Mega Tyranitar calc come into play there. I'm sure very few people were ready to see that Wave Crash not KO that Tyranitar, but it just has such an overwhelming amount of stats. When I was starting to build Tyranitar in Builder, I immediately thought, I was like, wow, I don't even know if I need it to be adamant. It's not going to benefit from speed. It has the special defense boost from the sand. Why not make it Impish? It has a massive defense stat. Let's turn the tables on the Pokemon that think they're going to get the KOs, exactly like we saw there.
If I say this at Lentar, do you know what I'm talking about? The Tyranitar that Lendual is known for, with the absolute maximum special defense, AV, max special defense, max HP. I feel like your Tyranitar just sounds like Lentar's cousin.
I want to say I'm flattered that you don't think I'm old enough to know that, but I am old enough to know what Lentar is. And also I am a student. I am a disciple at the religion of Tyranitar, so of course I know what Lentar is. Nowadays, on the physical side, however, for those that don't know, take it away.
Oh, about
Lentar.
Oh, no, I was just saying, it's a set really known for the high special defense, like I was talking about, really just for that absolute bulk. I think being able to take silly moves on the special side is one thing, but Tyranitar just a Pokemon known for such high stats all around, and I think this Impish set that you're talking about is just the other side of the coin. You can customize that Tyranitar to do exactly what you want, and being able to take those Basque Legion hits when it's such a key player in the metagame, if that's something your Tyranitar can do, go ahead and EV it to do that. It sounds like a great call.
Yeah, give one of your Pokemon support there too. too. If you have Intimidate, it can live a close combat from a Sneasler, barring it's not a white herb. Maybe we don't want to reveal too much of the sauce of Impish Tar. Hopefully we can see a good run from a super physically defensive Tyranitar, and then maybe it gets a new name. But Lentar, a classic, one of the greatest devised, well-nicknamed sets out there. And people still use it to this day. I think, what is it, 12, 13 years later?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely resilient set.
There are kids that were born before Lentar was developed that now know what Lentar is because they're in, juniors world championships.
I'm not sure if we're going to have any other games to highlight this round or not. It seems like maybe our stream team is still like selecting any that we might be able to see, but I think there's still going to be like potentially a lot of other Pokemon to catch this round. I'm hearing from our stream team that it looks like that we're going to have maybe one more game coming up very soon.
I think I see a Crabominable.
Ooh, wait, that's not just a Crabominable. That's a Crabominable that hasn't lost a game yet.
Oh my god.
Looks like we are about to be going right into a game.
Okay.
It's going to be, Zach Lee, a friend of yours, very strong American player. Looks like they're fighting at that 6-1 record against JE8.
Yes, and Zach Minnick, for those that don't know, one of the coolest people in VGC. Yes, he is my friend. Yes, I'm obligated to say that. And now we're going into a Game 3. Obviously, this is a team that you probably aren't too unfamiliar with. We've seen a lot of the archetypes in the Bastia Legion and King Gambit, Sneasler kind of cores working out that well. But something that we haven't seen too much of today is our long-forgotten Mega Dominant Mega Kangaskhan of old. So it'd be cool to see if the Mega Kangaskhan comes out. It is, in fact, a dual Mega team. Facing off, however, into what looks to be a semi-Trick Room team.
Oh yeah, this is such an interesting team from JE. I feel like Hatterene is a Pokemon that some people probably weren't expecting that much of in this format just because it's lost its good friend of Indeedee, who's not in the game just yet. Maybe Mr. Boach will be here a bit later. However, Hatterene's still able to find success and able to set up Trick Room for Pokemon like this King Gambit. Like you said, bit of a semi-room team, just not relying on that Trick Room mode all the way.
And a clever item choice there, a cool tech to kind of get around this King Gambit. I don't know if with the partner help from Hatterene, one of the Pokemon that can go for a set and then also start to dish out damage, I feel like it will go down to this Dazzling Gleam, but not before the Bastia Legion is able to get a Aqua Jet for its troubles and take the King Gambit KO. Fortunately, we're seeing an interaction there with the Encore and a Magic Bounce. Oh, Zach, no.
If Whimsicott was going to go down anyway, that's a funny way to do it. What happened there was Magic Bounce, a move that's able to redirect any status move point at Hatterene. So normally going for Encore against a Trick Room setter is an absolutely deadly tech move that Whimsicott can go for. If you're a Trick Room setter, you have to fear Whimsicott because of it. Hatterene is essentially the exception to the rule. And showing off why it and that signature Magic Bounce ability are so strong. We are going to see a Charizard and a King Gambit in the back for Zach Lee's side, and on JE8, it's going to be Rotom Wash coming out with one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back.
We surveyed 20 VGC players in the meantime, and 18 of them actually said that they didn't know that Encore got redirected by Magic Bounce. So, unfortunately, if it's going to be somebody, I'm sorry it was you, Zach, but this game is not over yet. King Gambit still under Trick Room, going to probably punish more Pokemon than JE8 is going to be able to bring in. And the Hatterene has already kind of played some of his cards there, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see the King Gambit on JE8 side go down just to be replaced by the one on Zach Lee's side. King Gambit, if your opponent's using Trick Room, this is probably one of the more accessible Pokemon to work as like an anti-Trick Room Pokemon. In this case, it's going to have a favorable matchup against the Hatterene based on typing. And Rotom, it's very possibly just going to be slower than and threaten with things like, those boosted Kowtow Cleaves and Sucker Punches.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think we're going to end up in just a small bit of a Protect coin flip here. If the Charizard is able to protect and save itself, spare some damage here, JE8 can go for the double target into the King Gambit, and we did just see that the Charizard does not in fact go for the Protect.
Yeah, no Protects coming out. That King Gambit actually taking an awful lot from the Fairy Feather boosted Dazzling Gleam. Returning with a Kowtow Cleave, not actually doing quite as much to Hatterene as we would have expected. And Rotom going for a Thunderbolt on Charizard, not enough to knock it out. Let's see how Charizard responds.
Oh my god, I can't believe it survived that. I know that it has that extra bulk from the Mega Evolution, but now this is looking way more doable. Solar Beam should get the KO on this Rotom Wash.
Ooh, all these Pokemon just living, some of our tankier, slower Pokemon in the yellow and some of our faster Pokemon in the red.
Yeah, I was wondering there, I'm like, wait a minute, I said that, but I don't know. I feel like that's one of the moves that I would EV for. But still, there is the chance that now this Charizard can kind of do a little bit more work. You can use your potential Sucker Punch pressure from King Gambit to threaten both the Rotom and the Hatterene. Charizard could potentially protect on this turn. And I think that if you kind of get through this turn specifically, depending on what comes in the back, you might have a chance if you're Zach, but I really do think that the Trick Room here has been used to, its full potential. JE doing excellently with this Hatterene.
Yeah, Charizard going for Protect. Let's see what King Gambit wants to do. This is going to be a Sucker Punch pointed at Hatterene. That is going to be a Connect and a Knockout on the Hatterene, putting this down to a 2-2 score. Let's see if Rotom is able to get its targeting right and put some more chip on the King Gambit. No, it's going to be an attack into Charizard. If you're JE8, I wonder if this was sort of a safe play to say, like, okay, I'm going to force Charizard to go for Protect here, maybe do something like Dazzling Gleam and try to Thunderbolt at the same time, and open the room for this Garchomp in the back to come out.
Yeah, and what's only scary about this is that I was thinking that it would be 100% guaranteed if it was the Sneasler in the back. I would not 100% because you could go for a double protect, but the Garchomp being in the last is still excellent. I think that, did we see that it was a Citrus Berry Garchomp? It is, in fact, a Citrus Berry Garchomp. Honestly, one of the coolest and most useful techs about Citrus Berry is how it matches up into King Gambit. Pokemon that doesn't take 2 Kowtow Cleaves comfortably, does, in fact, with the Citrus Berry and a little bit of bulk.
Yeah, I think Citrus Berry is more or less exactly the item that you'd want to have here if you're Garchomp, because you can do something like maybe an Earthquake to knock out the King Gambit, knowing that you're not going down this turn, and then just Protect to stall out the Trick Room. I think if this Garchomp has as much bulk as it seems we both expected to have, this could actually be a pretty secure win for JE8, but we're going to have to see.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Charizard going to go for that double protect, not going to succeed. And I am seeing Zach is probably trying to call this Rotom to go for a protect here, not taking the KO that's on the board. Citrus Berry going to come into play immediately, and Rotom going to knock out this Zard. Now it is a King Gambit versus a Garchomp, and we do not see enough HP for it to survive the oncoming Earthquake that I expected to take.
Yup, here's an Earthquake. Rotom completely immune to that due to Levitate. No Sugar Berry to speak of on this King Gambit. That's going to be a knockout, giving the set win and the 7-1 record to JE8.
And they will be moving on to day 2 over a very, very strong player. Somebody that actually just came off of a top 32 berth at Worlds last year.
Oh, that's not JE8. That's Jeb. I feel silly now.
Which Jeb?
Oh, that's just the trainer name, Jeb.
Jeb. It's not JE8?
I don't think so.
Well, we said JE8 like 8 times at least, so you're JE8 now, Jeb.
Oh, no, that is JE8.
Okay. Make up your mind. What is it?
It's going to be a 7-1 record. 8-1, still have to work for that.
Okay, good. And honestly, going to day 2 with a 7-1 record, we were talking about it a little bit before we jumped into this match. It's such an advantage. I think that trying to get that last 8-1 too, really, really important. So don't let your guard down now. You did just get a pretty high profile win, but good luck going into that next round. I will say I'd never expect something like a Hatterene without any redirection as like a semi Trick Room setter to do as well as it performed, but it definitely helped secure that game 3 there. Quite the excellent piece. A little bit unfortunate on Zach's side. Somebody that has so much experience in Pokemon to still click that Encore into the Magic Bounce. We are all susceptible to it. There is a lot of information to know in Pokemon, and even in an open team sheet era, some of us are still bound to make mistakes like that. I see it happening all the time, in my own gameplay especially.
I think if anything, it's good that players are having a chance to learn more about some of those mechanics right now rather than at a live event. Right now it's like, this isn't you have to catch your flight home from Indianapolis because you encore to Hatterene. It's you get to play another game like
Yeah,
Zach does.
absolutely.
Still at that 6-2 record. Absolutely not out of this tournament yet. And with such a strong player, especially not someone that we can count out, even if he's playing with his tournament life on the run.
Yeah, and I think too the fact that this is happening, kind of in the online space in a grassroots setting, that's not something that you really kick yourself over. I don't think that it's something that will rattle a player like Zach Minnick. I wouldn't be surprised to see them clutch out their last round and move on to day 2. This is a huge tournament. There's still a lot of Pokemon left to be played, and there's someone that likes to play Pokemon. But now I think we're moving on into our next game.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be Zero Blaze against Fair. It seems like Fair is down to just a Pelipper and a Sinistcha. Maybe not the Pokemon that you want to have against a Basculegion, who's able to go for Last Respects, knocking out that Sinistcha. I do not know if there's going to be very much more gameplay left for us to capture
the
here.
Same thing. I'm like, we just locked in on a completely done game. Okay, that's so funny. Like getting to watch the player literally click the forfeit button. But
hey, great win for Zero Blaze. Happy to see another really strong player from the same region as exactly, I believe, move on to that 7-1 record.
Yeah, that Atlanta representation, very strong. I think at least just the Georgia region. Maybe I shouldn't just say Atlanta. That's the only city I know in Georgia. I'm sorry. Other than Athens, I guess I could also say. But we're going to be looking, I guess, at some of these standings now. It's kind of crazy to see what the metagame has shaped up. For those that don't know, we had another large tournament that happened recently online in the space. And for a lot of what we expected to see is actually showing up in this tournament instead. Maybe some of us thought we would see a lot of Mega Gengar, Mega Floette. We instead saw Milotic and Zard dominate that tournament. Now, I see tons of Gengar up there in the top of the standings. Frostlass is having an insane
really
tournament right now. I think I'm seeing like 6 Frostlass. I can't count.
Yeah, we'll probably have a chance to like talk about it a little more before the next round, but yeah, lots of Frostlass doing well. Of course, like some of the mainstays like Floette mixed in there. Let's see, might even be a Mega Glamora sneaking in.
Ooh,
like you had
finally.
talked about. Yup, that is a Mega Glamora at that 8-0 record.
That's awesome. And you know what? I think we're going to take a chance to look over some of these stats, formulate some opinions, and then we will bring that back to you, talk over some of the things that we can look forward to building in some of the pre-Indianapolis metagame that we're going to see, and then maybe talk about where we're going to go for day 2 in the Grand Champions Festival. We'll be right back.
Guys, I can't believe it. We are finally in round 9, the last round of day 1 of the Grand Champions Festival. We have had some absolutely absurd games so far, but before I tell you about round 9, one more time, we gotta give a thank you to Surfshark VPN. Now, I like to wind down after a long day of running the largest Pokemon tournament of all time by watching some of my favorite shows, but streaming services are expensive. But I know a little trick. Did you know that certain shows will show up on different websites depending on where you're located? A streaming service may have a show you want to watch in Europe, but not where you are in the United States. With Surfshark VPN's GeoVPN feature, you can swap around and get to watch your shows, saving you tons and tons of money. Thank you once more to Surfshark VPN for making the Grand Champions Festival possible. But now, let's get into the last round here. Now, the win and in for day 2 that we'll be showing this round is with somebody who's very near and dear to my heart, my very good friend Aaron, who you'll see as Rapti. Now, Aaron actually has an extremely impressive accolade. Aaron has top 8'd the World Championships, but not in Pokemon. He top 8'd the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships a few years ago. Can Aaron show us all that he's just as good as Pokemon as he is at Yu-Gi-Oh? Let's find out. Justin, Chuppa, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Jacob actually just dropping that amazing fact on us about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Accomplishments of this player that we're about to feature. Justin, isn't that exciting to have a top Yu-Gi-Oh! Player on our stream?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think a ton of skills translate from trading card games, especially like Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Hearthstone, to a game like competitive Pokemon where risk management and resource management are key.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's just so many other people that have backgrounds in other games that make their way into Pokemon, from Pokemon into other games. I feel like with Hearthstone and like Teamfight Tactics especially, I know so many people that are like really solid at those. And I think it's so interesting to get the perspectives that someone who's like an expert at another game like carries over into Pokemon, just like throwing around ideas that like I might have never heard of before, but also like absolutely have applications in Pokemon.
Yeah, and you know what's fun, I think, especially with the card game players, is they really tend to show off as team builders, like kind of in like a naturally talented, I'm jealous of them way. And right now, I wouldn't exactly say that that's the flair that we're seeing from Rapti. Maybe coming from Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe they were a net decker, because I'm seeing a pretty standard composition coming out of this team right here. And this is not to throw any shade at their team building capabilities, but sometimes the best stuff is just the best stuff. I think Rapti is actually going to be using a Aerodactyl Garchomp team.
The Aerodactyl Mega Form is, I don't know if that's something we've been able to highlight on stream yet, or if we have, it's just been once or twice. I think it would be really fun to actually be able to see that Aerodactyl go into its Mega Form for that like extra damage on moves like Dual Wing Beat, extra speed, slightly stronger attacks, that for those bigger rock slides. Just like a nice switch up from all these, you know, some of the same Megas that we've been seeing all day.
Absolutely. And we have seen a couple Pokemon that had an Aerodactylite on them, but I don't know that they have elected to click that Mega Evolution. Very often what we've been seeing is Aerodactyl on the double Mega compositions. It's not exactly the one that wants to lead this show. It's good in a lot of matchups, but there are usually better Mega options for you to choose. However, that's not the case here. That is the case here for Rapti. They are running Aerodactyl and Charizard. It's very hard to justify not using a powerful Mega like Charizard. Why? I think in the mirror, it's exceptional to go for a Mega Aerodactyl option when you are facing a Scarf Basculegion, for example. That is also sometimes when you want that extra speed. Aerodactyl gets that extra speed, extra attack, and the ability. It doesn't get much in the world of bulk.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Scarf Basculegion, one of the strongest like closers, strongest openers in the game, but it only goes up to, I want to say around a 215 speed stat with that like Jolly Choice Scarf set. Aerodactyl, one of the few Pokemon naturally faster than that, going all the way up to 222, the same as a certain horse friend of ours that we may have left in Regulation I, the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, Calyrex Shadow being the dominant speed Pokemon in something like Regulation I. But here, as we see, Scarf Basculegion is kind of at that tippy top of the speed tier charts. Mega Aerodactyl is one of the few Pokemon that can get around it. However, it doesn't exactly have a move that is going to threaten a one-hit knockout. So there is going to be some early game positioning, you're going to have to do a little bit of chip. It may not even be the Aerodactyl going for the outspeed option. It may just be wanting to click Tailwind. Having the ability to go for Tailwind right away, outspeeding the Basculegion, very, very important, especially with things like, you know, Sneasler pairing up with that Basculegion to go for like a fake out, flip turn. That's something that Aerodactyl doesn't love to see. It can be a massive tempo loss at the beginning of the game. As for their opponent, however, I don't know that we have the exact pairing yet. But depending on like what they end up matching up into, you know, this core that we're seeing out of a lot of our players, King Gambit, Basculegion, there's no Sneasler on this piece. Instead, there's a lack of fighting coverage. Where are they making up that difference?
This is interesting. I feel like Rapti's team is just like very solid and well-rounded. I'm not surprised to see teams like this at 6-2. This feels like a team that can just go into so many different matchups and like kind of find success. I guess we'd hinted at the fact that this is a dual mega team, the other one being Charizard Y, one of the absolute most reliable megas in the format. I think Aerodactyl, a very reasonable mega to choose to complement it, just because like, oh, maybe you're in a matchup against another Charizard, you can use your Aerodactyl to go after that Charizard instead of having to rely on your own. I think the Aerodactyl also makes a lot of sense as a form of tailwind speed control, because this is like really a team that's making the kind of unconventional choice not to run a Choice Scarf on any of these Pokemon. They're all going to be at their natural speed set. Aerodactyl is going to be by far the fastest, and I think Mega or not, this team is really going to rely on it for that speed support.
Yeah, it looks... Also, I wanted to point out that this Garchomp is now like the third Garchomp in a row that we're seeing carry a Soft Sand. Having such a lack of item diversity in this format, choosing some of the items that are going to give you a natural like damage boost on one of your hardest hitting stab moves, Earthquake in this case, or Stomping Tantrum, it's totally justifiable to run something like Soft Sand. I have seen people also elect to run like the Hard Stone, so you can get like a Charizard through an Intimidate with your Rock Slides, and Pokemon like running the Mystic Water, Fairy Feather out there. Those are the like kind of our pseudo Life Orbs in a way, since we don't have access to Life Orb or Choice Band. It's why we're actually seeing some interesting things happen in this metagame. A Pokemon that I would have expected to have a little bit more presence, like Dragapult, really starved for that Choice Band. Not having access to it is a big deal. We're going to see things kind of swap around as maybe they reintroduce items further down the line, but for right now we have a limited pool.
Yeah, Dragapult, honestly, one of my like favorite Pokemon, period, but also really fun to be able to highlight in VGC with that really unique, you know, kind of offensive stat, and known for that like especially high speed stat. I don't think we've been able to highlight one of those, but I'm hoping, you know, maybe sometime in day 2 we'll get to see one, or maybe even our friend Rappy will be able to play against one.
That would be awesome. However, I do see a massive dip in what would have been an expected high usage for Dragapult. It also is kind of getting a little bit pushed out of the meta. I wouldn't say just for the fact that it doesn't have Choice Band. It's that maybe Focus Sash is a highly contested item for a lot of team builds right now, and it would love to probably use Focus Sash as a backup item without Choice Band. And the fact that Basculegion outspeeds it by like 1 or 2 points, I think, with that Choice Scarf. So we kind of see those things end up, you know, pushing Pokemon out of their designated space in this game.
Yeah, and I guess this is something you and I have been talking about a little bit as we get ready for this round, but knowing these speed stats is so important. Just figuring out, like, oh, when a Pokemon is, like, 1 or 2 speed points faster than another, it is always going to be, like, such a deciding factor in how 2 Pokemon interact against each other, especially if they're the type that have the potential to be getting one-shot knockouts on each other as a Dragapult or a Basculegion would.
Yeah, and I think that that's kind of really dictating where we're going. It's why something like Aerodactyl, I think, is seeing so much usage. Even the non-mega variants, it has such a great matchup into Charizard. It has such a powerful Rock Slide, and also just being able to get Sneaslers with dual Wing Beat. The fact that not only is it getting those Zards, but it's also getting one of the other most popular Pokemon in the metagame in Sneasler is very, very valuable. So I love to see, you know, the development on that front. As we do have a limited item pool, we also do have a limited deck, so the flexibility with certain Pokemon that you can kind of cram all of that roll compression into is not going to see too much diversity, but people are innovative. We have seen some really clever team builds so far. I'm really not exactly sure what the influence of the metagame is pushing everything towards. I think Milotic's development specifically is a good example of something that is finding its place. It's finding its footing in usage stats. It has a really defined niche, especially like the coil sets with Hypnosis being something that can physically bulk up and then also threaten sleep, something that we're kind of missing without Amoonguss, our tried and true mushroom in the format.
And speaking of melodic, and maybe even one of the Pokemon that melodic is the absolute best at countering, I feel like we haven't seen an Incineroar for a little bit. That's like a
Incineroar
Pokemon
stocks are
that,
down.
you know, it's not like Incineroar is nowhere to be seen this tournament. That would be a stretch. I think Incineroar is the third most used Pokemon behind Sneasler and Garchomp in the usage. But especially, it feels like it's been a couple rounds since we've seen it. And as we've hit at, it's not something we're going to be seeing on one of the teams that we're highlighting here. I wonder if Incin is something that's like going to see maybe a resurgence later in this tournament, or perhaps even later in the format, or if it's going to be, you know, kind of resigned to something like a third place spot in terms of usage. What do you think about Incineroar long term? Is it something that you expect to stay where it is, or do you think it might get better as people like figure out and learn more about the format?
I think as the format gets a little bit more refined and people get better at matching up their type synergies defensively, Incineroar will become a much more attractive tool to have on your team. I think one of the reasons that people are a little bit averse to using it right now is the White Herb Sneasler meta and King Gambit being so common. Like, if you're going to see these two Pokemon on pretty much 30 to 50% of teams, you don't want to have your Incin be the thing that like kind of holds your team's I would say backbone together. But Incineroar is like a Pokemon that we're so used to offering so much utility. So right now it may be in a little bit of a lull because it's not doing so much for your teams. But if people maybe figure out how to include it in a way that is maybe a little bit different. I've seen people use charcoal on Incineroar, which may sound a little bit weird, but I kind of see the vision on it. And allows you to get that damage into King Gambit. And it's one of the few things that can also resist the dark type attacks from King Gambit. So even if you do boost it up with Defiant, having the ability to take a KO on King Gambit is pretty valuable. So I think as people get a little bit more clever with their Incineroar builds and maybe the ways that they're utilizing its already powerful toolset, rather than maybe trying to rely on it to kind of glue up all of their matchups, we'll see a lot more Incineroar usage down the line.
I definitely agree. I think Incineroar is a Pokemon that just like rewards some creative team building, or like maybe figuring out some unconventional setup Pokemon that you want to enable with moves like the Fake Out and the Parting Shot. I absolutely agree. It's something that I think this is not the last we've seen of Incineroar. There's going to be more ways to potentially build it out in the future. Also, this round is going to be on hold for a couple minutes as we get something sorted out. I think it might be a good time to maybe talk about some of these like usage stats and win rates that we're seeing in the tournament. Earlier, Josh and I talked about some of the Pokemon kind of performing at the top of the metagame. I'm just looking at some of these other Pokemon that have, you know, been seeing some of the most use. Is there anything that like you want to talk about in terms of like maybe Pokemon that we're seeing more of or less of than you expect, or anything in the metagame that you just think is worth discussing?
So there's a couple things. I would say that there's two that I want to focus on right now. The first is going to be the Mega Floette meta. I think that that's something that is really going to be key to like where Indianapolis's metagame shape like kind of goes in terms of direction, and then NAIC as well. And then additionally, the other Pokemon that I really want to talk about is actually going to be Corviknight. So to first start off, going into the Mega Floette discussion, something that I was thinking about in terms of like, you know, it's one of the few setup bulky Pokemon, great powerful fairy types that we have access to right now. But it kind of comes at a lot of like resource cost. In order for you to be able to use like a typical Protect the King Calm Mind strategy on Floette, for those that don't know, that's just any type of setup strategy where you have some Fake Out and a couple of pivoting tools with a setup sweeper. It doesn't feel like it's easy to run a Calm Mind set for Floette right now because we don't have Rillaboom and we don't have that guaranteed grassy terrain with passive recovery. But more importantly, what's really interesting is with Zard Y in the meta being so powerful and prominent, you don't have a Rillaboom lead where you set up your sustain right away and then have the option to pivot out to an Incineroar. You kind of have to do it in reverse. You have to do Incin first, and then you would have to go into Cine in the back in order to get that sustain. Zard Y kind of feasts on that. And I think that that's actually a really prominent reason why people are maybe shifting away from a lot more of the calm mindsets, instead maybe going 2-3 attacks, or just trying to, you know, tack it onto a more offensive Tailwind team like with an Aerodactyl or something like a Talonflame.
Yeah, it actually looks like that's what a lot of the like absolute top performing Floette teams in this tournament are doing. Like I think of the Floettes with an 8-0 record, they're all paired with Tailwind setters. It's like 3 Talonflames, 2 Aerodactyls. It seems none of like, I don't know, maybe some of these Floettes still have Calm Mind, maybe some of them still have the potential to go for a setup set, but I think more of these could even be that very offensive Light of Ruin set, which can just like, if you're taking neutral fairy damage, Light of Ruin Floette can probably wipe you off the face of the earth. It is just such a crazy 140 power move boosted up by that fairy art that absolutely everything in the format has to fear.
It's like a fairy type Electro Drift just tossed onto a non-restricted format, and I agree completely. I think that the value provided from just being able to kind of burst your tempo like right there in the middle of a game. I'm going to go for Tailwind and take a knockout with my Floette. It's much better for positioning, and I think especially without access to things like terrestrialization and some of the tools that we've been used to in the past, good defensive synergy and good offensive kind of like conga lining into your position where like you trade, you hit me for your damage, now I have the better type advantage in the end game with my Garchomp, with my Sneasler. That type of gameplay is going to be much more valuable, especially in the earlier meta. But again, I think Floette, with its ability, it's powerful. People need to maybe pick up on some of the metagame trends we're seeing. The usage is kind of telling us that pairing it with a Tailwind Pokemon is a little bit more valuable. But as for ways to maybe counter that Floette, it's why I wanted to start talking about something like Corviknight.
Yeah, I think Corviknight's another like super interesting Pokemon as well, kind of with that, super unique mirror armor ability to counter any Incineroar that comes in, essentially punish it for trying to intimidate the Corviknight, say, no, you're going to be the one taking the attack drop. My Corviknight's going to be able to stay in neutral.
And honestly, I think what's really cool about Corviknight is we were just saying that Incineroar isn't even the most popular Pokemon right now. Corviknight's one of the few Pokemon that kind of does the job of beating, or at least matching up really well into both Floette and Garchomp, two Pokemon that we're seeing a ton of usage of. Outside of those Sneasler, Kingambit, Basculegion cores, it doesn't exactly beat Sneasler, Kingambit, or Basculegion, but it kind of beats a lot of the partners that you would see with those Pokemon. And Garchomp being such a good matchup into Charizard Y, it's going to be all over the place. I think it's still up there in top 5 in usage. So I think that Corviknight is a unique Pokemon to that extent, but it also, as you said, does have that mirror armor, which is very useful into Incineroar and any other Intimidator that people bring.
And you're so right. Seal and Flying is just like amazing defensive typing. We've known this for like years with Skarmory being kind of a staple defensive like spike setter in formats like singles. I think Corviknight mirroring some of that in doubles just by being a Pokemon that will like absolutely matchup check a lot of physical attackers that just like can't get through its bulk up set or going to get out damaged by those like Brave Birds or Iron Heads as Corviknight keeps getting those boosts. Just has lots of favorable matchups against some of the top Pokemon in the format. I think something else that's really interesting about this Corviknight is like as we're looking at these top teams, overwhelmingly it is paired with Tyranitar and it is paired with Excadrill on some of those sand teams. I think that kind of makes sense. Tyranitar helping Corviknight like, wearing down the opponents with the sand a little bit and adding a little bit to its coverage repertoire. Corviknight, a little bit limited with just the steel and the flying coverage and going to rely on some of its teammates like, Tyranitar to round it out a bit.
Yeah, I think like of Tyranitar's weaknesses, Corviknight like literally resists like if not half, maybe more of them, or is immune to them. So it's very cool. It has great synergy with the Excadrill Tyranitar combo. I've actually ran that myself at Pittsburgh. Very fond of those Pokemon. I do think that the interesting thing though is when you end up running a duo like that, you get so weak to Sneasler. You have so many Pokemon that are just going to be blown up by close combat and also the ground type moves. So that's where Corviknight kind of comes in. It's a very physically bulky Pokemon, at least that's how people tend to run it. And it has access to Tailwind, one of the few things that kind of lets your Pokemon outspeed those super speedy Sneaslers. And then, in a lot of cases, what they're going to be doing is they're going to go for that Tailwind if they can prevent that close combat in some manner. They're going to be able to go for a Brave Bird, take that Sneasler out, and then your Excadrill and Tyranitar are free to run away with the game.
Yep, that Tailwind kind of letting your partners turn the tables and maybe be able to outrun and suddenly win interactions against Pokemon that they couldn't have without that kind of support is just super interesting. Before we stop talking about Seal and Flying types, I do want to touch on Skarmory for just a second. Not necessarily because it's one of the absolute strongest Pokemon, but because it's one of those new Mega Evolutions that I don't think has necessarily seen like the absolute most discussion. It is something that feels like it, might have the stats to succeed at least a little bit. Let's see how our friend Skarmory's doing. There are actually a couple of Skarmorys playing the win-it-in round right now, which is interesting. Not something that we had seen too much of before. And actually all of these look like they're being played on like super distinct teams. It would be hard to like even find a common thread between some of these teams that are leveraging Skarmory and fighting for day 2 contention right now.
No, Skarmory, one of the Pokemon that could potentially get around a Sinistra and Floette setup, and having access to Stalwart does let you completely ignore redirection of any kind. That's including abilities, by the way, like Lightning Rod and I think, what's the other one? Storm Drain that I can think of off the top of my head. The problem, I guess, on Skarmory's end is that while it does have a lot of stats, it doesn't have an ability that's boosting its offensive output. So even though it probably hits super effective damage into Floette, Floette's got a lot of stats on its end to be able to just throw into bulk. It probably survives attacks, especially when paired with an Intimidate Pokemon. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Skarmory struggle maybe if it goes into day 2, but I'm happy to see that it's still having a performance somewhere here. And again, it is a Pokemon in a format that doesn't have a ton of steel types that actually resist fairy moves that you want to use. So it's cool to see that pairing, work. I think that Corviknight kind of having access to that same typing without being at the cost of a Mega Evolution is kind of why we're seeing a little bit more of the Corviknight, but who knows how it shapes up in day 2. The cool thing here, we got to talk about some of the Pokemon that are emerging in this metagame and some of the trends that are happening, but now we're actually finally going to get into our round 9 pairing. We did give you a little bit of a preview here of Rapti's team, but their opponent is now the team that we're going to take a look at.
Yeah, let's open that opponent's team sheet in just a second here.
I got it up for you. So what I'm actually
perfect.
seeing is, this is another new Mega Evolution that we have not seen yet today. Also new in terms of the Scarlet Violet to Champions transition, Mega Drampa, and going to be on the field. And I also believe that it has Berserk. Does it have Berserk?
Yes,
as
it
a
has
base
Berserk
ability?
to begin with, and then the Mega form. So you can, it's one of those Pokemon that can essentially activate that Mega right away, and you don't have to worry about it just because you're going to keep that same ability. I don't think it's something you can activate twice. Like, let's say you're below half health and you turn Mega, you're not going to get it the second time.
Yeah.
You just get to enjoy that, power boost, all those higher stats and those bigger hyper voices right away. Let's actually look at some of the partners that Drampa has here, just because this is one of those Pokemon that I think has a lot of potential in this format. As someone that really enjoys spamming hyper
Glad to hear
voice.
that. I'm glad to hear that. I felt the same.
Oh, going with the Berserk on the base form is interesting, because I know we were talking about, Berserk in the Mega form. Drampa also has the access to the ability Cloud9 in its base form, which is a super unique, powerful ability, something that I think historically we've seen some pretty unusual Pokemon with Cloud9, like Golduck or Altaria, Pokemon that aren't exactly all-stars in terms of stats or even move pool, but that is an all-star ability.
It is an all-star ability. It's mostly Rayquaza that we've been seeing actually abuse that. I think it's not even kind of the Cloud9 ability. What is it? Airlock? It's
Airlock,
just
Airlock.
An upgraded version. I don't know. I think it's almost the exact
No,
same thing.
they are the same.
They are exactly the same
It
thing.
sounds a little cooler.
It does
Cloud9's
sound
a little
way
more
cooler.
peaceful.
Can you imagine going to a function and your ability is Airlock and this other guy comes up to you, he's like, yo, you're my guy. We have the same ability. And they're like, what is it? It's like Cloud9. Although Cloud9 is a cool esports name for a team. So Drampa, I'm excited to see it has Berserk. I think it's cool that it functions without actually clicking Mega. That's one of the things that I think we're going to kind of learn as we get more into this Champions era with Mega Evolutions. And, especially with a limited item pool, it's cool to have the option, if you want, to go for your Mega Evolution, but also still just maybe not Mega Evolve and still work.
Yeah, and in this matchup especially, this is Drampa as a secondary Mega on a Charizard Y team, where you might not really want that Cloud9 to nerf your own Sun damage, and you might want your Drampa to, be able to function with that Berserk a little more effectively if you're, maybe doing a Charizard lead and then a Fergraph Trick Room late game.
Yeah, and just to clarify for everybody, as I said before, we had the team up to talk about Rapti's matchup. For those that may need a reminder, it was a Aerodactyl with the Aerodactylite. We had a King Gambit, a Char Y, the Garchomp, the Pixelate Sylveon, and then I think it was a Focus Sash Basculegion to be better used under that Tailwind mode. Whereas on our opponent's side, we actually have the Drampa, the Fergraph, Aegislash going to be running that spell tag, as many of them do, Incineroar with a Citrus Berry, Char Y, and then a Scarf Garchomp.
Yeah, I feel like this is a matchup where TF could really be focusing on that Trick Room mode a little bit, just because on Rapti's side there's going to be a little more reliance on that speed control. However, it seems like both players are just going to be going right to the point with their Charizard Ys and one partner. That said, I don't think either of these partners are especially happy to be on the field right now. And, Aegislash and Sylveon aren't exactly the Pokemon that first come to mind when you think about Charizard Y counter.
I don't necessarily think that Sylveon is at too much of a disadvantage. It's not going to like eating a Heat Wave, but it is pretty bulky on the special defense side. I think if anything, having the Aegislash out here is very advantageous, but it depends on whether it has the bulk to be able to survive something like a heat wave. And we all know that there is the chance that they might just click Weather Ball turn 1, and Aegislash is very unlikely to survive that.
I think something that's worth noting is this is actually a wide guard Aegislash set, something that could be useful against some of these spread type attacks. That said, I also don't think Rappy is necessarily under too much pressure to actually click them if they want to go for, single target moves. I think that is a completely reasonable thing for them to go for as well. We are going to see Rappy's Charizard Y activating that Mega Evolution before TFB-Y's. It seems like our nameplates are mix-up that is going to be Rappy on top.
Yeah, it is going to be, and as you just called out correctly, it's not too much under pressure to go for that wide guard right away. Fever the Garchomp going to go right for that Weather Ball, get blocked by that King Shield, and in return, mirroring that exact Weather Ball, does a massive amount of damage to the Sylveon, probably trained to be a little bit more offensive. And even after tanking all that damage, the Hyper Voice not going to do too much in response.
Yeah, like you said, Sylveon does have like that really great, like special bulk is its highest stat. It is going to be able to tank one hit. And the Hyper Voice isn't necessarily like the worst exchange to get back, especially if it means that this is something that's going to help Rappy's Charizard like actually stay in good shape here and, kind of have the Sylveon draw attacks away.
Yeah, it might have been more risky to try and get like a Garchomp in there. It would have survived, obviously, with a good chunk of HP, but you don't want to put yourself kind of accidentally into Shadow Sneak range. Who knows?
You also might not be able to click Rock Slide in front of this wide guard Aegislash too.
Correct, that's true. At least not on the second turn if they protect on this turn, so you don't get that Weather Ball pin. But instead, we're going to see TFB-Y actually get that Garchomp in now. With the guaranteed damage on the Sylveon, it is going to go down, but they elect to go for a Heat Wave. It's not going to miss. It's only going to hit the...
Oh, it's going to be a miss on the Charizard.
I was saying it was getting blocked by the Sylveon's Protect, but I cursed them. I'm sorry.
So, again, I think TFB-Y getting the worst end of the damage on that turn, not actually doing anything and taking a big Heat Wave in exchange. However, I think they finally found a position they're really happy with between Charizard and Garchomp. TFB-Y is looking at a double knockout right now, and Rappy is going to have to figure out something to do to respond to this.
Yes, and honestly, this is where the position that you want kind of kicks in. I think that Garchomp being with the Choice Scarf, totally fine for it to lock into Rock Slide here. There is not, in fact, a wide guarder on Rappy's side. However, Garchomp for Garchomp is going to be happening. We see a double protect actually succeed here, and that means that this Charizard and Rock Slide combination may not be able to actually outpace this Garchomp, and now this Sylveon may live another day to be able to actually fire off a Hyper Voice into the Garchomp on TFB-Y side.
Yeah, this is interesting. Sylveon wasn't actually a Pokemon I really expected to hang around on the field there. I just figured, like, your Sylveon's on such a low HP, you've already gone for Protect. It might be okay to sacrifice at this point. I think letting Garchomp come in and take all that damage on the switch is just an interesting decision on Rappy's end. Maybe confident that they have the faster Garchomp in the matchup, and they could go for something like a Dragon Claw to do something about TF's Garchomp before it can respond. But I think, we saw those Charizard speed tiers play out. I think the Garchomp speed tiers are going to be incredibly important here. If either player is really confident they have the faster Garchomp, it is really going to let them control what's going on this turn.
Yeah, and TFB-Y does in fact have that Choice Scarf Garchomp, so it's pretty much always at risk of going for that Rock Slide flinch, whereas the Soft Sand Garchomp not going to be able to keep up. And as we know, Rock Slide is one of the best moves in the game. Is this Aegislash in fact going to be able to come in unpunished? I would think that the Garchomp is maybe going to go for a Dragon Claw or a Rock Slide. Aegislash is definitely able to come in there scot-free, but Garchomp is actually going to be the sacrifice for that to happen.
Yeah, Rappy making a good call, kind of like baiting the Charizard into going for something like a Protector reposition in front of Rock Slide, then not actually going for it. Really clever way to deal with TFB-Y's Choice Scarf Garchomp and ensure that, I think on Rappy's side, this Garchomp is actually potentially one of the Pokemon running the game in terms of speed order right now.
Absolutely, and I think Sylveon was definitely something that after it had taken that Weather Ball, you can kind of elect to drop it. It's not something that you don't have to reposition or take any risks there. Probably would have been okay to get that King Gambit in, but who needs to take the risk that maybe your Rock Slide misses and that Garchomp goes for a Heat Wave? Not to mention, now that King Gambit is coming into a different board, it's guaranteed to get that Defiant boost now that Incineroar is forced to hit the board in place of that Garchomp going down.
Yeah, this is actually a really spicy board. It's like both Incineroar and King Gambit have a power boost. Incineroar on Flare Blitz from the Sun, and King Gambit just on all of its physical attacking moves from that Defiant boost. This feels like, maybe on this turn, Rappy is going to have access to something like a double Protect in front of the fake out an Aegislash attack if they want to take it. But after that, I think this is going to be like a very high-intensity board state. How do you see this playing out?
I think it's a lot of pressure from the Incineroar in the Sun to be able to get that knockout on this King Gambit. Most of the time, a little bit of attack investment means that King Gambit does go down to Flare Blitz in the Sun. But Aegislash, I don't know what the Aegislash is going to be able to do. Do you risk going for an attack in this King Gambit, potentially maybe going for a Sucker Punch? That's big damage that may end up costing you, putting you into something like a Stomping Tantrum range. Instead, players are just going to stall out the Protect on the Fake Out turn with their Protects.
Yeah, I think a very safe play from Rapti's side. I think, yeah, that is going to be exactly enough to stall out the Sunlight and make TFBY think about maybe swapping in that Charizard Y again if they want to activate the Sun for their Incineroar.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's necessarily something they have to do on this turn, but protecting your Aegislash in the late game, you know, so that you can maybe get off one Poltergeist into a Charizard. It depends. You have to keep that Aegislash's HP probably at max for it to be able to do its job later. Now would potentially be the best time to go for that swap into the Charizard. And also maybe even going for something like the Wide Guard now, so that way you don't have to let your Incineroar take any damage. I don't know exactly if the King Gambit would be able to respond to that, but it hasn't taken any damage, so it's not going to go down to a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I think something that's really important to note is like this is one of those Garchomps that has access to Stomping Tantrum to get around the Wide Guard. That's not what we're going to see. This actually just Shadow Sneak. Ooh, not enough to finish off the Garchomp. I think that might have been a knockout that TFBOY was really hoping to see.
They might have gotten it back in 2015, but that shaved damage off of that 10 base stats. Instead, Stomping Tantrum now going to hit this Incineroar even at -1. Still not enough, but does a lot with that Soft Sand boost. Citrus Berry going to bring it back up to half health. And now Flare Blitz probably not going to pick up the KO here. Do we see a Flare Blitz burn, however?
Yeah. Oh, and just because of that Citrus Berry, that is going to be, without that instant, was absolutely going down to that recoil there, I think.
Great call out there. And now I think what's crazy is, you know, I feel like the Charizard could have maybe gotten away with a switch in there. And we could have seen a tempo burst on that King Gambit, but instead, Aegislash gonna try and get a little greedy there on that Garchomp. Doesn't pick up the KO. Garchomp has a crazy high base HP stat, really good bulk for that pseudo-legendary status, really kind of earns that title. Now, I do think that it's nice positioning for TFBY. The Shadow Sneak will obviously get the Garchomp, and unfortunately, however, though, I think the Incineroar may be in Sucker Punch range.
Yeah, I think it really might be too, and I think TFBY may be agreeing with you actually and trying to swap in their Charizard reading the Sucker Punch from the enemy King Gambit. However, this... Ooh, okay, King Gambit actually going on the defensive with the Protect here. Aegislash looks like it's going to be staying in that sword form for a Shadow Sneak to finish off Garchomp.
Yeah, and I'm almost forgetting a couple turns ago that King Gambit did in fact get that Defiant boost. So now the Charizard, you know, even if it was on the bulkier end, is almost always going to be in range of this Sucker Punch as well. I'm afraid we may be forced into an uncomfortable position in this endgame because this Charizard on Rapti's side has full HP.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that Rapti's Charizard got out of that early game without taking a single point of damage.
It lined up into the Garchomp
so
well, but it just dodged out. It just was able to swap out. Good switching synergy is underrated.
Because if you're Rappi here, what's stopping you from just doing something like spamming Weather Ball on the Aegislash slot and Sucker Punch on the Charizard slot and just saying like, hey, I don't want either of these two Pokemon to attack. It's not like this is something that TFBY can't play around if they know where those moves are coming. Maybe try to do something like swap in Incineroar in front of the Sucker Punch. But again, this feels like it's going to be a really tough position for TFBY to come back from, even if they have the Pokemon advantage right now.
And as you called out perfectly, Cheppa, the Charizard goes down to that +1 Sucker Punch. It's not even a question. As the King Shield comes out, now we do potentially have a fake out board coming into play, but it's easy for Rapti to just stall that out, and then this King Gambit looks like it's very well positioned to maybe just clean this game up.
Yeah, and one thing I have to wonder is how many turns of Sun are we still working with? Because once the Sun runs out, maybe TFBY's Pokemon have a small chance of surviving a Heat Wave, or at least forcing the Charizard to go for a less accurate move like the Heat Wave. That's maybe one aspect of going for some of these defensive, like, Protect and Sacrifice plays like that. Again, I think this is looking really hard for TFBY to get back into, so they're going to have to be looking for every opportunity that they can.
Yeah, I think that even with fake out pressure, it's totally valid that Aegislash is not going to be able to get around the potential for a Kowtow Cleave. Now, this King Gambit is in range of a Flare Blitz should they be able to get that attack off, and on TFBY's side, this Aegislash does not have a fighting type move. That is probably the real reason that we are worried that there is no chance for them. However, Protect can come out. Let's block that fake out if it targets the Zard.
Yeah, I think you're going for double Protect in front of Incineroar here is just very safe. It's something that in the team building portion of this, Rappi being rewarded for just having access to Protect on multiple of their Pokemon to make safe plays in front of this Incineroar.
Yeah, and now after burning out that fake out turn, I think that this Charizard is completely comfortable clicking Weather Ball. You can even probably Protect with your King Gambit. I don't think Incineroar would ever get the KO. And then Wide Guard, after which clicking Wide Guard, you are always throwing your Protect into that 30% range. It's not a guarantee to be able to Protect on the turn after.
I don't even think Aegislash is like worried about protecting from Charizard Y here. I think Charizard Y can really safely just go for something like Weather Ball to always get rid of the Incin before it can do anything and say like, I don't really think Aegislash can do anything about King Gambit at this point.
And then just throw the Sucker Punch, yes, and that is actually a 100% lock. That's why I leave those decisions up to you. Thank you for calling it out. And yeah, so I think that that was kind of where we're at. I think that with those being the guaranteed pin down, it's nice. I do think that, a Shadow Sneak is not going to do enough, even if you get 2 of them off. Even with the
critical hit. Aegislash trying its hardest, but not sure if it's going to be enough. It's actually going to be a Sucker Punch for the Incin. Assuming Incineroar going for an attacking move, that was going to be a very reliable way to knock it out with 2 Defiant Boosts at that point. And I don't think Charizard is going to have very much trouble knocking out this Aegislash in its sword form with this super effective Weather Ball, putting Rappi up 1-0 in the set.
I rescind my compliment about you calling out the endgame correctly, because what I was saying happened with the Weather Ball pin down on the Sucker Punch. But that's okay. That's what we do. We talk these things through. We think about their end games. And what's funny is, like, there was probably a guarantee if you did either one.
Yeah, I think either of those were winning the game a lot more often than not.
Yes. However you choose to do it, it'll work. And it's cool that Rappi was kind of able to put themselves into a position like that where they could have that luxury of picking maybe 2 different guaranteed ways to win the game. That's what it's all about. How do you find your checkmates, And I think one of the real crucial things in that game that we didn't really get too much of a time to talk about, but it came up later, was you mentioned that Charizard got to hit the board at full health. When it got out of that situation, swapping back into that Garchomp, it was excellent. I think that the sack on the Sylveon was totally smart. Use your Charizard to kind of leverage the amount of damage that you can do into their Pokemon. And then King Gambit operated really well with that Scarf Garchomp and Charizard in the mid-game to be able to kind of set up that final checkmate in the end.
Yeah, I feel like if you're TFBY here, you need to be thinking about like ways to maybe think about the long game a little bit better. Go into that end game with like, let's say, more damage on the Charizard would make you feel better about it. Like, let's say, I don't know, imagine if those Charizard HP stats are flipped and yours is the one on full and your opponent's is on half. Could be a very different looking end game at that point.
Yeah, I think what's challenging about this matchup is that, like, you can't necessarily go Zard and Garchomp right away, because if you do, you kind of run the risk of potentially just, running right into that Basculin Legion and Aerodactyl lead. Super scary. Aerodactyl as a Pokemon in general is going to be really dangerous into this matchup. And it's kind of a super dangerous mix-up going into these Game 2 and Game 3. So instead, we're going to see an adaptation of Aegislash and Garchomp. I think that's excellent, because then you immediately pressure their Garchomp, and you have the Aegislash to kind of hit the whatever comes in on the partner.
Yeah, I think having the Garchomp in the lead for TFBY is definitely a strong choice. It looks like on Rappi's side that Charizard doesn't exactly have very much HP training, which is a sign that it might be able to go down to something like 1 Adamant Scarf Rock side. So that Charizard is just under so much more immediate pressure than it was in the last game. It is actually going to be swapping out immediately for King Gambit.
And hopefully they didn't make the mistake of swapping their Aegislash out for Incin. They do not, in fact, make that switch. And instead are just going to go for the safe Protect here and swap to King Gambit, which of course covers the Rock Slide from this Garchomp.
Yeah, King Gambit coming in on Rock Slide is actually really ideal. Rappi has been able to turn this board around from looking very scary to very not with this Garchomp. Now it's stuck going for Rock Slide against 2 Pokemon that resist it, and Aegislash also not able to even hit this King Gambit for neutral damage and whiffing an attack into Garchomp there. So things have really changed around. Just a brilliant switch on Rappi's end.
With Zard as the lead there, because it's going to be immune to any Earthquake attacks, it's almost a guaranteed safe swap to go into that King Gambit. It's very unlikely that this Garchomp is going to lock into an Earthquake, especially with King Gambit on the board. And when you're threatening your own Garchomp's damage with something like a Rock Slide on your end, actually doesn't have access to the Rock Slide, but being able to just still threaten anything like the Zard coming in on your end, it's, you know, scary to maybe lock into that rock slide, that earthquake early.
I think Rappy actually has like a huge opportunity. Yeah, this Photograph is not very happy hitting the field right now. I think this Garchomp slot is just wide open to getting doubled up on or something.
Yeah.
Charizard also like not exactly the most comfortable Pokemon to be swapping in here. This is going to be a Stomping Tantrum point at the Photograph for decent damage. How is King Gambit following this up? It's going to be a Kowtow point at the Photograph. Probably going to be able to live one of these with the Culver Berry, but not very comfortably.
No, and honestly, in a lot of cases, I don't know if the Frigoraph being stuck on the board is exactly what you wanted, because now this Charizard is facing down a King Gambit and Garchomp. However, leaving the Armor Tail intact does provide an advantage where you can survive a Sucker Punch Dragon Claw double up almost without any worry whatsoever. And this Farigiraf does not have access to Helping Hand, so it might be that this Garchomp, that this Charizard is going to have to click a Weather Ball into this King Gambit.
And something that you brought up that's a really good catch, this isn't actually a Rock Slide Garchomp, so it doesn't have a way to stop this Charizard from going for an attack. It can't fish for a flinch or try to damage both of these Pokemon at the same time, which making the situation a little bit better for TFBY's side.
Farigiraf going to go for that Protect first. As we'd expect, the King Gambit is going to Protect, block this Weather Ball. But True Dragon Claws probably still gets this Garchomp.
Ooh, that is a really, really uncomfortable amount of damage. I think Rappy realizing that they don't necessarily need to go for the Frigoraph right away, saying, like, I think this Protect is kind of telegraphed, and I think that really does make a lot of sense, especially considering that TFBY has revealed the Scarf Garchomp in the back. That's not a Pokemon that you want to set up Trick Room for, and if you're comfortable making that call, you just get to ignore this Frigoraph and go for that really chunky Dragon Claw, just like you said.
Yeah, and doing that much damage to this Charizard, putting it in range of another Dragon Claw, you are very, very out of position. You now have that pin down where Dragon Claw can hit pretty much the Garchomp on the swap in. Aegislash may want to try and swap in. Are you going to try and draw attention to your Charizard with the double up of the Dragon Claw and the Kowtow Cleave? I don't even think you need to double up. You can just spread your damage out. Let's throw that Dragon Claw out into the Charizard, and then let's throw the Kowtow Cleave out. Get that Farigiraf out of the way.
I completely agree. I think one consequence of Rappy getting that last turn right is now that this King Gambit is just safe. Like, you actually get to go for, ooh, this is going to be, okay, Dragon Claw to finish off the Garchomp, just like we've been talking about. Let's see if Frigoraph is even able to outrun this King Gambit. It is. We're going to see Hyper Voice for a little bit of chip damage, but I do not know if this is going to be enough for Frigoraph to be very happy about what it brought to this game.
No, and now with Farigiraf leaving the field, there is nothing to protect you from those Sucker Punches. Garchomp is going to be the last piece, but next to an Aegislash, it can't really comfortably lock into a Earthquake. I know that even with Wide Guard, you can protect yourself, but if you're a Choice Scarf, you're going to need that Rock move at some point for this Charizard. So it looks like this Garchomp is now pretty much locked into a Rock Slide, Flinch, and Pray type of endgame.
I agree. I think there's very little else this Garchomp can even be doing. I don't think a single other move of its is going to feel very comfortable to lock into, especially because due to all these protects on Rappy's team, they can just, like, open up with something like Double Protect to scout out what this Garchomp is going to go for first. If they're worried about one move, they can Double Protect to see what's going to happen and then choose how they respond to it. They don't really need to take any big risks here.
Earlier on stream, we saw a Goodra, and people were saying that this is the reason that you need to have Sacred Sword on your Aegislash, but in fact, I think King Gambit may also be one of the better justifications for having Sacred Sword. Now, Rapti able to just scout out what this Garchomp locks into. Let's get a little bit of assurance that this is going to be that Rock Slide before I make any next play. And Rock Slide is going to be that choice, and Aegislash, without access to the Sacred Sword, is instead going to opt to hopefully try and get a Iron Head double up on the flinch. You know, you can increase those odds.
I think another clever thing about that Double Protect on Rappy's side is now this King Gambit is in the Sword form, and it is not going to be able to take any attacks comfortably like that. If anything comes out for it while it's still in the Sword form, it is going down in one hit to a Stomping Tantrum or Kowtow or anything.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, it's not too hard to lock yourself into a 1v1 where you're just protecting, baiting out the Aegislash's attacks, and then eventually it'll run out of King Shields to change stance. Rock Slide going to come out. Do we get the flinch? That is the question.
No flinch. That is going to be a Dragon Claw to get the knockout on TFBY's Garchomp and set the score to a 1-4 right now.
Yes, with nothing basically for your ability to take out that Charizard that's looming in the back. We saw already, even with critical hit, it doesn't do more than half. So now with the Garchomp out of the way, finally down one Pokemon, unfortunately, you're not going to have the gas to get through everything else. I think that Rapti played that beautifully. A very clean 2-0, and they will now move on to day 2 with a 7-2 record. I'm glad we got to watch that one, Chuppa.
Yeah, that was an extremely convincing win. I can see why Rapti is a top 8 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship player if, that's the sort of spectacle that we're seeing from them in VGC.
Yeah, I don't know what Pot of Greed, basically. Pot of Greed. I know like 3 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! So, and all 3 of them are Pot of Greed. That's why I said that. But yes, I love seeing players kind of use that methodical play, and honestly, this is where those talents kind of shine. Resource management, smart defensive positioning. I didn't see Rapti overextend once.
No, methodical is such a good word to describe the way they played that set. I think, like, even on, like, it's not like every play Rapti went for is like, we're going to work out 100% of the time, but I think a lot more of them work out more often than not. And if you're kind of making smart plays like that over and over again, they are going to, like, gradually take control of the game for you. And that's kind of what leads to, like, those really convincing endgames where, like, Rapti felt like they had them almost mathematically locked up.
Yeah, and when you have that first game advantage going into the game 2, kind of just shrugged off the adjustment. It looked like they had already had their game 2 plan kind of baked in, and when they saw in game 1 how effective the King Gambit was, especially since the Aegislash didn't have a fighting type move, all they really needed to do was position their Garchomp to be able to pop that Charizard in 2 shots, and then King Gambit would run off to it with the races. It's pretty much exactly what we saw. You don't have to get cute. Didn't need to flex on stream by bringing the Mega Aerodactyl. I know the inclination is there, but excellently played. Sometimes it's fun to watch a close match, things down to the wire, get it all emotional, and sometimes it's really brilliant to just watch people dominate.
It is too bad that we didn't get to see Drampa during that set, but that is going to be how it goes. Maybe we'll have to come back and see another Drampa another time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it end up being in day 2. It is a very powerful Mega. I would love to maybe look over some of those stats and talk about them. Maybe tomorrow we'll get the chance to do that.
Yeah, we're going to have more time to, review this tournament very soon. I think we are going to actually be signing off for day 1 in a second.
Oh, we're going to do a bonus game. Change of plans. Curveball.
One more exciting game for you guys. Oh, this is going to be... Yeah, that's ThazKid 1, and I didn't catch the player's name.
Brock,
Aaron Brock,
I'm assuming?
I will pull
Aaron Brock, an incredible player, somebody that has been so consistent lately, and a very, very skilled team builder as well. Somebody that a lot of people draw influence from, and not exactly that's... I'm assuming, if I had to guess, I'm going to assume that Aaron Brock is actually the Zard Y player. And then this Watchog fighting for tournament life. Is Watchog going to make day 2 in the Grand Champions Festival is a question.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if Watchog has actually come to do much. Don't have to worry about the Hog right now. The focus is all on this Meowscarada. Able to connect 2 of those triple axles to get rid of Garchomp. A very scary move to go for, considering each of those hits is only 90% accurate. And it looked like Meowscarada was going to have to hit both of those to actually deal with the Garchomp there.
Yeah, but now we have a Garchomp and a Meowscarada. Looking down the face of a Charizard and the endgame, I don't think without Sun that this Charizard is going to be able to get through this Rock Slide, get through this Garchomp. Garchomp and Rock Slide almost synonymous. Even without having to click Rock Slide, I think you can just Dragon Claw your way through it. I don't know if we have team sheets yet, so Sucker Punch going to be enough there. I don't have to look and see whether or not it's a Choice Scarf Garchomp.
Yeah, and it looks like this wasn't against Aaron Brock, but against another player named Arenby, who, going to be finishing the tournament with a very respectable 6-3 record. However, all eyes are on the Hog, advancing to day 2 with a record of 7-1.
Wait, did it actually win?
I think that was the set.
That was the set?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh my god, that was game 3.
That was the set. Watchog taking it home.
Day 2. The Hog.
The Hog is loose.
Oh man, who let the Hogs out?
I'm going to be so curious. Like, we're going to have to get some insight maybe from ThazKid, sometime during the tournament tomorrow and learn a little bit more about what Watchog is doing on the team. Yep.
We're going to be like, why Watchog? How many games have you brought it to? Is it working for you? How many hypnosis have you connected? But very exciting. We did get to watch that whole storyline all day, so it's cool to see it end up making that day 2. But instead now, let's just take a quick moment to kind of comb back through some of our day 2 highlights. As you remember, that Pangi double dodge with the Rock Slide to secure that win We ended up seeing this other weather ball from Pelipper going into a Tyranitar. I don't remember this moment, so I can't dress this one up, but...
Yeah, some of these happened a little bit before you came on, but there was some pretty interesting, like, weather gameplay at the start of the tournament. Like, I think that game that we just saw, Moxy Boosted, not Moxy Menace, not to be mixed up with Moxy Mets. I think that game with Moxy Boosted a really good highlight of, you know, how to win the weather war convincingly by taking those early knockouts and locking your opponent's weather Pokemon on the field when they don't want to be there.
Yeah, and honestly, this was such an awesome day to watch, you know, some of the more ingenuity showcased in team building. We got, as we see here, some of the Sableye, some of the more cute and fun Pokemon like the Watchog, but also just some of the more staples, seeing how people are using the most common tools in the metagame. I don't think I've ever in my life seen this much Aerodactyl and Charizard, but now with, again, a little bit more of a limited pool of Pokemon, we're going to be seeing the things that match up well into each other, so Aerodactyl kind of an obvious choice.
Yeah, Aerodactyl is such a unique one just because, like, I don't know, looking at this format from the outside, it didn't stand out as too remarkable, but it happens to have, like, a strong matchup against so many of these other top meta Pokemon, like you'd been talking about. Dual Wing Beat for Sneasler, Rock Slide for Pokemon like Charizard. It almost feels tailor-made to do well into some of these top Pokemon, and, of course, just you can't go wrong with it. 130 base speeds at Tailwind Setter.
Yeah, and I think it's cool to see, like, all the Pokemon that, while they do have access to Rock Slide, they're still performing much more than just the Rock Slide flinches. For as many flinches as we thought we were going to see, I would say it was probably happening around 30% of the time. Maybe we're confirmation biasing that, but...
they must not have been playing on Japanese cards.
That's, of course, the case. If they were, we would have seen way more. But, yeah, I think a couple other things, too, is just... you know, Mega Floette not making too much of a splash here. I've honestly been more impressed by a lot of the other Megas and a lot of the other ideas that we've seen from our players.
Yeah, lots of other strong Pokemon. I guess you and I didn't get to talk over any of these games with Pokemon like Gengar instead, but I think, you know, we only got to see a snippet of the metagame, essentially. There's so many other teams that are really succeeding at a high level today, and that I think we're going to get to see more from you guys on the stream have to remember, this is only, like, roughly the first half of the story that we're showing you. There's going to be several more rounds of Swiss, followed up by a Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, no, and that's pretty much it. Those are our thoughts. We were happy to close out this last round with you. The Grand Champions Festival is just getting started. We're going to be tossing off to our absolutely lovely host, Jacob Skraw. Excellent YouTube man, YouTube Shorts man. It's awesome that he got to host this. And, you know, one of the biggest Pokemon tournaments we have seen pretty much in a grassroots setting ever. Please finish off this day. It was a pleasure joining you.
Wow. What an absurd day of competitive Pokemon battles. We've whittled our field down from over 6,000 people checking into our event to a little under 1,000, I believe. We'll get that number for sure once we actually wrap up the round entirely. We've seen Watchog Day 2. We've seen Beartic Day 2. But it's not all underdogs. Some of the best players in the world, like world finalist Michael Kelsch and the 25th anniversary Players Cup Invitational winner Santino Tarcunio, are both finishing today at 9-0, along with lots of other players. So what happens now? I mean, we have a lot more Pokemon to play, but let's give our players a rest for now. We'll be back same time, same place on YouTube, Twitch, and YouTube Shorts, and so will our co-casters. With all that being said, everybody, see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye.